In the 40th year since Li Zhoujun traversed to become the master of the celestial sect, he finally acquired a system that allows him to match anyone at a 50-50 chance. Are you an ancient entity that has secluded yourself for millennia? I can match you 50-50. Are you a transcendent, celestial emperor of unparalleled grace? I can match you 50-50. Are you a fearsome demon that instills dread in all? I can match you 50-50. Chapter 1. No one can defeat me. No one can overcome me. At the foremost sect of Qingzhou, the Daotian sect, on one of its 108 primary peaks, Yinzhushan IT has been over 40 years. Do you have any idea what I have endured during these 4 decades? By a lake on Yinzhushan, a handsome young man clad in a blue robe expressed his excitement as he gazed at the water. His name was Li Zhoujun, one of the 108 sect masters of Daotian. At first glance, this title might seem impressive. However, in reality, Li Zhoujun was a complete failure in cultivation. He remained an ordinary person to this day. His ascendance to the position of master of Yinzhushan was solely due to the fact that he was the only disciple when his master passed away 40 years ago. Thus, he often found himself relegated to menial tasks within the sect, from the lowest ranks to the casual conversations of the elders. They asked for how he managed to join the Daotian sect and become a direct disciple despite his inadequacies. It was due to his guise as a prodigy when he first arrived. He began speaking at 3 months, recognized characters by 6 months, walked by 9 months, and by the age of 1, he was already well-versed in various subjects. People hailed him as a reincarnation of a celestial being. Consequently, at just 1 year old, he was taken under the wing of the previous master of Yinzhushan as a disciple. Although the former master eventually realized that Li Zhoujun was indeed a complete failure in cultivation, he said little about it, ensuring that his direct disciple received the treatment he deserved. However, he had already begun to contemplate training a new apprentice. Unfortunately, before he could begin this endeavor, he perished in a great battle to suppress demonic cultivators within the Daotian sect. Seeing that many had sacrificed themselves for the sect, Daotian naturally took care of Li Zhoujun, allowing the 6-year-old boy to inherit the position of master. After all, since Li Zhoujun could not cultivate, Yinzhushan would remain unclaimed after a century. There would always be time to plan for Yinzhushan later. Thus, Daotian sect gained a favorable reputation for its loyalty, attracting more exceptional talents to join. Furthermore, the fact that Li Zhoujun appeared youthful at over 40 was merely due to the consumption of a youth-rejuvenating elixir. However, from this day forth, an epic transformation would begin. For today marked the awakening of Li Zhoujun's golden finger system as a transmigrator. System, it has been over 40 years. If you had appeared any later, I would have been done for. Li Zhoujun exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Ding. Please do not be overly emotional, host. The system may be late, but it will never be absent. A mechanical voice resonated within Li Zhoujun's mind. Not absent is good. But system, look at me, I am over 40 and my youth has faded. Can I still begin cultivating? Li Zhoujun asked eagerly. Ding, cultivation? Ding, you underestimate the system, host. With the system, what need is there for cultivation? Ding, rewarding the host with a welcome gift package. Open it, Li Zhoujun said without hesitation. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired this special ability, 50-50 with all things in the world. What does 50-50 with all things in the world mean? Li Zhoujun asked, puzzled. What a peculiar name. Ding. In simple terms, it means that no matter what you face, you can achieve a 50-50 chance, which translates to no one can defeat you, and you cannot defeat anyone. I think I understand. Li Zhoujun blinked, then drew a dagger from his boot and inquired of the system, can I also achieve 50-50 with this? Ding. Indeed. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Zhoujun gritted his teeth, gripped the blade, and pulled back. The metallic sound echoed. To his astonishment, the hand that had been grazed by the dagger remained unscathed, without even a mark. This ability seems somewhat abnormal. Li Zhoujun gasped, then asked the system, if I encounter a true, celestial-level powerhouse, can I still achieve 50-50? Ding. Naturally with all things in the world. This is akin to a cow stepping on a power line, truly impressive. At this moment, Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled with this 50-50 ability. He was essentially invincible in this realm. Ding. This is merely a welcoming gift. Should the host complete system tasks, more unexpected rewards await. System, don't just dangle promises in front of me. Li Zhoujun nearly drooled in excitement. Ding, the system is honest. Well then, Li Zhoujun nodded, then seemed to recall something and asked the system, is there an attribute panel? Ding, that's quite simple. Ding, host, please direct your attention to the large screen. As the system's voice faded, a transparent panel appeared before Li Zhoujun. Host, Li Zhoujun. Identity, Daotian sect, Master Li Zhoujun. Age, 46 years, 4 years remaining. Cultivation level, none. Ability, 50-50 with all things in the world. Wait a minute, system. What does 4 years remaining mean? Li Zhoujun looked at the age field, suddenly gripped by a dreadful sense of foreboding. Ding, it means you have 4 years left to live. Li Zhoujun, I am truly doomed. Even if he could achieve 50-50 with all things, he was still a mere mortal, and worse yet, a short-lived one, destined to live only to 50. Ding, rest assured, host. Completing system tasks will reward you with cultivation levels in this world, thus extending your lifespan. Didn't you just say what need is there for cultivation? Then why reward me with cultivation? Li Zhoujun retorted. Ding, have you heard of the ability to idle? Sounds great. Li Zhoujun's eyes lit up. Can I have it now? Ding, Ding, the system has detected that your sect will hold a disciple recruitment ceremony in 3 days. The host is required to recruit a disciple. Success will yield unexpected rewards. Recruit disciples? Li Zhoujun was immediately taken aback. His reputation preceded him, earning him the titles of useless master and dependent master. In simple terms, only a fool would choose him as a teacher. System, don't you think this task is a bit unreasonable? Li Zhoujun lamented. Ding, a grand ambition should not be underestimated. Fair point, but I feel that even if I were to take on a disciple, I would only lead them astray, for I truly possess no knowledge of cultivation. Taking on others as disciples would only harm them. Li Zhoujun remained self-aware. Ding, host, do not fret. Why are you so anxious? Right, why am I anxious? Li Zhoujun pondered, stroking his chin. This system's abilities were indeed formidable after all. It could grant him 50-50 odds with all things, so teaching a disciple shouldn't be too difficult. Next, he would await the sect's recruitment of disciples in 3 days. Chapter 2. The Young Girl Su Nan. 3 days later. Daotian Sect. Ascension Mountain. Of course, this Ascension Mountain is not a true place of transcendence, but rather a dedicated location for the Daotian Sect to recruit disciples. At this moment, thousands of young men and women are gathered at the foot of Ascension Mountain. Among them are the offspring of prominent families and royal lineages from Qingzhou. However, the faces of these noble youths and princes are filled with respect. The reason is simple. The Daotian Sect is the foremost sect in Qingzhou, with countless royal families and clans in submission. One cannot act arrogantly here without facing consequences. Just then, an elder clad in gray emerged, his voice not loud yet resonating throughout the gathering like a spring thunderclap. I am the elder responsible for your trials. Pay close attention to my words. The first step in the recruitment process of the Daotian Sect is the spiritual root awakening test. The grades of spiritual roots are categorized as waste, ordinary, inferior, medium, good, superior, exceptional, and holy. Only those who awaken at least a medium-grade spiritual root may proceed to the next round of tests within our sect. Do you understand? We understand. The thousands of young men and women responded in unison, their spirits alight with excitement. Then let us commence. With a flourish of his sleeve, the elder declared the recruitment process officially underway. As he did, the throngs of youth formed long lines, awaiting their spiritual root awakening tests. Half an hour later, out of the multitude, only 5,210 youth successfully awakened medium-grade spiritual roots or above. This single test had eliminated nearly half of the participants. Those who succeeded wore expressions of elation, while those who failed departed with their heads hung low. Among the successful candidates was a girl with bright, sparkling eyes, delicate eyelashes, and a simple yet clean attire, who quietly murmured to herself, Miss Su Nan, I awakened an exceptional fire spiritual root. If I pass all the trials, I will surely become an inner sect disciple and perhaps even catch the attention of the elders as a true disciple. How about we become partners in cultivation? Suddenly, a well-dressed young man with a charming demeanor smiled at the beautiful girl. The girl, Su Nan, paused for a moment before responding, Young Master Chun. Congratulations on awakening an exceptional fire spiritual root. Your future is boundless. However, as for partnership, I think I must decline, as I am still quite young. Indeed. Su Nan nodded. The young Master Chin turned away, his expression darkening instantly. This impudent girl was ungrateful. No woman that Xianxiahua set his sights on had ever eluded him, even though the Su family and the Chen family were equally prestigious in Pingyu City. What did that matter? With his exceptional fire spiritual root, joining the inner sect was merely a formality, and he was highly likely to be favored by the elders, becoming a true disciple. At that point, a mere word from him would ensure that the Su family would have no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the gray-clad elder reappeared, addressing the successful candidates. Congratulations on passing the spiritual root awakening test. Next, you will set forth from this place, and, relying on your own strength, Ascend to the Ascension platform at the summit of Ascension Mountain. Those who reach it will become disciples of the Daotian sect, with a time limit of 1 day. Along the way, you will encounter various illusions as well as serpents and wild beasts. These challenges are to test your character and to check for any infiltrators from the demonic path among you. Should you encounter danger and wish to abandon the trial, simply call out, and you will be automatically returned to this location. Those who do not pass the trials will also be sent back here. As the elder's voice grew colder towards the end, a chill swept through the crowd. All right, let us begin. With a wave of his sleeve, the elder signaled for the youth to embark on their journey to the summit of Ascension Mountain. The following morning, at the peak of Ascension Mountain, at the Ascension platform. The so-called Ascension platform is, in fact, an immense square capable of accommodating thousands. Directly in front of the platform, over 100 grand seats were arranged, each occupied by imposing figures whose presence was as formidable as mountains. They were the various mountain lords of the Daotian sect, or individuals of equal standing. Serving as the pillars of the sect, each name spoken would send ripples of awe across Qizhou. Of course, there was one exception, our protagonist, Li Zhoujun. At that moment, seated among the distinguished crowd, he resembled a husky mingling with a pack of wolves. Li Mountain Lord, are you once again climbing the mountain from yesterday? A man in red robe seated next to Li Zhoujun asked with a smile. This man, named Lu Yan, was the mountain lord of Hoofing Mountain. 10 years prior, in a fit of rage, he had scorched an entire river, earning the title of a true fire-wielding titan. Actually, it was just yesterday, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Li Zhoujun felt rather vexed. Despite his current ability to hold his own against anyone, he was still fundamentally immortal. Therefore, the ascent to the summit of Ascension Mountain indeed commenced just the day before. Although the mountain was filled with various illusions, serpents, and wild beasts, Li Zhoujun had ascended the peak countless times over the past 40 years, naturally familiarizing himself with a safe route. Lu Yan nodded, his expression one of deep contemplation. Indeed, practice makes perfect. Exactly, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, inwardly rolling his eyes, recognizing the subtle mockery in Lu Yan's words. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to test his own abilities against him? However, he was uncertain about the reliability of the system. If it proved untrustworthy, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Ding. Host, could you please trust the system? Further doubts will result in a public punishment, where the system will make you play the guitar with your little buddy. Wow, that's excessive. You even know about the guitar. Li Zhoujun exclaimed in his heart upon hearing the system's response. Ding. Of course, the system is omniscient and omnipotent. Omniscient and omnipotent? What is the 891st digit of pi? Li Zhoujun asked, skeptical. Ding. It is indeed the 891st digit of pi. Touch, Li Zhoujun muttered, realizing he was dealing with a rather cheeky system. As Li Zhoujun bantered with the system, at the entrance to the Ascension platform, a girl clad in white, her eyes reminiscent of autumn rivers yet imbued with a hint of frost, and her skin as smooth as fine jade, gracefully walked in like a blooming lotus. Chapter 3. You scoundrel. If I am not mistaken, this girl must be Princess Xianxiao of the Shuai dynasty, possessing remarkable talent with an exceptional water spiritual root, suitable for entry into my Jinghua Mountain. I, the Mountain Lord, shall personally take her as my disciple. Your Jinghua Mountain teaches nothing but unremarkable assassination techniques. Sending Xianxiao with her exceptional water spiritual root to your mountain would be a waste. Wouldn't it be better for her to come to my Kanglan Mountain? Hoofing Mountain would also be a good choice. Damn you, Lu Yan. With your active volcano, those with water attributes would be lucky to survive, let alone enjoy life. Why are you stirring up trouble? Indeed, among all present, Lu Yan was the least deserving of taking Nianyao as a disciple. At that moment, many mountain lords began to vie for the white-clad girl's attention. Even the fiery powerhouse, Lu Yan, joined in. Compared to these excited mountain lords, Li Zhoujun felt distinctly out of place. An exceptional water spiritual root. How I longed for such talent when I awakened my own spiritual root, which was utterly non-existent. Ding, an exceptional water spiritual root is nothing. She is not worthy of being your disciple. Your words imply that others would even wish to become my disciple. Li Zhoujun retorted, exasperated. Ding. Host, what do you understand? You will soon understand that those who seek to take you as their master have indeed stepped in a significant misfortune. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched slightly. System, if you can speak, do share more. I am listening. At this moment, Xianxiao's gaze fell upon Li Zhoujun, who appeared incongruous compared to the other mountain masters. Li Zhoujun offered her a warm smile but was taken aback internally. Did this young lady perceive him as an ordinary person, mistaking him for a reclusive, immensely powerful figure? Wishing to take him as her mentor? How embarrassing. However, the next moment, her attention shifted past him to the master of Kanglan Mountain. her eyes revealing a hint of determination. During her journey to Daotian's sect for the trials, her father had specifically cautioned her to avoid taking as a mentor any master who appeared ordinary, as they held no future prospects. As for the other mountain masters, she would judge them accordingly. The master of Kanglan Mountain was a beautiful young woman. When she noticed Shui Nianyao's gaze upon her, a friendly smile emerged on her face as she inquired, "Nianyao, do you wish to take me as your master? My Kanglan sword technique is something that cultivators with water attributes yearn for." Disciple Shui Nianyao pays her respects to master, Shui Nianyao declared succinctly. Her intentions clear as she sought to become a disciple. Good, good, Nianyao, do come stand by my side, the master of Kanglan Mountain said with a beaming smile. The other mountain masters watched, gritting their teeth in envy. Yet, it was undeniable that possessing an exceptional water spirit root indeed made her a suitable disciple for Kanglan Mountain. Congratulations to the master of Kanglan Mountain for acquiring such a promising student. Kanglan Mountain has a bright future ahead, remarked a middle-aged man in a robe adorned with the sun and moon, his demeanor commanding. He was none other than the sect leader of Daotian's sect, Mu Taiyu. At this moment, the master of Kanglan Mountain respectfully addressed Mu Taiyu. "Your praise is too kind." Mu Taiyu smiled in silence. Just then, several young men and women entered the ascension platform. However, they all possessed only mid-tier spirit roots and were overlooked by the mountain masters, standing awkwardly in respect. Should they fail to attract any mountain master's attention by the end of the trials, they would become outer disciples of Daotian's sect. With their hopes of joining the inner sect hinging on gradual cultivation and overcoming trials in various mountains, it is worth noting that the disciples of Daotian's sect are categorized from highest to lowest as follows. Holy Son of the sect, true disciples under the sect leader, true disciples under mountain masters, true disciples under elders, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Moments later, dozens more arrived, yet none possessed exceptional spirit roots. Consequently, the mountain masters refrained from competing, waiting for all disciples to gather before proceeding to select. Suddenly, a young man clad in black, surrounded by flames, strode confidently onto the ascension platform. This young man, possessing an exceptional fire spirit root, was likely the prodigious talent from the Yi family of Longan City, Yiyu. It went without saying that his extraordinary fire root was aimed at impressing the mountain master of Hufeng Mountain, Lu Yan. The mountain masters murmured in acknowledgement. As anticipated, this young prodigy, known as Yiyu, approached Lu Yan to become his disciple, standing beside him. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "This is the master of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Why don't you greet him?" Lu Yan chided Yiyu, pointing at Li Zhoujun. Disciple Yiyu pays respect to the master of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Yiyu said, clasping his fists, yet a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. The master of Xianxiaaudiobooks? Wasn't that the so-called useless master of Daotian's sect? Truly, occupying a place without contributing anything substantial. At this moment, Li Zhoujun also noticed the contemptuous glint in Yiyu's gaze. No need for such formality, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, dismissing Yiyu's look with indifference. An hour had passed, and the trials were nearing their conclusion. Yet, in the final moment of the trials, a young man clad in simple clothing and of unremarkable appearance slowly stepped onto the ascension platform. As this plain-clothed youth entered, all the mountain masters gasped in astonishment. Heavens! A holy grade with spirit root. Disciple, look this way. Nonsense. Who is your disciple? He is mine. Disciple. Many of my true disciples and inner disciples are female. Come to me. With the appearance of this plain-clothed boy, the mountain masters erupted in chaos. Would you be willing to take me as your master? A voice, resonant like thunder, echoed throughout the hall. The mountain masters fell silent, their gazes directed towards the speaker, none other than the sect leader of Daotian's sect, Mu Taiyu. With Mu Taiyu's intervention, the mountain masters no longer dared to bicker over the disciple. Even the arrogant and disdainful Lu Yan would show utmost respect before the sect leader, behaving like a humble subordinate. Disciple Ku Fengchun pays his respects to the master. The plain-clothed youth addressed Mu Taiyu with a salute. Come here. Mu Taiyu replied with a gentle smile. Ku Fengchun calmly approached Mu Taiyu's side. A holy grade spirit root. How incredible. Li Zhoujun thought enviously. Ding, what are you envious of? There is more than one holy grade spirit root present. This would attribute holy grade spirit root is not favored by this system. You still disdain the holy grade spirit root? Li Zhoujun rolled his eyes. If there are other holy grade spirit roots, how can the sect leader and these mountain masters remain composed? At this moment, he simply wished to entice a fortunate soul with a mid-tier spirit root and bring them to his Xianxiaaudiobooks. Ding, hidden holy grade ice spirit root detected. Ding, host disciple acquisition task confirmed. Ding, task has been modified from recruiting disciples to recruiting the owner of the holy grade ice spirit root as a disciple. Upon completion, The host will receive abundant rewards. What the hell? You've changed the task? You scoundrel, you can do that. Li Zhoujun's eyes widened. However, as the system prompted, his gaze suddenly focused on a young girl clad in green among the over 1,000 new disciples of Daotian's sect who had successfully passed the final trials and stood on the ascension platform. This girl was fair and delicate, not striking at first glance, but upon closer observation, one couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. How could such a lovely girl exist in the world? At this moment, a transparent panel appeared above the green-clad girl's head in Li Zhoujun's sight. Target: Sunan, age 16, cultivation, none, talent, mid-tier with spirit root. Holy grade ice spirit root, hidden. Indeed, a holy grade ice spirit root. But could such a gifted prodigy truly become my disciple? Li Zhoujun felt a twinge of uncertainty. Ding. You can, host. After all, you have me, this extraordinary system. Chapter 4. Recruiting disciples. Just as the system was making its whimsical remarks, the various mountain masters began to focus their attention on those disciples who had successfully passed the trials, possessing good and superior spirit roots. What is your name? Lu Yan, seated beside Li Zhoujun, first directed his gaze towards Xianxiaaudiobooks, who stood near Su Nan. Disciple Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied respectfully. Lu Yan smiled. With superior talent, would you be willing to join my Huofeng Mountain as an inner disciple? With your qualification, you would soon be sought after by the elders as a true disciple. I am willing, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, Lu Yan's gaze began to traverse the young men and women on the ascension platform, searching for those possessing good or superior fire spirit roots, much like the other mountain masters had done earlier, vying for those with exceptional spirit roots as their disciples. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks, now a proud disciple of Huofeng Mountain, looked at Su Nan with a smile. Miss Su Nan, you heard Master Lu's words. With my qualifications, I will soon be accepted as a true disciple upon joining Huofeng Mountain. Wouldn't it be far better to be my partner than merely an outer disciple? Young Master Chun, with your talents, you are surely destined to find a better companion. You are a good person, but I am still quite young, truly. Su Nan spoke with sincere earnestness. At this moment, a vague sense of unease stirred within her. After all, Xianxiaaudiobooks was notorious in Pingyu City as a spoiled scion, leveraging his family's influence to bully others without remorse. Now that he had joined the Daotian sect at Huofeng Mountain and become an inner disciple, there was no telling what he might do to her family, the Su family. Yet, Xianxiaaudiobooks maintained his smile in response to Su Nan's demeanor, inwardly scoffing, obstinately ignorant. At this moment, on the ascension platform, the high-quality spiritual roots had already been claimed by the various mountain masters among the 1,000 new disciples of the Daotian sect. Lu Yan turned to Li Zhoujun with a mocking grin, saying, "It seems, Master Li, that you have yet to find a worthy disciple today." In truth, Lu Yan held a disdainful view towards this ordinary individual who stood on equal footing with him, so he could not resist a jibe. Taking pleasure in Li Zhoujun's inability to recruit disciples. Beep. Host has been mocked. How can this be tolerated? Beep. System issues a task. Approach Su Nan. Completion of the task will yield rewards. Ability to awaken spiritual roots. Upon hearing the system announce this task, Li Zhoujun was taken aback. What trickery is this? Could he truly be seeking disciples? What a joke. He is a useless individual devoid of any spiritual root. How could he take on students? The mountain masters of the Daotian sect exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from surprise to ridicule. However, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to their gazes as he approached Su Nan and smiled. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Really? Is this true? Su Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement, leaving her momentarily speechless. How could it be? A mountain master had personally come to her, offering to take her as a disciple. Surely this was a dream. In her euphoric state, Su Nan failed to notice the subtle expressions of the mountain masters seated nearby. At that moment, Li Zhoujun continued to smile. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom why this mountain master would accept a girl with mere middle-grade spiritual roots as a true disciple. It was utterly perplexing. The system chimed in again. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task by approaching Su Nan. Host receives rewards, ability to awaken spiritual roots. As the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun smiled at Su Nan, saying, "If you wish to take me as your master, call me master." "Greetings, master. I, Su Nan, pay my respects," she exclaimed joyfully. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully taking on a disciple. Beep. Host receives rewards. Sacred grade ice spiritual root. Beep. Host receives rewards. Full gold core cultivation. Beep. Host receives rewards. Xianming Heart Sutra. Sacred grade ice spiritual root. A rare gift possessed by those who are most attuned to the ice energy of the universe. Full gold core cultivation. In this realm, the levels of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, gold core, nascent soul, God transformation, void return, void immortal, integration, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. Xianming Heart Sutra, an ice attribute technique cultivated by the Xianming Immortal Emperor, which the system has automatically assisted the host in learning. Astounded by the series of rewards, Li Zhoujun was left speechless. A sacred grade ice spiritual root. I now possess a spiritual root, and it is of the highest quality. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the Xianming Heart Sutra in my mind. This is the ice attribute technique practiced by the Xianming True Immortal who ascended to the celestial realm thousands of years ago. And he has since become the Xianming Immortal Emperor. Clearly, this Xianming Heart Sutra is among the pinnacle of techniques. Furthermore, the system has granted me full gold core cultivation. This means my lifespan has been significantly extended. Gold core cultivators typically live for 500 years. Oh, system, how I adore you. At this moment, Li Zhoujun felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the system in gratitude. Beep. Host, please remain calm. In order to present yourself as a super expert who has returned to simplicity, your cultivation level has been concealed by the system. You may choose to reveal or conceal it at will in the future. What a pity for such a young girl. Well, in time, she will come to realize that her master is nothing but a useless individual, and she will undoubtedly regret her decision. Concurrently, the mountain masters shook their heads in disbelief. Could this mountain master truly be the infamous useless master of the Daotian sect, the master of Yunju Mountain? The disciples on the ascension platform observed the expressions of the mountain masters, and, after some speculation, someone could not help but whisper. Having been previously elated at becoming a true disciple of a mountain master, Su Nen froze upon hearing this remark. She blinked in confusion and turned to Li Zhoujun. Asking timidly, Master, are you truly? Indeed, I am the master of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Nen instinctively clutched her chest, nearly fainting on the spot. Oh no, she had heard of the master of Yunju Mountain being a useless individual who could not cultivate. Yet, she never imagined that she would so eagerly become a true disciple of this so-called useless master. What a calamity. Is it too late for me to have regrets? Su Nen managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Li Zhoujun shook his head. It is not possible. At this moment, Su Nen fought back tears and reassured both herself and Li Zhoujun. It's all right, master. I believe in you. My father often says that those who appear the most ordinary and useless are often the most formidable. Surely, that must be true for you, right? Li Zhoujun smiled but chose not to respond. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled. He had initially worried that this girl becoming the true disciple of a mountain master would be a concern for him. Now, it appeared his fears were unfounded. A useless mountain master who could not even cultivate would likely hold less status than an outer disciple. What was there to fear? Beep. The system has detected that those around the host are doubtful of the master-disciple relationship. A task has been issued. The host must help Su Nen awaken her sacred grade ice spiritual root on the spot. Completion of the task will yield rewards. Upon seeing this task, Li Zhoujun was taken aback, thinking, System, are you harboring ill intentions? If Su Nen awakens her sacred grade ice spiritual root, I become the target of everyone's scorn? Beep. Without this, how will the host demonstrate their abilities and gain respect? What use is the system otherwise? Li Zhoujun, you make a compelling argument. I shall henceforth refer to you as the strongest show-off system. Chapter 5. I am willing. Little girl. Do you truly believe that you possess only a middle-grade spiritual root? Li Zhoujun wore a profound smile as he spoke to Su Nen. Huh? Su Nen was taken aback. As she stood there in confusion, Li Zhoujun extended a finger and touched her forehead. In the next moment, a wave of cold energy erupted from Su Nen's body, enveloping the surroundings. It is a sacred grade I spiritual root. This girl possesses a hidden dual spiritual root, with both a middle grade wood spiritual root and a sacred grade I spiritual root. Such a prodigy cannot be allowed to remain as a disciple of this useless Li. As Li Zhoujun assisted Su Nen in awakening her sacred grade ice spiritual root, astonishment spread across the faces of the mountain masters present. Even Mu Taiyu, the sect leader of the Daotian sect, narrowed his eyes. While he had hoped to accept Su Nen as his true disciple, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him, as the sect leader, to directly snatch a disciple already taken by another master. Yet, this master Li has concealed himself quite well. One must wonder how an ordinary person without a spiritual root, one incapable of cultivation, could assist another in awakening their spiritual roots. Moreover, he could discern that this girl, named Su Nen, possessed hidden spiritual roots. Not only that, but the esteemed Master Li also dared to publicly assist his disciple in awakening, which left many pondering. After all, The pride of the mountain masters is thicker than one might imagine, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to resort to underhanded tactics to seize a disciple. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Taiyu remained silent, choosing instead to observe. He wished to discern just how deeply Master Li had concealed his abilities over the years. Should he prove worthy of his approval, accepting this disciple would be acceptable. However, if he were still a useless talent, then this disciple with a sacred eye spiritual root must not be entrusted to him, even if it meant placing her under the tutelage of another mountain master. Otherwise, the Daotian sect would be foolishly losing a potential pillar of support for its future. Master Yunjiu, with your capabilities, it would hardly be appropriate for a disciple possessing a sacred eye spiritual root to be under your instruction, would it? As expected, a mountain master soon stood up to speak. At that moment, Li Zhoujun turned towards the speaker with a nonchalant smile and said, "There is no need for Master Hongguang to trouble himself. I shall ensure my disciple receives proper guidance." At this moment, Li Zhoujun exuded confidence, armed with the system's reward, the Shimming Heart Sutra, and his position as a mountain master. He knew that even a novice could flourish with the abundant resources of spiritual herbs available on Yunjiu Mountain. As the other mountain masters gazed at Li Zhoujun, clad in a flowing blue robe and appearing composed upon the ascension platform, they were momentarily taken aback. How could a once deemed useless individual possess such confidence? Master Yunjiu, I advise you to refrain from overstepping. Every mountain master present possesses the strength of the Void Return Realm. Allowing a mere mortal with no cultivation to instruct a disciple with a sacred eye spiritual root would surely lead to ridicule for the Daotian sect throughout the entire Xianxia region. Master Huifeng, Lu Yin, looked at Li Zhoujun with a grin. Li Zhoujun's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Yin, though seemingly smiling, spoke with words that struck directly at the heart of the matter. You are correct, Li Zhoujun. Your qualifications do not merit taking her as a disciple. At this juncture, a striking woman clad in white, with a hint of red between her brows, slowly spoke. This white-clad woman was stunningly beautiful, and her appearance could only be described as ethereal, akin to water and jade. As she spoke, a flicker of caution crossed the faces of the mountain masters, and they instinctively fell silent. Even Lu Yan, after witnessing her speak, merely moved his lips before closing them in frustration. Li Zhoujun, however, maintained his smile as he regarded this woman, who had silenced the assembly. This white-clad figure was the mountain master of Lingxua Mountain, named Murong Shui. A decade prior, she had decisively defeated Lu Yan, a notorious figure, leaving him in tears. This incident had spread like wildfire within the Daotian sect, and Li Zhoujun was certainly aware of it. No, please, no? Chen Xiaohua internally shouted, for at that moment, he was perhaps the one who least desired Su Nan to defect to another mountain master. After all, such a turn of events would jeopardize his plans to pressure the Su family and detain the enchanting Su Nan he longed for. Meanwhile, Murong Shui, noticing Li Zhoujun's silence, continued, the potential of a disciple with a sacred ice spiritual root being entrusted to you would only spell loss for the Daotian sect. Can you truly bear to see a future star extinguished under your guidance? Master Murong, your words hold merit. However, this girl has already pledged herself as my disciple. It would be inappropriate to transfer her to your tutelage. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile directed at Murong Shui. Murong Shui responded, if you are so concerned about others' opinions, why pursue cultivation at all? Young lady, what is your stance? It seems Master Murong is quite eager to accept you as her disciple. Li Zhoujun turned to Su Nan, who appeared somewhat dazed. I. Su Nan, now alert, was filled with panic. She had not anticipated becoming such a coveted prize so suddenly, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Yet, had it not been for this seemingly useless master assisting her in awakening her sacred ice spiritual root, she would not have garnered such attention from the elders. How was she to choose? At that moment, Su Nan felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantically writhing in distress. Suddenly, her father's gentle visage appeared in her mind. He often smiled and told her, in life, the most important thing is to have a sense of responsibility. Once you choose a path or a person, do not give up easily, for once you abandon something, you will never know if you will give up again on the next. Perhaps persistence will lead to unexpected results. Recalling her father's words, Su Nan's gaze grew resolute. She turned to Li Zhoujun and said, wait a moment. I need to articulate something that reflects my culture and loyalty. After some contemplation, she finally declared, once a teacher, always a father. I am willing. Su Nan's cheeks flushed as she nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Li Zhoujun bellowed with laughter, then turned his gaze toward Murong Shui, narrowing his eyes. No one shall take my disciple, not even the heavenly king himself. Upon hearing this, the sect leader Mu Taiyu's lips curled into a satisfied smile, revealing his intrigue. Chen Xiaohua chuckled, thinking, oh Su Nan, you foolish girl. How can you possibly contend with me now? The mountain masters, however, were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. What madness had possessed this so-called useless disciple to challenge Master Morong? Did he not value his life? Master Morong had once brought the arrogant Lu Yin to tears. How could he dare to confront her? Chapter 6. The astonishing Li Zhoujun. Morong Xue narrowed her eyes, choosing to ignore the brazen Li Zhoujun for the moment, and instead turned to Su Nan, speaking in a gentle tone. Have you thought this through? If you follow Master Yunju, your life will be ruined. My father often says, the path you choose must be walked to the end. Even if you must do so on your knees, Su Nan replied. Foolish girl, while your father's words hold some truth, circumstances require adaptability. You must learn to be flexible. Morong Xue sighed, a mixture of irritation and affection swelling within her. For most individuals in Su Nan's position would have already abandoned the master they had just pledged to. Li Zhoujun, witnessing this, fell silent, astonished that she would so boldly attempt to undermine him. Ding! The system detects that Morong Xue completely underestimates the host. It is time for the host to display their strength. Ding! The system issues a quest to battle Morong Xue and intimidate the unworthy. Completing this task will yield a grand reward. Upon seeing the system's quest, Li Zhoujun was left dumbfounded. He thought, System, can I truly rely on you? Morong Xue is not to be trifled with. Ding! Whether the system is reliable or not, the host will find out through experience. Li Zhoujun, feeling despondent, muttered. I fear that testing my luck might lead to my demise. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Morong Xue as he said, Morong Xue, if you truly wish to undermine me, you must first defeat me. Should I lose, it would prove my inferiority, and soon and may naturally transfer to your tutelage. However, if you lose, you shall cease your attempts to undermine me. What? Surely, I must have misheard. Did this useless disciple just challenge Master Morong? How could he be so audacious? Lu Yin, at the pinnacle of the Void Return Realm, had been reduced to tears by her, if my assumptions are correct. Morong Xue has transcended the Void Return Realm and reached the integration stage. Indeed, this so-called useless disciple, a mere mortal with no cultivation, dares to challenge a being of the integration stage. Is he jesting? As Li Zhoujun's words resonated, the mountain masters were left in shock, sparking a flurry of discourse. Only Lu Yin wore an expression of pure fury. You may praise Morong Xue's might, but must you always use me as a mere comparison? Your actions have truly embarrassed me. At this moment, Morong Xue narrowed her beautiful eyes and inquired of Li Zhoujun, is this true? Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded affirmatively. Isn't it so, master? Just a moment ago, you claimed no one could take away your disciple, and now you are wagering me in a battle? Is this truly acceptable? Su Nan covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun grinned. I have remained low-key for too long. Today is the time for others to realize that Yunjishan is not to be trifled with. Su Nan was taken aback, stuttering, Master, could it be that you are indeed a hidden powerhouse? You are not deceiving me, are you? Li Zhoujun smiled without reply. The other mountain lords. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, wore expressions akin to that of spectators awaiting a performance. They were primed to witness how the Morong Mountain Lord would deal with this obstinate fellow. At the same time, Li Zhoujun turned to Morong Xue and said with a smile, make your move. Very well, Morong Xue, perplexed, wondered where this seemingly incapable cultivator found the audacity to provoke her. However, since Li Zhoujun sought punishment, she would oblige. Thus, without further ado, she, seated in the Mountain Lord's position, raised a delicate hand and lightly pointed into the void. In the next moment, crystalline ice spikes began to form before her. Go! Morong Xue uttered with her crimson lips. As her voice fell, the ice spikes, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, surged towards Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun gazed at the multitude of incoming ice spikes, feeling a surge of trepidation. Yet, gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and threw a powerful punch. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as Li Zhoujun's seemingly unremarkable punch shattered the void, creating a thunderous noise, and in that instant, all of Morong Xue's ice spikes vanished without a trace. How is this possible? The mountain lords, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded, rising from their seats to stare in disbelief at Li Zhoujun, who still held his punching stance. Mu Taiyu, observing the scene, nodded in acknowledgement of Li Zhoujun's strength. Isn't the Yunjishan master a cultivation waste? Indeed, that's the common belief. Furthermore, though Morong Xue's strike appeared casual, no one without a return to the void cultivation could withstand it. This Yunjishan master is indeed deeply concealed. Not only that, but when Yunjishan made his move, there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be that he follows the ancient path of body refiners? It is highly likely. At this moment, the various mountain lords began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, the newly inducted disciples dared not even breathe. as the residual force emanating from a mountain lord's strike was enough to shake their spirits, despite the presence of sect experts to counter it. The mere sight was overwhelming. Is this the outcome? At this moment, Li Zhoujun gradually withdrew his stance, still somewhat astonished. The system's 50-50 ability is indeed formidable. You managed to withstand my strike. It seems you have been concealing yourself all these years. Morong Shui, watching Li Zhoujun, began to speak. Initially, she merely intended to intimidate him, planning to withdraw when the moment was right. But she never anticipated that things would exceed her expectations. This fellow was truly cunning, hiding so deeply. I concede. Li Zhoujun chuckled. It seems I no longer need to hold back. Let us settle this with one decisive strike. Morong Shui responded, I am more than willing. Li Zhoujun was filled with confidence, for with the 50-50 ability in hand, he believed he could not be defeated. Thus, Morong Shui could at most achieve a tie. And it was impossible for her to defeat him. Heavenly snow descends, sword without a trace. Morong Shui exclaimed, unleashing a beam of sword light from her fingertips. Directed at Li Zhoujun. As this sword light appeared, snowflakes began to swirl around the ascension platform. It was indeed Morong Shui's flying sword divine ability. Such incredible speed. Morong Shui's cultivation had indeed reached the integration stage. At this moment, the mountain lords stared at the falling snow in shock, glancing at Li Zhoujun, uncertain if this hidden Xianxian master could withstand Morong Shui's flying sword divine ability. Then they watched as Li Zhoujun extended a hand before him, slowly forming a gesture of peace, and Morong Shui's stunning flying sword was effortlessly caught in his grip. How can this be? He caught it just like that? This Xianxian master must also have reached the integration stage. The mountain lords were utterly astonished. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun, with a cheerful face, waved his hand holding the flying sword. Looking at Morong Shui, he grinned. How about it, Morong Mountain Lord? I concede, Morong Shui said, stowing away her flying sword, her expression complex. Though Li Zhoujun had not made a move, the ease with which he had caught her strongest flying sword divine ability signified that his strength surpassed hers. Child, train diligently under your master. I was mistaken before. Your master indeed possesses the ability to teach disciples. However, should your master dare to bully you in the future, come find me at Xianxia Mountain, and I will seek justice for you. At this moment, Morong Shui suddenly turned to the still-dazed Su Nan, her face breaking into a smile. You should express your gratitude to Morong Mountain Lord. Li Zhoujun chuckled, noticing that Morong Shui truly cared for the young girl, Su Nan. Ah, thank you, Morong Mountain Lord. Su Nan exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude at her master's prompting. Simultaneously, Su Nan felt elated, realizing that her master was indeed a formidable powerhouse. Chapter 7. The Self-Cultivation of a Master. No need for such formality, little girl, Morong Shui said with a smile to Su Nan. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun returned to his seat as Mountain Lord, while Su Nan stood respectfully to the side. At this moment, the other Mountain Lords regarded Li Zhoujun with newfound respect. After all, this individual had managed to defeat someone as powerful as Morong Shui, a grand cultivator of the integration stage. You are all advised not to provoke the Xianxian master and disciple in the future, lest you find yourselves in dire straits. Li Zhoujun warned, casting a glance at Lu Yan, who transmitted a message to the newly inducted disciples of Huifeng Mountain. How is this possible? Xianxiaaudiobooks, upon hearing Lu Yan's transmission, felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had initially thought that Xianxian master was a weakling, easily manipulable in relation to Su Nan. Yet, unexpectedly, this Xianxian master turned out to be a formidable figure within the Daotian sect, whose strength even made the Huifeng Mountain Lord wary. He glanced at Li Zhoujun with lingering trepidation. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun awaited the system's rewards. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully engaging with Morong Shui, and refreshing the Mountain Lord's perception of the host. Beep. The system grants rewards. 7th grade flying sword, Aoshui. Beep. The system grants rewards. Initial stage Yuan Ing cultivation. Beep. The system grants rewards. 1 supreme Qi condensation pill. Aoshui flying sword. A personal flying sword tailored for the host by the system. Possessing intelligence and transformation abilities, capable of slaying enemies from a distance, now stored within the host's dantian. Note, in this world, magical treasures and pills are ranked from 1 to 9, corresponding to cultivation from Qi condensation to ascension. Initial stage Yuan Ing cultivation. Lifespan can reach a millennium. Capable of escaping at light speed, tearing through the void in an instant. Supreme Qi condensation pill. Helps those on the verge of Qi condensation to gather the purest spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The host can extract it at will. System. Why not issue a mission for me to spar with the sect master as well? Li Zhoujun, gazing at the rewards from the system, had his eyes gleaming with excitement. Nearly drooling. Beep. Does the host wish to become a brawler? Whether in a fight or on the path to one, it seems to be your fate. This is a collection of pretentious techniques, isn't it? Li Zhoujun gazed at the myriad of 1,800 methods of ostentation that suddenly appeared in his mind, his lips twitching involuntarily. These myriad techniques were indeed unpredictable and profound, yet they ultimately revolved around the concept of pretense. Just as Li Zhoujun was savoring the essence of these high-level self-cultivation techniques, the Mountain Lords had nearly completed their selection of satisfactory disciples. This signified that the grand assembly for recruiting disciples at the Daotian sect was drawing to a close. On the ascension platform, those disciples who had not caught the eye of the Mountain Lords felt a profound bitterness. Some disciples, despite possessing only mid-grade spiritual roots, were still chosen as inner disciples by certain Mountain Lords due to their exceptional looks. This underscores the importance of appearance. After all, those of average looks would hardly attract the attention of the esteemed. At this moment, Mu Taiyu, the sect master, slowly rose and addressed the group of young disciples on the ascension platform. Although you have not been selected by the Mountain Lords, do not lose heart. Your presence on the ascension platform is testament to your commendable talents on Qingzhou. Once you enter the Qianlong Valley, devote yourselves to cultivation, and you may still have the opportunity to become inner disciples. Do you understand? We understand. The young disciples on the ascension platform chorused, their spirits invigorated. The Qianlong Valley is where the outer disciples of the Daotian sect engage in their cultivation. The elderly valley master smiled, gesturing grandly, and a mighty wind swept through, lifting the hundreds of disciples from the ascension platform before he vanished into the horizon with them. Impressive, the newly selected inner disciples exclaimed, their eyes shimmering with hope, contemplating the possibility of one day becoming such formidable beings. The sect master took his leave, and a Mountain Lord bid farewell to Mu Taiyu. Li Zhoujun also offered his farewell. Mu Taiyu smiled, Yunjiu Mountain Lord, do you still need to descend the mountain? Of course not. Li Zhoujun chuckled, having accepted disciples, I cannot allow them to accompany me down the mountain. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and the Xianxia flying sword emerged, hovering before him. A 7th grade life sword. Indeed, this Yunjiu Mountain Lord is a sword immortal of the integration realm. The Mountain Lords marveled, recognizing that only a sword immortal of such caliber could refine a 7th grade life sword. Seeing this, Morong Shue's expression darkened. As a fellow sword cultivator, she found herself at a disadvantage. Li Zhoujun had yet to unleash his life sword, but could still withstand her strongest attack. Moreover, she was already 200 years old, while Li Zhoujun was barely in his 40s. The disparity was stark. Mu Taiyu, observing Li Zhoujun's Xianxia flying sword, couldn't help but exclaim, at just 40 years old, possessing the cultivation of the integration realm, Yunjiu Mountain Lord is truly exceptional. Even I feel somewhat embarrassed. You're too kind, sect master, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Indeed, my father's words ring true. The seemingly ordinary often conceal extraordinary strength. When the opportunity arises, I must share a drink with Yunjiu Mountain Lord. Do not refuse. Mu Taiyu laughed. How could I refuse the esteemed sect master's invitation? Li Zhoujun replied, grinning. Then it is settled, Mu Taiyu declared with finality. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, who had yet to depart, felt his expression shift upon witnessing Li Zhoujun display his 7th grade life sword. He thought, will Li Zhoujun seek retribution for my previous jests? After all, he had mocked him quite a bit. With this thought, Lu Yin hurriedly gathered his newly accepted disciples and left the scene without a word. Alert! The Fire Maple Mountain Lord, who previously mocked the host, has fled. In accordance with the principle of punish those who offend the host, regardless of distance, a task has been issued. Within 3 days, the host must confront the Fire Maple Mountain Lord. Completion of this task will yield a splendid reward. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Li Zhoujun cast a deep gaze in the direction Lu Yin had departed. Mu Taiyu, noticing this, smiled. Recognizing that Lu Yin's temper was quite volatile, having someone to rein him in was beneficial, lest it lead to greater troubles in the future. Master, I shall take my leave, Li Zhoujun said to Mu Taiyu. Safe travels, Mountain Lord Li, Mu Taiyu smiled. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Su Nan, soared on the Xianxia flying sword toward Yunjiu Mountain, amidst the admiring gazes of the Mountain Lords. In the clouds, Su Nan, experiencing flight for the first time, initially felt a flicker of fear. However, as she gazed down at the breathtaking scenery of the Daotian sect, she could not help but ask the poised Li Zhoujun behind her, Master, when will I be able to fly on a sword? Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Once your cultivation reaches the 6th level of qi refinement, you will be able to sustain brief sword flight. Wonderful. The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhoujun guided the Xianxia flying sword to land in the courtyard of the Grand Yunjiu Palace atop Yunjiu Mountain. Wow, Master. Such a grand palace. Did you live here alone before? Sunan asked curiously, gazing at the spacious and majestic Yunju palace. Indeed. But now there will be one more occupant, Li Zhoujun nodded. Master, where will I sleep tonight? Sunan blinked her sparkling eyes. Ha ha ha, sleep wherever you fancy. Li Zhoujun chuckled at her adorable demeanor. Fantastic. Sunan beamed back. Rest well today. I shall prepare dinner, and we will commence your training tomorrow, Li Zhoujun declared. Sunan widened her eyes in disbelief. Master, a powerful being like you still cooks? Perhaps I should cook instead, so you can taste my culinary skills. Li Zhoujun laughed heartily. It is rare to see your enthusiasm. Very well, you may do so. Sunan stood stunned. Wait, Master is not following the usual script. An hour later, in the side hall of Yunju Palace, Li Zhoujun stared at the pitch-black concoction before him, lost in thought. Sunan stood beside him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Are you sure this is edible? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched as he questioned her. Though it is my first attempt, I put in a lot of effort. Sunan replied, her expression slightly miffed, as she picked up her chopsticks and sampled her dish. The next moment, her face turned ashen. Is it tasty? Li Zhoujun inquired with curiosity. She nodded reluctantly before turning away to vomit. Master, why don't you give it a try? It's actually not bad, Sunan suggested, but then turned away again to retch. Li Zhoujun, skeptical, stood up and headed outside the side hall. Soon, he dashed into the forest of Yunju Mountain. After weaving through the woods for a while, he spotted an old hen clucking beneath a tree. Cluck cluck, you useless mountain lord. Back to prey on me again? The hen cackled mockingly upon seeing Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun's face darkened at her words. 40 years have passed, and this old hen has become quite audacious. This hen was initially brought by his master before the incident, meant to nourish him, but after his master perished in battle, the hen had escaped into the forest, thriving among the myriad of spiritual herbs. It was needless to say that the once mortal Li Zhoujun had been chased away by the hen, forced to flee in panic. What was even more infuriating was, since then, this old hen, whenever bullied by other monsters in the mountains, would seek out Li Zhoujun to vent its frustrations, treating him as a perfect punching bag. Surprisingly, this old hen has now broken through to the foundation establishment stage, capable of human speech. Li Zhoujun understood that if not for the consideration of his status as the master of Yunju Mountain, the old hen would have long since put an end to his mortal existence. While it might be somewhat embarrassing for the Daodian sect if a mountain master were to be killed by a chicken demon, they undoubtedly would not let the old hen off the hook. Clearly, the hen was aware of this, so it merely resorted to bullying and robbing Li Zhoujun. Ding! System has detected a bully old hen, issuing a mission. The host must bring the old hen to justice. Reward: 1 serving of Aolian roast chicken seasoning. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled at the thought of Aolian roast chicken. That flavor was a long-lost memory. Meanwhile, the old hen, perceiving the glint in Li Zhoujun's eyes, was instantly enraged. You useless fool. What kind of gaze are you giving me? Are you seeking death? As her words progressed, the hen's feathers stood on end, transforming her into a colorful rooster. Li Zhoujun suddenly pointed behind the hen. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the old hen felt a heavy blow to her neck. You rascal! The hen struggled to utter, her vision fading to darkness as she collapsed to the ground. Ding! How embarrassing, host. You are at least at the nascent soul stage now. Do you really enjoy playing the fool? Where has the self-discipline of a master gone? The thrill of being a rascal is beyond your comprehension. Heh. Li Zhoujun chuckled, dropping the wooden stick and seizing the hen's foot. System, where's my seasoning? Ding! System has issued the reward. 1 serving of Aolian roast chicken seasoning. Aolian roast chicken seasoning, an exceptionally delicious item, which the host can extract at any time. Ding! Although the host was once an ordinary person and could not use storage treasures, you now possess cultivation. It is advised that the host acquire a storage item, so that future system rewards can be directly deposited into the storage space. Isn't that simple? Li Zhoujun immediately pulled out 5 storage rings from his pocket, refined them all, and donned one adorned with a blue gem on his right hand. He then gazed at the unconscious old hen with a reluctant expression. That you have bullied me for 40 years, we have developed a bond. Perhaps I should add a little more fire later. If the old hen were to awaken and hear this, who knows if she would jump up and sing, thank you. Half an hour later, Li Zhoujun appeared in the side hall, holding the Aolian roast chicken skewered on a branch. As soon as he entered, he was embraced tightly. What are you doing, little girl? Li Zhoujun looked in surprise at the little girl in his arms. Woo woo woo. I thought master was angry with me for the dish I made and was ignoring me. The little girl cried, her face streaked with tears. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. That your dark culinary creations are indeed frightening. I am not that kind of person. I might only tease you with my own dishes, but I would never abandon you. Sunan, Chapter 9. Let me handle that rice. After a brief moment of speechlessness, Su Nan's gaze shifted to the Alien roast chicken in Li Zhoujun's hand, her eyes shining brightly. Wow, master, it smells amazing. Li Zhoujun chuckled. Of course. When your master, make a move, you know the quality. This is a chicken of the foundation establishment stage. Just one drumstick is sufficient. Too much is not good for your health. With that, he tore off a chicken leg for Su Nan before sitting down at the table to indulge. The taste of Alien roast chicken instantly flooded Li Zhoujun's palate, reminiscent of a long-lost flavor. He recalled the last time he had Alien roast chicken was back on Earth, before his transmigration. Simultaneously, Su Nan gazed at the chicken leg in her hand, then at the substantial portion of chicken in Li Zhoujun's grasp, silently lamenting. Truly, he is my master. She then took a bite of the chicken leg, her little face suddenly frozen in surprise. So delicious. Moreover, she distinctly felt a gentle energy entering her limbs with each bite, as if immersed in a hot spring. A chicken of the foundation establishment stage is indeed a chicken demon, right? Su Nan had previously read about the realms of cultivators and demons in a book. It was said that demons at the foundation establishment stage could speak human language and, in some places, were even worshipped as mountain gods. Yet here was her master, roasting a foundation establishment chicken demon as if it were an ordinary chicken, demonstrating his undeniable strength. Of course, Su Nan was unaware that the chicken she held had been hunted by Li Zhoujun in a rather dubious manner. However, as she continued to savor the chicken leg, blood unexpectedly began to trickle from her nose, and soon after, she fainted. Li Zhoujun, enjoying his meal, was momentarily stunned. Goodness, a mere chicken leg is too nourishing for her. Next time, I'll just let that girl have a chicken backside. Despite his thoughts, he still carried Su Nan to a room to let her rest. The next morning, Su Nan slowly opened her eyes, awakening in a room within Yunju Palace. Oh, it smells so good. Just as she regained consciousness, her senses awakened to a delightful aroma, causing her to widen her eyes and rush out of the room. Following the scent, Su Nan arrived in the kitchen. At that moment, Li Zhoujun sat by the fire, diligently tending to the flames. Seeing the warm glow of the orange flames reflecting on his face, Su Nan felt a warmth in her heart. At the same time, she was grateful that she had firmly chosen Li Zhoujun. Otherwise, missing out on such a wonderful master would be a regrettable loss. Oh, little girl, you're awake. Li Zhoujun greeted her with a smile. That chicken leg was too nourishing. You fainted after just a couple of bites. After a night of contemplation, I've decided that next time I cook chicken, I'll have to leave you just a chicken backside, tears and all. Thank you, master. Su Nan, though speechless, spoke sincerely, feeling that her master genuinely cared for her. Li Zhoujun was taken aback. Little girl, do you really enjoy chicken backsides that much? Master, I think I now understand why you are so handsome while I don't have a master mother. Su Nan grinned. Li Zhoujun was bewildered. Why? Because you have a mouth. Su Nan replied earnestly. Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow. But don't you have a mouth too? Or do you have two? Su Nan swore that she had never felt so speechless in her life. She then shifted her gaze to the pot on the stove, changing the subject. Master, what are you making? It smells so good. I was worried you'd wake up to find no food. So I came to the kitchen early to make a pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Li Zhoujun smiled. Am I going crazy? Is my cooking that bad? At that moment, Su Nan felt deeply wronged, deciding that she would finish the entire pot of porridge, leaving not a single drop for her master. After a while, the porridge was ready. Su Nan took a bowl, scooping a generous serving. However, halfway through, blood once again trickled from her nose, and feeling dizzy. She looked at Li Zhoujun. Master, those lean meats, they aren't leftover chicken from yesterday, are they? Li Zhoujun nodded. Of course. We mustn't waste food. Here we go again. Su Nan's mouth twitched, and with that, she fainted once more, collapsing onto the table. Li Zhoujun watched the scene unfold, shaking his head with a sigh. Goodness, this girl is destined to be a chicken's rear end. It wasn't until the afternoon that Su Nan finally regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, the first thing Su Nan resolved was to set herself a modest goal, to learn how to cook for herself. After all, her master's affection was overwhelming. Eating his meals left her feeling dizzy, and she certainly did not want to become the first person in Daotian sect's history to be overfed to death. How embarrassing that would be. Creak. The door to the room swung open. Li Zhoujun entered, and, seeing Su Nan awake, smiled. You've slept all day. Are you hungry? If so, I shall prepare a meal for you. No, master, I'm not hungry at all. Su Nan's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Although her master's cooking was exquisite, the dizziness that followed was simply unbearable. What a pity, for I caught a rabbit today and was about to make braised rabbit meat, Li Zhoujun lamented. Does that rabbit possess any cultivation? Su Nan, recalling her master's culinary skills, could not help but swallow hard. Fear not. It only has the cultivation of the 9th layer of qi refining, Li Zhoujun assured her with a smile. I'll control the portion well. This time you definitely won't feel dizzy afterward. Master, make sure to add plenty of spice. Su Nan said, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. No problem. Li Zhoujun replied with a chuckle. An hour later, after taking a few bites of rabbit meat, Su Nan fell into a deep sleep until the next morning. When she awoke, her first instinct was to rush to the kitchen, where she found Li Zhoujun preparing porridge. Her expression changed drastically. Master, let go of that rice. I'll do it. All right. Li Zhoujun hesitated for a moment, but eventually relented. Strangely enough, it was Su Nan's first attempt at making porridge. And it turned out remarkably well. After tasting a spoonful, she found it quite palatable, and tears welled up in her eyes. What a wretched survival instinct she had. Half a stick of incense later, having finished his bowl, Li Zhoujun set down his utensils and smiled at Su Nan. The porridge tastes good. You've made progress. Woo-woo. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Master. Su Nan felt a wave of emotion, for preparing that pot of porridge was no easy feat. She had done it step by step, with utmost caution. Li Zhoujun chuckled at her words. All right, you needn't flatter me. I intended to teach you the cultivation method yesterday, but you slept all day. Come to the Yunjun Hall later. I shall impart the cultivation technique to you today. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that her master was about to begin her training, Su Nan's face lit up with excitement. Chapter 10. A Visit to Hoofing Mountain. In the Yunjun Hall, Li Zhoujun handed Su Nan a storage ring, saying, This is a storage ring containing your true disciple robe and jade pendant. As Su Nan examined the ring in her hand, her expression turned sour. Master, I have no cultivation and no divine sense. I can't extract anything from it. No need to worry. As my disciple, I can guarantee that during your first cultivation, you will break through to the first layer of qi refining and awaken your divine sense, Li Zhoujun declared proudly. With that, Li Zhoujun pressed his finger to Su Nan's forehead, transmitting the Xianming Heart Sutra directly into her mind. At that moment, Su Nan felt a wave of dizziness. And then the text of the Xianming Heart Sutra appeared in her consciousness. This technique is undoubtedly a top-tier cultivation method in the world, perfectly complementing your sacred ice spirit root, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. Thank you, Master. Su Nan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. As your teacher, I might as well be your father, so just relax. At the same time, Li Zhoujun produced a premium qi consolidation pill, offering it to Su Nan. When you begin your cultivation, take this pill along with the nourishing food you had yesterday. It should be sufficient for you to break through to the first layer of qi refining. Thank you, Master. After accepting the pill, Su Nan curiously asked, but what if I don't break through to the first layer today? Should you fail to break through? It merely means you haven't taken enough nourishment. I shall prepare more for you, Li Zhoujun replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Su Nan's expression changed. Don't worry, Master. Today I will definitely break through to the first layer of qi refining. Very good, very good. As expected of the disciple of the Mountain Lord, you have great ambition. Li Zhoujun nodded in satisfaction. Su Nan felt like crying. What ambition did she have? It was all because her master was pushing her. Eating until dizzy, who could withstand that? All right, let us begin your first cultivation here. I will protect you, Li Zhoujun said, pointing to the nearby cushion with a smile. Okay, Su Nan nodded. Then sat cross-legged on the cushion. After taking the premium qi consolidation pill, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate according to the Xianming Heart Sutra. In less than half a stick of incense, the invisible spiritual energy around Su Nan began to coalesce, forming a misty aura that made her appear as though she had descended from the heavens. Li Zhoujun observed this and nodded. This girl truly deserves her sacred ice spirit root. The commotion she is causing suggests she may not just be at the first layer of qi refining once she senses her qi. Finally, after 2 hours, Su Nan slowly opened her eyes, and the swirling spiritual energy around her gradually dissipated. What a marvelous sensation! Upon opening her eyes, Su Nan could distinctly feel a warm energy gathering in her dantian. Surely, this was the spiritual power of a cultivator. Moreover, she noticed that she felt significantly lighter and stronger compared to 2 hours prior. Impressive. You have successfully broken through to the third layer of qi refining on your first attempt, Li Zhoujun remarked. All thanks to your excellent teaching, Master. Su Nan beamed. Li Zhoujun, looking at her with fondness, affectionately ruffled her hair and said, All right, you should stabilize your cultivation here. I have matters to attend to. The tasks Li Zhoujun referred to were the missions issued by the system, involving a discussion with the Hoofing Mountain Lord, Lu Yin, about life and perhaps a friendly competition. Yes, Master, go on without worry, Su Nan nodded obediently. Li Zhoujun replied, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was at the foot of Hoofing Mountain. Upon arrival, Li Zhoujun immediately sensed the scorching heat, even at the base of the mountain. Looking around, He observed the vibrant red maple leaves adorning Huifeng Mountain. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, the inner disciples responsible for guarding the gate had also noticed Li Zhoujun's arrival. Who is that elder? One disciple pondered. I don't know. But anyone who can appear out of thin air must at least possess the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Are you blind? Didn't you see the Mountain Lord's jade pendant hanging from his waist? Another disciple interjected. What? The Mountain Lord of Yunjun? That good for nothing? You foolish boy. Spending all day cooped up playing cards has left you daft. Just 2 days ago, the Mountain Lord of Yunjun defeated the Murong Mountain Lord, who is no match for our own master. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be joking. I'm not joking. The Mountain Lord of Yunjun is indeed a formidable power. We were all deceived by his disguise. Then what are we discussing here? Shouldn't we go pay our respects to the Mountain Lord of Yunjun? Once the gatekeeping disciples realized the situation, they hurriedly bowed to Li Zhoujun, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the Mountain Lord of Yunjun. There's no need for formalities. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. The conversation among the disciples had reached Li Zhoujun's ears verbatim. However, as the Mountain Lord, he had no intention of quarreling with these gatekeeping disciples. Please notify your Mountain Lord, Li Zhoujun smiled, and inform them that the Lord of Yunju Mountain has come to visit. A respectful gatekeeper disciple replied, I will report this immediately. Thank you. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. He then stood beside the gate of Huifeng Mountain, causing the other gatekeeper disciples to break into a cold sweat. At that moment in Huifeng Hall, Lu Yan was imparting his knowledge of cultivation to his newly accepted disciple, Yiyu. Suddenly, the voice of the approaching gatekeeper disciple echoed from outside the hall. Mountain Lord, the Lord of Yunju Mountain has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's expression changed instantly. That crafty Li Lalu had indeed come to settle scores. Panic surged within him as he recalled how he had been utterly defeated by Murong Shuecht, who herself had fallen to Li Zhoujun. This was tantamount to acknowledging that he was no match for Li Zhoujun. With this thought, Lu Yan hurriedly instructed the waiting gatekeeper disciple outside the hall, Go tell the Lord of Yunju Mountain that this seat is currently, suddenly. Li Zhoujun's voice interrupted him from outside. Lu Mountain Lord, the sun is too fierce down here, so I decided to come up myself. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? With a gentle smile on his face, Li Zhoujun, dressed in a green robe, entered Huifeng Hall. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun's beaming expression, Lu Yan felt his mind go blank, thinking to himself, Damn it, this old six has come, it's all over. Chapter 11. A sword falls, the law body shatters ha ha ha. The esteemed presence of Lu Mountain Lord is indeed a cause for celebration. How could I possibly blame you? Lu Yan laughed heartily, though his heart was in turmoil. Damn it, your power surpasses mine. You are the master, and I am but a servant. Surely, one cannot strike a smiling face, can they? Ha ha ha, Lu Mountain Lord, your words suggest we are on friendly terms, Li Zhoujun chuckled. Lu Yan had failed to recognize that Li Zhoujun was someone who would not be easily intimidated. Back when Li Zhoujun was unable to cultivate, he had often faced Lu Yan's ridicule during disciple recruitment at Daotian sect, and Li Zhoujun vividly remembered those humiliating remarks. It seemed to stem from that disciple recruitment event over a decade ago, where Lu Yan had brazenly joked from his seat among the Mountain Lords, Li Mountain Lord. Since we sit so close each time, our relationship must be quite good. In a few decades, when you leave, why not entrust Yunju Mountain to me for care? At that time, Li Zhoujun could only endure the ridicule with a forced smile. Now, Lu Yan believed that Li Zhoujun had become a cultivator of the fusion realm, and he felt cornered. However, driven by his mission, Li Zhoujun had no intention of letting Lu Yan off easily. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Lu Yan's expression changed. He turned to Yiyu and instructed, Yiyu, please go cultivate in your own quarters. Yes, master, Yiyu replied, feeling a bit anxious. Fortunately, although he had once held the Lord of Yunju Mountain in disdain, he had not offended him. Relieved by Lu Yan's dismissal, Yiyu quickly took his leave. Li Zhoujun made no move to stop him. After Yiyu's figure disappeared, Lu Yan turned to Li Zhoujun, his expression grave. What exactly do you intend, Li Mountain Lord? I admit I once looked down on you and often mocked you, but the fault lies with you. Had you not concealed your true strength, how could I have derided you as merely a mortal? In this world, the strong rule while the weak must submit. At that time, I thought I was stronger than you. Mocking you was no issue, right? Now that you are stronger, if you wish to do something to me, then so be it. Ha, I, Li Zhoujun, am not like you. A true strong person is willing to grant the freedom of the weak. No strong individual has ever grown mighty by trampling the weak. True strength comes from overcoming those who are their equals or even stronger, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan furrowed his brow. So, according to your words, you did not come to settle scores today, given that I am weaker than you. One thing at a time, I did come to settle scores. Let us practice, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Lu Yan exclaimed, You came to settle scores. Yet you were just speaking in vain? Do not worry, I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. Are you certain? Lu Yin was taken aback by Li Zhoujun's words. Then a cold laugh escaped him. Throughout his career, no one of the same realm had ever defeated him. He could not comprehend Li Zhoujun's arrogance. Instead of leveraging his superior realm, he wished to suppress his cultivation for a duel. It was truly a display of foolish pride. Of course, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Very well, Lu Yin agreed readily. The two then transformed into beams of light, soaring towards the skies above Woofing Mountain. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of Daodian sect exchanged glances, relishing the unfolding spectacle. The Lord of Yunju Mountain is seeking out Lu Yin. Indeed. It appears Lu Yin is in for a tough time today, especially since even Murong Shui was defeated by Li Zhoujun. Let us watch. I enjoy seeing Lu Yin face adversity, especially since he often looks down on others. The scene shifted. Li Zhoujun and Lu Yin stood thousands of feet above. Facing each other. Li Mountain Lord, please, Lu Yin said, channeling his true sun law body. His eyes transformed into two blazing suns, while a colossal fiery phantom loomed behind him, crowned with a radiant sun, exuding an immense presence. With the emergence of Lu Yan's true sun law body, the temperature in the surrounding area surged, as if a second sun had appeared in the heavens. Then I shall not hold back. Beneath Lu Yan's towering law body, Li Zhoujun, appearing as insignificant as dust, chuckled. As he spoke, Li Zhoujun summoned his 7th grade life sword, Xianxiaaudiobooks, which soared from within him. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yan's eyes widened in shock, his voice booming like thunder. Li Mountain Lord, what do you mean? Did you not say you would suppress your cultivation to match mine? Why then employ the 7th grade sword? The 7th grade life sword of a fusion realm cultivator was not something a mere virtual immortal could contend with. It was akin to an ordinary person facing a Gatling gun that could fire automatically. How could one possibly fight back? Furthermore, virtual immortal was merely another term for a cultivator of the return to void realm. They were not true immortals. Indeed, I did mention suppressing my cultivation to match yours. But I never said I couldn't use my treasures. If you are dissatisfied, you may also use your treasures, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Lu Yan's expression darkened instantly, gritting his teeth. You old six, you lack martial ethics. With your kind of behavior. How can you claim that the strong grant the weak freedom? Don't you feel embarrassed saying such things? Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. When did I ever admit to being a strong person? Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to receive my sword. Li Zhoujun flashed a smile, controlling the Xianxiaaudiobooks sword from afar, directing it towards Lu Yan's colossal law body. Seeing this, Lu Yan was alarmed and hastily raised his massive arms to block the Xianxiaaudiobooks sword. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Lu Yan's law body shattered beneath Li Zhoujun's strike, dissipating into countless sparks of spiritual light. With a single sword stroke, the law body shattered. The might of Li Mountain Lord's sword was terrifying. Indeed, what else could a sword immortal be, after all? Meanwhile, the other mountain lords gazed in awe as Li Zhoujun severed Lu Yan's true sun law body with a single strike, expressing their reflections. This sword serves as a lesson for you. In the sky, Li Zhoujun gazed at the shattered form of Lu Yan, who, despite his disheveled appearance, spoke with an air of indifference. Cough, cough. Lu Yan covered his chest, his complexion far from pleasant. I concede defeat, for my skills are inferior. Yet, beneath his calm facade, Lu Yan's thoughts were laced with curses. You despicable Li Zhoujun, your words are as empty as a fart. If I ever trust you again, I'll be a dog. With Lu Yan's admission of defeat, the system began to dispense rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding! The system grants the reward, the 9 serpent carriage. 9 serpent carriage, a carriage drawn by 9 ethereal dragons, wholly obedient to the host. Chapter 12. An invitation from the aristocracy, a carriage drawn by 9 ethereal dragons. Li Zhoujun was taken aback by the system's description. In this world, it was akin to possessing a Lamborghini or Ferrari on Earth. However, setting aside the 9 serpent carriage for the moment, Li Zhoujun turned to Lu Yan, who had conceded, and said with a smile, I shall not disturb you any further, Master Lu. Farewell. On his way from Woofing Mountain, Li Zhoujun eagerly inquired of the system, how do I summon this 9 serpent carriage? Ding! The host may summon it at will. And 9 dragons will soar from various locales to draw the carriage for the host. So that is how it works, Li Zhoujun nodded, his heart swelling with excitement. Ethereal level powerhouses, even within the Daodian sect, were akin to the leaders of mountains. In the outside world, they were formidable beings, capable of dominating the entire Qingzhou. And now, with 9 ethereal dragons pulling his carriage, it was something others could scarcely imagine. Just then, the voice of Mu Taiyu reached his ears, master of cloud residents. Please make your way to the Daotian Hall for a discussion. The Daotian Hall was where the higher-ups of the Daotian sect convened. Upon arriving, Li Zhoujun found not only Mu Taiyu present but also Murong Shui. Master of the sect, Master Murong, Li Zhoujun greeted the two politely. Master of Cloud Residence. Please take a seat, Mu Taiyu said with a warm smile. Li Zhoujun, without hesitation, sat beside Murong Shui. May I ask why you summoned me, sect master? He inquired directly. Mu Taiyu chuckled. It is not a grave matter. As both of you are aware, while our Daotian sect is recognized as the foremost sect in Qizhou, this is merely surface level. In the shadows, there exist several hidden families and sects, some of which possess strength that rivals ours, and a few that may even surpass us. Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui did not refute this, as Mu Taiyu spoke the truth. After all, Qingzhou was vast, and many forces had birthed true immortals. Not merely the Daotian sect. While these families might be slightly weaker than the Daotian sect, they possessed certain unknown trump cards that made them significantly stronger than many others. After all, it is said that a dead camel is larger than a horse. At this point, Mu Taiyu continued. I have summoned you both to represent our Daotian sect at an aristocratic banquet. After much consideration, I believe you two are the most suitable candidates. Do you have the time? I do, Murong Shui replied. The gazes of Mu Taiyu and Murong Shui then turned to Li Zhoujun. Ding, the system issues a task. Attend the aristocratic banquet as per Mu Taiyu's invitation, and the host will receive unexpected benefits. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun naturally did not decline Mu Taiyu's request. He smiled. It would be delightful to witness the grandeur of the aristocracy. Excellent. This matter is settled then. The banquet is hosted by the Shui family of Dazhang Mountain. Celebrating the breakthrough of their ancestor into the harmonization stage, Mu Taiyu explained. Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui immediately understood Mu Taiyu's intentions. While he appeared to be sending them to congratulate the Shui family's ancestor, he was, in fact, sending them to assert the strength of the Daotian sect, reminding the Shui family that having an ancestor in the harmonization stage does not grant them immunity from consequences. The Daotian sect, the paramount sect of Qingzhou, was not to be trifled with. When does the banquet commence? Li Zhoujun inquired. In 10 days, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. You two may discuss your departure time. Very well. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui said. Safe travels, Mu Taiyu nodded in response. Outside the Daotian Hall, Murong Shui suggested to Li Zhoujun, shall we depart in 7 days? Agreed, Li Zhoujun affirmed. After a moment's thought, Murong Shui asked, how is that girl who joined your sect? Li Zhoujun chuckled. The little girl has great talent. Under my guidance, she broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement on her first attempt. She truly is a gifted individual. Indeed, Master Li, you must diligently teach this girl, lest you waste such a promising seed, Murong Shui remarked with a hint of admiration. Of course, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile, then bid farewell, Master Murong. I shall see you in 7 days. Until then, Murong Shui replied. Upon arrival at his location, Li Zhoujun noticed that Su Nin appeared somewhat glum. What troubles you? He asked, observing her furrowed brow. Su Nin suddenly had tears in her eyes and replied, Master, I just received a letter from home. A demonic force known as the Blood Refining Sect has emerged near my family's home in Pingyu City. They are forcibly demanding the surrounding cities to provide 100 young boys and girls daily for their cultivation. One of my cousins has already been sent to them. Ding, a task is issued. Destroy the Blood Refining Sect within 3 days. The host will receive generous rewards. Seeing the task from the system, Li Zhoujun gently patted Su Nan's head and said, do not worry, my dear. I happen to be attending a banquet and will pass through Pingyu City, where I can conveniently deal with the Blood Refining Sect. You may accompany me, and we can also visit your family. Thank you, Master, Su Nan exclaimed. Her spirits lifted upon hearing this. She understood that her master was among the most formidable beings in the world, with such strength. Merely a thought could reduce the Blood Refining Sect to ashes. No need for thanks. As my disciple, no one shall allow you to suffer, Li Zhoujun said confidently. He then took out paper and pen, writing a letter to Murong Shui, requesting to meet in Pingyu City in 7 days. After finishing, he summoned the Aoshui flying sword to deliver the letter. Done so quickly? Li Zhoujun marveled. The Aoshui flying sword, in response, seemed to nod as its blade bent slightly, resembling a person agreeing. Very good, Li Zhoujun chuckled, patting the sword's blade before storing the seemingly frozen Aoshui flying sword within his dantian. Su Nin watched this scene with immense curiosity. Li Zhoujun explained, when magical artifacts reach a certain level, they can gain sentience. My flying sword can even transform into a human form. Su Nan was left speechless, her little face reflecting her astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun contemplated finding an opportunity to see the Aoshui flying sword take human form next time. He wondered whether it would be male or female and how it would look. Chapter 13. The chubby and slim messengers let us set forth to Pingyu City now. Li Zhoujun said to Su Nan. Thank you, master, Su Nan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before realizing and reddening her eyes. She had not expected her master to care so deeply for her feelings, rushing to act upon learning of the danger to her family. System. Swiftly summon the 9-serpent carriage. I can hardly contain my eagerness to experience it, Li Zhoujun said with a wide grin. As soon as his words fell, the scene unfolded. The waters of the lake at Yunju Mountain suddenly surged, forming a vortex at its center. Roars resounded, deafeningly echoing from the depths of the whirlpool. Then, 9 fierce and menacing dragon serpents, cloaked in black scales, emerged, pulling a grand palanquin and soaring into the skies with a wall of water cascading behind them. The appearance of these 9 dragons left the various mountain lords of Daodian's sect in utter shock. 9 dragons of the immortal realm. This aura seems to be emanating from Yunju Mountain. Could it be that the master of Yunju Mountain has raised these dragons? As the powerful figures of Daodian's sect pondered this, the 9 dragons circled above Yunju Mountain, their imposing presence overwhelming the spirit beast within the sect, forcing them to cower in fear, trembling without daring to lift their heads. Goodness. 9 dragons of the immortal level pulling a palanquin. What a display of grandeur from the master of Yunju Mountain. This master has been hiding too deeply, now. They have truly revealed themselves. The emergence of these 9 dragons is nothing short of ostentatious wealth. I must admit, I am envious. Meanwhile, the mountain lords of Daodian's sect gazed intently towards the skies above Yunju Mountain, their hearts racing in astonishment. Mu Taiyu stepped out of Daodian Hall, glancing up at the 9 dragons. Upon seeing the majestic palanquin, he silently lamented that perhaps he should opt for walking next time, as his mount, the Xianyu crane, seemed rather insignificant in comparison to these 9 dragons. At Huofeng Mountain, Lu Yin gazed at the 9 dragons above Yunju Mountain, instantly falling silent. Why did I speak so recklessly before? Not only did I fail to withstand Li Zhoujun's sword strike today, but even the 9 dragon serpents pulling the palanquin would be a formidable challenge for me. Of course, I could certainly handle them one by one. It must be so. This was Lu Yin's last flicker of determination. Yunju Mountain. Is this the legendary dragon? When Su Nin looked up and saw the 9 fearsome serpents circling above, she was rendered speechless in shock. Li Zhoujun chuckled. They are merely dragon serpents. As his words fell, he waved his sleeve, summoning spiritual energy that enveloped Su Nin and placed her upon the palanquin, pulled by the 9 dragons. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun commanded the 9 dragons to depart from Daodian's sect, heading towards Pingyu City amidst the envious gazes of the mountain lords. At that moment, in Pingyu City, the bustling streets were filled with people coming and going. However, the faces of these passers-by were marked by worry and numbness, casting a pall of gloom over the entire city. Then, 2 figures clad in black robes, one thin and one stout, swaggered through the gates of Pingyu City. Upon seeing their attire, the pedestrians were seized by fear, scattering like birds and beasts. For these 2 were the messengers of the blood refinement sect. Simultaneously, the stout messenger revealed a cruel smile as he raised his hand, unleashing a burst of blood-red spiritual energy that obliterated a fleeing pedestrian, reducing them to a mass of flesh. A life extinguished just like that. If you run again, your fate will be the same, the stout messenger sneered. Under the intimidation of the stout messenger, the crowd had no choice but to halt their steps. Sir Messenger, we from Pingyu City already offered up 50 boys and girls to your sect yesterday. A woman in the crowd cried out, her voice trembling with fear. Bang! The next moment, a dull thud echoed as the woman was turned into a mist of blood, her remains scattering into the air. In the eyes of the stout figure in black, human life was as inconsequential as weeds. Do you not recall what this messenger stated upon first arriving here? You and the neighboring cities must provide 100 boys and girls to our blood refinement sect daily. The stout messenger slowly withdrew his hand, casting a cold smile at the crowd. Enough, do not frighten others. At this moment, the thin messenger chimed in, then turned to the pedestrians with a cheerful demeanor. The neighboring cities have already supplied 50 boys and girls. The remaining 50 must be gathered from Pingyu City. If you cannot present them by tonight, we will have no choice but to slaughter your city. The crowd felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. They understood that in the eyes of these messengers from the blood refinement sect, their lives were as insignificant as ants, easily extinguished. To speak up was to meet the same fate as that unfortunate woman. Old Shin, we visited the Qin family in Pingyu City yesterday. Today, let us proceed to the Su family. Last time, our sect leader praised the boys we brought from the Su family. The blood pills made from the children of these affluent families are of the highest quality, the stout messenger remarked, smiling at the thin messenger. Agreed, the thin messenger replied. Thus, the 2 of them made their way towards the Su family estate. At the Su family estate, the assembly hall was filled with the senior members of the Su family. Patriarch, The fiends of the blood refinement sect are approaching our Su family, the eldest elder exclaimed, his expression filled with wrath as he looked towards the middle-aged man with graying hair at the head of the hall. What can they do to these cultivators? We mortals are no different from sheep awaiting slaughter, the middle-aged man replied bitterly. This man was Su Hong, the patriarch of the Su family and Su Nan's father. Upon hearing Su Heng's words, the other elders felt deflated, their spirits sinking. Indeed, they were powerless to resist against the cultivators. Just half a month ago, shortly after Su Nan's departure, a group from the blood refinement sect had arrived in Pingyu City. Among them was an elder clad in black robes, who with a mere gesture had destroyed the city lord's estate, leaving the citizens in a state of despair, their will to resist utterly crushed. Ah, you are all here. Have you decided which boys and girls you will hand over to us? At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from outside the hall. The stout and thin figures in black robes entered the Su family's assembly hall, drawing fearful gazes from the assembled members. Didn't you just take a boy from our Su family 2 days ago? The eldest elder exclaimed, his excitement evident upon seeing the two figures. Seeking death. The stout messenger snorted coldly, striking out with a palm that reduced the eldest elder to a mist of blood before the terrified eyes of the Su family members. You. The stout messenger sneered at Su Hong, who dared not voice his anger. You mortals are prone to trouble. If I do not make an example, you will not obey. By tonight, the Su family must deliver one boy or girl or face total annihilation. The senior members of the Su family were enraged, their faces reddening. Yet they dared not utter a word of defiance. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Above Pingyu City, dark clouds began to gather, and the sound of dragon roars reverberated throughout the city. The citizens, upon hearing the dragon's roar, looked up in awe. Their expressions akin to crashing waves. The wind comes from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. There are 9 dragons. What? The legendary dragons? Could it be that the dragon kings are displeased with the fiends of the blood refinement sect and intend to eradicate them? No, look. Behind these 9 dragon kings, there is a palanquin, and 2 figures are standing upon it. What? A palanquin pulled by the dragon kings? Could they be divine beings? Wonderful. Our Pingyu City is saved. Accordingly, the citizens of Pingyu City fell to their knees, sincerely worshipping the palanquin in the sky. Meanwhile, within the Su family assembly hall, the portly and slender emissaries of the blood refinement sect appeared to sense an inexplicable trepidation emanating from their hearts. After exchanging a glance, they exited the Su family estate, only to behold 9 imposing dragon-like creatures, drawing a palanquin, hastening toward the Su family's grand courtyard. If I surmise correctly, these must be 9 dragons of the virtual immortal realm, the stout emissary remarked, swallowing hard. Indeed, you are correct. They are indeed 9 dragons of the virtual immortal realm. I wonder if the one capable of commanding such formidable beasts is merely passing through. The lean emissary replied somberly. Such a powerful being, should they encounter injustice, could easily obliterate the blood refinement sect. Not only would the 2 of them, possessing golden elixirs, be unable to withstand such might, but the entire sect would likely perish in an instant. The stout emissary chuckled, rest assured. A being of such caliber would hardly concern themselves with mere ants in a small town like Pingyu. Even if thousands were to perish before their eyes, they would remain indifferent. Suddenly, an elder of the Su family pointed skyward, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Su Hong hurriedly glanced at the figure atop the palanquin. Indeed, it was his daughter. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun maneuvered the 9 dragons, hovering above the Su family courtyard. The proximity to the 9 dragons intensified the sense of primal fear among the Su family members, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The sight was utterly terrifying. The stout and slender emissaries appeared laughably insignificant before the 9 dragons. Junior of the blood refinement sect, I, Qin Kai, pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Junior of the blood refinement sect, I, Chu He, also pay my respects. At that moment, both the stout and slender emissaries, with expressions of sheer terror, knelt before Li Zhoujun atop the palanquin, bowing in reverence. Panic ensued within them, for they had just overheard a member of the Su family proclaiming that the young maiden standing beside the esteemed elder was the Su family's precious daughter. Tell me, where is the blood refinement sect? Li Zhoujun inquired gently, a warm smile gracing his face as he addressed the stout emissary. Elder, we cannot divulge that information. The stout emissary responded, his smile more grotesque than tears, as he realized that the blood refinement sect had placed a curse upon them. Mentioning the location of the sect would lead to their demise. The Su family members, witnessing the once arrogant emissaries transform into fearful mice at the sight of the youth beside Su Nan, felt a surge of satisfaction. Since you refused to speak, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Li Zhoujun declared, ceasing further inquiries. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned the stout emissary, levitating him before himself. Then, Placing his hand upon the emissary's crown, he employed the soul-searching technique. As Li Zhoujun delved into the stout emissary's memories, witnessing gruesome scenes, his brow furrowed in concern. Once he obtained the information he sought, he disdainfully discarded the now mindless stout emissary, casting him into the Su family courtyard with a resounding thud. The slender emissary, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, unable to escape under the watchful gaze of the 9 dragons. Li Zhoujun pointed from a distance, sending a beam of spiritual light into the slender emissary's body, shattering his golden elixir in the next moment. These 2 have been rendered useless. Feel free to dispose of them as you wish. Consider it a gift from me to the Su family. Li Zhoujun remarked with a light chuckle, addressing the Su family. As his words echoed, a couple rushed from the throng of the Su family, dragging the stout and slender emissaries away. The Su family made no attempt to intervene, for it was this very couple whose child had been taken by the emissaries. Moments later, the estate resonated with heart-wrenching cries of despair. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. The Su family members bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun, who stood nonchalantly in the palanquin. No need for thanks. He waved his hand dismissively before leaping down from the palanquin, landing gracefully in the Su family courtyard. Go and see your father, he smiled at Su Nan. Thank you, master, Su Nan replied, her eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at Li Zhoujun. Father, Su Nan exclaimed as she rushed into Su Heng's embrace, her heart aching at the sight of his graying hair. You've gone white, she lamented. It's nothing. By the way, have you joined the Dao Tian sect? Su Heng gently patted her back, inquiring softly. Yes, father. My master is the one who just saved our family. Su Nan replied, her spirits lifting as she beamed. Your master is quite youthful, isn't he? Su Heng remarked in astonishment, then his expression shifted to worry. Your master has incapacitated the blood refinement sect's emissary. With your 7th uncle and aunt having tormented them, they will undoubtedly retaliate. Su Nan whispered to her father. Do not worry, father. I'll let you in on a secret. My master is the mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect. What? Su Heng exclaimed, visibly shaken. Although he did not practice cultivation, he had heard of the 108 mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect. Each reputedly possessed the power to scorch mountains and boil seas, true celestial beings. The blood refinement sect would not even have the qualifications to shine their shoes in their presence. Chapter 15, The Nangong Sisters Mountain Lord. I am Su Heng, the head of the Su family. My daughter can be quite willful. Should she err in any way, please feel free to discipline her. She is tough-skinned and can take it, Su Heng said, hastily bowing upon learning of Li Zhoujun's esteemed status as the mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect. Hearing this, Su Nan stuck out her pink tongue, realizing how fortunate she was to have such a father. You flatter me, Su family head. You have raised a remarkable daughter. Li Zhoujun responded with a light chuckle, genuinely appreciative. Had Su Nan chosen another mountain lord, Li Zhoujun would not have interfered, as he had already received his rewards from the system. Your praise is too much. I am overwhelmed, Su Heng replied, clearly taken aback, sensing that his daughter was favored by this mountain lord. Thus, the astute Su Heng seized the opportunity to flatter further, to command 9 dragons. You must indeed be a celestial being. I entrust my daughter to your guidance, which brings me great peace as her father. This flattery was well received by Li Zhoujun, who had indeed summoned the 9 dragons for a purpose beyond mere speed. It was all for the spectacle. I am unworthy of your praise, Li Zhoujun humbly responded. At that moment, Su Heng asked, Mountain Lord, what shall we do about the blood refinement sect? Li Zhoujun waved his hand, interrupting Su Heng. The blood refinement sect engages in nefarious activities beneath the very eyes of the Dao Tian sect. As the mountain lord, I will not let them go unpunished. Upon hearing this, Su Heng felt a weight lift from his heart, relieved that Li Zhoujun would not simply abandon them. Fearing that Pingyu City would become a target for the blood refinement sect's wrath, Li Zhoujun then advised Su Nan, spend quality time with your father. As your cultivation deepens, you may find yourself in seclusion for many years. Yes, master, Su Nan replied, though a hint of sadness lingered in her heart. Su Heng, however, remained optimistic. Gently patting Su Nan's head, Daughter, it is wonderful to have you by my side, but if you can grow stronger, it brings me even greater joy. Li Zhoujun smiled, his form flickering before reappearing atop the 9 dragons. He turned to Su Nan, I will return in 7 days to retrieve you. With that, Li Zhoujun guided the 9 dragons toward the location of the blood refinement sect. Su Nan watched as he gradually transformed into a distant black dot against the sky, reflecting on her time at Yunji Mountain, feeling as though it had all been a dream. So surreal. Father, Su Nan playfully pouted, giving her father a light punch on the chest, akin to a child seeking affection. Upon witnessing this scene of familial bliss, Su Heng felt a wave of emotion, realizing that it would be challenging to witness his daughter's playful antics again. Yet, Simultaneously, he brimmed with pride, for his daughter had entered the esteemed Daotian sect under the tutelage of its mountain lord, promising a future of boundless potential. Master of the house, you have raised a splendid daughter, remarked an envious elder from the Su family. Not long ago, several of their own offspring had sought celestial opportunities within the Daotian sect. Meanwhile, in the somber rain-laden mountains of the blood-refining sect, where perpetual clouds shrouded the sky and gentle drizzles fell, the sect's headquarters was nestled halfway up a towering mountain, aptly named Blood-Refining Mountain. Below its heights, 3 young women clad in white gathered. Their beauty was ethereal, reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers, and they bore a striking resemblance to one another. It was clear they were triplets. The eldest, Nangong Anren, the second, Nangong Sinan, and the youngest, Nangong Yuran. Nangong Anren, spoke the second sister, her brow furrowed. The blood-refining sect's ancestor possesses a perfected nascent soul cultivation, mere steps away from transcending to the divine transformation realm. While we may not fear him when united, the risk of suffering severe injuries looms large. Is it truly worth it for that lad, Lin Yishang? After all, our admirers in the cultivation world could encircle this blood-refining mountain thrice over. Nangong Anren replied, he bears a jade pendant that grants access to the void immortal tomb. That alone makes it worthwhile. The youngest, Nangong Yuran, pouted, oh come on, elder sister. It seems you have taken a liking to that lad since he saved your life when you were gravely injured. Besides, even if we acquire the pendant for the void immortal tomb, we must survive to use it. Do not speak foolishly. You too. If you're afraid, stay here and wait for me, Nangong Anren retorted. Nangong Sinan frowned. What nonsensical talk is this? If we were afraid, we would have stealthily followed you when you slipped away just now. Nangong Anren sighed, a mix of exasperation and amusement flickering across her face. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The clouds above thickened, and the air was filled with ominous dragon roars. Before the triplets' eyes, the spectacle of 9 dragons pulling a palanquin emerged. Someone dared to employ 9 dragons of the void immortal level to draw a carriage. Nangong Yuran's expression was one of shock, uncertain whether this powerful figure was friend or foe. Nangong Anren, however, furrowed her brow in concern. The young man atop the 9-dragon palanquin bore an extraordinary appearance, and it seemed improbable that he belonged to the nefarious blood-refining sect. Perhaps he aimed to bring about its downfall. Meanwhile, Nangong Sinan feigned indifference, adopting the demeanor of a bystander. You, with your superficial judgments, will learn a harsh lesson in the future, Nangong Anren chided, poking her sister's forehead playfully. As the Nangong sisters exchanged words, Li Zhoujun's gaze pierced through the atmosphere, landing upon their direction. The moment his eyes swept over them, an invisible pressure, akin to a mountain, abruptly descended upon them. Fortunately, this oppressive force was fleeting. This powerful being has noticed us, but refrained from attacking. It seems he harbors ill intentions towards the blood-refining sect, Nangong Yuran stated, her face pale. Her sisters nodded in agreement. Who could this individual possibly be? I have pondered all the formidable figures in Qingzhou and cannot identify him, Nangong Sinan remarked, observing the imposing presence of Li Zhoujun atop the palanquin. Such a powerful figure should have a name that resonates throughout Qingzhou, she continued, comparing him to the flamboyant Liu Yan, whose fiery red robes made his identity as the master of Huifeng Mountain in the Daotian sect immediately recognizable. The master of Daotian sect Yunji Mountain. Where is that old ancestor of the blood-refining sect? Is he not coming forth to meet his end? Li Zhoujun's voice thundered like spring thunder, resounding across the entirety of blood-refining mountain. The revelation of Li Zhoujun's identity sent waves of astonishment through the hearts of the Nangong sisters. To think that the master of Daotian sect would appear here, Nangong Sinan expressed disbelief. After all, the masters of Daotian sect were renowned for their extraordinary powers and lofty status. For a lowly cultivator, merely hearing their legends was a lifetime's fortune, let alone witnessing their true forms. However, with his status as the master of Daotian sect, it was no surprise that he commanded 9 dragons of the void immortal level. Indeed, the Yunju Mountain Lord is well known in Qizhou, Nangong Anren mused. But I recall he was infamous not for his strength but rather as a cultivation failure. Yet, it seems the rumors may be unfounded. Perhaps this Yunju Mountain Lord has been biding his time, enduring humiliation until he achieved great success and no longer needed to conceal his true power, she speculated. At that moment, admiration shone in Nangong Sinan's eyes as she regarded Li Zhoujun. Wow, elder sister. I can't help but feel you might want to become like this Yunju Mountain Lord, teased Nangong Yuran, only to dampen the mood with. But don't get your hopes up. His ability to tame 9 dragons of the void immortal level suggests he has attained a far deeper realm of cultivation. Even if he sought a companion, it is unlikely he would choose you. Hey, don't curse me, you little brat. As the saying goes, one must dare to dream and act, Nangong Sinan retorted. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from within Blood Refining Mountain, an elder announcing, I, Blood Refining Z. Pay my respects to the Yunju Mountain Lord. As the words left his mouth, crimson mist swirled above Blood Refining Mountain, coalescing into the form of an elderly man in a red robe, bowing respectfully before Li Zhoujun. Prepare to meet your end, Li Zhoujun smirked. With that, the 9 dragons unleashed a deafening roar. Faced with the might of 9 void immortal dragons, the blood-refining ancestor quaked in terror, exclaiming, Yunju Mountain Lord. If you dare to kill me, my allies will not let you go. Ah, so you have backing. I shall see who dares to stand against me, Li Zhoujun sneered, commanding the 9 dragons to attack. The dragons obeyed, their mouths agape, unleashing 9 streams of nearly tangible white mist that surged toward the blood-refining ancestor. The chilling essence of this mist made even the Nangong sisters, positioned far below on the mountainside, shiver uncontrollably despite their attempts to resist with their full cultivation. Yet, just as the white mist drew near the blood-refining ancestor, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. His eyes glowed crimson, and blood energy poured forth from every pore, coalescing behind him into a massive, blood-red phantom that towered like a small mountain. This faceless apparition effortlessly dissipated the icy onslaught from the 9 dragons. What? The Nangong sisters, witnessing the effortless obliteration of the combined attack from the 9 void immortal dragons, widened their eyes in disbelief. Such formidable power belonged to the pinnacle of combat prowess in this era. At that very moment, in an unknown village, an old beggar, sprawled on the roadside in deep slumber, slowly opened his murky eyes, gazing towards the location where the blood-red phantom had manifested. The old beggar, with a yawn, gradually faded away before reappearing above the blood-red apparition and Li Zhoujun. Ah, I cannot see through this little child, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief upon spotting Li Zhoujun. However, at that moment, Li Zhoujun remained oblivious to the old beggar's sudden appearance, and the blood-red apparition also failed to notice him. Li Zhoujun's gaze was piercing as he stared at the blood-red figure behind Xianxia, scoffing. What sort of gutter trash dares to act so brazenly within the realm of my Daotian sect? You audacious little brat, you even dare to move my peace. The blood-red apparition, merely emitting the voice of an elder, chuckled, then shifted the tone of the conversation. A 9-headed dragon of the immortal realm? It seems I have found a worthy opponent to challenge. What an audacious claim. Who on earth is this person? The Nangong sisters gasped in astonishment, as the mention of a 9-headed dragon seemed to trivialize it, as if it were a mere everyday dish. They felt fortunate that the Lord of Yunju Mountain had arrived. Otherwise, she and her sisters would have been easily dispatched by this blood-red apparition. Do you think Lord of Yunju Mountain can contend with this sudden intruder? Nangong Shinran asked anxiously. Nangong Yuran, ever the optimist even in perilous situations, teased her sister, Sister, have you not yet recovered and already contemplate your wifely duties? Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes and retorted, if Lord of Yunju Mountain cannot withstand this, we are all doomed. Nangong Yuran, unconvinced by her sister's reasoning, was interrupted by Nangong Anran, who suddenly spoke up. This blood-red apparition reminds me of a legend. What legend? Nangong Shinran inquired. Nangong Anran elaborated. I once read in the wild histories of Qizhou about a blood ancestor who descended from the heavens a millennium ago, unleashing a vast sea of blood that devastated countless lives in Qingzhou. Eventually, a true immortal came forth and sealed the blood ancestor on Blood God Island, which lies 80,000 miles from Qingzhou. Sister, do you imply that this blood-red apparition is that blood ancestor? Nangong Shinran gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even if it were merely a fragment of that being, it would be beyond the capabilities of the Lord of Yunju Mountain. With concern, she glanced at Li Zhoujun, who, despite being a stranger, had already captivated her with his presence. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun chuckled, are you so certain that you can defeat me? The blood-red apparition responded with a hearty laugh. Young man, even this fragment of mine is invincible in this realm. Prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, the apparition unleashed a colossal hand towards Li Zhoujun. Wait, Li Zhoujun interjected suddenly. Oh, are you afraid? The blood-red apparition paused, surprised. Not at all. You seem quite formidable. Shall we make this interesting? Let us wager, Li Zhoujun proposed with a smile. Oh, what wager? The blood-red apparition's interest was piqued. If you cannot defeat me, you must call me father, Li Zhoujun stated boldly. Oh, and if you perish at my hands? The apparition queried. Li Zhoujun looked at him incredulously. Are you foolish? If I perish, you can do whatever you wish. The blood-red apparition was taken aback. Below, the Nangong sisters couldn't contain their laughter. The old beggar above, witnessing this exchange, smiled. This lad has a certain charm. It is rare to see someone so audaciously mock the blood old dog. Chapter 17. You have grown old, young man. Are you toying with me? The blood-red apparition's voice took on an irate tone. Li Zhoujun replied, Did you not claim that even this fragment of yours is unrivaled in the world? Why the cowardice now? Humph, insolent brat. Prepare to die. The blood-red apparition sneered, forming a massive blood-red fist, charged with overwhelming force, aimed at Li Zhoujun. At that moment, the system issued a task. Ding. The blood ancestor does not regard the host at all. The system has issued a task for the host to astonish the blood ancestor, with incredible rewards to follow. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Zhoujun understood that it was time to display his prowess. He smirked and declared, You, a mere blood ancestor, truly believe yourself unparalleled? Today, I shall show you what it means to be the new generation, as the waves of the Yangtze push the previous ones to the shore. The blood-red apparition was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Li Zhoujun would recognize him and harbor such disdain. His anger surged. You insolent brat. Knowing who I am and still treating me with such contempt, I shall see if you possess the strength to back it up. As the blood ancestor's furious voice echoed, his descending fist grew even more formidable, exuding a terrifying aura that caused the Nangong sisters below to quicken their heartbeats, nearly choking them. The old beggar above, observing Li Zhoujun's confidence, began to realize that this young man was extraordinary. As the Nangong sisters and the old beggar watched the blood ancestor's colossal fist descend, Li Zhoujun made his move, launching a counterattack with a punch of his own. This punch, seemingly ordinary, struck the blood ancestor's fist with a resounding crash. A storm erupted around them as their fists collided, tearing the void and creating countless black fissures. The clash ended in a stalemate. Yet Li Zhoujun maintained an air of ease and composure. What? The blood ancestor, astonished, regarded Li Zhoujun, who had effortlessly withstood his blow. Though it was merely a fragment, it had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation realm. How could this young man face him without flinching? Could he have achieved the realm of great perfection? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully astonishing the blood ancestor. Ding! System rewards issued, automatic cultivation activated. Automatic cultivation? Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled at the system's reward. However, he needed to resolve the issue of the blood ancestor first. He turned to the apparition with a cold smile. You are growing old. This world now belongs to the youth. It would be best for you to refrain from embarrassing yourself. With a snort, the blood ancestor's fragment, having exerted tremendous power, could no longer maintain its form and began to dissipate. Yet, in its final moments, it heard Li Zhoujun's parting words. When your true form descends, remember to call me father. Seeking death. Before he could finish his retort, the blood ancestor's fragment vanished entirely. On Blood God Island, within a cave, an elder clad in a crimson robe suddenly opened his eyes wide, gritting his teeth in anger. This audacious boy dares to look down upon me. Once I emerge, I shall render you powerless, or I swear I shall not walk among men. As the elder's furious roar resonated, the entire Blood God Island trembled. After the blood ancestor's fragment had dissipated, the old beggar above sighed. When did such a young great perfection immortal emerge in Qingzhou? I truly am growing old. It is time for me to wander and enjoy the scenery. With that, the old beggar slightly bowed to Li Zhoujun before gradually fading away. The old beggar bowed to Li Zhoujun, feeling that he, lacking the strength of his blood ancestor's avatar, could not perceive his arrival. Given Li Zhoujun's cultivation as a great ascendant true immortal, he was certain that Li Zhoujun had already sensed his presence. Thus, he performed a bow before departing. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zhoujun was entirely unaware of the sudden appearance of another person above him. This master of Cloud Residence Mountain turned out to be a great ascendant true immortal. At this moment, the Nangong sisters gazed at Li Zhoujun on the Nine Dragons sedan with astonished expressions. After all, the blood ancestor had explicitly acknowledged Li Zhoujun's cultivation. This was indeed a great ascendant true immortal. Should he establish a sect, it would undoubtedly rival the Dao Tian sect, if not surpass it. Considering he was a living great ascendant true immortal. Spare me, Mountain Master. Simultaneously, the blood refinement ancestor looked at Li Zhoujun with panic. When the blood ancestor had suddenly appeared, he found himself unable to control his own body. Yet the scene of Li Zhoujun battling the blood ancestor was vividly etched in his mind. Die. Li Zhoujun sneered. As the 9 dragons beneath him unleashed 9 blasts of frost, instantly freezing the blood refinement ancestor along with his primordial spirit into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into fragments. The blood refinement ancestor had thus perished. However, the system had yet to issue the reward for the annihilation of the blood refinement sect, indicating that his task was not yet complete. Consequently, Li Zhoujun flicked his fingertip in the void. A beam of sword light shot forth from his index finger, transforming into the proud snow flying sword. Go and eliminate the members of the blood refinement sect, Li Zhoujun commanded the proud snow sword. The proud snow flying sword, receiving its orders, excitedly dashed into the blood refinement sect, commencing a chaotic massacre. We, the Nangong sisters, have met the master of Cloud Residence Mountain. Thank you for your timely rescue. At this moment, the Nangong sisters flew to a short distance before Li Zhoujun and clasped their fists in gratitude. In close proximity, the Nangong sisters could distinctly feel the immense pressure emanating from the nine-headed virtual dragons surrounding them. Just then, the proud snow-flying sword emerged from the blood refinement sect, transforming into a woman clad in a blue and white gown adorned with embroidered cold plums. Master, the members of the blood refinement sect have been dealt with by Proud Snow, but I discovered some ordinary people and cultivators still alive in the dungeons. The woman transformed from the Proud Snow flying sword reported. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, annihilating the blood refinement sect. Ding! The system issues rewards. Grade 1 Bingshuang sword. Ding! The system issues rewards. Bingshuang sword technique. Ding! The system issues rewards. Mid-stage primordial spirit cultivation. As the Proud Snow sword announced the destruction of the blood refinement sect, the system granted the rewards. Li Zhoujun contemplated the rewards, realizing that the Bingshuang sword and the Bingshuang sword technique could indeed be taught to Su Nan. Yes, Master, Proud Snow replied, then transformed into a stream of spiritual light that entered Li Zhoujun's body. Meanwhile, the Nangong sisters mused, so this is what it means to be a sword immortal. To slay one's enemies from 1,000 miles away with but a single thought? Just a mere notion can lead to the obliteration of an entire sect. Chapter 18, Mount Dazhao, Shui Family U3. What brings you here? Li Zhoujun inquired, directing his gaze towards the Nangong sisters. I see. The blood refinement sect has been destroyed. You may proceed as you wish, Li Zhoujun nodded, then took control of the nine-dragon sedan, departing amidst the respectful gazes of the Nangong sisters. Wow, second sister, I thought you were bold and daring. Why didn't you chat more with the master of Cloud Residence Mountain earlier? If it had gone well, I could have basked in some glory alongside elder sister. Nangong Yuran teased Nangong Xinyan. Nangong Xinyan rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent. She did wish to engage, but it was only through close contact with the master of Cloud Residence Mountain that she could truly feel the overwhelming pressure he exuded. It was not just embarrassing to approach him. Even speaking felt daunting. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Little girl, how have you found your time at home? Li Zhoujun asked Su Nan with a smile in the Su family's guest hall. It's been all right, Su Nan replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Her heart felt bitter. By the third day, her father had calmed down. Upon realizing he could cook, he insisted on preparing his own meals. By the 5th day, things escalated dramatically. Her father had entered training mode, and if he overslept in the morning, he would come running to say, "You lazy girl. How can you still be sleeping when the sun is high? Is this how you honor your master and your father?" Reluctantly, Su Nan had to get out of bed and begin her training. Mountain Master, my daughter will rely on your guidance in the future. Su Hong, realizing his daughter would soon be leaving home, spoke to Li Zhoujun with a hint of sadness. Rest assured, Su family head, this girl is my disciple, and no one shall bully her, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. That's good, Su Heng nodded repeatedly. All right, Su family head, I shall not trouble you further. Farewell, Li Zhoujun stood up to leave. Mountain Master, take care. Su Heng rose to send him off, and did not forget to remind Su Nan, who was following behind Li Zhoujun. Girl, make sure to listen to your master from now on, and don't anger him, understood? Don't worry, Dad, I know. You take care of your health too. Facing the impending farewell, Su Nan's eyes turned slightly red. She then followed Li Zhoujun out of the Su family residence. Master, what are we going to do now? Su Nan asked Li Zhoujun after composing herself. We are waiting for someone, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. No need to wait. I have arrived, a woman's voice echoed. I have met Master Murong. Su Nan greeted the newcomer, who was indeed Murong Shui. So soon? Li Zhoujun looked at Murong Shui in surprise. Murong Shui smirked, glancing at the dark spot in the sky. Your nine dragons sedan is quite conspicuous. It would be difficult not to find it. Then let us set off. Li Zhoujun grinned broadly. Shortly thereafter, aboard the nine dragon sedan, Li Zhoujun sat between two beautiful women, one large and one small, as they made their way toward the Shui family of Mount Dazhao. 3 days later, at Mount Dazhao, the Shui family residence was built against the mountainside. Although it was a residence, its scale rivaled that of a small city. At this moment, the Shui family was enveloped in an atmosphere of festivity, with guests coming and going at the entrance. Congratulations, congratulations. The Shui family patriarch has broken through to the combined body realm. The Shui family is now considered a top family in Qizhou. A guest congratulated the Shui family, addressing the middle-aged man standing at the door. This middle-aged man was Shuizhan, the family head and a powerful figure of the virtual immortal realm. Beside Shuizhan stood a handsome young man with an arrogant demeanor. He was Shuizhan's son and the young master of the Shui family, Shui Wenin. With the family ancestor breaking through to the combined body realm, Shui Wenin was undoubtedly the happiest. For having a powerful being in the family would ensure that no one would dare to look down on him in Qingzhou. Ha ha ha, my friend, you are too polite. Please, come inside. Shuizhan replied graciously to the speaking cultivator, though a proud demeanor remained etched on his face. Just then, dark clouds gathered above the Shui family residence. Suddenly, 9 virtual immortal-level dragons descended from the sky, pulling a sedan. Hiss. Which mighty figure dares to use 9 virtual immortal-level dragons to pull a sedan? This is terrifying. The moment those dragons approach, my blood surges with excitement. The cultivators outside the Shui family's entrance were shocked by this sight. Even Shuizhan, a virtual immortal, shifted from pride to solemnity. Oh, the woman standing on the sedan, I had the fortune of seeing her once. She is indeed the master of Murong from the Daotian sect. Hiss. If Master Murong can only stand beside that young man, who is he? At this moment, a cultivator recognized Murong Shui and gasped in disbelief. What a beautiful woman! Shui Wenin, the young master of the Shui family, felt as if his heart had been ensnared upon seeing Su Nan. Unlike ordinary young women, this girl in green appeared merely lovely at first glance. But the more one looked, the more one was captivated and unable to extricate themselves. Li Zhoujun, the master of Cloud Residence Mountain from the Daotian sect, accompanied his disciple Su Nan to congratulate the Shui family patriarch on successfully breaking through to the combined body realm, ascending to the pinnacle of Qingzhou. In the realm of the Daotian sect, the master of Ling Shui Mountain, Murong Shui, congratulates the ancestor of the Shui family for achieving the pinnacle of Qizhou. As the 9 dragons' carriage gradually halts in midair, Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui exchange words. The master of Yunju Mountain? Could it be that waste of a master from the Daotian sect? Has he taken on disciples? Yet, something feels amiss. If the master of Yunju Mountain were truly inept, how could he occupy such a central position? At this moment, several cultivators overhear Li Zhoujun's self-introduction and begin to engage in animated discussions. Upon learning that the young woman is indeed a disciple of the so-called waste master of Yunju Mountain, Shui Wenyuan turns to his father and conveys through thought, Father, is it possible that the Daotian sect intends for this disciple to form a matrimonial alliance with our Shui family? After all, a cultivator at the integration realm is among the elite within the Daotian sect. If that is the case, then we should acquiesce to their request. I have taken a liking to the Yunju Mountain disciple, Shui Wenyuan confidently asserts. Hearing his son's words, Shuizhan scrutinizes Su Nan, standing beside Li Zhoujun. And upon recognizing her as possessing a Saint-grade ice spiritual root, he solemnly remarks, You should refrain from such fanciful thoughts. The Yunju Mountain disciple possesses a Saint-grade ice spiritual root. If the master of Yunju Mountain were truly a waste, the Daotian sect would not allow one of such caliber to become his disciple. Clearly, the Yunju Mountain master is far more formidable than we have been led to believe. Just then, a terrifying aura erupts within the Shui family, manifesting as an elder clad in black and gold robes, with flowing white hair, traversing the void. We honor the ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, Shuizhan and the Shui family members kneel in reverence. I am the old man, Shui Wuliang, and I greet the 2 esteemed mountain masters. It is an honor for me that both mountain masters have graced this old man's banquet. He addresses Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui with respect. There is no need for such formalities, Elder Shui, Li Zhoujun replies with a cordial smile. Please, esteemed mountain masters, allow me to host you in my humble abode. Shui Wuliang invites with a smile. We are grateful for your hospitality, Elder Shui, Li Zhoujun acknowledges. As they converse, Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Su Nan and Murong Shui, descends from the 9 dragons' carriage. Shui Wuliang instructs the members of the Shui family, ensure the 9 dragon celestials from the Daotian sect are well tended. Any negligence will be met with the family's disciplinary measures. We understand. The Shui family members respond promptly. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun and his companions follow Shui Wuliang into the Shui family estate. Only those from the Daotian sect could elicit such a personal welcome from the Shui family's ancestor. The onlookers remark with admiration as they witness the procession. Meanwhile, Shui Wuliang leads Li Zhoujun, Su Nan, and Murong Shui through the expansive, city-like estate of the Shui family. Li Zhoujun communicates with the system, check-in. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the check-in task. Beep. The system grants a reward. 1 punch to annihilate integration. 1 punch to annihilate integration. The host's physical form can condense into an overwhelmingly powerful punch capable of slaying any cultivator beneath the transcendence realm. Note, this punch may only be used once. This is astounding. Li Zhoujun gasps in awe at the reward bestowed by the system. The integration realm represents a peak level of combat prowess in the Qizhou continent. As Li Zhoujun revels in the system's offerings, Sunan curiously surveys the Shui family estate. Although she hails from an affluent family, it is merely within the realm of mortals, and thus, encountering a cultivation family residing in a mansion resembling a small city leaves her quite astonished. Shui Wuliang, noticing her wonder, remarks, "The disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain possesses remarkable spirit." Elder Shui is jesting. Li Zhoujun responds with a slight smile. "This is no jest. Your esteemed disciple is a Saint-grade I spiritual root. To have such a disciple, the master of Yunju Mountain must indeed be extraordinary," Shui Wuliang replies with a grin. "If that is the case, then I may have been overly modest." Li Zhoujun laughs heartily. As they converse, they arrive at a grand plaza adorned with tables and banquet settings. We greet Elder Shui. The assembled guests rise to pay their respects upon seeing Shui Wuliang. As guests, there is no need for such formalities, Shui Wuliang responds with a smile as he introduces Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui to the attendees. These two are the masters of Yunju Mountain and Ling Shui Mountain. We greet the master of Ling Shui Mountain and the master of Yunju Mountain. The cultivators respectfully acknowledge. Though some cannot suppress a hint of mockery upon discovering the youth's identity as the master of Yunju Mountain, knowing him to be a thoroughgoing cultivation failure. Unlike the ancient Shui Wuliang, who has been sequestered for centuries. Nevertheless, out of respect for the Daotian sect, they grant Li Zhoujun the courtesy of addressing him as the master of Yunju Mountain. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. The gates of the Shui family erupt with a thunderous sound as the protective mountain array trembles violently, illuminating the void with countless golden runes that flicker ominously. As if on the verge of shattering, who dares to intrude upon the Shui family estate, knowing full well that our ancestor has broken through to the integration realm? Are they seeking death? As the cultivators gasp in shock, the multitude of runes explode. Almost instantaneously, a black mist streaks across the sky like a meteor, eventually halting above the plaza where the banquet is held, transforming into a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a white mask. Through the mask's eye openings, a pair of crimson eyes gleams with a ferocious intensity. Could this be the infamous crimson-eyed demon lord who stirred up a tempest in Qingzhou millennia ago? The crimson-eyed demon lord? Was he not slain by the transcendence experts of the Daotian sect? Yet, judging by his current prowess, he appears to have reached the integration realm. Upon recognizing the figure, some cultivators gasp in disbelief. Who dares to trespass on my Shui family estate? Shui Wuliang coldly inquires. What, old dog, do you not recognize me? The crimson-eyed demon lord sneers as he removes his mask, revealing an unremarkable youthful face. It's you. Shui Wuliang's expression shifts in shock before he coldly retorts. I never expected you to still be alive. Huh, old dog, if you are still alive, how could I possibly perish? The crimson-eyed demon lord scoffs. Since you have attained the integration realm, I have no gifts to present. So I offer you these two small dog heads instead. As the words leave his lips, two bloodied heads roll out from beneath his robe, coming to a stop at Shui Wuliang's feet. They belong to Shui Zhan, the head of the Shui family, and his son, Shui Wenyuan. A gasp ripples through the plaza as the cultivators recognize the heads of the very individuals who had welcomed them at the Shui family's entrance. The gruesome scene causes Li Zhoujun to glance anxiously at Su Nan, only to find that, while her face has paled somewhat, she exhibits no extreme reaction. Li Zhoujun, taken aback, quickly understands. In today's world, it is common for the destitute to freeze in the streets or for street violence to occur. Thus, the girl's demeanor is entirely reasonable. Impudence. At this moment, upon seeing the two severed heads, Shui Wuliang's expression darkens, and a terrifying aura erupts from him, exuding a power so formidable that it leaves the cultivators in the plaza pale with fear. Oh, are you angry? The crimson-eyed demon lord cackles madly at the enraged Shui Wuliang. When you drove your own daughter to her death, I did not see you this incensed. It was wise of me not to entrust her to you, given your current malevolent appearance. Upon hearing the words of the crimson-eyed demon lord, Shui Wuliang let out a cold snort. The demon lord, known as Chu Fan, had once been a mere mortal, a foolish lad devoid of wealth or status. By a twist of fate, he fell in love with Shui Wuliang's daughter, Shuiying. At that time, Shui Wuliang, the head of the Shui family, had already arranged a betrothal for his daughter with another clan before she was even born. Thus, when Shui Wuliang discovered that his daughter had fallen for a commoner, he was filled with wrath and hastily married her off to the other family that very night. Shuiying, a woman of fiery spirit, took her own life in the bridal chamber the following day. Upon learning this tragic news, Chu Fan was engulfed in despair. He contemplated ending his own life, but was instead taken under the wing of a demonic cultivator who made him a disciple. From that moment onward, he vowed to exact revenge upon the old dog. Shui Wuliang, for his beloved Inger. However, at that time, Shui Wuliang had already attained the strength of a virtual immortal. To avenge his love, Chu Fan knew he must increase his own power through relentless killing and alchemy. Eventually, he reached the Yuanying stage, but while he was slaughtering an entire city, he was struck down by a passing virtual immortal from the Daotian sect. Fortunately, Chu Fan had foreseen that his actions would soon attract the pursuit of righteous cultivators. So he had hidden a fragment of his Yuanying essence within a stone. Should he perish, this fragment would grant him a second chance at life. With his resurrection, Chu Fan chose to remain low-key for several millennia, only revealing himself once he broke through to the combined body stage a century ago. And now he had come to seek vengeance against Shui Wuliang. Chapter 20. A single fist could annihilate him. None of you shall leave today, and do not blame me. You can only hold the old dog Shui responsible for your misfortune. You shall all serve as stepping stones for my ascension into the tribulation realm. With these words, a bloodthirsty smile spread across Chu Fan's face, and a towering column of blood erupted from his form. A crimson barrier expanded from the top of his column, engulfing the entire Shui family estate in its sanguine embrace. Complete mastery of the combined body stage. The blood sacrifice formation. Those present were struck dumb with astonishment. This crimson-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, had actually attained the pinnacle of the combined body stage. Moreover, he was summoning a blood sacrifice formation, clearly intending to transform everyone present into alchemical essence. Could it be that this youth, like the blood-refining ancestor, is a pawn of the blood patriarch? At this moment, Li Zhoujun's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the term blood sacrifice formation. Shui Wuliang, witnessing Chu Fan's overwhelming aura, felt his once furious expression shift to one of sheer terror. Yunju Mountain Master, do you have any confidence in facing this fiend? Morong Shui asked Li Zhoujun, her voice heavy with concern. The crimson-eyed demon lord was at the height of the combined body stage, while she herself was merely at mid-combined body stage. Even with Shui Wuliang, who had just broken through to the initial stage, they were no match for him. Unless Li Zhoujun's strength could rival that of the pinnacle, they had little hope of survival. The disparity between each minor realm within the combined body stage should not be underestimated. Even a single minor realm could not be overcome by sheer numbers. To illustrate, a newly ascended practitioner at the initial stage could be likened to an infant, while one at mid-combined body stage resembled an adult. Though both are human, the gap is insurmountable. Could 100 infants contend with a single adult? The differences between mid-combined body stage and late-combined body stage, as well as between late-combined body stage and complete mastery, are even more pronounced. A single punch. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. You can only deliver one punch? Morong Shui replied bitterly. A single punch could annihilate him, Li Zhoujun remarked, the corner of his mouth twitching. Did Morong Shui think so little of him? Please do not boast, Morong Shui retorted, incredulous. To defeat a master at the pinnacle of the combined body stage, one must at least reach the tribulation realm, right? Of course, I am not exaggerating, Li Zhoujun replied, patting the trembling Su Nan on the back. With me here, no one can harm you. I have even prepared a sword technique and a flying sword for you tomorrow. Su Nan replied, her body gradually calming down, reflecting her deep trust in Li Zhoujun. Chu Fan, do not be so arrogant. Even if I am not your match now. Do you not know that 2 mountain masters from the Daotian sect are present here? Shui Wuliang said, mustering his courage with a cold snort. 2 mountain masters from the Daotian sect? That is most fortuitous. I can finally take revenge for that slap I endured back then. Once I break through to the tribulation realm, I shall pay a visit to the Daotian sect to see what makes them the foremost sect of Qishou. Chu Fan grinned maliciously. Arrogant. Morong Shui frowned and shouted coldly. You are one of the mountain masters present today, are you not? Chu Fan looked at Morong Shui, a curious smile appearing on his face. You possess a fine countenance. I almost hesitate to kill you. How about this? You voluntarily become my cultivation furnace. To have a mountain master from the Daotian sect as my furnace would indeed be a splendid affair. You seek death, unable to endure Chu Fan's humiliation any longer. Morong Shui unleashed a sword beam from her fingertips, directing it straight at him as snow began to fall from the heavens. Such speed, such lethal intent. As Morong Shui made her move, the cultivators present gasped in shock. If this sword were aimed at them, they would likely lose their heads before they could even draw a breath. Yet, as the sword approached, Chu Fan merely smirked. He slowly raised his hand, and a massive blood-red hand materialized before him, effortlessly grasping Morong Shui's sword. Is this the power of the pinnacle of the combined body stage? Morong Shui's formidable strike was so easily received. The other cultivators felt a wave of despair wash over them. If even Morong Shui could not contend with him, what hope did they have of survival? As for the so-called Yunju Mountain Master, he was nothing but a mere waste, likely to be outmatched by even the most novice of aspirants. The gap was simply too great. As Murong Shui witnessed this, her heart sank. Huh. I initially considered sparing your life due to your beauty, but since you seek death, do not blame me. Chu Fan scoffed, commanding the blood-red hand to fling Murong Shui's sword back at her. Whoosh. The sword hurtled toward Murong Shui with terrifying speed. Upon seeing this, despair flickered in her eyes. It was too fast for her to defend against. But just then, a slender hand, adorned with long fingers, interposed itself before her. With a gentle grip, it caught the sword by its tip, rendering it harmless. Remarkably, the hand bore no mark of injury whatsoever. The owner of this hand was none other than Li Zhoujun. This legendary waste of a mountain master had actually withstood that strike. Anyone who dares to call Yunjiu mountain master a waste, I shall twist their heads off and use them as a ball. The onlooking cultivators were astounded. This mountain master had caught the sword of the crimson-eyed demon lord, a master at the pinnacle of the combined body stage, and emerged unscathed. If he was considered a waste, then what did that make them? A greater waste? Some individuals, believing they have lived long enough and seen enough of the world, assume they are invincible. Li Zhoujun tossed the sword back to the still-dazed Murong Shui, folding his arms and casting a slight smile towards the traversing crimson-eyed demon lord. Do not doubt. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Who are you? Chu Fan gazed at Li Zhoujun, who effortlessly received his strike, narrowing his eyes. This young man, devoid of any discernible aura and seemingly no more remarkable than an ordinary person, albeit with a handsome visage, instilled within Chu Fan a consummate cultivator at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, a profound sense of oppression. Li Zhoujun, the master of Yunjishan and the Daotian sect, grinned. I am the one who shall end your life today. Chapter 21. Chu Ro in my life today? Chu Fan muttered as if to himself, only to erupt into boisterous laughter. How arrogant. Do you truly believe that merely parrying my sword would grant you the power to slay me? As his words fell, Chu Fan's eyes widened in shock. For at that moment, Li Zhoujun had already made his move. A fist the size of a cauldron surged toward him with an unstoppable force, growing larger in Chu Fan's vision. He attempted to defend himself, but was horrified to realize that his entire body felt as if it were ensnared by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. He could only watch in helpless disbelief as Li Zhoujun's fist brutally connected with his face. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Chu Fan was obliterated in the eyes of the onlooking cultivators, his flesh exploding into a crimson mist. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that after enduring for thousands of years, his demise would come so abruptly and ignobly. He was filled with a deep sense of regret. As Chu Fan fell, the blood-red barrier that had enveloped the Shui family quietly dissipated. This consummate cultivator of the harmonization realm was thus slain. Hiss! Li Zhoujun's punch had shattered a master of the harmonization realm. What realm of power must he possess? Could he be at the transcendent stage? The cultivators present regarded the figure of Li Zhoujun standing majestically in the void with a mix of reverence and awe. At that moment, Murong Shui looked at Li Zhoujun in the sky, her expression complex. A 40-year-old at the transcendent stage? Such individuals are exceedingly rare throughout history. During her previous encounter with Li Zhoujun, it was clear he had held back. Meanwhile, Su Nan gazed at her master's unparalleled figure, her heart swelling with excitement. Had it not been for the multitude present, she would have danced in jubilation. Shui Wuliang, who had recently broken through to the harmonization realm, looked at Li Zhoujun in the void with a wry smile. He had thought his ascension placed him at the pinnacle of Qizhou. Yet today, he understood how laughably naive that notion was. In this vast expanse of Qingzhou, harmonization realm cultivators were merely at the threshold of their journey. I am eternally grateful to the master of Yunjishan for saving my life. Shui Wuliang bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun. We thank the master of Yunjishan for this life-saving grace. The other cultivators echoed, bowing in respect. Li Zhoujun responded with a light chuckle, his hands clasped behind his back as he descended from the skies. There is no need for formalities. As the leader of the foremost righteous sect in Qingzhou, exterminating this villain is simply my duty. Master Li's righteousness, Shui Wuliang expressed, all evident in his tone. He then turned to the gathered cultivators, saying, if you have been startled during your visit to our Shui family, it is a failing on our part. If you do not mind, I would like to extend our banquet for another 10 days to help ease your distress. During this time, we shall provide you with our finest wines. Though the Shui family was indeed the victim and had lost their patriarch, it would be unseemly to hastily dismiss the guests for a funeral, as it would portray the Shui family as feeble and incapable of handling adversity. As for the vacant patriarchal position, with Shui Wuliang still present, the family would not falter. The Shui family is too modest, the cultivators replied with smiles. They were more than happy to enjoy the extended feast, for the Shui family's resources were substantial, and the meals would undoubtedly aid in their cultivation. alleviating the burdens of their arduous training. As the Shui family members tidied the scene, the banquet resumed. In a grand hall, a stunning young woman with golden eyes and bare feet, clad in a flowing white dress, sat upon a throne, gazing at a shattered bracelet on her right hand. Disbelief etched across her face. "Chu Fan, brother," she murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. After an indeterminate time, her expression grew cold, and she addressed the empty hall with a chilling voice. "Elder Wu." An old man emerged from the void upon hearing her call. "Investigate who killed Chu Fan," the young woman commanded. "Why concern yourself with the life of a mere mortal from the lower realms? Besides, he shares no blood relation with you," Elder Wu replied, frowning. "He was sent to the lower realms by the master of Taishu, using the Taishu secret technique to find seeds for Taishu Palace. Those sent to the lower realms are all top-tier cultivators below the great ascension true immortal realm. The reason for not sending true immortals is simple. The secret technique cannot yet transport them from the celestial realm. The limit is set at those of the transcendence stage. But even so, transcendence cultivators in the lower realms are still considered top-tier experts capable of fulfilling the tasks assigned by Taishu Palace. The young woman, named Chu Ro, had an elder brother named Chu Fan and came from a family of impoverished parents. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that Chu Ro was merely an abandoned child taken in by this mortal family. Without hesitation, she became the protector of the girl named Chu Ro. However, Chu Ro was reluctant to leave her brother, and thus he resorted to a secret technique, capturing a fragment of Chu Fan's soul within a jade bracelet and informing Chu Ro that should Chu Fan perish completely, the bracelet would shatter. With that, Chu Ro left her mortal family. Now, after thousands of years, she was devastated by the news of Chu Fan's sudden death, and the jade bracelet on her wrist had indeed shattered. "Elder Wu, if you refuse to go, I shall take matters into my own hands," Chu Ro said coldly, her tone resolute. "Your orders shall be obeyed." Elder Wu replied reluctantly before vanishing into the shadows once more. With his departure, Chu Ro slowly rose, murmuring, "Brother Chu Fan, I shall ensure that the one who killed you pays dearly." Night fell upon Dezhao Mountain, where the Shui family estate gleamed like a small city, illuminated by countless lights. After exchanging pleasantries with the cultivators, Li Zhoujun rested in a modest courtyard. Su Nan and Murong Shui took up residence in the adjacent courtyards. Earlier, Shui Wuliang had mentioned Chu Fan, and Li Zhoujun found it curious how this Chu Fan's life story resembled that of protagonists from demonic cultivation novels. Surely, someone would seek vengeance on his behalf. A gentle breeze caressed the air as Li Zhoujun, clad in a flowing green robe, stood contemplatively in the courtyard. Gazing at the crescent moon above, he mused to himself, regardless of whether Chu Fan resembled a protagonist, the fact remains that he sought to kill everyone present today, including myself and Su Nan. Thus, he had to meet his end. Chapter 22. A mosquito disregarding the matter of Chu Fan. Li Zhoujun exited the courtyard and made his way to Su Nan's lodgings. In her courtyard, Su Nan sat at a stone table, resting her chin in her hands, her delicate face staring dreamily at the moon above. "What captivates your attention?" Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile as he entered the courtyard and noticed her dazed expression. "Master," Su Nan exclaimed, rising hurriedly upon seeing Li Zhoujun. "There is no need for such formality. Please, sit down and share your thoughts with me," Li Zhoujun said. Taking a seat opposite her at the stone table, Li Zhoujun chuckled and remarked, "Your ability to think this way indicates your growth. As the saying goes, people often extol the virtues of immortals, yet they fail to realize that even immortals experience woes. Practitioners of the path, despite their differing pursuits, are not fundamentally dissimilar to mortals. As mortals, we toil over financial matters. As cultivators, we fret over various resources for cultivation. Many practitioners devise countless schemes to outmaneuver their rivals for a single elixir. However, fret not, for with me as your master, once you reach a level where you can stand on your own, no one shall harm you in the slightest." "Thank you, master," Su Nan replied, her heart stirred. "Enough of this sentimental talk," Li Zhoujun laughed, and then produced the Bisha sword, handing it to Su Nan. "This sword is named Bisha, a first-grade flying sword. Although its rank is modest, its quality rivals that of a third-grade sword. Since it is a first-grade sword, it will not be difficult for you to refine it into your life sword." "Thank you, master. I will certainly live up to your expectations," Su Nan affirmed, her eyes resolute as she took the flying sword. "That determination is commendable," Li Zhoujun smiled, then lightly touched Su Nan's forehead, imparting the Bisha sword technique to her. Once that was completed, Li Zhoujun withdrew his hand, while Su Nan delved deeply into the intricacies of the Bisha sword technique. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through the void as he looked skyward. Could he have detected my presence? In the heavens above, an elder stood amidst the clouds, observing Li Zhoujun. his expression one of astonishment. This man was none other than Elder Wu, dispatched by Chu Rou to investigate the identity of the person who had slain Chu Fan. Based on the shattered jade bracelet's approximate location, Elder Wu traced it to the Shui family and learned from those still at the banquet, who were extolling Li Zhoujun, that it was indeed the master of Xianxiafans from Daotian sect who had killed Chu Fan, and with a single blow, no less. This led Elder Wu to suspect that Li Zhoujun might have already attained the transcendent stage. Thus, Elder Wu sought to uncover Li Zhoujun's whereabouts by probing the servants of the Shui family, which brought him to this very moment. At this juncture, Elder Wu was convinced that Li Zhoujun's ability to sense his position indicated that he had indeed reached the transcendent stage. As Elder Wu pondered, Li Zhoujun extended his hand into the void and grasped. Seeing this, Elder Wu's expression grew grave, his entire being prepared for combat. However, to his surprise, Li Zhoujun opened his palm to reveal a dead mosquito lying within. How dare such a diminutive creature disturb my beloved disciple's cultivation? Li Zhoujun sneered at the mosquito in his hand. A mosquito? Is it necessary to make such a fuss over it? You had me thinking I had been discovered, Elder Wu remarked, though he refrained from making any hasty moves, sensing he could not penetrate Li Zhoujun's level of cultivation. Instead, he chose to depart from the scene. In the grand hall, Elder Wu, with a respectful demeanor, addressed Chu Rou seated upon her throne. Saintess, I have uncovered the identity of Chu Fan's murderer. Who is it? Chu Rou inquired. It is Li Zhoujun, the master of Xianxiafans from Daotian sect, Elder Wu replied. Daotian sect? Chu Rou's expression turned icy, and she scoffed. If my memory serves me right, there was a member of Daotian sect who severely injured Chu Fan. I did not pursue the matter. Yet now they have gone so far as to kill him. Such audacity from Daotian sect. Elder Wu frowned and said, Saintess, I believe the blame does not rest entirely on Daotian sect. After all, Chu Fan had already embraced the demonic path, becoming a ruthless murderer. It is reasonable for Daotian sect, being the foremost orthodox sect of Qingzhou, to eliminate him. Regardless, he was my brother. Whoever killed him must pay the price. Chu Rou coldly retorted. Elder Wu, allow me to prepare, and then I shall pay a visit to Daotian sect. Sighing, Elder Wu observed Chu Rou's resolute demeanor and cautioned. Saintess, Li Zhoujun's strength likely exceeds the transcendent stage. We must prepare thoroughly before confronting him. Transcendence? Chu Rou chuckled coldly. Fear not, Elder Wu. I shall handle it. In a small courtyard, a small girl nodded repeatedly. Li Zhoujun lay on his bed, devoid of any thoughts. However, the Xianming Heart Sutra operated continually, automatically drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while his mid-stage nascent soul strength continued to rise. The following morning, Murong Shui sought out Li Zhoujun, who had yet to rise from his slumber. What is it? Why are you looking for me? I haven't even dressed yet. Don't get any ideas. I'm only 40. Li Zhoujun said, eyeing Murong Shui, who entered the bedroom and sat in silence. He instinctively pulled the covers over himself, curling up in the corner with a wary expression. Murong Shui's lips twitched. There are plenty of suitors chasing after me. Why would I be interested in you? And calling me an old cow chasing after tender grass? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? It's nothing. I just thought long and hard last night and decided to thank you in person for saving me. Murong Shui said. Li Zhoujun contemplated for a moment before grinning. All right, if you wish to offer yourself, we can start right away. As he spoke, he began to lift the covers. Lecher. Murong Shui's face flushed crimson at the sight and hurriedly fled the room. Li Zhoujun, left in confusion, wondered, what does this mean? I was ready to accept you, an elder woman over 100 years my senior, yet you ran away? However, he had to admit that Murong Shui looked quite adorable as she dashed out in a fluster. Meanwhile, outside Li Zhoujun's bedroom, Murong Shui touched her flushed cheeks and muttered, this Li Zhoujun lacks even a semblance of the mountain master's dignity. If he wants to have children with me, it should be after marriage. Chapter 23. Those of Daotian sect are not to be bullied by outsiders. Why run so fast? It's as if I would devour you, Murong Shui thought, her face still flushed. Just then, Li Zhoujun emerged from his room, dressed in a blue robe. Who would devour whom? That remains to be seen. He replied with a smirk. Good morning, master. Suddenly, Su Nan's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. She entered and paused upon seeing Murong Shui, her expression momentarily stunned. Murong Mountain Master, you are here too? Am I interrupting something? Should I leave? Murong Shui turned crimson at the girl's unwitting assistance. You little girl, don't speak nonsense. My relationship with your master is entirely innocent. Oh, I see, Su Nan said, her face lighting up in sudden realization. Murong Shui felt a wave of despair. It was clear the girl had misunderstood the situation. All right, everyone is here. We should prepare to depart, Li Zhoujun announced with a smile. Neither Murong Shui nor Su Nan objected. In the plaza of the Shui family, Shui Wuliang gazed up at the sky, watching as Li Zhoujun, Morong Shui, and Su Nan rode the 9-dragon carriage, his expression filled with reverence. I humbly bid farewell to the 2 mountain masters. We bid farewell to the 2 mountain masters. The gathered cultivators echoed. Please, do not see us off. Li Zhoujun smiled, and with a flourish, he commanded the 9-dragon carriage, which departed amidst the resounding roars of dragons, leaving the Shui family behind. This master of Yunjishan, after the battle of yesterday, is likely to astound the entire Qizhou continent once more. Indeed, a single punch to annihilate a consummate cultivator, such strength is unquestionably at the pinnacle of power. To my knowledge, this master of Yunjishan is barely over 40 years old, is he not? I have lived 700 years to achieve the nascent soul. A transcendence at 40 is utterly terrifying. The gathered cultivators marveled as they watched Li Zhoujun's departing figure. The next day at Daotian sect, whispers circulated. Have you heard? Our master of Yunjishan, with a single punch, vanquished the consummate red-eyed demon lord. What? The master of Yunjishan killed a consummate cultivator with a single blow? What? Our master of Yunjishan dispatched a consummate cultivator with just a fart? The news of Li Zhoujun's annihilation of a fully realized practitioner of the harmonization realm has spread like wildfire within the Daotian sect, growing more outrageous with each retelling. At this moment, however, 2 terrifying presences descended upon the gates of the Daotian sect, causing the faces of disciples, elders, and even the mountain lords to change dramatically. Soon, powerful auras soared from the peaks of the sect, manifesting as figures that appeared above the entrance. Who dares to act so brazenly at the gates of the Daotian sect? Lu Yin, having rushed from Wolfing Mountain, gazed at an old man and a young girl traversing the void with a grave expression. The elder exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably of the tribulation crossing level. And the girl, with golden eyes and bare feet, was no less intimidating. Are you rabid dogs? Do you think you are worthy of speaking? Quickly summon your sect master to speak with me. The golden-eyed girl scoffed after glancing at Lu Yin. This duo was none other than Elder Wu and Chu Rou. Impudence. Lu Yin's face turned a shade of green, then red. Since his breakthrough to the virtual immortal realm, few have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Being bullied by Li Zhoujun and Morong Shui was one thing, as they were all members of the Daotian sect. But for outsiders to be so audacious, even if they were of a higher realm, he would not back down, declaring, Do you truly think that because you are tribulation crossing practitioners, the Daotian sect fears you? Do you believe that we lack defenders? Indeed, do you think the Daotian sect has no one to stand against you? The mountain lords rallied behind Lu Yin, despite their different affiliations, united by their identity as lords of the Daotian sect. Guests should know their place. Do not be presumptuous. Just as the mountain lords were about to confront the old man and the girl, Mu Taiyu slowly emerged from the main gate of the Daotian sect. Elder Wu's demeanor shifted upon seeing Mu Taiyu, and he quickly transmitted a message to Chu Rou. Saintus, the sect master of Daotian, Mu Taiyu, is not weak. Do not provoke him. Chu Rou ignored Elder Wu's warning, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Taiyu. You are the sect master of the Daotian sect, Mu Taiyu? Indeed. Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. May I ask why you have come to my Daotian sect? I seek a person from your sect, Chu Rou stated plainly. Who? Mu Taiyu inquired. Yunju Mountain's lord, Li Zhoujun, Chu Rou declared. Oh, Mu Taiyu asked, surprise evident in his tone. May I ask the reason for this? For murder? Chu Rou's eyes grew cold. Whom did Lord Yunju kill? Mu Taiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Fan, Chu Rou answered directly. The red-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan? Mu Taiyu exclaimed incredulously. Is it not justifiable to kill such a malevolent being? Indeed, this woman must be insane, one of the mountain lords thought. If Lord Yunju had killed an innocent, I would not support him. But he killed one who deserved it. Well done. Well done, echoed the mountain lords, unified in their support for Yunju. Sect master, this woman is linked to the red-eyed demon lord. She is likely also of the demonic path. We should capture her to restore peace to Qingzhou. Lu Yin asserted, his dissatisfaction directed at Chu Rou while maintaining a facade of righteousness. Indeed, I, a virtual immortal, may not match your tribulation-crossing prowess. Yet, the sect behind me is not something you can provoke, he continued. Hearing the mountain lords and Lu Yin speak, Chu Rou turned frostily towards Mu Taiyu. Sect Master Mu, are you certain you wish to protect Li Zhoujun? Mu Taiyu chuckled softly. The red-eyed demon lord is a scourge, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Should I encounter him, I would not grant him a swift death as Lord Yunju did. Rather, I would ensure he suffers infinitely, to appease the spirits of those he has slain. Sect Master, have you made your decision? Chu Rou sensed Mu Taiyu's firm stance, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated such unity within the Daotian sect, unlike other sects she had encountered that were as scattered as sand. You, a woman of decent appearance, yet devoid of intellect, Do you not comprehend the sect master's intent? The Daotian sect is the foremost sect of Qingzhou. Even if Lord Yunju has erred, it is not for you to dictate. We shall eradicate evil ourselves, Lu Yin declared coldly. Though he had conflicts with Li Zhoujun, he stood firm with his own, seeking death. Chu Ro's fury ignited further as she raised her hand to unleash an attack, her aura causing the mountain lords to feel a chill. Lu Yin, sensing the danger, instinctively recoiled, ready to flee. Mu Taiyu's cold snort indicated he was prepared to intervene. But then, an unexpected voice resonated. Those of the Daotian sect shall not be bullied by outsiders. You are Li Zhoujun? Chu Ro halted upon seeing the newcomer, her eyes aflame with hatred. Indeed, I am Li Zhoujun, he responded with a light chuckle, meeting her fiery gaze. Before Chu Ro could speak, Morong Shui interjected with a cold laugh. Do you know that the red-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, intended to sacrifice all those present at the Shui family, including innocents? To create pills? Is it not justified for Lord Yunju to have slain him? I do not know his reasons, Chu Ro retorted, but I know him. He is not a mindless killer. Perhaps the red-eyed demon lord was once a kind soul, but people change, Morong Shui replied. Even so, no matter how he has changed, he remains my brother. Am I not entitled to seek vengeance? Chu Ro countered. Morong Shui was about to respond when Li Zhoujun interrupted. Morong, what are you arguing with a lunatic for? Turning to Chu Ro, he asked, so, do you wish to kill me? Indeed, you should take your own life. It would save me the trouble, Chu Ro coldly retorted. You dare to threaten a mountain lord on the grounds of the Daotian sect? How much do you underestimate us? Lu Yin shouted, inciting further outrage. Sect master, apprehend this arrogant woman, he urged. Silence, Mu Taiyu commanded. Chu Ro's golden pupils locked onto Lu Yin. If you dare utter another word, I shall tear your mouth apart. Beep. The system has detected someone's disdain towards the host. Beep. The system has issued a task to teach the saintess of the Tai Su Immortal Palace, Chu Ro, a lesson. The host will receive unexpected rewards. The saintess of Tai Su Immortal Palace, Chu Ro? Li Zhoujun's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded the haughty woman before him. No wonder she dared to act so audaciously. She had the backing of the celestial realm. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, though taken aback, still boldly declared, if you have the ability, come, let us see if our sect master and elders will allow you to act with impunity here. Indeed, in the territory of the Daotian sect, even dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. Lord Yunju acted justly. The red-eyed demon lord deserved to die. Had I been present, I would have cheered him on. The mountain lords echoed in unison. Finally, Mu Taiyu spoke calmly, addressing Chu Ro and Elder Wu with a smile. Ladies, please take your leave. Even if a member of the Daotian sect errs, it is my responsibility as sect master to address it. We do not need outsiders to meddle. Seeing the unwavering support for Li Zhoujun from the Daotian sect, Chu Ro's fury boiled over, but her demeanor suddenly shifted to a smile. You are but a larger ant sect in the lower realm. Do you not realize that my backing comes from the Tai Su Immortal Palace? I, Chu Ro, am the saintess of Tai Su. Do you truly wish to offend the celestial forces over a mere mountain lord? Begone. At this moment, Mu Taiyu's gaze was icy. Do not overstep your bounds. I have stated clearly that no outsider shall lay a finger on anyone from Daotian sect. If you depart now, we shall part ways peacefully. Should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As Mu Taiyu's words echoed, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his being, as if a divine entity, looking down upon the world, had risen behind him. Such arrogance made even Elder Wu's heart race. How could such a formidable presence exist in this mere lower realm? Could it be that he was a true immortal of the Great Ascension? The sect master is enraged. Now there is a spectacle to behold. Do they truly believe that Daotian sect lacks influence in the celestial realm? I have not witnessed the sect master in action for quite some time. The last time was when he sent Lu Yin flying with a single slap. Meanwhile, the various mountain lords, witnessing Mu Taiyu's fury, cast gloating glances at Chu Ro and Elder Wu. Only Lu Yan's lips twitched in response. Chu Ro was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that despite invoking their background, the people of Daotian sect would remain so arrogant. Elder Wu's expression shifted. Could it be that Daotian sect had some connection to the celestial palace? With this thought, he prepared to advise Chu Ro to leave. At that moment, Li Zhoujun observed that the members of Daotian sect, aware of the celestial powers backing Chu Ro, still protected him. A sense of belonging surged within him. He then cupped his fist towards Mu Taiyu and the mountain lords, saying, I am grateful for the sect master's and fellow disciples' kindness, but this matter arose because of me. And thus it is my responsibility to resolve it. Chu Ro seeks my life, but it shall not be so simple. Li Mountain Lord, do not overexert yourself. As the Mountain Lord of Daotian sect, with our sect backing you, why bother reasoning with this obstinate woman? One Mountain Lord remarked with a smile. Indeed. If one must reason, It should be with those capable of understanding. This woman is clearly unreasonable, seeking revenge for a demon lord burdened with immense sins. It is utterly laughable. If I were from the Celestial Palace and had such a disciple, I would simply dispose of her with a single slap. Do not overexert yourself. For Daotian sect is still capable of resolving this issue, Mu Taiyu added, addressing Li Zhoujun. Rest assured, sect master, Li Zhoujun replied with a slight bow. His gaze then sharpened as he turned to Chu Ro, grinning. Do you know how Chu Fan met his demise? You probably do not, so allow me to enlighten you. He was too weak, obliterated by my fist into a mist of blood, his soul annihilated. Seeking death, Li Zhoujun's words pierced Chu Ro's heart like a dagger, causing her to lose all rationality in her anger and shame. She raised her hand, conjuring a golden seal to strike at Li Zhoujun. Hiss, though she may lack wit, her cultivation is indeed formidable. One mountain lord thought. Her power likely reaches the late stages of tribulation. Can Yunju Mountain Lord contend with her? Probably not. Even though he once annihilated a perfected harmonization realm cultivator, he is barely over 40. When I visited the former Yunju Mountain Lord, I saw him as a child playing in the river. Thus, his cultivation must only be at the threshold of tribulation. The mountain lords speculated among themselves. Seeing Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor, as if he had already secured victory, Mu Taiyu refrained from intervening immediately. With a thunderous crash, Li Zhoujun raised a slender hand. As his sleeve fell, he effortlessly met Chu Ro's golden seal with an incredulous expression from the mountain lords. Hiss, it cannot be real. The mountain lords thought in unison. How is it possible? Chu Ro was momentarily taken aback, disbelief clouding her features. However, she quickly regained her composure, shouting as the golden seal in Li Zhoujun's grasp radiated even brighter, feeling as though he held a massive mountain. A mere trick, Li Zhoujun scoffed, exerting force until the golden seal shattered into a flurry of spiritual dust. As the golden seal disintegrated, Chu Ro's face paled, and she let out a muffled groan. Li Zhoujun slowly drew his hand back, clenching it behind him. At this moment, while he had managed to neutralize the golden seal, his hand throbbed with pain. Although he could contend evenly with Chu Ro, the effort had cost him dearly. It was a case of injuring himself to harm another. At least he retained the advantage of concealed strength, appearing unscathed while maintaining a steady aura. It was akin to putting on a false front. As expected, the mountain lords, witnessing Li Zhoujun's composure after shattering the seal, gasped in astonishment. Yunju Mountain Lord broke the seal without a change in countenance. Could it be that he has attained complete mastery of the tribulation? Impossible. He is only 40 years old. Could it be that Daotian sect is about to produce a true immortal within a century? With such talent, if Yunju Mountain Lord ascends to the celestial realm, he will surely become a direct disciple. As the mountain lords deliberated, Chu Ro's expression turned ashen. She had not anticipated Li Zhoujun's overwhelming strength. Just as she prepared to strike at him again, Elder Wu interceded, halting her. Why is Elder Wu stopping me? Chu Ro was momentarily bewildered. Saintess, that is enough. Elder Wu's voice was cold. It was the first time Chu Ro had seen such seriousness from Elder Wu, leaving her stunned. After admonishing her, Elder Wu turned to Li Zhoujun, slightly bowing. Yunju Mountain Lord, I sincerely apologize. My saintess has been secluded since childhood and retains the temperament of a young girl. I hope you will not hold this against her. I offer my apologies to all members of Daotian sect. With that, Elder Wu bowed deeply to the people of Daotian sect. Chu Ro gazed at this scene, lost in her thoughts. Li Zhoujun waved his hand, chuckling. Since the elder has said so, it would be petty of me to press the matter further. However, since she is still a child, I trust you will keep a close watch on her. Should she seek trouble again, she may find me less accommodating next time. In truth, Li Zhoujun harbored thoughts of eliminating both Chu Ro and Elder Wu, but his current strength was insufficient for such an endeavor. Thank you, Yunju Mountain Lord, for your leniency. Elder Wu replied, visibly relieved. If the members of Daotian sect insisted on attacking, he would have been forced to use forbidden techniques, risking his cultivation level to escape with Chu Ro. He then swiftly led the still-dazed Chu Ro away from the scene. At this moment, Morong Shui stared at Li Zhoujun earnestly, asking, hee. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding, system rewards issued, Hunyuan Runji Dan. Hunyuan Runji Dan. This elixir aids high-level cultivators in refining their foundation, elevating their prowess to new heights. Li Zhoujun's eyes brightened upon seeing the system's reward. To be honest, although the rewards from the system were pure in essence, they had been coming in rapid succession. It was indeed time to refine them properly. All right. The spectacle has concluded. Everyone disperse. Mu Taiyu commanded, waving to send the mountain lords away. His gaze then fixed intently on Li Zhoujun. Yunju Mountain Lord, regardless of what transpires, I hope you remember that you are a part of Daotian's sect. Rest assured, sect master. Daotian's sect has treated me well, although I have faced disdain in the past, such as human nature. However, I remain grateful for the resources and trust bestowed upon me by Daotian's sect. Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. That is good to hear. Mu Taiyu chuckled, glancing at the nine-dragon chariot beneath Li Zhoujun's feet, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Your nine-dragon chariot is indeed quite remarkable. It's just average, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. After their exchange, Mu Taiyu departed. Once the various mountain lords had exited, Li Zhoujun mused, I never anticipated that the Daotian sect could unite so cohesively in critical moments. No wonder it is hailed as the foremost sect in Qingzhou. But then again, had the Daotian sect been like other sects, I would never have become the Lord of Cloud Residence, nor would I have lived to witness the emergence of the system. Humph. Murong spat, turning away and vanishing. For a cultivator at the integration stage, tearing through the void was a trivial feat, however. Li Zhoujun failed to notice the sorrow etched on Murong Shui's face as she departed. Master, it seems I truly must acquire another teacher. Sunan lamented at that moment. Focus on your cultivation, Li Zhoujun said curtly, playfully flicking Sunan's forehead. Ouch. Sunan yelped in surprise, clutching her head. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly and took control of the nine-dragon chariot, soaring above the mountain gate towards Cloud Residence. The nine-dragon chariot rides the wind, the azure robe flows freely. If you inquire about my identity, I am the Immortal of Cloud Residence. Disciples of the Daotian sect gazed up at the sky, awed by the overwhelming presence of the nine dragons. Soon, this phrase, coupled with the tale of Li Zhoujun's decisive defeat of an integration stage demon cultivator, spread throughout Qizhou. The title of Lord of Cloud Residence resonated across the land. The scene shifted. You all stay by the lake. Li Zhoujun instructed the nine ethereal dragons after disembarking the nine-dragon chariot with Sunan. The nine dragons bowed and ascended, heading towards the lake on Cloud Residence. All right. Thank you, Master. Sunan exclaimed excitedly. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, hands clasped behind his back as he entered the Cloud Residence hall. The following morning, Sunan, cradling the Bixiang sword that Li Zhoujun had gifted her, arrived early at the Cloud Residence hall. Upon arrival, she discovered Li Zhoujun already seated in the grand hall. Good morning, Master. Sunan greeted cheerfully. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Good morning. Let us begin. Demonstrate your swordsmanship so I can assess your progress. All right, Master. Watch closely, Sunan declared, drawing her flying sword and executing her techniques within the hall. As Sunan's swordplay accelerated, the temperature in the Cloud Residence hall dropped noticeably. It must be said, the young girl possessed remarkable talent, demonstrating a profound understanding of the Bixiang sword technique. After observing, Li Zhoujun realized there was little to critique. Master, how is it? Sunan asked eagerly after completing her display, hoping for feedback on her shortcomings. Quite good. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. It is evident that you have your unique interpretation of the Bixiang sword technique, which is commendable. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to you. If you merely follow in my footsteps, you may only reach my level. However, I hope you can surpass me. Sunan, absorbing Li Zhoujun's words, responded earnestly. Master, I understand. Good, Li Zhoujun nodded, smiling. Is the Lord of Cloud Residence present? Suddenly, a mysterious voice of an elder echoed from outside the hall. Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, in another setting, Mu Taiyu was sipping tea within the Daotian hall. In the next instant, as if sensing something, he appeared in a grand hall known as the Tai Ling Hall. In the center of this hall stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with countless names, some glowing in gold while others had dimmed. This was the life tablet of the Daotian sect. The life tablet recorded the names of those who officially became members of the sect, with names shimmering in gold indicating they still lived, while those that had dulled signified their demise. At that moment, a name flickered erratically on the tablet, the owner of which was Murong Shui. Master, it appears that the mountain lord Ling Xue is in trouble, the master of Tai Ling Hall, the guardian of the life tablet. Suddenly interjected as Mu Taiyu arrived. The Tai Ling Hall master, an elderly man with snowy hair, appeared no different from an ordinary person. Can you ascertain her whereabouts? Mu Taiyu inquired of the Tai Ling Hall master. On Jinhua Island, situated between Qizhou and Yunzhou, the Tai Ling Hall master replied solemnly. How did she end up there? Mu Taiyu's expression grew grave. There resides an immensely powerful figure known as Granny Jinhua. Even I cannot confidently claim to defeat her. Thus, over the years, a tacit understanding had been established between Jinhua Island and the Daotian sect, maintaining a non-interference pact. Yet, it was unexpected that Murong Shui would venture to Jinhua Island. Master, you must not go to Jinhua Island, the Tai Ling Hall master warned. Mu Taiyu frowned. Are you suggesting I ignore Murong Shui's life or death? Not at all, the Tailing Hall master replied with a wry smile. You know well that numerous forces beyond Qizhou coveted, eager to claim a share of its vast resources. Should you encounter trouble on Jinhua Island, these factions may seize the opportunity, stirring a tide of bloodshed in Qingzhou. Then what should we do? Mu Taiyu asked. I recommend sending someone to Jinhua Island to rescue Mountain Lord Murong, suggested the Tailing Hall master. The Lord of Cloud Residence? Mu Taiyu questioned, puzzled. Indeed, the Tailing Hall master affirmed. As I suspected. The Lord of Cloud Residence is undoubtedly the most outstanding among the mountain lords of our Daotian sect. Even those elder lords who have long since transcended the tribulation yet concealed their strength cannot compare. Mu Taiyu shook his head. No. The Lord of Cloud Residence possesses immense potential. At just 40, he has crossed the tribulation, and his future is limitless. He must not be put at risk. However, Master, I had already dispatched my avatar to inform him before you arrived, the Tailing Hall master said, exasperated. What? Mu Taiyu exclaimed. At that moment, in the Cloud Residence Hall, Li Zhoujun stepped outside to find the one calling for him was none other than the Tailing Hall master. However, the Tailing Hall master appeared ethereal, seemingly a mere projection. Might I trouble the Lord of Cloud Residence to visit Jinhua Island? Mountain Lord Lingxue has encountered difficulties there. After much consideration, I believe entrusting this matter to you is the most prudent choice, the Tailing Hall master proposed with a smile. Ding, the host's future fiancé is in danger. The system has issued a mission to rescue Murong Shui on Jinhua Island. The host will receive substantial rewards. What do you mean by future fiancé? Li Zhoujun remarked, amused by the system's task. Nevertheless, he resolutely replied to the Tailing Hall master. Leave this matter to me. However, due to the urgency, might you have a swift means of travel? Certainly, the Tailing Hall master replied, pleased with Li Zhoujun's agreement. He produced a jade cicada, saying, this is a spatial jade cicada. Upon shattering it, you will be directly transported to Mountain Lord Murong. Very well. Li Zhoujun accepted the jade cicada. Please exercise caution, Lord of Cloud Residence. Granny Jinhua is not someone to be trifled with. The Tailing Hall master cautioned before his form dissipated. Master, be careful on your journey, and be sure to rescue Mother. Sunan urged with a smile. You little girl, mind your words, Li Zhoujun replied, a bit flustered, before promptly shattering the spatial jade cicada. In the next instant, a sensation of vertigo enveloped him, and the environment around him shifted dramatically. As the scene stabilized, a golden serpent-headed staff came hurtling towards Li Zhoujun, striking him squarely on the head with a resounding thud. Li Zhoujun saw stars, pain coursing through him. Damn it, who ambushed me? He grimaced, wincing in agony. Who are you? At that moment, an elderly woman's voice, filled with shock, echoed nearby. Li Zhoujun. Immediately behind him, Mu Rongshue's voice, laced with surprise and concern, reached his ears. Upon turning to look, he discovered that the assailant was an old woman clad in a golden robe, wielding a golden-tongued staff, her hair streaked with gray. The old woman gazed in disbelief at Li Zhoujun, her eyes fixed on the swollen lump on his head. You struck me, Li Zhoujun exclaimed, one hand clutching his head, glaring angrily at the old woman. Chapter 27. Stand up and dance. Indeed, it was the old woman's hand that had delivered the blow. Yet who could have anticipated that a fellow cultivator would suddenly appear here? The old woman eyed Li Zhoujun warily. The blow she struck was laden with lethal intent. Even someone of equal cultivation would have found it grievous. However, this young man, after receiving the blow, appeared remarkably unscathed, save for a bump on his head. Such strength. Could he have attained the fleshly sanctity? The thought sent a chill down the old woman's spine. After all, the master of Lingxue Mountain from Daotian sect had called out his name. They were clearly acquainted. Are you Granny Jinhua? Li Zhoujun inquired of the old woman. Indeed. She nodded. Did you come to rescue this master of Lingxue Mountain? Mu Rongshue's expression turned grave. Yesterday, I received news that a disciple of mine inadvertently trespassed onto Jinhua Island and was detained by this Granny Jinhua. I came to retrieve him. Initially, our conversation was quite cordial, but Granny Jinhua refused to release him. When I heard commotion from within a nearby room, I took the opportunity to open the door, only to discover a gruesome scene filled with the remains of cultivators and a sinister creature encased in a cocoon. Humph. Those bones belonged to individuals who coveted the treasures of Jinhua Island. Should I not eliminate them? Granny Jinhua snorted disdainfully. Mu Rongxue retorted, if I am not mistaken. The rumor about Jinhua Island possessing treasures that grant immortality to cultivators was disseminated by you, Granny Jinhua, deliberately luring cultivators to your island to feed them to that vile creature. Correct, little girl, your intellect is sharp. Had this individual not appeared unexpectedly, you would have become nourishment for my child, Granny Jinhua replied with a cold smirk. So you mean to say that my disciple from Lingxue Mountain has already been killed by you? Mu Roxue's face darkened at her words. To spare him for the new year? Granny Jinhua scoffed. How arrogant you are, old hag, Li Zhoujun remarked incredulously. Heh. I advise you not to meddle in matters beyond your grasp. Perhaps your strength is commendable, but the powers that stand behind this old woman are not something you can afford to offend. Granny Jinhua sneered at him. Who stands behind you? I am quite curious. Li Zhoujun replied, his tone light. Since you wish to know, I shall reveal it to you, she said, snorting. Chanting incantations, she proclaimed, blood sea surging. Tumultuous as the heavens, with my blood, I summon the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor? Li Zhoujun's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his features, followed by a mocking glint in his eyes. In the next instant, a surge of blood energy erupted from Granny Jinhua, forming a crimson specter above her. The blood ancestor. Could it be the one who descended to Qingzhou millennia ago? Mu Rongshua's expression turned anxious upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Granny Jinhua, now in a reverent posture, bowed to the blood-colored apparition. Granny Jinhua pays homage to the blood ancestor. When she lifted her gaze, she found the blood ancestor glaring furiously at Li Zhoujun. Granny Jinhua was taken aback. She had yet to reveal who her enemy was, yet the blood ancestor had fixated on Li Zhoujun. What was happening? It's you. The blood ancestor spoke slowly to Li Zhoujun. Call me father. Li Zhoujun grinned widely. Young man, do not overreach, the blood ancestor warned with a cold huff. When my true form descends, boom. Before he could finish, Li Zhoujun unleashed a punch towards him, the sound echoing like thunder. Furious. The blood ancestor retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept outward in all directions. The ground beneath them cracked, fissures spreading like a spider's web. How is this possible? He can withstand a blow from the blood ancestor? Granny Jinhua's face was a mask of disbelief. The blood ancestor was a formidable being of the great ascension stage. Even a fragment of his essence bore the might of an immortal. How could a mere tribulation stage cultivator endure such a strike? There was only one explanation. This young man was also a great ascension cultivator. Yet, he seemed weaker, merely matching the blood ancestor's fragment in strength. However, even so, this youth could easily dispose of her. Realizing this, Granny Jinhua felt a wave of panic wash over her. After all, the blood ancestor's fragment could not last long. Once it dissipated, she would be left vulnerable and exposed. Mu Rongxue, too, regarded Li Zhoujun with incredulity. Could it be that Li Zhoujun was a great ascension cultivator? While Granny Jinhua and Mu Rongxue were stunned by Li Zhoujun's prowess, the blood ancestor coldly remarked, Then bring your true form forth. Words alone make you nothing but a mere tongue. Li Zhoujun scoffed. If this fragment is depleted, it would be a tremendous loss. As the blood ancestor retreated, Li Zhoujun chose not to pursue, knowing it would be futile. Is he truly fleeing? Granny Jinhua appeared stunned. When you sought my allegiance. What did you say? As long as I nurture that blood demon, you would ensure my ascension to the great ascension stage. I have treated that blood demon as my own son for years. Is this how you repay me? Spare me, great immortal. Granny Jinhua dropped to her knees before Li Zhoujun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing Mu Rongxue. Ding. The system grants rewards. Elevating the Ao Shui flying sword to the 9th grade. Ding. The system grants rewards. Oath formation. 9th grade flying sword. A true immortal's sword. Oath formation. Can inscribe a vow in the hearts of cultivators. If the swearing cultivator breaks their vow, the formation will summon heavenly thunder. As Li Zhoujun perused the rewards from the system, Granny Jinhua, sensing his silence, became anxious. Great immortal? She ventured cautiously. Stand up and dance for me. And I shall consider whether to spare you, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Mu Rongxue, Granny Jinhua. Chapter 28. Young man, do you wish to turn the tide? Who would have thought that the great immortal would have such peculiar tastes? Granny Jinhua's face flushed as she prepared to dance. Li Zhoujun, do you find this pleasing? Mu Rongxue asked, her lips twitching. Great immortal, how was my performance? Granny Jinhua inquired, her face still flushed after completing her dance. Quite well, Li Zhoujun nodded. Stroking his chin. How did you become acquainted with the blood ancestor? I see, I offer you a chance. Submit to me, he grinned. Though Granny Jinhua had committed numerous crimes and truly deserved punishment, Li Zhoujun lacked the desire to kill her. Instead, he saw an opportunity to leverage the recent confrontation with the blood ancestor, compelling Granny Jinhua to serve him while simultaneously testing the capabilities of the oath formation. Granny Jinhua, sensing that Li Zhoujun had no intention of killing her, felt a surge of relief. Survival was paramount. For cultivators of their caliber, life was of utmost importance, as everything they had achieved came at great cost. Death would mean losing it all. Thus, Granny Jin happily addressed Li Zhoujun, expressing her willingness to serve the immortal and offer her utmost loyalty. However, Li Zhoujun interrupted her. raising a magical formation with one hand and swiftly embedding it into Granny Jin's chest. Now swear an oath. This is the oath formation. Should you dare to breach your vow, you shall face the wrath of the heavens. Li Zhoujun grinned, though Granny Jin felt displeased. She dared not contradict a true immortal and promptly swore, I, Granny Jin, hereby vow to serve the immortal with unwavering loyalty. Should I break this oath? May the heavens strike me with 5 thunders. Very well, Li Zhoujun replied, nodding in approval. Tell me, have you truly killed the disciple of Dao Tian's sect? Not yet. Granny Jin confessed, her face betraying her embarrassment. When that esteemed disciple intruded, the demon had already cocooned itself. Thus, I merely detained him. That is acceptable, Li Zhoujun acknowledged. He then turned to Murong Shui, advising, next time, do not wander off alone. Not every time will someone come to your rescue. Murong Shui was taken aback by Li Zhoujun's admonishing tone, yet upon reflection, she realized he had a point. She nodded in agreement, I understand. It won't happen again. Good. My dear, Li Zhoujun smiled. Beep. A presence of a destiny-defying individual detected 300,000 miles away. The system issues a task for the host to provide assistance, with rewards to follow. Destiny-defying individual, villain. Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned by the system's message. What on earth? Does the system wish for me to become the villain's grandfather? Isn't that pushing me into the abyss? Without a moment's hesitation, he vehemently refused. I dare not. I wouldn't even consider it. Being the antagonist to the protagonist ends poorly. Beep. Host's refusal has saddened the system, which is preparing to leave the host and embark on its own journey. Wait, if I accept, will that suffice? Hearing the system sound like a wronged spouse, Li Zhoujun could only respond with exasperation. He genuinely feared the system's departure. That would be quite awkward. Beep. Kindly reach the designated location promptly, or the individual may leap from the cliff, resulting in the host's task failure. Do not be intimidated. Even if the protagonist grows stronger, your chances remain equal. Li Zhoujun mused. Life is unpredictable. It seems I must tread this path into darkness. He then addressed Murong Shui, saying, You and Granny Jin should go seek your disciple. I have some matters to attend to. By the way, handle that demon carefully. It must not survive. Rest assured. Murong Shui replied. As Li Zhoujun prepared to depart, Murong Shui called out, Be safe on your journey. Understood, he smiled, before summoning the proud snow flying sword. Both Granny Jin and Murong Shui gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the sword. A 9th grade flying sword. Li Zhoujun truly possesses the cultivation of a true immortal. It dawned on Murong Shui that he had been concealing his prowess. Seeing Li Zhoujun ready to leave, Granny Jin hastily inquired, Immortal, what should I do from now on? Li Zhoujun glanced at her. Continue with your affairs, but should you dare to commit any heinous acts, I shall not hesitate to strike you down with a single sword. Understood. Granny Jin replied earnestly, not daring to be negligent. Li Zhoujun then ascended on his flying sword, departing the scene. The speed of a 9th grade flying sword is unparalleled. 300,000 miles was traversed in mere moments. Upon arriving at the designated coordinates, Li Zhoujun spotted a young man standing at the edge of a cliff, sitting alone and sipping wine, lamenting. Who would have thought that I, the young master of the Yin family, would meet such a tragic end? Not only has Yi Tianming annihilated my family, but he has also crippled my very essence. Even my sister has devoted herself to him. He has joined the Kaishan sect as a true disciple, leaving me with no chance for redemption. It is utterly absurd. I merely mocked him once, and now? What is the point of my existence? Young man, do you wish to turn the tide? As the young man contemplated ending his life, Li Zhoujun's voice echoed from above. Who? Who is speaking? The young man, startled, stood up, only to resign himself with a bitter smile. Regardless of who it is, I am to die. What I have to fear? Do you truly wish to depart this world in humiliation, allowing your sister to live amongst your family's murderers as a dutiful wife? Li Zhoujun pressed on. No, I cannot accept that. The young man clenched his fists, his face a mask of defiance. Thud. The young man knelt, pleading fervently. Yin Zhihong requests that you, esteemed senior, guide me in my quest for vengeance. Having such thoughts is commendable, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Before Yin Zhihong, a sword immortal descended gracefully on a flying sword. Please, esteemed immortal, take me as your disciple. Yin Zhihong exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. The young man recognized that this individual surpassed even the Golden Core realm, possessing an overwhelming presence that even the elders of Kaishan sect could not match. This is a monumental opportunity. I must seize it. I do not take disciples at present, but you have caught my eye. I shall impart to you a technique. Li Zhoujun smiled. Please, esteemed immortal, grant me the teachings to avenge my family. Yin Zhihong implored eagerly, knowing that even if he could not become a disciple, the techniques from such a powerful being would be invaluable. Do not rush, Li Zhoujun remarked, observing the boy's desperation. He scrutinized Yin Jihong, exclaiming, "Your meridians are shattered. The one who harmed you was rather ruthless." Upon hearing this, Yin Jihong's eyes reddened, and he spoke with deep hurt. Yi Tianming was merely the son of a butcher. Yet my sister fell for him. My Yin family was a reputable cultivation clan in Beiyang City. How could I allow my sister to stoop to the level of a butcher's son? I warned Yi Tianming to stay away, for many noble families sought my sister's hand. If he pursued her, he would surely face their wrath. Yet, he insulted me instead. I could not tolerate it and confronted him. Little did I know he would rise to power and destroy my family. He misled my sister, claiming I colluded with evil sects and coveted the position of clan leader. The treasures of my family are what drew the evil sect's interest, leading to our downfall. The leadership was destined for me. What could I possibly covet? This is indeed a tragic villain, Li Zhoujun mused inwardly, observing Yin Jihong's tear-filled eyes. The boy's plight was profoundly sorrowful. This pill is a meridian reconstruction pill. It will aid you in reforming your meridians. Li Zhoujun produced a pill from his hand and offered it to Yin Jihong. Thank you, esteemed senior, for this gift. Yin Jihong reverently accepted the pill, raising it high. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun placed a finger on Yin Jihong's forehead, imprinting a technique called Huaijing into his mind. This technique was discovered in the Dao Tian sect's library during a time when Li Zhoujun could not cultivate. It was an exceptionally powerful method akin to the infamous Kuaihua manual from his previous life, requiring self-castration for mastery. To practice this technique, one must first undergo self-castration. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Young man, I am curious to see how far you can go. Li Zhoujun chuckled. As Yin Jihong contemplated the technique in his mind, he felt it was an exceptionally potent and tailored method just for him. Regarding the matter of his life, Yin Jihong has long ceased to care. All that matters to him now is vengeance. Thud. Thank you, senior. Yin Jihong immediately knelt down, bowing deeply to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, offering no objection. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, aiding the defier of fate. Ding. The system grants a reward, achieving the perfected nascent soul cultivation. The perfected nascent soul cultivation. Quite impressive, Li Zhoujun mused as he regarded the system's reward. Within Qingzhou, a perfected nascent soul would undoubtedly rank as a patriarch, capable of founding a sect without issue. Even within the Daotian sect, such a figure would be considered an elder. Ding. The system continues to release tasks. The host must assist Yin Jihong in his quest for revenge. The host will receive a true immortal effect. The system is being excessive. Are you suggesting I directly confront the protagonist? Li Zhoujun's expression soured at the task presented by the system. He had no desire to face off against the child of destiny head-on. After all, these children of destiny are notoriously resilient, akin to cockroaches that refuse to die. Their tenacity almost unbearable. They can leap from cliffs to seize opportunities, and even when pursued by beautiful women, they can still charm them into their harem. It's said that even in death, they may not truly perish, for they always find a way to return stronger, no matter the circumstances. Ding. Host, do not waver. The system's 50-50 capability ensures that even if the heavenly Tao descends, you can handle it. Moreover, this true immortal effect is a rare treasure, allowing the host to display grandeur effortlessly. All you ever want is for me to show off. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. Being paired with such a system is a love-hate relationship. After all, as a cultured and affable individual, what was the point of parading around showing off? I have suddenly changed my mind. I shall assist you in your quest for vengeance, Li Zhoujun said, turning to the kneeling Yin Jihong with a smile. Hearing this, Yin Jihong's expression brightened. Thank you, senior. He bowed once more to Li Zhoujun. Yet, a moment later, Yin Jihong sensed something amiss. After all, he was merely a tiny ant. Why would a formidable being wish to assist him without cause? Was it merely because he found him pleasing to the eye? Such reasoning seemed rather far-fetched. Did this senior harbor ulterior motives? But what could he possibly desire from someone as destitute as himself? Was it possible that this senior had a penchant for men? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yin Jihong felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively tightening his grip on his rear. When he looked back at Li Zhoujun, the seemingly refined and amiable young man appeared shrouded in a menacing aura, grinning wickedly at him. Nevertheless, the thought of avenging his grievance steeled his resolve. Senior, if you wish to do something to me, then come. I shall not resist. Yin Jihong lay down on the ground, adopting a posture of submission. Li Zhoujun, what are you thinking? I am not the sort you imagine. Get up. Suddenly realizing that this young man had misconstrued his intentions, Li Zhoujun found the situation amusing. Huh? Yin Jihong, realizing he had misjudged, awkwardly stood up, rubbing his nose in discomfort. But I truly do not understand. What could I possibly possess that merits your attention, senior? Li Zhoujun replied, exasperated. I assist you merely because it pleases me. If you truly wish to repay me, focus on your cultivation and serve me in the future. I understand. Jihong replied earnestly. He had heard that great cultivators often intervened in the affairs of mortals, seeking their own sense of righteousness. He never imagined he would encounter such a grand cultivator today. Now, tell me about Yi Tianming's circumstances, Li Zhoujun inquired. Certainly, Jihong began, recounting. Yi Tianming was an ordinary mortal who, for reasons unknown, suddenly acquired qi refinement capabilities. My sister had already become a disciple of Elder Zhao Hui of the Kaishan sect, and her future was boundless. Naturally, my family could not permit Yi Tianming to be with her, so my father invited him to the inn residence, intending to provide him with a sum of resources to distance him from my sister. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianming refused all offers, insisting he would marry no one but my sister. My father, enraged, sought to eliminate him, but to our shock, Yi Tianming unleashed his perfected foundation establishment power and slaughtered my family. My father, the head of the Yin family, had only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly contend with Yi Tianming? As a result, my entire family was annihilated, and he deliberately spared me to suffer in agony. Furthermore, he spread rumors that I had invited the wolf into the fold, causing the destruction of the Yin family. Chapter 30. The Secret Realm of Ice Water. Li Zhoujun listened intently to Jihong's account, pondering the implications. It seemed that this protagonist, Yi Tianming, possessed not only the backing of the Kaishan sect, but also a formidable master behind him. Senior, if you are willing to assist me, simply obstruct the forces backing him. I wish to personally slay Yi Tianming. Jihong declared passionately. That night, Yi Tianming's sudden surge of foundation establishment power must have stemmed from a secret technique. He should not be able to use it again, and his actual cultivation level should still be a qi refinement. At this moment, Jihong spoke fervently to Li Zhoujun. However, Li Zhoujun chuckled. Jihong then found a cave and entered, promptly consuming a pulse refinement pill. After all, in order to assist Jihong in his vengeance. Once he recovered and cultivated the true sunflower scripture, it would likely take him at least 10 days to half a month. After completing his task, Li Zhoujun deftly folded a piece of white paper into a paper crane, imprinting a fragment of his consciousness upon it before tossing it into the air. In an instant, the paper crane transformed into a lifelike white crane, soaring towards the Daotian sect. The crane bore his essence, ensuring that disciples of the Daotian sect would not impede its passage. Having accomplished all this, Li Zhoujun clapped his hands and leapt onto a tree outside the cave, resting leisurely as he dozed off. He had no fear of danger, for he was invincible, no one could best him, and even weapons could not pierce his flesh. Moreover, he did not need to cultivate actively, as the system would automatically handle his training. The following morning at the Daotian sect on Yunji Mountain, the young girl Su Nan was practicing the Bisha sword technique in the courtyard. Suddenly, a white crane descended from the sky, morphing back into a paper crane, landing delicately in Su Nan's small hands. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun's fragment of consciousness attached itself to Su Nan. This consciousness would only awaken in times of crisis, transforming into Li Zhoujun's avatar. Thus, Su Nan's safety was assured, and Li Zhoujun felt no concern. He had inquired of the system whether his avatar possessed the same 50-50 capability to which the system had affirmed, albeit with the caveat that the avatar could only sustain this ability for a maximum of 3 minutes before dissipating. Nevertheless, 3 minutes would suffice for Li Zhoujun to maneuver his flying sword and reach the scene. Meanwhile, Su Nan finished reading Li Zhoujun's letter, carefully tucking the note into her embrace before resuming her sword practice. At that moment, a figure entered the courtyard. Sister Xue? Su Nan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. The visitor was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks, a disciple under the main seat of Kanglin Mountain. Of course I remember. After all, how could I forget someone as beautiful and accomplished as you? Su Nan replied sincerely. Yet, you are far more accomplished. Having joined the Daotian sect under the youngest tribulation transcender, I believe you will surely surpass your predecessors. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled wryly, reflecting on how no one would have predicted that the former Yunji Mountain master, once a cultivation failure for 40 years, would transform into the youngest tribulation transcender within the Daotian sect and indeed, all of Qingzhou. Ha ha ha, Sister Xue, what brings you to me today? Su Nan asked curiously. To speak candidly, she initially believed that by becoming a disciple of her master, she would attain greatness. Little did she know that her master was truly formidable. Indeed, matters of significance were at hand. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded and said, surely, Junior Sister Su is aware that I am the princess of the Shui dynasty, correct? Recently, a mystical icy water realm has emerged within our dynasty, a remnant of an ancient sect, filled with countless opportunities. It shall open in 10 days. However, only 2 cultivators possessing exceptional ice and water attributes, or higher grade spiritual roots, can enter, and they must be female and at the chi refinement stage. Thus, are you suggesting that I accompany you to this secret realm, senior sister? Sunan inquired with a puzzled expression. With a smile, xianxiaaudiobooks affirmed, precisely. I possess a superb water attribute spiritual root, making me one of the chosen. As for the other candidate with an exceptional ice attribute, it must be you, junior sister. For you indeed possess a sacred ice spiritual root. Noticing Su Nan's hesitation, xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled, junior sister. Are you contemplating how such good fortune could possibly fall upon you without reason? Su Nan nodded, acknowledging that opportunities do not simply descend from the heavens. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued with a light laugh, you need not think so. Our Shui dynasty lacks anyone with a superb ice spiritual root, and within the Daotianzong. All those with such attributes have already established their foundation. You are the only one who meets the criteria. If you choose not to go, I too cannot enter the icy water realm, thus it is I who seeks your assistance. Furthermore, senior sister would never wish you harm. The sect's rules are clear. Betrayal among peers is met with severe punishment, and I would not dare offend your master, given his formidable strength. Very well, Sunan conceded, influenced by Xianxiaaudiobooks' earnestness. When do we depart, senior sister? She inquired. I have already spoken with our master, we may leave at once. The Shui dynasty's convoy is currently stationed at the serene Yuyuan mountain, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. All right, please wait for me a moment, Sunan said, leaving a letter addressed to her master on the table in the Yunju hall before departing with Xianxiaaudiobooks to Yuyuan mountain. Meanwhile, within a cave, a powerful aura indicative of the Qi refinement 9th level emerged, signaling an impending breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Li Zhoujun, reclining on a tree, lazily opened his eyes and floated down. Thank you, esteemed elder, for the elixir. I can now sense that the spiritual energy within me is closer to establishing a foundation than ever before. Given time, I shall surely break through. At that moment, Yin Zhihong emerged from the cave, bowing respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun surveyed Yin Zhihong with a nod and a smile. Well done. Have you been practicing the sunflower scripture? He inquired. Please, esteemed elder, take a look. Yin Zhihong responded eagerly, gesturing towards a nearby stone with a flourish of his fingers. Instantly, the stone exploded into fragments. Interesting. Dedicate some time to stabilize your realm and familiarize yourself with your techniques, and I shall accompany you to the Kaishanzong. Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Certainly. Yin Zhihong replied enthusiastically, already considering Li Zhoujun as his master. For he had granted him a second chance at life and bestowed upon him powerful techniques. While they lacked the formalities of a master-disciple relationship, the bond was undeniably real. Chapter 31. Visit to Kaishanzong 5 days later, an aura of foundation establishment surged from the cave. Outside, Li Zhoujun expressed his astonishment. This young man has cultivated the sunflower scripture and has managed to break through to foundation establishment so swiftly. Esteemed elder, Yin Zhihong exclaimed joyfully as he exited the cave. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Let us proceed to the Kaishanzong. Yes, Yin Zhihong's excitement surged as he anticipated the moment of vengeance. A peculiar sensation coursed through him, as if his voice had taken on a sharper quality. Yet, he dismissed it. He was willing to sacrifice anything for retribution. At that moment, Li Zhoujun swept his robe and enveloped Yin Zhihong. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings shifted, and they found themselves hovering above the Kaishanzong. Is this indeed the Kaishanzong? Li Zhoujun inquired, gazing down at the magnificent structures below. Indeed, Yin Zhihong affirmed. Simultaneously, a powerful aura ascended from within the Kaishanzong, transforming into the figure of an elder. The sudden appearance of the elder prompted a respectful salute towards Li Zhoujun. Yin Zhihong was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the elder. Rumor had it that this ancestor had reached the nascent soul stage. Such a formidable figure showing such deference to the one who had aided him was remarkable. It was evident that this great cultivator's strength also reached the nascent soul realm. What brings you to our Kaishanzong, my friend? Duan Wuyo inquired respectfully, ignoring Yin Zhihong's astonishment. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. I seek justice. Not quite. Li Zhoujun shook his head, gesturing towards Yin Zhihong behind him. I am here to seek justice on his behalf. Very well, Li Zhoujun responded. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Please, Li Zhoujun motioned. Gasps filled the air. Who is this young man that the ancestor treats with such respect? Indeed, the ancestor was a nascent soul cultivator. And to treat this young man with such reverence suggested only one explanation. This youth was also a nascent soul cultivator. A remarkably youthful nascent soul cultivator. And he appears so refined, some disciples whispered to one another. Junior sister, do not harbor such thoughts. You are unworthy. Humph. By the way, That individual accompanying the young cultivator seems somewhat familiar. Is he not Yin's senior sister's brother? Oh, did he not communicate with the cult, leading to the downfall of the Yin family? Why is he here? It seems the situation is more intricate than it appears. I shall wait and observe. Indeed. The disciples gathered in the square discussed the retreating figures of Li Zhoujun, Yin Zhihong, and their esteemed ancestor. Before long, Yin Zhihong initially fell out of place, but eventually found a chair to sit down. No need for formality, Li Zhoujun remarked, observing the fragrant steam rising from his cup. This tea is rich in color and aroma. It is clearly of excellent quality. Sipping the tea, he smiled. Please summon Yu Tianming and Yin Miao. The truth of this matter will soon be revealed. A young man clad in white entered the grand hall. I apologize for not greeting you upon your return, esteemed father. Please do not hold it against me. Do not be concerned, Li Zhoujun smiled. Thus far, he held a favorable impression of the father and son duo. Naturally, their strength played a role. Had Yin Zhihong come alone, he might not have even been granted an audience. Moments later, a group of 5 approached the grand hall. Elder He, one said. Indeed, Elder He replied, feeling somewhat annoyed. He was Xingho, Yu Tianming's master, who had been teaching his disciple when the sect leader's sudden visit prompted him to accompany his disciple to the discussion hall. Why summon my disciple to the discussion hall? Inquired the woman among them, Zhao Hui, Yin Miao's master. Like Elder He, she too had followed out of concern for her disciple. Upon hearing Zhao Hui and Xingho, the two fell silent, recognizing that the sect leader was of the same golden core level as them, but the ancestor was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, a force not to be trifled with. In the group, there were 2 others, a young boy and a young girl, both clad in the brown and white disciple robes of the Xianxian sect. The boy had an unremarkable appearance, the type that would easily be lost in a crowd. In contrast, the girl was strikingly beautiful, though a hint of weariness lingered between her brows. These 2 were none other than Yu Tianming and Yin Miao. Chapter 32, Confrontation. Tianming, why do you think the ancestor suddenly summoned us? Yin Miao asked anxiously. Glancing at Yu Tianming, he offered a gentle smile, took her small hand, and comforted her. Do not fret, silly girl. Perhaps the ancestor wishes to arrange a marriage for us. All right, she nodded, though a shadow of concern remained on her face. Observing her distress, Yu Tianming's heart ached. Miao, I know your brother has done some despicable things, but that is in the past. We must look forward. Surely Uncle Wu and Ti want to see you in this state. Okay, she replied softly. As they conversed, Yu Tianming's gaze fell upon Yin Zhihong seated in the grand hall, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. He could not fathom why Yin Zhihong would suddenly appear there. When Yin Miao saw her brother, her expression also faltered, revealing a complex mix of hatred and resentment. We have come to pay our respects to the ancestor, declared Yu Tianming. Disciple Yu Tianming humbly follows the ancestor's teachings. Disciple Yin Miao humbly follows the ancestor's teachings. They spoke in unison. At that moment, a stern voice echoed in Yu Tianming's mind. Young man, the youth seated in the hall is inscrutable, perhaps a celestial being. Should I fall into slumber, it is imperative that he does not discover my presence. A celestial being. Yu Tianming gasped inwardly. A being of such power would be beyond the elder of the Xianxian sect, who in his corporeal form was merely at the transformation stage. This elder, whom Yu Tianming referred to as Grey Elder, was the true master who guided him. Yu Tianming's heart raced. Could it be that the ancestor of the Xianxian sect intended to aid Yin Zhihong? Panic surged within him, especially since his ally, the Grey Elder, was now concealed. However, Yin Zhihong did not approach Yu Tianming first. Instead, he turned to his sister, Yin Miao, with red-rimmed eyes, and said, Miao, you've lost weight. He stepped toward her, wishing to embrace her. Yet, Yin Miao retreated, her demeanor icy. I do not have a brother like you. Yin Zhihong stood there, heartbroken, hand raised, filled with words he could not articulate. Li Zhoujun silently observed the scene, saying nothing but watching intently. You ungrateful wretch, what more is there to say at this point? It's too late for you to realize your mistakes. Your actions were worse than those of animals. Yu Tianming interjected calmly, standing beside Yin Miao. What a villainous accusation. Yin Zhihong retorted, a smile of anger crossing his face. What were you doing on the night my family was annihilated? I was on my way to the Xianxian sect, preparing to become a disciple. Are you suggesting that I, a mere qi refinement practitioner, could wipe out the Yin family? Yu Tianming replied confidently. Surely no one is foolish enough to think a qi refinement practitioner could obliterate a family of foundation establishment cultivators, especially when many of them are also qi refiners. That is why I am so assured. Leave, and never seek me out again. From this moment on, we sever all ties. Yin Miao echoed Yu Tianming's sentiments. Miao, can you not see the truth? Will you simply stand by and listen to this scoundrel's nonsense? Yin Zhihong's anger flared. I am the rightful heir of the family. Why would I conspire with evil sects to kill our father and usurp the position? Do you not find that absurd? Throughout my life, I have had no interest in such matters. I only wished for our father to pass the position to you while I reaped the family's monthly benefits. At this, Miao Miao's expression shifted, her shock evident. Your words are laughable. The wise see wisdom differently. I am merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. Even if I harbored ambitions, I would never destroy my father, the pillar of our family. Without a foundation establishment powerhouse backing us, the Yin family, no matter how strong it appears, is but a paper tiger, Yin Zhihong sneered. Yi Tianming felt a chill of sweat, realizing that Yin Zhihong was far from a fool and quite articulate. He regretted not having killed him when he had the chance, instead of merely crippling his cultivation. Nevertheless, Yi Tianming pressed on. But after you successfully usurp the position, do you not have the evil sect to support you? As long as you offer them tribute annually, all would be well, would it not? Are you out of your mind? Yin Zhihong, may be foolish, but I would never conspire with a tiger to seek its skin. You claim I colluded with an evil sect? Where is your evidence? Yin Zhihong laughed coldly. Your very existence is the best evidence, Yi Tianming countered. So, you have no evidence to present? Yin Zhihong chuckled. His expression then darkened, and he glared fiercely at Yi Tianming. But I possess evidence that my family was destroyed by you. You unleashed secret arts, exploding with the full power of Foundation establishment, killing my entire family and seizing countless treasures. Dare you open your storage artifact to reveal if anything belonging to the Yin family remains? On what grounds? Just your mere words? Yi Tianming retorted. Why should I show you my storage artifact? Who do you think you are? A flicker of panic crossed Yi Tianming's face. Within his storage ring lay items from the Yin family he had yet to process. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Do you not know that prying into another cultivator's secrets is a grave taboo? I see you are simply afraid, Yin Zhihong sneered. Yi Tianming, did you truly annihilate the Yin family? Zhao Hui, with a hostile expression, fixed her gaze on him. Elder Zhao, how could that be? I am merely at the qi refinement stage. Even with secret arts, I could not possibly breach the Foundation establishment level. Yi Tianming protested earnestly. He then turned to Yin Miao Miao, his expression pleading. Miao Miao, do you believe me? As long as you trust me, I fear no accusations. The innocent are always vindicated. Chapter 33. A change of heart from Duan Wui. Seeing the sincerity in Yi Tianming's words left Yin Miao Miao momentarily indecisive. Yin Zhihong, noticing her hesitation, scoffed. What? Are you now begging for pity? Yet Yi Tianming ignored him, his gaze fervently fixed on Yin Miao Miao. Miao Miao, do you not trust me? The reason I came to the Kaishan sect was for you. He expressed his frustration. I would give everything for you. Why can you not believe me? Yi Tianming. Allow me to speak, finally interjected Li Zhoujun. Seeing the speaker was likely the powerful being his master had mentioned, Yi Tianming's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Senior. I am all ears. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Here's the deal. You have claimed you are willing to give everything for Yin Miao Miao. Then why not open your storage artifact for her to inspect? If your intentions are true, such a minor request should pose no challenge, correct? Yi Tianming was taken aback, his heart racing with apprehension. Clearly, this celestial visitor had ulterior motives and was likely aligned with Yin Zhihong. This realization darkened Yi Tianming's countenance. The formidable being from the realm of illusion stood in stark opposition to a mere qi refinement cultivator, evoking a profound sense of despair. This illusionary immortal was merciless, striking directly at the heart of one's vulnerabilities with a single utterance. To refuse would imply guilt, yet to acquiesce would reveal the truth of his own actions against the Yin family. In that moment, Yi Tianming found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Yi Tianming, you profess your sincerity towards my sister, yet here you are, ready to abandon her. Yin Zhihong sneered. Turning to Yin Miao Miao, he continued, Miao Miao, do you not see the truth? Indeed, I annihilated the entire Yin family. What do you intend to do about it? If your family had not sought to extinguish my life, would I have ever taken such drastic measures? Finally, as the truth became untenable, Yi Tianming dropped his facade and boldly confessed. With a cold smile directed at Yin Zhihong, he taunted, What's this? Have you become so weak that your words now resemble those of a coward? I anticipated you might choose to end your own life in disgrace, but here you stand, audacious and unashamed. It matters not what I have become. All that matters is the opportunity to end your life. That alone justifies everything. Yin Zhihong retorted with a chilling laugh. Meanwhile, Yin Miao Miao gazed at Yi Tianming in disbelief. This was the man who claimed to love her yet had brought ruin upon her family. Recognizing her turmoil, Yi Tianming lamented. I never wished to resort to violence, but your father forced my hand that fateful day. I suppose the blow to your heart must be severe. First, your family falls, only to discover it was at the hands of one you loved. Fool, do you not understand why my father sought your demise? Yin Jihong interjected, his agitation palpable. The Yin family approached you with goodwill, urging you to keep your distance from my sister. Yet you repaid our kindness with disdain, provoking my father by declaring us a lineage of lowly curs. Who else should have faced your wrath but you? Alas, it is your family that now lies in ruins. Yi Tianming shrugged indifferently. It was indeed the Yin family that first drew blood. Your demise was deserved. Yet why deceive my sister and cast the blame upon me? Why not own your actions? At that moment, the elder, Duan Wuyo, interjected. This matter is not solely the fault of the old man as disciple. The Yin family initiated it. If my disciple acted rashly, it is to be expected from one so young. I hope to guide him better in the future. Duan Wuyo frowned. Let the younger generation resolve their own affairs. We old-timers should refrain from interference. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? His implication was clear. Let Yin Jihong and Yi Tianming settle their differences alone. As Yi Tianming's ability to obliterate a foundational family from a mere qi refinement stage indicated he possessed significant secrets worth uncovering. However, today, Yi Tianming's demise seemed inevitable. If he survived, it would be Yin Jihong who suffered, but in the long run, the one aiding Yin Jihong would also face the consequences. As the tension escalated, Yin Jihong unleashed an aura of early foundation establishment. Yi Tianming's complexion soured. He was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement. And without the assistance of his enigmatic ally, Gray, confronting such an opponent was impossible. Yet Gray had succumbed to slumber, hidden from the presence of the illusionary immortal. What could he possibly utilize against Yin Jihong now? Teacher, I can assist you no further. The rest is up to you. The elder has decreed your grievances must be resolved between yourselves. Spare Yin Jihong. Allow him a chance at life. This will earn you favor in the elder's eyes. Remember this well, He Xinghu whispered urgently to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming's heart was heavy, yet he recognized that he could not evade the confrontation. Fighting Yin Jihong was preferable to facing the illusionary immortal. Power. Yi Tianming yearned for strength. Had he possessed it, none of this would have transpired. And that illusionary immortal aiding Yin Jihong should not be allowed to thwart any chance of his resurgence. Otherwise, he would surely be crushed beneath their heel. Let the battle commence, Yi Tianming declared, his demeanor resolute as he accepted the challenge. With that, Yin Jihong wasted no time, elegantly forming a delicate gesture. Summoning several bolts of magical energy, concentrated spirit force from within a cultivator's body, aimed directly at Yi Tianming with a resounding whoosh. With Yi Tianming's limited prowess at the 7th level of qi refinement, he was ill-prepared to withstand such an onslaught. The energy struck him squarely in the chest, sending him careening backward to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Yin Miao Miao observed, her heart sinking into despair. Is this all you can do? Use your forbidden techniques to end me. Seeing Yu Tianming falter before him, Yin Jihong couldn't suppress his mockery. He approached and seized Yu Tianming by the foot, swinging him around before launching him violently to the ground. With a sickening thud, Yi Tianming crashed down, blood pouring from his wounds. Appearing to teeter on the brink of life and death, Yu Tianming, He Xinghu gasped, alarmed. Coughing up more blood, Yu Tianming struggled to rise, his eyes fixed on Yin Jihong as if they were daggers. Do not gaze at me with such fury. You shall accompany my father in death, Yin Jihong taunted. Undeterred by Yi Tianming's glare, in a blink, he materialized before Yi Tianming, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Should that strike land, Yu Tianming's fate would be sealed. In that moment of impending doom, a change unfolded. Yu Tianming heard the voice of Gray in his mind. Lad. It seems there's no escaping this. We must fight with all our might. Surrender your body to me. With Gray's command, Yi Tianming felt an overwhelming surge of power, ascending to the peak of the nascent soul stage, nearing the threshold of transformation. In that instant, Yin Jihong was overwhelmed, sent careening backward as if a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall with such force that it splintered, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. Coughing up blood, Yin Jihong felt his insides churn violently before darkness consumed him as he fainted. Mr. Yin Miao Miao rushed toward her fallen brother, panic etched across her face. Peak nascent soul? The onlookers gasped collectively, astonished. What kind of secret art could elevate a qi refinement cultivator to such heights? Duan Wuyo's eyes gleamed with greed. This was a technique he must possess. Finally, the moment had arrived. Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes, having refrained from intervening earlier, waiting for the opportunity when Gray would take control of Yu Tianming. Yet now, with Gray poised to flee, he would not allow such an escape. A sword shot forth from his body, radiating an overwhelming aura, as if a mountain had descended, immobilizing all present, including the entity controlling Yi Tianming. A 9th grade flying sword? A great ascension true immortal. Suddenly, a hoarse voice resembling that of an elderly man emanated from Yi Tianming's mouth. What? A true immortal? Upon hearing Yi Tianming speak, the crowd turned in disbelief towards Li Zhoujun, who had just taken action. After all, it had been clearly established from the beginning that the sect would not shield traitors, yet he had just decisively changed his stance. At this moment, the gray elder controlling Yi Tianming was taken aback and questioned Li Zhoujun with astonishment. Some matters do not require your thorough understanding. Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle, fully aware of the adage that villains perish from excessive verbosity. He directly manipulated the proud snow-flying sword, piercing through the body of Yi Tianming, which was under the gray elder's control. Consequently, Yi Tianming's form began to dissipate from the lower half. Being struck by a 9th-grade immortal sword inevitably led to the obliteration of both body and soul. No, I refuse to accept this. Yi Tianming howled in anger just before vanishing. But that was all there was to it. The power of the 9th-grade immortal sword was such that, even for a cultivator who had already perished once, like him, not to mention those in the returning void, harmonization, or tribulation stages, it was impossible to withstand a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward of the true immortal effect. True immortal effect. The host's thoughts resonate with the heavens and the earth. With the system alert indicating task completion, Li Zhoujun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that no matter how fortuitous the protagonist's luck might be, when faced with an antagonist determined to kill him without granting any chance, he too had no opportunity to escape. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Li Zhoujun had come to truly understand this statement. We have witnessed the immortal. At that moment, the crowd knelt down before Li Zhoujun in reverence. Zhao Hui, seeing her disciple still dazed in her brother's embrace, felt a wave of panic wash over her. However, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to this. He simply regarded those kneeling before him with an indifferent expression. Rise. There's no need for excessive courtesy, Li Zhoujun said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly stood up, their demeanor akin to that of children before their parents, standing there in silence, hesitant to speak. As for the matter of Yi Tianming, they prudently chose not to mention it, having discerned the truth. The reason for Yi Tianming's newfound strength was not some secret technique, but rather the presence of an ancient monster lying dormant within him. Most likely, this ancient being had offended the immortal, prompting the latter to seek their demise. Why bring up such matters and invite calamity upon themselves? Even Yi Xinghu, whose disciple had been slain by Li Zhoujun, did not dare to utter a word. To offend an enlightened true immortal over a recently taken disciple who had met an untimely end would be sheer folly. He then approached Yin Miao Miao, crouching down to place a healing pill into Yin Zhihang's mouth. Only then did Yin Miao Miao come to her senses, carefully laying her brother on the ground before standing up to respectfully bow to Li Zhoujun. Miao Miao thanks the immortal for your assistance. Li Zhoujun smiled. Take good care of your brother. He has treated you well. After speaking, Li Zhoujun did not linger, departing the grand hall amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd. Hands clasped behind his back, we bid farewell to the immortal. The disciples of Kaishan's sect called out as they realized what had transpired. As for Li Zhoujun's true name and destination, they remained oblivious. They only knew that a carefree and vengeful true immortal had once graced the hall of the Kaishan sect. Chapter 35. Encountering a person in the rain after leaving the Kaishan sect, Li Zhoujun found himself on a tranquil official road. Having spent over 40 years in this world, he had never truly explored it. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to meander about. However, the heavens were not favorable. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and a light drizzle began to fall. Just as the raindrops were about to land on Li Zhoujun, they miraculously diverted away, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, repelling the rain. Moreover, the rain caused the dirt road to become muddy and difficult to traverse. Strangely, however, Li Zhoujun walked through the mud without a trace of dirt on his feet. Why do these raindrops avoid me even without using any cultivation? Li Zhoujun pondered in astonishment. Ding! The true immortal body is an immaculate form, naturally repelling all mundane filth. So, I am a true immortal? How was I unaware of this? Li Zhoujun was left bewildered. Ding! You are certainly not a true immortal. This is all attributed to the effect of the true immortal. Now it made sense. Li Zhoujun realized. As he strolled along, a small tuft of grass beneath a tree caught his attention. It was remarkably pushing against a stone that weighed it down. A sprout with a hint of spirit, Li Zhoujun marveled. He approached the grass, crouched down, and said, Our meeting is fate. Allow me to give you a hand and remove this stone. He then lifted the stone away, and the grass sprang upright. Ding! The host's compassion has been noted. The system randomly rewards you with a spirit-gathering array. Is that possible? Li Zhoujun was taken aback. Ding! The system has detected the grass's significant spiritual essence and has issued a task. Help this grass inscribe a spirit-gathering array to assist its cultivation, thereby sowing the seeds of kindness. Reward. If this grass successfully cultivates in the future, it will naturally seek to repay the host. So, you're suggesting I acquire a pawn? The casual nature of this reward is quite amusing, Li Zhoujun thought. Nevertheless, he looked at the tuft of grass with a smile and said, "Let me bestow upon you another gift." With a flick of his finger, he drew an intricate spirit-gathering array above the grass. Once completed, he clapped his hands and warned, "Little one, should you cultivate successfully in the future, do not cause mischief, or I shall personally end you." At that moment, two figures approached from behind Li Zhoujun. One was a simple-minded youth with a tuft of fuzz at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a white-haired elder. The youth, carrying an umbrella on his back and holding another in hand, sheltered both himself and the elder beneath it. The youth smiled and said, "Are you seeking refuge from the rain here, sir? I happen to have an extra umbrella. If you don't mind, please make use of it." He then took the umbrella from his back and handed it to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Thank you. However, I shall remember your kindness." With that, he accepted the paper umbrella from the youth. At the same time, he scrutinized the pair before him. The elder, though white-haired, possessed an ethereal demeanor, leading Li Zhoujun to suspect he was no ordinary person. Yet, he could not ascertain the elder's level of cultivation, though he suspected it surpassed the nascent soul stage and reached the transformation stage. As for the simple-minded youth offering the umbrella, Li Zhoujun discerned he had a foundation establishment level of cultivation, appearing to be just over 16 years of age. A 16-year-old with foundation establishment means his accompanying elder could hardly be a mere mortal. While Li Zhoujun appraised the pair, the elder was also observing him. Given the many demons known to inhabit this road, the presence of a young man alone here was likely significant. Furthermore, this person exuded a transcendent aura, and though his actions seemed ordinary, they appeared to contain a certain profound principle. The elder then smiled and inquired, "May I ask if you, Mr. Li, are headed to Jiangcheng?" "Merely wandering and enjoying the scenery. As for where this road leads, I am uncertain," Li Zhoujun replied after a moment of contemplation, smiling. He was unaware of this road's destination. He simply wished to stretch his legs and behold the sights, remaining indifferent to the final destination. "You certainly have a carefree spirit, Mr. Li." The elder chuckled. "I have long heard tales of bandits and malevolent spirits lurking in this area. If you do not mind, sir, why not accompany me to Jiangcheng? This city, built by the river, boasts enchanting scenery that I believe you will find delightful." "No, thank you," Li Zhoujun replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. "I am accustomed to wandering alone. I shall proceed on my own. Take care, both of you." With that, Li Zhoujun opened his paper umbrella, holding it aloft with one hand while the other rested behind him, slowly stepping into the ring. The elder and the youth watched as Li Zhoujun gradually disappeared from view, turning left into a narrow path. "Master, look at that grass." Suddenly, the simple-minded youth pointed excitedly at a rather spirited weed. "What an exquisite formation!" the elder exclaimed. Astonishment etched on his face as he observed the gathering spirit array upon the weed. "This must have been set by that gentleman earlier," the simple-minded youth remarked. The elder nodded in agreement, stating, "To craft such a sophisticated gathering array, that gentleman's mastery of formations is likely unparalleled in the world." The simple-minded youth's mouth fell agape. He knew his master was highly skilled in formations, certainly above a fifth-grade formation master. To receive such praise from his master indicated the gentleman's extraordinary capabilities. Unfortunately, the path he took was not towards Jiangcheng, and they would not have the chance to see the great man again. "You have garnered the favor of such a remarkable individual. This is your fortune. However, our visit was rather abrupt, and it seems that gentleman forgot to conceal this array." "Let me enhance it," the elder said, glancing at the weed with a faint smile, and with a wave of his hand, he concealed the array set by Li Zhoujun. "All right. Sure, we should be on our way," the elder instructed the simple-minded youth. "Yes, master," Sure replied solemnly, nodding his head. The pair set forth towards Jiangcheng, intending to tend to the ailing granddaughter of the elder's dear friend. It was said that the girl had entered a mystical cave and had fallen ill upon her return. Chapter 36. The Divine Feather Dynasty. Meanwhile, after walking for some time in the rain, Li Zhoujun suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How foolish of me. I set an array on that weed but forgot to conceal it. If this array attracts other demons or cultivators, I would be putting it in danger." When he returned to the tree, the figures of the elder and the youth were already gone, and the gathering spirit array on the weed had been hidden. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun's arrival, the weed swayed as if in delight. "Ah, it seems the elder took action," Li Zhoujun mused. "Continue to cultivate well here." He advised the weed before heading off towards Jiangcheng, having already traversed the other path without finding anything of interest. Upon arriving in Jiangcheng, He found the elder and the youth outside a grand residence. Lu Wuhan, it is I, Yu Ziyue. Aren't you going to come out and greet me? The elder looked at the door with a light chuckle. Ha ha, Ziyue, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. As Yu Ziyue's voice faded, an elegantly dressed elder emerged from the gate, laughing heartily. Upon seeing Asher, he paused slightly. Ziyue, you have taken a disciple? Yes, this lad is named Xiao. Yu Ziyue replied with a faint smile. Asher, quickly pay your respects to Uncle Lu. Originally, Yu Ziyue intended for Xiao to address Lu Wuhan as grandfather. But that would imply Lu Wuhan was inexplicably older than him. Xiao pays his respects to Uncle Lu, Xiao said, bowing to Lu Wuhan. Do not stand on ceremony, young one. At 16, you have reached the foundation stage. TSK, Ziyue, you have acquired an exceptional disciple. He rivals even the top talents of Daotian's sect, Lu Wuhan remarked with a grin. He then sighed nostalgically. I remember when you and I roamed the rivers and lakes. Young and impetuous. Now, we are both gray-haired, one with a family, the other with a disciple. How things have changed. Indeed, Yu Ziyue responded with a sigh. Suddenly, he focused intently on Lu Wuhan's chest, saying gravely, your injury. It is of no consequence, Lu Wuhan replied with a slight smile. Having lived long enough, I am content to see an old friend once more before departing this world. However, before I go, I wish to see my dear granddaughter and ensure her recovery. Take me to her. Yu Ziyue spoke solemnly. Lu Wuhan's injury had been sustained in his youth while hunting a demonic cultivator, and it had left a lingering ailment. Yu Ziyue felt a deep sense of sorrow, wishing to fulfill his old friend's wish before he departed. Very well, Lu Wuhan nodded, leading the two to a side room. Upon opening the door, they beheld a stunning young girl lying on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, resembling a celestial being. This girl was Lu Wuhan's granddaughter, Lu Zhoujun. As a young man, Xiao's face flushed upon seeing such beauty, but he quickly composed himself, remembering that their purpose was to save her. The last time I saw her, she was still in swaddling clothes. I cannot believe how she has grown into such a graceful young lady, Yu Ziyue remarked. Lu Wuhan let out a bitter smile. This girl has a wild temperament. After I am gone, Ziyue, you must take care of her. Of course, Yu Ziyue replied earnestly. Then opening his mystical eye, he discerned the girl's condition. Ziyue, what have you discerned about my granddaughter? Lu Wuhan inquired. Well, the young girl ventured into a mystical cave. Although she returned, it appears she triggered an array inside, leaving 3 of her souls trapped there. Yu Ziyue frowned. True to your reputation, you identified her condition at a glance. But now, how can we rescue her 3 souls? Lu Wuhan asked anxiously. If all else fails, I shall dare to breach that mystical cave. After all, I am but a dying man. Absolutely not, Yu Ziyue replied decisively. I have heard of the mystical caves near Jiangcheng. They are ancient sanctuaries left for qi refining and foundation building cultivators. Any cultivator above the golden core stage who enters will meet their demise unless they possess comparable strength to that of a celestial being. What then? Lu Wuhan inquired, clearly apprehensive about stepping into the cave with his current early-stage transformation power. That is fortunate, Lu Wuhan sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyue took action. He bit his finger. And in the next moment, he began to sketch an array in the air. An hour passed before Yu Ziyue slowly withdrew his hand, sweat covering his brow. Seeing his master in such a state, Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. The array is complete. Ziyue, I cannot thank you enough, Lu Wuhan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Yu Ziyue quickly waved his hands, smiling. Wuhan, what are you doing? If you had not taken that blow for me, I would not be standing here speaking with you now. This is simply my obligation. Do not thank me further, or I shall be forced to take offense. Ha ha. I have been too polite, Lu Wuhan laughed heartily. To have such a dear friend in this life, I have no regrets. Yu Ziyue chuckled in response. However, just as he was preparing to take the next step, a commanding voice resonated from above. Lu Wuhan, surrender the treasured items stolen from my dynasty, and I shall spare your entire family. Celestials? Yu Ziyue gasped, feeling the aura from above. Wuhan, what have you done? You are truly remarkable to have accomplished such a feat beneath the nose of a celestial being. Yu Ziyue was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. For while Lu Wuhan spoke lightly, it was indeed a tremendous feat for a transformation stage cultivator to pilfer something from the divine feather dynasty without consequence. Subsequently, Yu Ziyue inquired, what of the Tianyu pill? I certainly fed it to the young girl. Keeping it would serve no purpose, Lu Wuhan replied with a rueful smile. You have truly caused a significant calamity this time. The pursuing celestial being is likely none other than the enigmatic supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty, Yu Huaji. Yu Ziyue expressed his helplessness. One must bear their own burdens. I cannot implicate you and Asher, said Lu Wuhan. Nonsense. We grew up together, sharing both joys and hardships. Come, let us confront this supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty together. Yu Ziyue declared resolutely. Very well. Recognizing Yu Ziyue's determination, Lu Wuhan understood he could not dissuade him and reluctantly agreed, vowing internally not to let Yu Ziyue and his disciple be drawn into this predicament. As the celestial being descended upon the divine feather dynasty, the citizens and cultivators of Jiang City found themselves overwhelmed by an oppressive aura, forcing them to kneel. Li Zhoujun, who had just arrived in Jiang City, stood in astonishment, gazing upward at the celestial being, when suddenly, two elder figures ascended into the sky, one of whom was the elder who had bestowed an umbrella upon him. Chapter 37. A promise from the true immortal. Both Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan had encountered the supreme emperor. As they soared into the sky, their spirits were high. But upon facing the formidable pressure emanating from a being of celestial caliber, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly bowed to the elder clad in a dragon robe. This elder was indeed Yu Huaji, the supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty. Yu Ziyue? Yu Huaji regarded him with mild surprise, then nodded, saying, I have heard of you, a fifth-tier spiritual array master, quite a talent indeed. But judging by your demeanor, are you prepared to contend with me on behalf of Lu Wuhan? I advise you to reconsider. Naturally, I have no desire to become an enemy of the supreme emperor, Yu Ziyue replied with a bitter smile. But the Tian Yudan has already been consumed by someone. What? Yu Huaji exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Who did you give it to? My granddaughter. Lu Wuhan grumbled. Damn it. Despite this, the Tian Yudan held immense significance for the divine feather dynasty, as it was a treasured heirloom passed down to ensure that a prodigious descendant of the Yu family, should they meet an untimely demise, could be resurrected once more. Hand over your granddaughter, and I shall spare the Lu family, Yu Huaji stated calmly. Impossible, Lu Wuhan retorted, raising his chin defiantly. As a cultivator of the transformation realm, he understood that Yu Huaji sought his granddaughter to refine her into a pill. He could never acquiesce to such a demand. Shall I take matters into my own hands then? Yu Huaji sneered, his celestial might pressing down upon Lu Wuhan like a mountain, causing the latter's complexion to turn pale. Supreme Emperor, is there no other remedy? Yu Ziyue inquired. There is none. If you are wise, you will step aside. This matter does not concern you. Yu Huaji scoffed. I have granted you ample opportunity. Cherish it. Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyue's color drained. Yet he gritted his teeth and stated, had it not been for Lu Wuhan taking a blow for me, I would have perished long ago. Stubborn fool. Yu Huaji huffed. At that moment, both Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan felt a surge of nausea as a metallic taste flooded their throats. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, Li Zhoujun, who had been observing from a distance, noticed the tension surrounding the celestial being from the divine feather dynasty, particularly towards the elder who had given him an umbrella. Ding, the system has issued a task. The host may repay the favor of the umbrella, thus earning generous rewards. Realizing he could no longer remain a passive observer, Li Zhoujun rose into the air with purpose, hands clasped behind him, advancing toward the celestial confrontation. As the atmosphere crackled with tension, Yu Huaji, Yu Ziyue, and Lu Wuhan beheld a young man clad in a green robe, his expression serene, materialize beside them. Mr. Li? Yu Ziyue exclaimed in surprise. Li Zhoujun smiled slightly. It seems you have found yourself in trouble, Elder Yu. Just in time, I can repay the favor of the umbrella. Having overheard their previous conversation, Li Zhoujun was well aware of Yu Ziyue's identity. Who is this? Lu Wuhan inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Yu Ziyue, a master of formidable arrays. Yu Ziyue replied with a light chuckle, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. We have been saved. Yet, internally, Yu Ziyue lamented, recalling that it was actually his disciple who had gifted Li Zhoujun the umbrella, and he was merely benefiting from that kindness. My friend, it would be prudent not to intervene, considering Lu Wuhan's prior theft of the Tian Yudan from the divine feather dynasty, Yu Huaji remarked, his previous arrogance diminished, now tinged with a hint of respect. For this youth was beyond his comprehension. While I wish to remain uninvolved, Elder Yu has shown me kindness with the umbrella. Thus, allow me to offer you a promise. I shall intervene once, should your divine feather dynasty face annihilation. How does that sound? Li Zhoujun proposed with a smile. It was only natural that Lu Wuhan, who had erred first, should not expect Li Zhoujun to further escalate the situation by striking down the supreme emperor. Doing so would be no different than the unreasonable actions of a malevolent cultivator. When your divine feather dynasty faces ruin, I shall lend assistance. Yu Huaji chuckled at first, but then his expression turned icy. Do not speak so lightly, my friend. I fear that before my dynasty meets its end, you may perish first. Do not be ungrateful. Li Zhoujun's eyes narrowed slightly, yet a smile played upon his lips. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and the skies darkened as thunder roared, creating an apocalyptic scene. A true immortal. Yu Huaji, Yu Ziyue, and Lu Wuhan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was said that when a true immortal was enraged, the heavens would change. And that very phenomenon unfolded before them. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Li Zhoujun, Yu Huaji sensed himself as a mere boat adrift in a tempest, liable to be obliterated at any moment. I am willing to relinquish the Tianyu Dan. I beseech the immortal for forgiveness. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, forgive me. Yu Huaji bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun, his voice trembling with trepidation, struggling to articulate his words. Although both virtual and true immortals bear the title of immortal, the reality is that virtual immortals are merely cultivators traversing the path, still fundamentally mortal. Whereas true immortals have undergone tribulations and achieved enlightenment. Even 100 virtual immortals could not compare to a single true immortal's worth. Would my single intervention suffice to compensate for the Tianyu Dan? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile, retracting his true immortal aura. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yu Huaji exclaimed eagerly. Realizing the fortune of exchanging a Tianyu Dan for the promise of a true immortal's assistance was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Indeed, one intervention from a true immortal far surpassed the value of even 10 Tianyu Dan. Chapter 38. Grandmaster of Spiritual Arrays. Then it is settled. Should your divine feather dynasty encounter peril, simply light this incense, and I shall be alerted, Li Zhoujun declared, producing a stick of incense and handing it to Yu Huaji. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Yu Huaji received the incense, unable to conceal his joy, with the promise of a true immortal. The recently restless Daling dynasty would likely be unable to stir up any trouble. The Daling dynasty, neighboring the divine feather dynasty, was filled with formidable experts. It was said that their ancestor had already broken through to the combined body realm, seeking to sweep through surrounding dynasties and expand their territory. This was why Yu Huaji was so concerned about the Tianyu Dan, fearing that his favored descendant might fall victim to the treachery of the Daling dynasty. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhen looked on with envy at this scene. What incredible fortune for the divine feather dynasty to receive a promise from a true immortal. If you have no further matters, you may take your leave. Li Zhoujun smiled at Yu Huaji. Should the esteemed immortal grace the divine feather empire with a visit, do inform this old man, so that I may prepare to welcome you. Yu Huaji hastily remarked. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded. Having secured a promise from a true immortal during this venture, he felt it was an incredible stroke of fortune. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, congratulations. Host, on completing the task of gratitude. Ding, system rewards granted. Initial stage of divine transformation. Ding, system rewards granted. Returning void pill. Returning void pill. A practitioner at the peak of divine transformation may consume this to break through to the returning void stage. Observing the two rewards bestowed by the system, Li Zhoujun felt little stir within. After all, with his capabilities nearly unmatched, he was destined to ascend to the celestial realm given diligent cultivation. However, the returning void pill was of no use to him at present, considering he had only just entered the initial stage of divine transformation. Immortal, Yu Ziyu, and Lu Wuhen respectfully addressed Li Zhoujun in unison. Li Zhoujun turned to Yu Ziyu and smiled. Mr. Yu, your loyalty to your friend is commendable. Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyu forced a smile. Before the immortal, I dare not claim the title of old gentleman, for that would be an embarrassment to me. Frankly speaking, Yu Ziyu could hardly believe he was fortunate enough to encounter a genuine great ascendant in his lifetime, especially one who had rescued him. The immortal possesses a truly admirable disposition. I envy you, old man Yu, he remarked with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed immortal. If you would not be averse, might I invite you to my humble abode for tea, so that I may express my gratitude properly? Lu Wuhen eagerly suggested to Li Zhoujun, noticing his old friend's eagerness. Yu Ziyu surmised Lu Wuhen's intentions. The young maiden, Lu Jining, though merely possessing superior water spiritual roots, had awakened a unique physique known as the Yin body, which conferred remarkable talents upon its bearers. It was said that the ancient Yin fairy had possessed this very physique. Lu Wuhen's desire to invite the immortal to his home was likely an attempt to have him accept his granddaughter as a disciple. Naturally, Lu Wuhen had only disclosed this detail to Yu Ziyu. Very well, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, agreeing to Lu Wuhen's invitation for tea. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's acceptance, Lu Wuhen's face lit up with joy, as the presence of an immortal in the Lu family would certainly elevate their status. If the immortal were to take a liking to his granddaughter and accept her as a disciple, the Lu family would gain immense prestige throughout Qizhou and beyond. He could then depart from this world with peace of mind. Please, esteemed immortal, follow me. Master, are you all right? As they touched down, Xianxia rushed forward. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, he paused in surprise, Mr. Yu Ziyu was about to admonish Xianxia for addressing Li Zhoujun improperly. But Li Zhoujun waved a hand to stop him, then smiled at Xianxia. Young friend, it is good to see you again. Seeing this, Yu Ziyu sighed in relief. He understood that Li Zhoujun wished to keep his true identity as an immortal from becoming widely known. Indeed. Xiaoshi replied with a simple smile. Your disciple is quite fortunate. It appears the immortal holds him in high regard, presenting a tremendous opportunity. Lu Wuhen whispered to Yu Ziyu. Yu Ziyu smiled faintly. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun appeared to sense something, pausing momentarily. It seems there is some sort of formation here. Mr. Li, your keen perception is commendable. It is indeed a formation I previously set up. Yu Ziyu chuckled. My granddaughter's 3 souls have been left in a certain void immortal cave, which is why Lu Wuhen requested my assistance, he explained. I see. May I inquire about the current condition of Lu Lao's granddaughter? Li Zhoujun asked. We were merely one step away from completion. But the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Feather Empire has arrived, Yu Ziyu replied. Oh, I see. My presence here may have interrupted your affairs, Li Zhoujun acknowledged. Nonsense, Mr. Li. It is an honor for my family to host you. Lu Wuhen quickly insisted. At this moment, Xiaoshi observed the utmost respect shown by his master and Lu uncle towards Mr. Li. Could it be that Mr. Li's cultivation had already reached the realm of Void Immortal? The thought filled him with awe. For his master had previously mentioned that the chasm between divine transformation and Void Immortal was as vast as the gulf between heaven and earth. A Void Immortal was akin to a terrestrial deity on the lands of Qingzhou, an extraordinary figure indeed. Please, gentlemen, continue with your affairs. I shall explore at my leisure. Li Zhoujun smiled graciously. Ah? Lu Wuhen was taken aback. If Li Zhoujun did not attend, how could they showcase his granddaughter's talents to the immortal? How could the immortal then take her as a disciple? Yu Ziyu, noticing his old friend's predicament, contemplated before respectfully addressing Li Zhoujun. I hope Mr. Li can forgive this old man's presumption. I have little grasp of this matter, and I humbly request your guidance. Ding. The system has issued a task to observe Yu Ziyu's actions. The host will gain the ability of Spirit Array, becoming a Grandmaster of 9-tier Spirit Arrays. Initially, Li Zhoujun had intended to decline, as he had scant knowledge of formations, having merely learned a gathering Spirit Array. However, upon learning that observing Yu Ziyu's actions would grant him the title of 9-tier Spirit Array Grandmaster, he could not refuse. After all, such a title corresponded with that of a true immortal. Meanwhile, upon seeing Li Zhoujun's agreement, Lu Wuhen cast a grateful glance at Yu Ziyu. Chapter 39. A temporary stay at the Lu family. As Li Zhoujun entered the chamber where Lu Jining lay, he immediately discerned that the young woman possessed a remarkable constitution. Lu Lao, is your granddaughter in body? Li Zhoujun inquired, astonished. Indeed, you speak the truth. My granddaughter is indeed in body, Lu Wuhen replied, his expression tinged with anxiety. He understood that at this juncture, he could no longer conceal his thoughts from the immortal. As Yu Wuhen had anticipated, Li Zhoujun smiled and remarked, it seems your intentions extend beyond mere hospitality, as you wish for me to accept this young lady as a disciple. Feeling exposed, Lu Wuhen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Mr. Li, I am not long for this world. I merely wish for my granddaughter to have a reliable support after I am gone. I understand, Li Zhoujun nodded. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Ding, the presence of an body detected. It is recommended that the host accept her as a disciple for substantial rewards. Ah? Li Zhoujun was taken aback by the system's suggestion, then turned to Lu Wuhen with a smile. In that case, I cannot refuse. Therefore, Mr. Li, you wish to take my granddaughter as your disciple? Lu Wuhen's eyes widened, his breath quickening with hope. If his granddaughter could indeed become a disciple of a true immortal, her future would be secure. Indeed. Li Zhoujun confirmed with a nod. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Lu Wuhen bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Yu Ziyu, witnessing the exchange, felt a surge of emotion, realizing the immense fortune that had befallen the Lu family. Their daughter was to become a disciple of a true immortal, ensuring a future that, while not without challenges, was undoubtedly bright. The system, however, did not indicate the successful acceptance of the disciple, likely requiring the young lady's consent. Please wait a moment. Esteemed immortal, Yu Ziyu said with a smile. He then used his fingertip as a blade, gently slicing a strand of hair from Lu Jining's head. The hair was then placed in the void. In the next instant, the entire room glowed with a crimson light. As the light illuminated and fell, Li Zhoujun gazed at Lu Jining, noticing her face regain its color. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Ding! Host has successfully observed. Task completed. With a resounding chime, the system proclaimed, reward granted. The host has attained the realm of spiritual formations, becoming a Grandmaster of the 9th rank. As the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge fill his mind. Upon observing the remnants of the formation in the void, he discerned its structure with a single glance, capable of setting it up with but a thought, should he wish to do so. Fortunately, The soul formation laid by the old man succeeded. Yu Ziyue exhaled with relief. Ziyue, does this imply my granddaughter has recovered? Lu Wuhan inquired with great joy. Looking towards Yu Ziyue. Indeed, Yu Ziyue responded with a light chuckle. Even if my abilities are limited, we have Mr. Li present. There is no need for concern. Right? Right? Lu Wuhan exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. With Mr. Li here, everything is fine. Haha, I nearly worried myself to death. At this moment, Li Zhoujun smiled gently and turned to Yu Ziyue, remarking, it seems you struggled a bit while casting the formation, Elder Yu. Your insight is commendable, but alas, my abilities are merely this, Yu Ziyue replied with a wry smile. In that case, allow me to discuss a few aspects of the formation that could be improved. As a token of gratitude for the old gentleman's assistance with that herb, Li Zhoujun suggested. Now, as a Grandmaster of the 9th rank, identifying the flaws in the previous soul formation and providing corrective measures was a task within his capabilities. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yu Ziyue's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Receiving guidance from a true immortal was worth more than a century of his own hard work. Li Zhoujun began outlining the areas for improvement in the soul formation, his tone light and engaging. After a brief moment, Yu Ziyue expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Li. Your kindness will be forever etched in my memory. The insights shared by Li Zhoujun were enough to save him from a millennium of missteps, igniting Yu Ziyue's excitement. No wonder it is said that opportunities abound everywhere. A simple act of kindness from my apprentice has yielded such unimaginable fortune. Moreover, Yu Ziyue was confident that this Mr. Li was not only a true immortal, but also a grandmaster of the 9th rank in spiritual formations. Elder Yu, there is no need for such formality. I look forward to witnessing the emergence of a new grandmaster of the 9th rank in the near future, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. You flatter me. Yu Ziyue replied with a sigh. Becoming a grandmaster of the 9th rank is no simple feat. Many devote their entire lives and still never touch the threshold of spiritual formations. One must dare to dream and act, Li Zhoujun encouraged, glancing at Lu Jining, who rested on the bed. He then turned to Lu Wuhan and asked, what is this young lady's name? Very well, let us not disturb her further. She needs her rest, Li Zhoujun stated. Indeed, Lu Wuhan promptly agreed. The group exited the room and proceeded to a grand hall for tea. However, as Li Zhoujun had come to Jiang City for leisure, he set down his teacup and inquired of Lu Wuhan, Elder Lu, are there any scenic spots in Jiang City? Lu Wuhan pondered for a moment, then replied, in 3 days, there will be a lantern festival in Jiang City. Many will gather by the riverside to release lanterns, creating a breathtaking sea of lights. Li Zhoujun's interest was piqued. If you wish to attend the festival, once that young lady awakens, I will have her personally escort you, Lu Wuhan continued. Splendid, Li Zhoujun exclaimed with a smile. That evening, after bidding farewell to Lu Wuhan and Li Zhoujun, Yu Ziyue prepared to travel the world with his disciple, Xiaoshi, to aid those in need. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun settled into the Lu residence. On the road, Yu Ziyue turned to Xiaoshi and asked, what are your thoughts? At his master's question, Xiaoshi's innocent face flushed a deep crimson. Seeing this, Yu Ziyue spoke earnestly. It seems you genuinely have feelings for that girl from the Lu family. I support your sentiments, but you must strive to cultivate diligently. After all, if you wish to marry her, you must at least possess the strength to protect her, correct? How could you expect to take her as your wife otherwise? I must remind you, that girl has joined Mr. Li's tutelage, and she will likely reach the realm of virtual immortals in due time. I understand, Master. Xiaoshi replied solemnly, though a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart, knowing how challenging it would be for someone of his talents to attain such heights. Chapter 40. The spirit of the formation emerges. Master, who exactly is that Mr. Li? Why do you and Uncle Lu hold him in such high regard? Xiaoshi inquired. Yu Ziyue chuckled. That Mr. Li is an entity of extraordinary freedom. Extraordinary freedom? Does that mean he can go anywhere, even to forbidden places? Xiaoshi asked, astonished. Yu Ziyue smiled enigmatically without answering. Understanding his master's implication, Xiaoshi couldn't help but mutter in shock. If he can enter forbidden realms, could it be that Mr. Li is a transcendent cultivator at the peak of tribulation? The following morning, the first sight that greeted Lu Jining was her grandfather, alongside a young man in a green robe, exuding warmth and kindness. Child, you have finally awakened. I was so worried. Lu Wuhan exclaimed with a pained smile. Grandfather, who is this? Lu Jining asked, rubbing her forehead, still feeling a bit dazed. This gentleman shall be your future master, Lu Wuhan announced. Lu Jining was bewildered. How had she suddenly acquired a master upon awakening? Get up and pay your respects to your master, Lu Wuhan urged impatiently. Li Zhoujun raised his hand to halt this, saying, there is no rush. She has just awakened and needs to rest. Indeed, Lu Wuhan quickly concurred. Please do not blame me, for I am simply anxious. Seeing her grandfather treat this young man with such deference shocked Li Zhoujun, as she understood that her grandfather, a transcendent cultivator, was normally exceedingly proud. Anyone who could command such respect from him must indeed be a powerful being. With this realization, she too began to regard the young man with newfound respect. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your reunion, Li Zhoujun said lightly and stepped out of the room. Take care, sir. Li Wuhan called after him. Grandfather, where are my parents? Li Zhoujun then asked. In the realm of virtual immortals, Li Wuhan answered. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun's complexion turned pale. What transpired in the realm of virtual immortals? Li Wuhan pressed. It was that spirit of the formation. It recognized me as a body of the lunar essence and sought to keep me within the cave, attempting to seize my body. However, a lady in white intervened and saved me. As soon as I exited the cave, I lost consciousness, and then I woke up to find myself in this situation. Li Zhoujun recounted. Damn that spirit of the formation. Li Wuhan gritted his teeth in anger. If not for the mysterious woman in white, his granddaughter would have been possessed. Grandfather, that spirit must possess the full cultivation of a transcendent being. Do not seek trouble with it. We cannot afford to provoke it, Li Zhoujun cautioned. Rest assured, grandfather knows his limits. Li Wuhan replied with a bitter smile. How could I seek trouble when I cannot even enter the realm of virtual immortals? By the way, grandfather, who was that earlier? Why do you respect him so? Li Zhoujun asked. You mean Mr. Li? I do not know his name, but for you to take him as your master is an immense opportunity, Li Wuhan said with a smile. Remember my words, after becoming Mr. Li's disciple, you must cultivate diligently. But grandfather, you didn't even know Mr. Li before, and you still encourage me to become his disciple? Li Zhoujun replied, feeling helpless. This gentleman is truly remarkable. I can assure you of that, Li Wuhan said with a slight smile. Is it possible to decline the apprenticeship? I wish to stay at home, and having you guide my cultivation is more than enough. Li Zhoujun thought for a moment, then resolutely stated. She understood that her grandfather had arranged for her to apprentice under Mr. Li for her own benefit. However, the idea of taking on a teacher whom she did not know at all felt somewhat disconcerting, and she had no desire to become a disciple. All she wished for was to remain at home, cherishing the company of her parents and grandfather. You silly girl, you must recognize your good fortune. Do you not realize that if Mr. Li were to take on disciples, the line of hopefuls would stretch across the entire Qingzhou? Do you believe otherwise? Li Wuhan, seeing his granddaughter speak such words, felt a twinge of irritation. But I only want to stay home and honor grandpa, Li Zhoujun replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. Upon seeing her pitiable expression, Li Wuhan's anger dissipated, replaced by a resigned smile. You must understand, my dear, that no banquet lasts forever. Your parents and I cannot protect you for all eternity. It is only when you grow strong that we can feel at ease. Besides, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, won't you be able to honor your grandfather in whatever way you wish? Ah, grandpa, are you trying to send me away? Li Zhoujun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of crying. How could grandpa bear to send you away? Li Wuhan replied helplessly. I only hope that you will grow strong enough to protect me. Hearing this, Li Zhoujun pondered for a moment before nodding resolutely. All right. Then I shall devote myself to cultivation, and in the future, I will protect grandpa and our Lu family. Good girl, you have ambition. Li Wuhan grinned widely and gave her a thumbs up. Yet, a sense of melancholy washed over him. The old man feared he might not live to see the day when this little girl would safeguard the Lu family. Lost in thought, Li Wuhan produced a small straw dog and handed it to Li Zhoujun. Do you remember this? Of course I do. This is the gift you gave me when I was little, but I lost it at that time and was heartbroken for quite a while. So it was here with you all along. Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled with delight. I understand now, Grandpa. She gleefully accepted the straw dog from Li Wuhan's hands, her joy akin to that of a child. All right, get some good rest. Tomorrow, you will attend the apprenticeship ceremony, Li Wuhan said before leaving the room. That night, as darkness enveloped the land, Li Zhoujun remained in her dreams, while Li Wuhan sat pale-faced in a secluded chamber, tending to his injuries, striving to prolong his life as much as possible. Suddenly, a ghostly figure floated above the Lu family estate, its face pale and indistinct, its voice indistinguishable in gender as it murmured, "The girl's aura seems to be right here. Indeed, it is here. Ha ha, I have finally found it." A frenzied excitement gleamed in the spirit's eyes. Meanwhile, in her slumber, Li Zhoujun seemed to sense something and abruptly opened her eyes, her face stricken with terror. How is that possible? How could a spirit emerge from the virtual immortal's cave? Chapter 41, another one? Li Zhoujun felt the oppressive aura emanating from above the Lu family estate, her face turning ashen. Meanwhile, Li Wuhan, who had been recuperating in the chamber, widened his eyes in alarm. What calamity had befallen the Lu family? Just after sending away one virtual immortal, another appeared? Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun, resting in his room, also sensed the unmistakable presence of a virtual immortal. The system promptly announced, "Ding," detecting a malevolent virtual immortal spirit preparing to target the future female disciple of the host. The system issues a task. Expel this entity to receive substantial rewards. This spirit is incorrigible, Li Zhoujun mused with a slight smile. Flicking his fingers as a beam of sword light erupted, transforming into the snowy sword, swiftly heading toward the location of the spirit. The spirit, reveling in its arrogance and laughing madly, suddenly noticed a sword light shooting toward it from a nearby room, slicing through the air. The spirit, which had been grinning, widened its eyes in shock upon sensing the aura of the approaching sword. Even in its final moments, it could not fathom why a mere Lu family would harbor a true immortal. Swish. I am unwilling. Before its demise, the spirit's gaze turned vengeful, but it was futile. After all, facing a true immortal, it, a mere virtual immortal, was utterly outclassed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the malevolent virtual immortal spirit. Ding. The system rewards you with the 6th rank Extreme Cold Sword Array. Ding. The system rewards you with mid-stage transformation realm cultivation. Extreme Cold Sword Array, a 6th rank spiritual formation capable of trapping and killing virtual immortal level adversaries. Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Li Zhoujun rejoiced upon witnessing the spirit's energy dissipate. At that moment, Lu Zhoujun, sensing the vanishing aura of the malevolent spirit, was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Wuhan stood agape in the chamber, intuitively understanding that it had to be Mr. Li who had intervened. Only a true immortal could act with such swiftness, dispatching a virtual immortal as casually as crushing an ant. With this thought, Lu Wuhan felt a small surge of happiness for his granddaughter. That night, after Lu Wuhan emerged from his seclusion, he intended to pay a visit to Li Zhoujun. However, realizing the late hour and the potential disturbance to Mr. Li's rest, he hesitated. Thus, the next morning, Li Zhoujun awoke from a pleasant dream, only to find Lu Wuhan bowing deeply to him. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your assistance last night. Li Zhoujun smiled gently. It's no trouble, merely a trifling matter. Please do not be so modest. Had it not been for your intervention, our Lu family would have faced annihilation overnight, Lu Wuhan replied, a hint of fear in his words. In the realm of cultivation, even the most illustrious families could meet their end in an instant if they provoked the wrong entity. Clearly, had Li Zhoujun not been present at the Lu estate last night, they would have been reduced to mere ruins. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, remaining silent. I have instructed my servants to prepare breakfast. Please, make yourself comfortable, Lu Wuhan said. Observing how Li Zhoujun often behaved like an ordinary person, Lu Wuhan understood that this true immortal had reached a level of simplicity indistinguishable from mortals. Regardless of whether he ate breakfast, having it prepared was certainly prudent. You are too kind, old sir. I shall graciously accept, Li Zhoujun replied with a hearty laugh. As they entered the hall, a lavish breakfast had already been laid out on the table. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the girl to perform the apprenticeship ceremony, Lu Wuhan stated. As a modern individual transported to this world, Li Zhoujun still found himself unaccustomed to the customs of the cultivation realm, where bowing was the norm. Jining has come to meet you, sir. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Lu Jining appeared at the doorway, radiating youthful vitality. You silly girl. Why do you still call him sir? Address him as master, Lu Wuhan urged her. Ah. Lu Jining blinked in surprise, then glanced at Li Zhoujun before finally calling out master. Very well, now that you have called me master, from this moment on, you shall be my disciple, Li Zhoujun said with a gentle smile. Allow me to present you with a parting gift. With a thought, Li Zhoujun inscribed a formation directly onto Lu Jining. This is the Extreme Cold Sword Array, which you can activate in times of crisis. The ease with which he laid down a 6th rank formation left Lu Wuhan in awe of Li Zhoujun's formidable power. Thank you, master, Lu Jining respectfully acknowledged, not fully grasping the significance of the 6th rank formation. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun began to scrutinize Lu Jining more closely. The body of the Taiyin, also known as the Taiyin immortal body, was rare indeed, and at merely 16 years of age. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, a remarkable feat attributed to her unique physique. Otherwise, with her upper-tier spiritual root alone, achieving such mastery would have been quite challenging. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on a disciple. Ding. The system rewards you with the sword technique of slaying heaven. Ding. The system rewards you with the true scripture of Taiyin. Sword technique of slaying heaven, comprising 3 stances, open heaven, and slay all. True scripture of Taiyin, an exclusive technique for the Taiyin immortal body. The name of this sword technique, Heavenly Slaughter Sword Technique, sounds rather juvenile, doesn't it? Li Zhoujun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ding. Host, refrain from such nonsense, lest you find yourself regretting it, the system retorted. Li Zhoujun merely smirked. Naturally, he chuckled. Lu Wuhan slapped his forehead and turned to Lu Jining, saying, "How could I almost forget? You must take Mr. Li to the Lantern Festival the day after tomorrow." "All right." Lu Jining sighed with relief, fearing that Li Zhoujun might leave too hastily, preventing her from bidding farewell to her parents. "And you must express your gratitude to Mr. Li. If he hadn't eliminated that phantom last night, our Lu family might have faced utter ruin," Lu Wuhan added. So it was Mr. Li, her rather unassuming master, who intervened last night. But how could he possess the strength to vanquish a phantom? Was he perhaps a formidable being of the integration realm? The realization sent a chill down Lu Jining's spine. No wonder her grandfather urged her to apprentice under him. Chapter 42. The Golden Sun Sacred Sect. Jining. "I hear you have awakened." A middle-aged voice echoed through the Lu family residence the following morning. Lu Jining, resting in her chamber, brightened at the sound. "Father." She opened the door to find her parents waiting in the courtyard. "Ha ha, it was grandfather you who awakened me," Lu Jining said with an endearing smile. "Thank goodness." "Thank goodness." Her mother, Lu Wanner, sighed in relief. "By the way, father and mother, grandfather has asked me to become an apprentice," Lu Jining added, a touch of melancholy in her tone. "I might have to leave the Lu family with my master in a few days." "Is it so sudden?" Lu Feixing frowned. "Ah, a fledgling must eventually soar into the sky. You must diligently follow your master's teachings. We know your grandfather's judgment is sound," Lu Wanner remarked thoughtfully. "By the way, father and mother, while you were away, a phantom attacked our Lu family," Lu Jining disclosed. "What?" Lu Feixing and Lu Wanner exclaimed, their expressions shifting to shock. "But my master intervened and killed the phantom," Lu Jining replied with a smile. "What?" Lu Feixing and Lu Wanner were taken aback once more. To them, phantoms seemed unreachable, yet their daughter's master could eliminate such a powerful being. Had he reached the integration realm? Reflecting on this, Lu Wanner said, "Good girl, as you follow your master, be sure to train diligently. Your future will undoubtedly be bright." "Indeed. By the way, where is your master now?" Lu Feixing inquired. "We must pay our respects." My master is currently residing in our guest room. But he is not old. Rather, he is quite young and possesses a refined demeanor," Lu Jining explained. Lu Feixing chuckled. "You little one. You don't quite grasp it. One cannot judge a cultivator's age by appearances. For instance, your mother is actually 30 years my senior. Yet she still resembles a young girl." "Lu Feixing, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lu Wanner retorted, playfully kicking him. Lu Feixing accepted the playful blow with a grin. Such tender moments between parents brought joy to Lu Jining. After a brief exchange of banter, Lu Feixing said, "Dear, lead us to meet your master." "Certainly," Lu Jining replied. Upon arriving at the courtyard prepared for guests, they spotted a young man seated, engrossed in a book titled Chronicles of Qizhou. This young man was none other than Li Zhoujun. "Master, I have come to see you," Lu Jining announced. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Lu Feixing said. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Lu Wanner echoed. The three bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun looked up, setting aside his book, and addressed them with a smile. "I presume you are Jining's parents?" "There is no need for such formality." As he spoke, Lu Feixing, Lu Jining, and Lu Wanner felt an invisible force, gentle as a breeze, lifting them slightly off the ground. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Li Zhoujun asked directly. "Thank you for your efforts. Rest assured, since Jining has become my disciple, I will teach her diligently," Li Zhoujun assured them. "Thank you, esteemed elder. If my daughter has offended you in any way, I hope for your forgiveness," Lu Feixing expressed. "Indeed," Li Zhoujun nodded. "You should visit old Master Lu now. I have nothing more to offer." "Understood, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave," Lu Feixing said solemnly, aware that his father, Lu Wuhan, had little time left. "Jining, stay here and keep the esteemed elder company," Lu Feixing instructed. "Of course," Lu Jining replied. Lu Feixing then led his wife toward his father's residence. As Lu Wuhan opened the door, a fleeting pallor crossed his face but quickly faded to a healthy hue. "Father, is there truly no hope for your recovery?" Lu Feixing lamented. "If there were hope, I would be pleased. Now, dear son, as the head of the Lu family, you should not weep. Every mortal must face death. It is merely a matter of when. I have traversed the realm of cultivation long enough and seen the wonders of this world. It is time I reunite with your mother," Lu Wuhan said, accepting his fate with remarkable composure. "Alas, father, if you depart, Jining will be heartbroken," Lu Feixing said with a bitter smile. "I never intended to tell her. My only wish is for her to stand strong on her own. Once I am gone, let her remain unaware for as long as possible. Do not disrupt her cultivation," Lu Wuhan instructed solemnly. "Rest assured, I understand," Lu Feixing replied. "Surely you have noticed Jining's unique constitution?" Lu Wuhan inquired. "Yes, she possesses a lunar physique. which is why she has caught the attention of a powerful cultivator who took her as his apprentice, Lu Feixing acknowledged. Integration realm? Lu Wuhan chuckled. Your perspective is still too narrow. Her master is a genuine true immortal. Yet, Lu Wuhan did not elaborate further, instead saying, it seems those who came to aid Jining recently have revealed her lunar constitution. I have heard through my network that the leader of the Golden Sun Sacred Sect has arrived in Jiang City. You are aware that his son is rumored to possess a fire spirit body. Should they unite, Jining could possibly become a great sun sacred body. What shall we do? Lu Feixing's complexion darkened. Fear not. I believe Mr. Li, Jining's master, will not stand idly by, Lu Wuhan reassured him. Are you certain? Would a great cultivator truly risk offending the Golden Sun Lord for a newly accepted disciple? Lu Feixing questioned, his expression uncertain. Lu Wuhan merely smiled, remaining silent. Chapter 43. Yang seeing his father so composed eased Lu Feixing's worries. After all, he knew that the old man cherished the little girl deeply. If there were true danger, he would have taken Jining and fled long ago. Father, I heard from Jining that a certain senior has slain a powerful void immortal. Do you know who this esteemed individual is? Such strength should not be unknown in Qingzhou, Lu Feixing inquired. It's not for you to say. It's not for you to say. Just know that as long as Jining follows this gentleman, her future achievements will be no less than mine. Lu Wuhan replied with a smile. Gasp. Upon hearing this, Lu Feixing instinctively inhaled sharply. Tomorrow, the young lady will take the gentleman to our lantern festival in Jiangcheng. I suspect that the Lord of the Golden Sun will make an appearance then. Lu Wuhan mused, stroking his beard. He then added with a chuckle, but there's no need to worry, as long as Mr. Li is present. I doubt anyone would dare to harm the young lady. Very well, Lu Feixing replied, though unease lingered in his heart. If the saint body of the great sun and the Yin body were to cultivate together, they could certainly progress equally. However, the young master of the Golden Sun sect is merely a fire spirit body. Although this physique is not without merit when paired with the Yin body, it could lead to the saint body of the great sun, resulting in the fire spirit body overshadowing the Yin body. Consequently, my precious daughter's path of cultivation would be obstructed. Time swiftly passed, and soon the night of the Lantern Festival arrived. Led by Lu Jining, Li Zhoujun made his way to the riverside of Jiangcheng. At the riverside, an inconceivable number of people had gathered, including young talents and the daughters of noble families. Alongside countless children holding river lanterns, their faces beaming with joy. They released their lanterns onto the river, illuminating the waters with a resplendent glow. Master, behold. This is our Lantern Festival in Jiangcheng, Lu Jining introduced to Li Zhoujun. Indeed, it is quite lively, Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. Miss Lu. It has been a while. Suddenly a youth clad in a blue robe adorned with peach blossoms, holding a folding fan, appeared before Li Zhoujun and his disciple. He Fa Yang, I have no time for you today. It would be wise for you to leave, Lu Jining remarked, displeased at the sight of him. This youth, known as He Fa Yang, was the youngest son of the He family patriarch in Jiangcheng. Though his cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, it was evident to any discerning eye that his aura was feeble, clearly reliant on drugs for enhancement. Not only was he notorious for his indulgences, frequenting the city's brothels, but he also enjoyed this lavish lifestyle due to the backing of his family's powerful ancestor, a formidable figure in the transformation realm. Additionally, his older brother had joined the Daotian sect years prior and had become a true disciple of a mountain master, making him a genuine second-generation cultivator in the eyes of many. Lu Jining held no interest in him, and thus was not inclined to treat him kindly. Miss Lu, if you say so, it truly saddens me. In Jiangcheng, we are both from esteemed families, a match made in heaven. If we were to wed, it would be a formidable alliance. He Fa Yang exclaimed excitedly. Li Zhoujun silently observed the scene, fully aware that while he could intervene to assist Lu Jining in driving this fellow away, he could not always do so. Some matters must be faced and resolved by her own hand in order for her to grow. However, just as He Fa Yang finished speaking, an arrogant youthful voice resonated. The He family of Jiangcheng? What a joke. Seeking death. Upon hearing someone openly insult his family, He Fa Yang was immediately enraged. Beside Yun Yang stood a stern-looking middle-aged man clad in golden robes embroidered with 9 golden crows. The mere presence of this man exuded an overwhelming pressure. If He Fa Yang was not mistaken, this individual was the Lord of the Golden Sun sect, Yunlai Tian, a master of the integration realm. Realizing this, He Fa Yang swiftly plastered on a fawning smile. It is the Lord and young Master Yun. He was blind to your greatness and inadvertently offended you both. I hope you will forgive my transgressions. Leave, Yun Yang said coldly, uninterested in He Fa Yang's flattery. He Fa Yang's face turned an array of colors, from green to white. Once respected throughout Jiachang, he now faced public humiliation. Yet, true to his lineage, he managed to contain his rage, nodding submissively. Yes, yes. I will take my leave. Pathetic fool, Yin Yang scoffed as he watched He Fei Yang flee. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Jining. You must be Lu Jining, correct? Yes. Thank you, young master, for your assistance, Lu Jining acknowledged. Having recognized him as the young master of the Golden Sun sect, there's no need to be polite. I have heard you possess the Yin body. If you have no objections, I would like us to become partners in cultivation. My father will formally propose to your family today, Yin Yang stated. Though his tone left no room for dissent, Lu Jining was momentarily speechless. She felt as though she had just escaped the jaws of a wolf only to fall into the den of a tiger. He smiled charmingly at Lu Jining as Li Zhoujun furrowed his brow at the unfolding situation. He discerned that this arrogant youth was a fire spirit body, intending to treat Lu Jining as a mere vessel for cultivation. Realizing this, Li Zhoujun felt a surge of displeasure and slowly interjected. You two seem to have quite the plans. I advise you to keep your intentions to yourselves and leave at once. Who are you to speak to the young master of our sect in such a manner? Are you courting death? Yun Yang roared angrily at Li Zhoujun's blatant disrespect. I am Lu Jining's master, Li Zhoujun replied coolly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You're just a mere mortal. Yet you claim to be the master of a Yin body? You must be jesting, Yun Yang sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. He then drew attention to his own lower body, leering, Come, crawl through here, and I may spare your life. Bang. In the next moment, Yun Yang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeking death, Yun Yang, clutching his swollen face, rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Li Zhoujun. I will kill you. Just as Yun Yang was about to unleash his foundation establishment aura, he was halted by his father, the Lord of the Golden Sun. The Lord of the Golden Sun regarded Li Zhoujun with narrowed eyes. Sir, to strike my son in my presence may not be prudent. What is impolite about it? You fail to discipline him. I am merely taking it upon myself to teach him a lesson. Is there a problem with that? Li Zhoujun replied, a grin on his face. None at all. The Lord of the Golden Sun replied with a cold chuckle, yet he did not rush to action. He could not fathom the depth of this young man, suspecting that his cultivation might also be at the integration realm. Sir, I must take this girl with me today. If you obstruct me, do not blame me for being impolite. The Lord of the Golden Sun, Yun Lai Tian, declared to Li Zhoujun. Ha. Li Zhoujun responded lightly. It seems a confrontation is unavoidable today. As the Lord of the Golden Sun spoke, a powerful pressure surged forth from him like a raging storm towards Li Zhoujun. As the pressure radiated outward, the onlookers by the riverside could no longer bear it and fled in panic. In contrast, Li Zhoujun stood resolute, his garments billowing in the wind, his demeanor unaffected, akin to a mountain steadfast against the crashing waves. Lu Jining silently witnessed this scene, her heart swelling with emotion. She had not anticipated that Li Zhoujun would truly be willing to confront a formidable being of the integration realm on her behalf. Father, kill him. Yun Yang, with a swollen face, shouted at his father, the Lord of the Golden Sun. The Lord of the Golden Sun remained silent, merely observing the composed Li Zhoujun. Make your move, Li Zhoujun urged. With that, the Lord of the Golden Sun wasted no time, unleashing his renowned technique, the Blazing Sun Fist. A wave of searing heat erupted from his fist, resembling a miniature sun as it surged toward Li Zhoujun, the terrifying force evaporating a significant portion of the river. Noticing this, Li Zhoujun simultaneously shielded Lu Jining and raised one hand. A thunderous sound echoed. Miraculously, Li Zhoujun effortlessly intercepted the Lord of the Golden Sun's punch. How is this possible? Gasped the Lord of the Golden Sun, astonished. The power of this punch was such that even cultivators of the same realm would hesitate to take it head-on. Yet this young man in a green robe caught it with ease. What level of cultivation does he possess? In mere moments, thousands of thoughts raced through the Lord's mind. Pray tell, who might you be? With your prowess, you ought to be renowned across the Azure continent. He withdrew his hand, fixing a serious gaze upon Li Zhoujun. Dao Tian sect, master of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun replied, uninterested and feigning humility. Master of Yunju Mountain. The Lord of the Golden Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Realizing this, his expression darkened. He had unwittingly offended such a formidable figure. But wasn't he known for traveling in the Nine Dragons carriage? At the same time, Lu Jining stared in disbelief. Her master was actually the master of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect. She was well aware that this sect was the preeminent one in the Azure continent. Furthermore, the name of the master of Yunju Mountain had long been common knowledge. As the saying went, the 9 dragons ride the wind, and the green robe is carefree. Many could recite it without hesitation. Suddenly, she found herself inexplicably a disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain, and her breath quickened at the realization. Master of Yunju Mountain? At that moment, Yun Yang, whose face was swollen, paled as he recognized the significance of this title. He gazed incredulously at Li Zhoujun. How could the Master of Yunju Mountain be here? Moreover, he typically travels in the Nine Dragons carriage. Are you not afraid of being hunted down by the Daotian sect's powerful cultivators for impersonating him? Li Zhoujun's mouth twitched. This foolish child expected him to prove his identity? Yun Yang, do not be disrespectful, the Lord of the Golden Sun admonished. Fully aware that the individual before him was no deceiver, he was likely the true master of Yunju Mountain. With that, he barked at Yun Yang. Why aren't you coming over to apologize to the master and offer your respect? Though reluctant. Yun Yang recognized his father's stern demeanor and conceded that this young man was probably indeed the genuine master of Yunju Mountain. The thought of offending the youngest tribulation-transcending cultivator in the Azure continent made Yun Yang's complexion turn pale. After all, it was rumored that the master of Yunju Mountain had reached the tribulation stage by the age of 40. Master, and you, Li Zhoujun, I apologize. I was wrong. Yun Yang stammered, fear evident in his voice. Enough. Today, I shall consider this a farce concluded. However, you must agree to one thing in the future, Li Zhoujun stated. Understood, the Lord of the Golden Sun replied without hesitation. He feared that refusing could lead to his demise at the hands of the master of Yunju Mountain. You may leave now, Li Zhoujun waved dismissively. Farewell, master of Yunju Mountain, the Lord of the Golden Sun said, relieved. He then departed with his son, their spirits dampened. Thank you for your intervention, master. Lu Jining expressed her gratitude toward Li Zhoujun. I understand, she nodded in response. It seemed that their day of exploration had come to an abrupt halt, as the father and son from the Golden Sun sect had truly dampened the mood. Li Zhoujun glanced at the empty riverside and sighed in resignation. Very well, Lu Jining replied softly, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, she thought her grandfather and parents would surely be thrilled to know their daughter's master was the master of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect. Chapter 45. Return. Lu Jining relayed Li Zhoujun's identity as the master of Yunju Mountain to her grandfather and parents. Upon hearing this revelation, all three were astounded. Ru Wuhan felt an even greater surge of excitement. For he was aware that the master of Yunju Mountain was not merely a tribulation stage cultivator, but a true immortal in his 40s. Throughout history, how many had achieved the nascent soul stage by such an age? Not to mention surpassing it to reach the realm of true immortals. Ru Wuhan understood that his granddaughter had indeed secured an exceptional opportunity. Child, you must diligently follow your master in your training from now on, understand? He admonished her with a serious expression. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand, Lu Jining assured him with a nod. Seeing this, Ru Wuhan finally relaxed. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Lu Jining, bid farewell to Ru Wuhan, Ru Fazhen, and Lin Wan at the entrance of the Ru family home. Child, when your parents are not by your side, ensure you listen to your master, Lin Wan said, her eyes glistening with tears. Mother, do not worry, Lu Jining reassured her. Li Zhoujun smiled gently, allowing the family to share their farewells uninterrupted. Train well. Your grandfather awaits the day you become a powerful figure. Ru Wuhan affectionately ruffled Lu Jining's hair. This parting could very well be permanent. Memories of the past flooded Ru Wuhan's mind. Grandfather, I want to ride a horse. My dear granddaughter, if you wish to ride, simply come here and climb onto my shoulders. Yay. Reflecting on these moments, Ru Wuhan felt a pang of nostalgia. Everyone, where in the mountains and rivers do we not meet again? I take my leave. Li Zhoujun smiled as he prepared to depart. Safe travels, master, Ru Wuhan bowed respectfully. Safe travels, master, Ru Fazhen and Lin Wan echoed the sentiment with equal respect. Li Zhoujun offered a slight bow in return before turning to Lu Jining with a smile. Shall we go? Yes, Lu Jining affirmed. With that, Li Zhoujun led Lu Jining into the throngs of people, disappearing from Ru Wuhan's sight. The little girl has left. The house will surely feel less lively, Lin Wan remarked, wiping her eyes. Indeed. But we should be happy that she has become a true disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain, Ru Fazhen comforted her as he embraced his wife. Master, greetings. I pay my respects to you, came the voices of disciples addressing Li Zhoujun. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, Lu Jining observed those greeting her master and noted their profound auras, each one a formidable force in their own right. She couldn't help but marvel. Is this truly the foremost sect in the Azure continent? It lives up to its reputation. A cold, feminine voice resonated behind Li Zhoujun. How beautiful! Lu Jining thought as she beheld Murong Shui, clad in snow-white robes, her skin flawless as if sculpted from jade, stirring feelings of self-doubt within her. I merely strolled through the Azure continent, enjoying a bit of earthly leisure, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Murong Shui's lips twitched slightly. However, when her gaze fell upon Lu Jining, she paused in surprise, a body of the Yin attribute. Indeed, my newly accepted disciple. Child, do greet Master Muro. Li Zhoujun instructed Lu Jining. Jining pays her respects to Master Muro. Lu Jining quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Morong Shui nodded. No need for such formality. With that, she cast an envious glance at Li Zhoujun. Why is your luck so exceptional? Li Zhoujun grinned. Because you bring good fortune. Huh? Morong Shui blinked, her face slightly reddening. That joke is rather unamusing. As Lu Jining witnessed the scene before her, she instantly realized that the master of Murong Mountain harbored feelings for her mentor. Indeed. This is rather amusing, Li Zhoujun chuckled. By the way, where is that girl Sunan? Morong Shui inquired at that moment. She and Shui Nianyao have gone to the Shuiyue dynasty to prepare for entering a secret realm, Morong Shui replied. Ah, I see, Li Zhoujun nodded. He remained unperturbed, knowing that Sunan possessed a fragment of his divine consciousness. The absence of any triggering indicated that she had not encountered danger. After bidding farewell to Morong Shui, we shift to another scene. Sunan and Shui Nianyao had successfully entered the ice water secret realm. The surroundings were adorned with towering ice mountains, creating a scene reminiscent of a winter wonderland. Senior sister, look over there, Sunan exclaimed, pointing at a dilapidated ruin. That must be the remnants of the ancient sect. Ice water sect, Shui Nianyao observed, suggesting, let us go have a closer look. Sure, Sunan agreed, and the two ventured into the vast ruins, navigating effortlessly to a grand hall. It seems there are no treasures here, Sunan remarked, scratching her head in confusion. Indeed, Shui Nianyao furrowed her brow. Let's continue searching. All right, Sunan replied. Just as they prepared to resume their search, the eyes of an elder in a portrait above the hall blinked. I think I just saw the old man in the portrait move his eyes, Sunan said, swallowing nervously as she gazed upwards. Impossible. This ancient sect has been extinct for ages. The person in the portrait appears to be the ancestor of the ice water sect, the ice water Taoist. This is documented in the records of my royal palace, Shui Nianyao asserted. At that moment, both Sunan and Shui Nianyao widened their eyes in shock. Who is it? Just as their words fell, a phantom emerged from the portrait, transforming into the image of a frail, old man, the ice water Taoist. Upon seeing the diminutive elder, Shui Nianyao drew in a sharp breath. Indeed, it is I, the ice water Taoist replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We have met the esteemed elder. Both Shui Nianyao and Sunan quickly bowed in reverence. It was said that the ice water Taoist was a formidable being of the tribulation crossing realm, and they dared not show any disrespect. Two little girls. There is no need for such formality, the ice water Taoist observed, his eyes gleaming with an uncanny light. 40 years of true immortality, exceptional ice spiritual root. And supreme water spiritual root, quite impressive, he continued, nodding at the two. Elder's praise is unwarranted, Shui Nianyao respectfully replied, pondering whether the opportunity left by the ancient sect, ice water sect, revolved around the ice water Taoist himself. However, the ice water Taoist sported a peculiar smile as he declared, you two little girls are the final step in my achieving the ice water body. I have waited a millennium, and you have finally arrived. Elder, what do you mean? Shui Nianyao's expression shifted. Ha, I don't mind revealing to you two little girls that I have been preparing for 10,000 years. You are the 99th pair of ice water spiritual roots to enter this place. Those who came before you have been refined into ice water pills. Only with 99 ice water pills can I reconstruct my physical form and descend into this world with unparalleled power. The ice water Taoist chuckled with pride, unabashedly revealing his intentions. After all, with one at the foundation establishment stage and another at the chi refinement stage, he could merely breathe, and they would be unable to withstand it. What? Sunan's face drained of color. Shui Nianyao quickly regained her composure, stating, we are the true inheritors of the Qingzhou Daotian sect. If you kill us, the Daotian sect will never let you go. Ridiculous. If I kill you and reconstruct my body, reaching the great ascension stage, not even the combined forces of all the experts across the continents would be capable of finding me, the ice water Taoist sneered. Do not attempt any futile resistance. He added. At that moment, a tremendous pressure erupted from the ice water Taoist, bearing down upon Shui Nianyao and Sunan like a mountain, rendering their already pale faces even more ghastly. Faced with such a powerful opponent, they had no strength left to resist. Am I going to die? Sunan thought to herself, but all she could think of was wanting to savor her master's cooking one last time. Though it made her dizzy, it was truly delectable. Just then, the ice water Taoist's gaze landed on Shui Nianyao. I shall take this little girl first, he grinned. In an instant, he appeared before Shui Nianyao. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A female phantom emerged from Shui Nianyao's body. Who dares to lay hands on the disciple of the master of Kanglin Mountain? The Kanglin Mountain master glared ominously at the ice water Taoist. Master! Shui Nianyao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her arrival. A projection of the immortal realm? The ice-water Taoist raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, before scoffing. If your true self had come, I might have been troubled, but as for a mere projection, do not embarrass yourself. Even though my physical body has perished, my primordial spirit still possesses formidable power. Since you have come as a projection, you shall serve as my nourishment. Seeking death, the Kanglan Mountain Master, enraged, raised her hand to unleash a sword energy akin to a tsunami. Yet, the ice-water Taoist merely lifted a withered hand and casually slapped it away, shattering the sword energy effortlessly. At this sight, the Kanglan Mountain Master's expression darkened. In the next moment, the ice-water Taoist appeared before her, striking her in the chest before she could react, sending her crashing to the ground. The projection flickered, dimming and brightening erratically. Merely an ant, the ice-water Taoist scoffed. Seeing the Kanglan Mountain Master's projection falter, Su Nan and Xianxiao were both taken aback. Xianxiao's face turned ashen as she cried out, "Master!" As she shouted, Xianxiao rushed to support her master. Her gaze then fell upon Su Nan. With an exceptional ice spiritual root, I can no longer wait. The ice-water Taoist's eyes glinted with predatory hunger as he swiftly advanced towards Su Nan, raising a hand to grasp her throat. Boom! Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from Su Nan. The ice-water Taoist sensed the danger and hastily retreated. In the next moment, a young man clad in a green robe appeared before Su Nan. "Master!" Su Nan's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing him. Yunju Mountain Master. Xianxiao and the Kanglan Mountain Master also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was renowned as the youngest tribulation crossing expert in Qizhou's history, and it seemed they had found their salvation. "You little girl," Li Zhoujun playfully tapped Su Nan on the head, then turned his gaze towards the ice-water Taoist. "You dare lay a hand on my disciple? Haha, just a projection. Once your projection's energy is depleted, your disciple will also become my prey." The ice-water Taoist squinted, observing the enigmatic figure before him. "An exceptional ice spiritual root. I certainly do not wish to let you go so easily. Your statement indeed presents a possibility." Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement, but then shifted his tone, chuckling lightly. "However, you have overestimated yourself." The ice-water Taoist was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying aura descended, sending shivers down the ice-water Taoist's spine. He looked up at the sky and saw a flying sword descending upon him with an earth-shattering force. A 9-rank immortal sword. The ice-water Taoist exclaimed, utterly shocked. "How can this be?" Before he could finish his words, the flying sword descended with an irresistible force, obliterating the lingering soul of the ice-water Taoist into dust. The master of Kanglan Mountain gazed in astonishment at the sword in Li Zhoujun's hand. If the master of Yunju Mountain could wield a 9th-grade celestial sword, it implied that their cultivation had reached the level of a true immortal. The thought was almost too much for the Kanglan Mountain Master to fathom. Understanding a 40-year-old tribulation survivor was one thing, but a true immortal at such a young age was beyond her imagination. Seeing her master effortlessly vanquish the ice-water Taoist filled Su Nan with pride. Xianxiao cast a complex glance at Su Nan, mingled with envy. Knowing well that not just anyone could command a 9th-grade celestial sword. To wield one at the level of the Yunju Mountain Master, capable of slaying foes from miles away, required a level of cultivation befitting a true immortal. "Are you both unharmed?" Li Zhoujun inquired, turning toward the Kanglan Mountain Master and Xianxiao. "We are unharmed. Thank you for your timely assistance, Master of Yunju Mountain," the Kanglan Mountain Master replied respectfully. "Thank you for your aid, Master of Yunju Mountain," Xianxiao added, her expression filled with reverence. "We are all of the same sect. There is no need for excessive formality." Li Zhoujun waved his hand with a light laugh. "All right." Su Nan nodded obediently. With that, Li Zhoujun's avatar dissipated. Xianxiao sighed. "Su Junior sister, I apologize. Had it not been for your master's intervention, we might have perished here." "That's all right. After all, you had no way of knowing the danger," Su Nan replied with a smile. "Thank you, Su Junior sister," Xianxiao said. At that moment, the Kanglan Mountain Master turned to Xianxiao and said solemnly, "I did not anticipate the Yunju Mountain Master's cultivation to be at such a level. Kanglan Mountain cannot afford to make enemies with Yunju Mountain." Xianxiao nodded in agreement. "I will remember your words, Master." "That is good. It seems you and Su Nan have a good relationship. You should grow closer," the Kanglan Mountain Master advised. "Sure," Xianxiao replied, though inwardly she felt a bitter smile. Having once been the one to be courted, she now found herself in the position of needing to curry favor with others, which felt strange. "Do not worry, Master," Xianxiao assured. After she finished speaking, the avatar of the Kanglan Mountain Master vanished. In the blink of an eye, when Su Nan beheld a young maiden standing beside her master in the Yunju Hall, she was momentarily taken aback. Li Zhoujun smiled. "This is your junior sister, Lu Jining." Greetings, senior sister, Lu Jining greeted Su Nan enthusiastically. Ah, so it's junior sister Lu. Su Nan exclaimed, her spirits lifting at the news of a new junior sister. After all, it could be quite dull spending time alone on Yunju Mountain. So having a junior sister around was certainly welcome. Do not worry, master, I will take care of this matter, Su Nan declared confidently, patting her chest. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. That is essential. You silly girl, do not always be so rash. Li Zhoujun affectionately ruffled Su Nan's hair. Not at all. Su Nan pouted playfully, sticking out her tongue. With a hearty laugh, Li Zhoujun departed, preparing to enter his secluded chamber to consume the primordial essence pill and refine his foundation. Meanwhile, in the Divine Feather Dynasty, Yu Huaji, having obtained the true Immortal token a few days prior, was unable to contain his excitement. The so-called Great Ling Dynasty meant nothing to him. Should they prove unwise, he would summon the true Immortal to teach them a lesson. Father, the Great Ling Dynasty has been increasingly restless. They seem poised to strike against us. A weary-looking man entered the grand hall where Yu Huaji, the venerable ancestor and supreme emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty, was admiring the true Immortal token. What are you worried about? Yu Huaji replied calmly. The Feather Emperor, Yu Huaji's son and a consummate master, was bewildered by his father's nonchalance. Father, how can I not be worried? The Great Ling Dynasty is preparing to attack. We are on the brink of collapse. Maintain your composure. As the ruler of a dynasty, you must keep a cool head in all situations, Yu Huaji advised. I have something to show you, he said with a mysterious smile, producing a fragrant stick. Upon seeing it, the Feather Emperor's eyes filled with despair. Father, have you already given up? You even prepared the incense. With a swift kick, Yu Huaji admonished, you rascal. Are you cursing me to death? Do you want a beating? The Feather Emperor quickly fell silent, taken aback. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been astonished. The once mighty ruler was now being chastised like a child by the Supreme Emperor, unable to retort. Yu Huaji declared, with this item, our Divine Feather Dynasty fears no one. The Feather Emperor truly felt hopeless. His father, the pillar of the Divine Feather Dynasty, had seemingly lost his mind. Heaven does not favor our Divine Feather, he lamented, tears welling up in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Great Ling Dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden dragons entered a secret chamber. This man was the ruler of the Great Ling Dynasty, the Ling Emperor. Approaching an elder, he respectfully bowed. I pay my respects, father. The elder was Ling Mu, the steadfast anchor of the Great Ling Dynasty and the Supreme Emperor. Are you unable to sit still? Are you preparing to take action against the Divine Feather Dynasty? Ling Mu asked, his eyes piercing. The Ling Emperor did not deny it. Indeed, I am. Very well. I shall pay a visit to the Divine Feather Dynasty and see my old friend, the Ling Emperor said with a slight smile. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot, reappearing above the Divine Feather Dynasty. Noticing something amiss during his conversation with the Feather Emperor, Yu Huaji narrowed his eyes. An unexpected guest has arrived. As he spoke, Yu Huaji appeared before Ling Mu. It has been many years, you still remain in the mid-stage of the Void Immortal realm. Ling Mu remarked with a slight smile. What is this, Ling Mu? Unable to sit still? Yu Huaji responded with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about Ling Mu's arrival. Ling Mu was taken aback by Yu Huaji's nonchalance. Are you not afraid of me? Of course not, Yu Huaji grinned. If the Great Ling Dynasty wishes for my Divine Feather Dynasty to submit, then spare me the pleasantries. Come at me, and let us see who is afraid. At this moment, bolstered by the presence of a true Immortal, Yu Huaji felt no fear toward the Great Ling Dynasty. Interesting, Ling Mu mused, pondering whether Yu Huaji had some hidden cards or was merely playing a bluff. I give your Divine Feather Dynasty 1 year. If I do not receive your submission by then, I shall personally take action to make your dynasty bow before me, Ling Mu declared. Unwilling to engage in further conversation before turning to leave, Yu Huaji watched him depart, a smile playing on his lips as he muttered to himself, come if you dare. Let us see who fears whom. 3 days later, Li Zhoujun remained in seclusion within the secret chamber of Yunju Mountain, diligently refining his foundation. Meanwhile, Su Nan, having donned ordinary attire with her junior sister Lu Jining, descended the mountain for a leisurely outing. Junior sister, let me tell you, there are many delightful places near Daodian sect. Today, I will take you to the nearest marketplace. Su Nan squinted her eyes, smiling as she spoke to Lu Jining. All right, Lu Jining replied with a grin. Just as the two of them arrived at a nearby market, they discovered a limping old woman lying on the ground, wailing in distress. The woman's skin resembled withered wood, her nails caked with dirt, presenting a pitiful sight. Upon witnessing this, Su Nan approached to assist her. The old woman, tearfully grateful, exclaimed, Thank you, young lady. No need to thank me, Su Nan replied, feeling a bit shy. You are truly kind-hearted, dear girl, the old woman remarked. I live nearby. Would you be so kind as to help me home? Surprised, Sunan hesitated for a moment, but her compassionate nature led her to agree. All right. Thank you. Dear girl, you are truly wonderful. The old woman expressed her gratitude once more, making Sunan feel slightly embarrassed. Seeing this, Lu Jining joined Sunan in supporting the old woman, and together, under her guidance, they headed towards her home. Meanwhile, a graceful woman clad in white and wearing a straw hat furrowed her brow as she observed the scene. She hadn't anticipated encountering this malevolent practitioner in the market. The two young girls seemed to be in grave danger. However, given the extraordinary talents of one being a saintly ice root and the other a lunar body, it might be worthwhile to form a benevolent connection and lend them a helping hand. The woman, named Mu Hong Yin, had once been a tribulation-transcending cultivator, destined for success and ascension. Yet during her trial, she was treacherously attacked by her most trusted disciple, leading to her downfall. Upon awakening, she found herself inhabiting the body of a young beggar girl from 3 millennia later, while her disciple had long since ascended to immortality. Over the years, she cultivated the seemingly mediocre body of the beggar girl to the golden core stage, vowing to ascend to the immortal realm and have a heartfelt conversation with her former disciple. Today, she intended to visit the market to procure cultivation resources, only to witness the earlier scene of the two benevolent girls aiding a fallen female practitioner. Contemplating this, Mu Hongyin decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Sunan and Lu Jining had helped the old woman to a secluded, shadowy house. Is this your home, old lady? We've arrived, so we will take our leave, Sunan suggested, sensing something amiss in the dim corner. Just then, the door swung open. The middle-aged man inside, upon seeing Sunan and Lu Jining, blushed instantly at the sight of the two ethereal maidens. The old woman chided, "De Gua, if it weren't for these two young ladies saving me, I would have perished on the road. Hurry and let them in." "Of course, mother." De Gua, the middle-aged man, quickly complied. The old woman, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to Sunan and Lu Jining, saying, "I apologize. My son has been a bit slow-witted since birth." "It's quite all right," Sunan reassured her. "Ladies, please come in and have a seat," the old woman warmly invited. Given her enthusiasm, Sunan and Lu Jining exchanged reluctant glances and followed her into the dimly lit room. Once inside, the old woman deftly closed the door and began pouring hot tea for Sunan and Lu Jining while saying, "Ladies, my home is quite bare. Please do not mock me." "Don't worry, we won't laugh at you," Sunan replied. "You are truly a kind-hearted person." The old woman expressed her gratitude once again, making Sunan feel slightly bashful. "Dear girl, seeing your benevolence akin to that of a living bodhisattva, would you fulfill one last wish of mine? It would bring me peace before I pass," the old woman said, her face streaked with tears. "What is it?" Sunan inquired. "Can you promise me first?" The old woman insisted. "You must tell us first before we know if we can assist," Lu Jining interjected. "As long as this young lady is willing, I am certain she can help," the old woman said, her gaze fixed on Sunan. "My master advised me against making promises too easily. Please share your request." "And I will do my best," Sunan responded. Unexpectedly, the old woman suddenly knelt before Sunan, bowing her head. "Young lady, before I die, I wish to hold a grandchild. Yet, no girl will look kindly upon my son. Please, help me." "This is out of the question," Sunan exclaimed, her face paling. The old woman's expression changed instantly. "You promised to do your best. If I cannot hold a grandchild before I die, I will not rest in peace." Sunan glanced helplessly at the dazed man still sniffling, then back at the old woman, saying, "I can try to help with other matters, but I cannot sacrifice myself for this. Please, rise." At that moment, Lu Jining frowned. The old woman was being quite demanding. As Sunan and Lu Jining processed the old woman's words, they were taken aback as the old woman rose, exuding an ominous aura. "A golden core cultivator." Sunan and Lu Jining gasped in shock. "A golden core cultivator," they exclaimed, staring at the old woman's menacing presence. The old woman fixed her cold gaze on Sunan. "Dear girl, be a good person to the end. Bring my son a healthy child." "No way," Sunan firmly rejected. Though she did not seek a partner of extraordinary caliber, having witnessed the unmatched beauty of her master, she believed her partner must at least possess a semblance of her master's appearance and talent. But this man, De Gua, seemed to be in his 30s. And compared to her master, he was worlds apart in every regard. He lacked both looks and cultivation. How could she possibly lower herself? "You have no choice," the old woman asserted, her eyes gleaming. Suddenly, a writhing black insect appeared in her hand. "This is a love bug, once placed upon you. It will make you infatuated with my son." Sunan's complexion turned ashen at the thought of becoming enamored with this snot-nosed man. It was simply too horrifying. Why do the good-hearted people in this world never receive their due rewards? Sunan's heart ached with the question. I only wish to help, she thought. Lu Jining frowned and said, Old hag, I advise you to recognize your situation. Should anything happen to us, our master will surely seek vengeance. What has done is done. I fear nothing. The old woman cackled, revealing her crooked teeth. Since you are so arrogant, you can become my son's concubine. With a son like that, how could he possibly dream of multiple wives? Shouldn't he look in the mirror? Lu Jining seethed in anger. For she hailed from a renowned family of transformation, with an ancestor of great power. She had never endured such indignity. You sharp-tongued little girl, the old woman sneered. Splitting the love bug in half. Go. As her words fell, the two insects lunged towards Su Nan and Lu Jining's foreheads. Terrified, they turned pale. Just then, the door was kicked open, and a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing the approaching bugs in two. In an instant, they realized that their savior was a woman in white, wielding a sword and wearing a straw hat. Who are you? Why are you interrupting my plans? The profession of the evil sorcerer had not been encountered for a long time, and I never expected to encounter it here. You people only dabble in dubious paths. The woman in white chuckled lightly, twirling her long sword before resting it behind her. Heh, a mere golden core cultivator dares to meddle in my affairs? Yet, you are aware of the existence of evil sorcerers. It seems you possess some experience. Do you not know that offending an evil sorcerer leads to dire consequences? The old woman's eyes glinted with a dangerous aura as she fixed her gaze on the woman in white. Heh, the woman in white scoffed. If she were at her peak, she would not need to lift a finger. Her mere presence could obliterate the old woman's physical form. Since you are here, you might as well serve as a count for my son's harem. The old woman grinned maliciously, her gnarled hand reaching out towards the woman in white. However, the woman in white had mastered her movements to an extraordinary degree, sidestepping the old woman's grasp effortlessly. She knew that the nails of these evil sorcerers concealed numerous cursed insects, and a scratch would result in instant infestation, a truly repulsive fate. What agility! The old woman exclaimed. Yet she soon chuckled derisively. But if this is all you can do, you might as well surrender now. As she spoke, an invisible shackle seemed to be lifted from her, and her aura began to rise steadily until it reached the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, where it finally plateaued. You are concealing your cultivation level, the woman in white observed, frowning. The old woman merely smiled in response. Young lady, if you can escape, you should do so now. Su Nan urged the woman in white gratefully. A golden core cultivator against a nascent soul is a battle where the odds are overwhelmingly stacked against you. Even though the woman in white was once a formidable tribulation survivor, facing a nascent soul opponent was nearly impossible. The chasm between the two realms was insurmountable, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. I have already intervened. I cannot abandon this matter halfway. At that moment, the woman in white smiled at Su Nan and said, Little sister, allow me to demonstrate a battle that transcends realms. Arrogant. The old woman's fury ignited, realizing that the woman in white was utterly dismissive of her. In a sudden motion, a 3-meter-long whip, composed of crimson muscle and white fat, lunged at the woman in white, slicing through the air with a howling wind. Yet, the agility of the woman in white was astounding. She deftly evaded the whip. The old woman's weapon struck the wooden table with a resounding crash, shattering it into a cloud of splinters before the astonished gazes of those present. The old woman's foolish son, witnessing the chaos, trembled in terror and fled into the room, leaving behind a puddle of yellow liquid. The old woman, seeing her son's cowardice, felt a wave of helplessness. Could he not summon a bit of courage? Turning her attention back to the woman in white, she declared, Once I capture you, you will obediently reveal your techniques. The woman in white retorted, Do not boast here. If you possess the capability, then kill me. To perish is not so simple. I intend to savor your torment. The old woman snarled, and once again, the whip lashed out towards the woman in white with ferocious force. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the woman in white dodged, the old woman executed a teleportation technique, appearing behind her. Watch your back, Su Nan exclaimed in alarm. The woman in white swiftly drew her sword, slashing at the approaching old woman. The old woman was momentarily taken aback. A golden core cultivator possessed such reflexes? With time, this girl's cultivation would surely surpass her own. Determined, the old woman resolved that she must eliminate this woman today to prevent future troubles. Chapter 50. The Death of the Old Woman Clang. At that moment, the old woman raised her gnarled hand and forcefully intercepted the woman in white's strike, producing a sound akin to clashing metal. Yet, could this bridge the gap in their cultivation levels? The woman in white felt a sense of resignation. It is said that brute strength can conquer finesse. No matter how many techniques I possess, I am merely at the mid-golden core stage. In the face of a nascent soul adversary, I am not a match. Am I truly destined to meet my end here? The woman in white pondered, unwilling to accept her fate. as she had not yet avenged herself. Little girl, do not be deceived by my rough exterior. I nurture my skin with sorcery. My body has long been comparable to that of a transformation stage cultivator. The old woman beamed with pride. Heh. The woman in white coldly laughed, refusing to respond. She could not fathom how a former tribulation survivor like herself could be reduced to being toyed with by a mere nascent soul cultivator. Do you not relish being the hero, seeking to save these two little girls? Very well. I shall make a spectacle of it, and allow them to share a night with my son right before your eyes. The old woman's malevolent smile widened as she reached for Li Zhoujun. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. A surge of frigid energy erupted from Li Zhoujun, and icy sword shadows blossomed behind her like a frozen lotus. The extreme cold sword array. The woman in white gasped in astonishment at the power emanating from Li Zhoujun. What is this? The old woman, sensing the emerging aura from Li Zhoujun, was instantly alarmed. Li Zhoujun slapped her forehead, recalling that her master had indeed set up an array around her. As soon as she finished speaking, the ice lotus unfurled, transforming into a torrent of sword shadows that surged towards the old woman with overwhelming force. No, the old woman's eyes widened with horror. This power was beyond her capacity to withstand. The storm of sword shadows disregarded the old woman's despair, piercing through her once proud body, leaving it riddled with wounds. And even her nascent soul was shattered amidst the onslaught. Ultimately, the sword shadows coalesced into a figure clad in azure robes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Master. Upon seeing the figure, Su Nan and Li Zhoujun exchanged excited, wicked glances. Thud. The old woman's mutilated corpse collapsed to the ground, a sight too ghastly to behold. Li Zhoujun, not even glancing at the old woman's remains, turned to the two girls with a weary expression. You two little ones truly do not make it easy for your master. Su Nan stuck out her tongue, saying, We thought this old woman was pitiable and wanted to assist her, who knew she had a heart as venomous as a snake. Kindness is not a flaw, but bestowing it upon the wrong person is not worth it. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, remarking, Today's events have served as a valuable lesson for you both. Younger generations. I greet the esteemed elder. Mu Hongyan, recognizing the newly arrived Li Zhoujun, bowed respectfully. She recognized this young man, adorned in azure robes, as likely being the youngest tribulation survivor of the Daotian sect, the master of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun. Reflecting on this, Mu Hongyan couldn't help but smile wryly. She had once been hailed as a prodigy, yet it took her 2 centuries to reach the tribulation stage. It was said that this young master of Yunju Mountain was but 40 years old. And you are? Li Zhoujun inquired, momentarily taken aback by the woman in white. Master. This sister just saved us. She nearly fell victim to that old hag while doing so, Su Nan explained. I see. Li Zhoujun nodded in understanding, then turned to the woman in white with a warm smile. Young lady, what is your name? I am Mu Hongyan, the woman in white replied. Take this item. Should you encounter danger, shatter it, and I will come to your aid. Li Zhoujun tossed a piece of jade to Mu Hongyan, as she caught it with both hands. Mu Hongyan bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed senior. With the chance to protect her path granted by a powerful tribulation survivor, Mu Hongyan felt confident about her forthcoming mission, avenging her brother. This brother, a beggar, had been cruelly killed by a woman named Yuling long before her transmigration. Struck down by a whip for the absurd reason that he had dirted her eyes. Consumed by sorrow, the little beggar languished daily until the moment of death approached, at which point Mu Hongyan took over her body, vowing revenge and thus gaining control. Yuling long, the young master of the Yulong sect and a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, was the daughter of Yu Fenghua, the sect leader and a transcendent being. Yuling long had arrogantly proclaimed to the little beggar, I killed your brother. If you dare to challenge me, come to the Yulong sect. I will personally welcome you. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. This is what you deserve, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile, after which his clone dissipated. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun's true self, meditating in a secret chamber, opened his eyes. Those 2 little girls are truly a handful, he said with a wry smile. However, at that moment, he had also broken through to a new realm, reaching the late stage of the transformation god realm. Even without the 5-5 system, he surpassed many prodigies on Qingzhou. As few cultivators at the transformation god stage reached the age of 40. Just then, an elderly voice called from outside, Is the master of Yunjishan present? Li Zhoujun paused briefly before appearing before the elder, smiling. Elder Chen, what brings you here? Elder Chen, named Chen Guang, bowed respectfully. No need for such formality, elder. Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh. The sect leader requests your presence at the Daotian Hall for a meeting, Chen Guang informed him. Very well, I shall go immediately, Li Zhoujun said, vanishing before Chen Guang's eyes. Observing this, Chen Guang sighed. Who would have thought that the once considered waste of the Daotian sect, the master of Yunjishan, has now become one of our pillars? The world is indeed full of surprises. Chapter 51. Yulinglong upon Li Zhoujun's arrival at the Daotian Hall. He found all the major mountain masters of the Daotian sect gathered. What brings everyone together today? He asked in surprise. Mu Taiyu chuckled. It is the Taisu sect from Yunzhou. Their elder, Xiao Yuanhuai, has achieved 100 years of tribulation and has successively defeated peers from the top sects, the sacred thunder palace of Lizhou, the vast sword sect of Jianzhou, and the golden spirit temple of Lingzhou. Next, it seems, will be our Daotian sect. The mountain masters express their fury in unison. That person is far too arrogant. Indeed. Utterly presumptuous. Mu Taiyu then turned to Li Zhoujun, master of Yunjishan. You are our only hope for the upcoming tribulation. It seems this matter falls to you. Beep. The system has issued a task to suppress Xiao Yuanhuai's arrogance and shatter his invincible heart. The host will receive generous rewards. Observing the task, Li Zhoujun replied straightforwardly, rest assured, sect leader, this matter is in my hands. Even if I am not his match, I will not allow our Daotian sect's dignity to be tarnished. The master of Kanglin Mountain inwardly chuckled, recognizing Li Zhoujun's penchant for underestimating his abilities, being a true immortal. Defeating Xiao Yuanhuai should be a trivial matter. Mu Taiyu, pleased with Li Zhoujun's acceptance, smiled, knowing the stakes for the sect's reputation. After reminiscing, the mountain masters gradually dispersed. Morong Shui approached Li Zhoujun, who was still seated, munching on seeds. Xiao Yuanhuai is talented yet extremely arrogant, she remarked. Very well, Morong Shui replied. Meanwhile, at the border of Qingzhou, a ripple in space appeared, and a young man in simple clothing emerged. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his eyes were strikingly clear. He announced, his voice booming like thunder across the Qingzhou continent. In 10 days, I, Xiao Yuanhuai of the Daotian sect, shall visit to challenge your sect's strongest within the past century. The beings of Qizhou heard his proclamation, and those within the Daotian sect were no exception. What a bold declaration. Does he not fear shame and defeat? They murmured. This is the audacity of one who walks the path of invincibility. I hope Master of Yunjishan can shatter his illusion of invincibility. While the mountain masters discussed, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to the declaration, viewing Xiao Yuanhuai as a mere benefactor, as a draw would suffice to shatter his invincible heart. Master, did you hear? Someone has declared war on our Daotian sect. Sunan exclaimed, astonished. The challenger is none other than your master. Li Zhoujun shrugged. Master, can you defeat him? The little girl asked, blinking with concern. What do you think? Li Zhoujun smiled lightly. He then turned to Lu Jinong. Have I not yet passed on my teachings to you? Come here. Lu Jinong obediently approached, and Li Zhoujun touched her forehead with his fingertip, imparting the Taiyin scripture, saying, You are of the Taiyin body. I can offer little guidance. Everything must be comprehended through your own insights. Ultimately, each individual's path is unique and must be followed according to one's true heart. I understand. Lu Jinong nodded earnestly. Indeed, Li Zhoujun agreed, determined to never admit he was a lackluster master. By the way, what was the name of that girl who saved you? Li Zhoujun suddenly inquired. Her name is Mu Hongyan, Sunan replied. What Hongyan? Mu Hongyan. Master, are you joking with me? Sunan sighed. You caught me, Li Zhoujun chuckled. That girl is quite decent. Indeed, but when she left, she mentioned she had business to attend to at the Yulong sect, Sunan explained. Yulong sect? Li Zhoujun mused. Having heard of the sect, which was indeed a significant power with a transcendent cultivator at its helm. The girl named Mu Hongyan appeared youthful, yet possessed golden core cultivation. Perhaps she was a disciple of the Yulong sect, he speculated. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyan, donning a hat and solitary, arrived at the Yulong sect. The disciples at the gate, seeing the graceful figure beneath the hat, regarded her with keen interest. At that moment, Mu Hongyan boldly declared, Yulinglong, I have come for you. The gatekeeper disciples were taken aback, knowing full well the volatile temper of their young master. This could lead to catastrophic consequences. As expected, a jade-colored whip flew from the gate, striking towards Mu Hongyan, yet she caught it effortlessly. After all these years, your temper remains unchanged, she remarked. To intercept my whip signifies your strength. Tell me, who are you? At that instant, a girl clad in a jade lotus dress, strikingly beautiful yet exuding pride, emerged from the Yulong sect's gates, standing before Mu Hongyan. Upon hearing her words, Mu Hongyan removed her hat, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, unadorned yet breathtaking. The male disciples guarding the Yulong sect gaped in awe at her visage. A glimmer of barely perceptible jealousy flickered in Yulinglong's eyes before she spoke. State your name. What, have you forgotten me? Mu Hongyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you have any idea how many exceptional talents I have encountered in my lifetime? Why should I remember you specifically? Yulinglong scoffed. The wealthy often forget. You were the one who killed my brother. Mu Hongyan let out a cold snort. I see. So you are that little beggar girl. Yu Linglong suddenly recalled the small beggar girl filled with resentment, whom she had once reduced to a mere pulp with a whip. A playful smile danced on Yu Linglong's lips. So, you've come to seek revenge now? I never expected that in just a few short years, you would cultivate to the golden core stage. It seems I must take action today to eliminate future troubles. As she spoke, a hint of jealousy crept into Yu Linglong's voice. Despite her youthful appearance, she was already 30 years old, and she had only just reached the golden core stage. Given time, it was clear she would not be a match for this little beggar girl. The thought that this little beggar girl had not only become beautiful, but had also developed an astonishing talent intensified Yu Linglong's jealousy. Chapter 52. Father. You dared to yell at me, go ahead and make your move. There is no need for so much chatter. Mu Hongyan replied with a cold smile. I will surely kill you today. Arrogant little girl, Yu Linglong laughed in disbelief. Did she dare to threaten her within her own territory? This little beggar girl was truly audacious. Let us see what you're made of. Yu Linglong's defiant face turned serious as she snapped her jade dragon whip, creating a sharp crack in the air, and aimed it once more at Mu Hongyan's pretty face. You're jealous because I am more beautiful than you and wish to ruin my looks. Mu Hongyan laughed. You are quite right. Not only do I wish to mar your beauty, but I also intend to defeat you and cast you into a horde of brutish men, letting you experience the joy of a life worse than death. You deserve to die? Mu Hongyan was taken aback by Yu Linglong's venomous intentions. In a flash, Mu Hongyan gracefully moved, effortlessly evading the whip. The girl who had sought the young sect master was evidently gifted, but it was a pity she had dared to offend him. You should keep your mouth shut. To speak so recklessly before the young sect master. Do you wish to invite your own demise? A disciple of the Jade Dragon sect lamented, only to be met with gasps of shock from others. It was clear that offending their young sect master was no trivial matter. The consequences could range from losing limbs to being torn apart and fed to dogs. And this was no joke. Seeing Mu Hongyan evade her whip with ease, Yu Linglong was taken aback but quickly regained her composure. She unleashed a storm of strikes with her whip, but Mu Hongyan dodged them with remarkable ease. A scornful smirk appeared on Mu Hongyan's face. After all these years, you've made no progress at all. Seeking death, Yu Linglong, stung by the insult, erupted with fury. Over the years, her father had repeatedly urged her to consume a nascent soul pill to break through from the golden core realm, but Yu Linglong, proud as she was, refused to become a mere vessel for medicine and had instead dedicated herself to rigorous training. Yet, she had made no progress, remaining stuck at the peak of the golden core stage. To find herself unable to best a mere mid-golden core girl filled her with a sense of failure and drove her jealousy to a fever pitch. Why? Despite her father's exceptional talent, was she so lacking? Mu Hongyan seemed to read her thoughts and spoke directly. Yu Linglong, your father is a formidable celestial being. How could he father a daughter so lacking in talent? Surely you cannot be his biological child. I will kill you. Yu Linglong's fury ignited at the words, and she wielded her jade whip with renewed ferocity. This girl should really consider her words. She was truly courting disaster with the young sect master. Disciples of the Jade Dragon sect began to worry for Mu Hongyan. Isn't it true that beauty is justice? This saying could not be more fitting for Mu Hongyan. One disciple remarked, You fool, don't you want to experience the taste of this woman? She has offended the young sect master. If he captures her, perhaps we will enjoy the spoils. Another disciple chuckled. The first disciple scoffed, You truly lack spirit. Do you wish to become the pig in the young sect master's eyes? Oh, you misunderstand. The chuckling disciple replied nonchalantly. Finally, Mu Hongyan began her counterattack. In a flash, she appeared before Yu Linglong, drawing a long sword that radiated a misty sword intent, enveloping Yu Linglong in a shroud of fog that quickly spread over 100 meters. As the mist surrounded her, Yu Linglong felt a surge of panic. She could no longer see the little beggar girl and had no idea where she had hidden herself. Swish! The sound of a sword slicing through the air rang out behind Yu Linglong. Before she could react, a gash opened on her back, spilling blood. Crack! Yu Linglong hastily swung her whip behind her, but it met only empty air, striking the ground and shattering it. However, the force of her swing caused her to lose balance. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Hongyan pierced her sword into Yu Linglong's waist. Stop hiding. If you have the courage, step out and face me in a life-and-death battle. Yu Linglong felt a sense of despair. At that moment, she felt like a mouse toyed with by a cat. This was intolerable. She began to whip the air around her relentlessly, creating an impenetrable barrier. Yet, this came at a great cost to her stamina. Mu Hongyan, aware of this, refrained from further attacks, patiently waiting for Yu Linglong to tire. After about half a stick of incense had passed, Mu Hongyan seized the opportunity, thrusting her sword towards Yu Linglong's throat, intent on ending her life in one stroke. But, as fate would have it, The situation was far from simple. A terrifying aura surged from within the Jade Dragon sect, and in the next moment, a force struck Mu Hongyan, sending her flying out of the mist like a kite severed from its string. The fog began to disperse as she was propelled back. As the mist cleared, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached Yu Linglong. "Father!" Yu Linglong cried out. "This woman is no good. You must kill her." The man who had arrived was none other than Yu Linglong's father, the sect leader of the Jade Dragon sect, Yu Fenghua. At that moment, Yu Fenghua paid no heed to his daughter's pleas, but instead gazed intently at Mu Hongyan's face. So beautiful, too beautiful indeed. How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? I must possess her. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyan let out a cold laugh. "Yu Linglong, are you incapable of playing this game? Are you calling for help? Huh? If you have the guts, why not call for help yourself?" Yu Linglong chuckled mockingly. "Silence." Yu Fenghua rebuked his daughter. "Father, you dare to yell at me?" Yu Linglong's expression was one of disbelief. Mu Hongyan was astonished as well. She had expected Yu Fenghua to immediately attack her, but he seemed surprisingly composed. After all, she had nearly killed his daughter with a single strike. In that moment, the expression on Mu Hongyan's face shifted subtly. Chapter 53, Little Girl, we meet again. "You killed my brother," Mu Hongyan said to Yu Fenghua. "Is what this young lady says true?" Yu Fenghua squinted at Yu Linglong, inquiring. "Father, it was unintentional," Yu Linglong replied, her complexion paling at her father's serious demeanor. Something felt off. She had committed numerous acts of violence before, yet today her father seemed genuinely concerned. Hadn't they always turned a blind eye to each other's misdeeds? "Very well, you have taken a life, so you must be punished. I shall send you to the contemplation cliff for 3 years of reflection," Yu Fenghua declared with a cold snort. "Father!" Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected her father to impose such a severe punishment for a mere beggar. "What? Do you intend to defy my orders?" Yu Fenghua's gaze narrowed. "Yes, father." Yu Linglong lowered her proud head in submission. She understood that everything she possessed stemmed from her father's grace. She could be arrogant before outsiders, but if she contradicted him, she would lose everything. "And you shall apologize to this young lady," Yu Fenghua continued. "What?" Yu Linglong exclaimed in shock. Yu Fenghua's eyes narrowed again. His daughter, having lost her mother early and raised amidst his neglect due to his responsibilities, had developed a haughty demeanor. Perhaps it was time to find a new wife and raise a new daughter. "I understand, father," Yu Linglong said, her head hanging low, resembling a defeated rooster. As she turned to Mu Hongyan and uttered, "I'm sorry." With that, she dashed towards the contemplation cliff of the Yulong sect. Mu Hongyan observed the scene in silence. It was evident that while Yu Fenghua's punishment seemed harsh, it was ultimately protective. After all, Yu Linglong had offended many in the outside world. "Young lady, are you satisfied with this punishment?" Yu Fenghua asked Mu Hongyan with a smile. "You have already made your decision. Does my opinion even matter?" Mu Hongyan replied with a light laugh. Yet, she sensed that this matter was far from over, as Yu Fenghua would not easily relent to a mere golden core cultivator. "The temper of this young lady resembles that of my late wife," Yu Fenghua remarked wistfully. At that moment, even if Mu Hongyan were naive, she could discern that Yu Fenghua was clearly harboring intentions towards her. "This place is ill-suited for lingering," Mu Hongyan said as she donned her hat. "The matter is settled. Sect Master Yu, I take my leave." "Why the haste, young lady?" Yu Fenghua swiftly appeared before her. "What do you want?" Mu Hongyan questioned, her hand tightening around the jade pendant given to her by Li Zhoujun. "Young lady, you are quite young, yet have reached the golden core realm, which speaks to your extraordinary talent. Only a woman of your beauty and intellect deserves to be my wife," Yu Fenghua stated candidly. "Sect Master, do you not find your words rather amusing?" Mu Hongyan laughed in disbelief. "You wish to marry me after your daughter has killed my brother? Are you not out of your mind? I find your spirit quite delightful," Yu Fenghua replied with an unsettling smile. Mu Hongyan was left speechless. She had not anticipated that a cultivator of the void immortal realm could be so lecherous. He was no less disconcerting than the Lord of Yunju Mountain from the Daodian sect. The disciples stationed at the entrance of Yulong sect silently mourned for Mu Hongyan. Faced with their sect leader, they dared not utter a word. After all, a void immortal was a true celestial being, an existence to be revered from afar. Suddenly, Mu Hongyan smiled and said, "If you wish to marry me, you must personally kill your daughter." "Young lady, Yu Linglong has already been punished. To kill her now would be unreasonable," Yu Fenghua frowned. Clearly, though he was not particularly fond of his daughter, as a father, he could not be expected to murder her for the sake of a woman. Such an act would tarnish his reputation. "Are you unwilling? If so, do not obstruct my path," Mu Hongyan stated directly. The disciples were astonished by her audacity to speak so boldly to their sect leader. "Young lady, do not provoke me. There are countless women across the land who would offer themselves to me. Should you fail to recognize the situation, I might just have to use force. As feelings can be nurtured over time, Yu Fenghua's eyes glinted with danger. After all, he was a void immortal cultivator, and he could hardly endure repeated rejections from Mu Hongyan. Do you truly think I fear you? Mu Hongyan retorted coldly. Excuse me. Yu Fenghua decided to end the conversation, sweeping his arm to seize Mu Hongyan. But in that fleeting moment, Mu Hongyan crushed the jade pendant in her hand. In the next instant, a murderous sword in tin enveloped the entire Yulong sect. Under this aura, Yu Fenghua felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Even the sky seemed to dim in its presence. What kind of formidable being could unleash such a powerful aura, causing the once clear sky to darken? Too terrifying. Could it be the legendary true immortal? The disciples of Yulong's sect erupted in fearful whispers. Those of lower cultivation felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. This is the aura of a true immortal. Mu Hongyan's eyes widened. She had not anticipated that the lord of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect, only 40 years of age, was indeed a true immortal. In her past life as a Tribulation Realm cultivator, she could not have mistaken it. Simultaneously, the phantom of Li Zhoujun began to take shape in the air. Lord of Yunju Mountain. Yu Fenghua gasped in disbelief upon recognizing the visitor. He never imagined that Mu Hongyan had connections to such a powerful figure. After all, Yulong's sect was adjacent to Daotian's sect, so it was not surprising that he recognized Li Zhoujun. Indeed, the youngest Tribulation Realm cultivator from Qingzhou, the Lord of Yunju Mountain. Heavenly Father. This young lady had the backing of the Lord of Yunju Mountain. It made sense why she dared to infiltrate his Yulong sect alone. Could it be that she was a disciple of the Lord of Yunju Mountain? It was highly plausible. Goodness, if the Lord of Yunju Mountain were to become enraged, we would be finished. At that moment, the disciples and elders of Yulong's sect gasped in astonishment as they regarded the striking figure in the azure robe. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun cast a calm glance at Yu Fenghua before turning his attention to Mu Hongyan. Little girl, we meet again. Chapter 54. I heard you were looking for me, little girl. We meet again, Li Zhoujun said to Mu Hongyan with a gentle smile. Forgive me for interrupting your meditation. Mountain Master. Mu Hongyan bowed her head respectfully. Not at all. There is no disturbance here. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, then shifted his gaze to Yu Fenghua. As Li Zhoujun's gaze fell upon him, Yu Fenghua felt an immense pressure descend upon him, as if the sky were collapsing. This young lady saved my disciple. I wonder if Sect Master you could show mercy on my behalf. Li Zhoujun inquired, though his tone was authoritative. Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua forced a smile that was more painful than tears. If Mountain Master Li personally intervenes, it would be unreasonable of me not to show you respect. Had I known this young lady was connected to you, I would have treated her with the utmost courtesy befitting the Yulong sect. To earn respect, one must possess strength, Mu Hongyan thought, clenching her fists. If only she had her previous life as cultivation, she could have turned the entire Yulong sect upside down without needing anyone's help. At that moment, Li Zhoujun remarked, I hear that Yulong sect is about to open a secret realm? Indeed, Yu Fenghua confirmed. Yu Fenghua responded, this is the Yulong secret realm of our sect, which contains 3 Yulong fruits that can allow golden core cultivators to prematurely condense their nascent souls. Only the first 3 may qualify to obtain them. Very well. Since your Yulong sect has previously been discourteous to this girl, it is only natural that you compensate her. I propose that your sect offer 1 quota as an apology. Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua's expression grew troubled. The Yulong secret realm opens once every decade, and each time, only 3 individuals can seize the opportunity. The value of a single quota is incalculable. However, if she did not agree, it would surely dampen this esteemed Yunju Mountain Master as spirits. With this in mind, Yu Fenghua decisively stated, of course, that is acceptable. Excellent, it is settled then. Li Zhoujun laughed heartily. He then turned his gaze toward Mu Hongyan and said, I will secure this quota for you, but once you enter the secret realm, you must still compete against the disciples of the Yulong sect. If your strength is lacking and you miss this opportunity, do not blame others. Mu Hongyan expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mountain Master. I will keep your words in mind. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded, and then his avatar dissipated. With his departure, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the Yulong sect finally lifted. Is this truly the youngest tribulation transcender of Daotian sect? Terrifying indeed. Even an avatar possesses the strength akin to a true immortal. Could it be that this Yunju Mountain Master has genuinely reached true immortal status? That seems improbable. If he had, he would have already ascended. Why would he still remain in Qizhou? Are you not aware that a cultivator in the Mahayana realm must convert all their spiritual power into immortal spiritual power to ascend? Some Mahayana cultivators, unwilling to ascend, choose to retain some of their spiritual power without conversion. Although immortal spiritual power can also be classified as spiritual power, it is infinitely denser than ordinary spiritual power. Let us not speculate on the mysteries of true immortals. Even if this Yunju Mountain Master is not a true immortal, he is undoubtedly close to that realm. At this moment, the elders of the Yulong sect were engaged in lively discussions. The disciples gazed at the scene with immense envy. The mere appearance of this Yunju Mountain Master had compelled their sect leader, a formidable figure of the virtual immortal realm, to concede. Such status and strength are precisely what they aspire to attain. Meanwhile, Yufengwa felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Despite Li Zhoujun's instructions for Mu Hongyan to rely on her own abilities, she understood that this quota must be given to Mu Hongyan. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Li Zhoujun. Time swiftly passed. 10 days later, in simple robes, Xiao Yuanhui arrived at the imposing gates of Daotian's sect. The words Daotian's sect loomed grandly above him. Xiao Yuanhui looked up at the elegantly written characters and chuckled. Greetings from the Taisu sect. I have heard of your esteemed Yunju Mountain Master, who transcended tribulation at the age of 40. I wish to experience his prowess. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout Daotian's sect. The gatekeepers felt an invisible pressure emanating from him, making it difficult for them to breathe. Welcome, esteemed guest. Elder Xiao, why not come inside and allow us to extend our hospitality before discussing the competition? A white-haired elder appeared before Xiao Yuanhui, smiling warmly. This elder was the mountain master of Yuran Mountain, responsible for hosting visitors to Daotian's sect. Who might you be? Xiao Yuanhui squinted, surprised that only an elder had come out to greet him amidst his dramatic entrance. It seemed Daotian's sect held itself in high regard, as expected of the foremost sect in Qingzhou. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the mountain master of Yuran Mountain, responsible for the reception of guests at Daotian's sect. The elder stroked his beard and continued to smile amiably. Xiao Yuanhui replied with a grin, I see. I had thought you were the Yunju Mountain Master. Elder Xiao, you jest. The Yunju Mountain Master is a paragon of elegance, far beyond the likes of this old man. The Yuran Mountain Master chuckled. Meanwhile, in the Daotian Hall, Mu Taiyu and various mountain masters of Daotian's sect had gathered. Li Zhoujun was among them. Xiao Yuanhui has arrived, making quite a spectacle. Does he truly believe himself formidable? Once I break through the tribulation, I shall challenge him in earnest. The hot-tempered Lu Yin snorted. Master, I shall go meet him, Li Zhoujun announced as he stood up. Be careful, Mu Taiyu nodded. Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon our sect, Li Zhoujun replied with a light smile as he made his way toward the gate. Kanglin Mountain Master shook his head, silently mourning for the Tai Su sect elder named Xiao Yuanhui for 3 seconds. Why choose to confront Li Zhoujun? This fellow harbors hidden true immortal power. Had it not been for the troubles of his disciple revealing his strength, I might still be unaware of Li Zhoujun's true capabilities. The Yunju Mountain Master conceals his depth exceedingly well. At that moment, as Kanglin Mountain Master pondered, Li Zhoujun appeared at the gates of Daotian's sect. Observing the banter between the Yuran Mountain Master and Xiao Yuanhui. Elder Xiao, I hear you seek me? Li Zhoujun smiled at Xiao Yuanhui. Yunju Mountain Master. The Yuran Mountain Master and the gatekeepers all bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. You are the Yunju Mountain Master? Xiao Yuanhui inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed upon this remarkably handsome yet seemingly ordinary young man. Indeed, that is I, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Allow me to witness the strength of the Yunju Mountain Master, Xiao Yuanhui said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In the next moment, he appeared before Li Zhoujun, launching a powerful punch that reverberated with a deafening roar. Such terrifying strength. No wonder Xiao Yuanhui has been able to defeat the young tribulation transcenders of the 3 top sects. Mu Taiyu and the mountain masters concealed in the void gasped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Xiao Yuanhui's prowess was indeed formidable, but Kanglin Mountain Master muttered to himself. If the Yunju Mountain Master were to unleash his full strength, Xiao Yuanhui would not last even a breath. At that moment, as Xiao Yuanhui's fist was about to strike Li Zhoujun's face, his excitement intensified. Indeed, he is strong. Li Zhoujun regarded the scene before him with a serious expression. Without employing the Yaoshui Immortal Sword, he could only rely on the system to match Xiao Yuanhui evenly. Resolute, Li Zhoujun raised a hand. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and a massive wave of energy radiated outward from the center of Li Zhoujun and Xiao Yuanhui. The mountain masters quickly employed their abilities to shield their disciples and the sect's structures. As the dust settled, the figures of Li Zhoujun and Xiao Yuanhui emerged before the mountain masters. Li Zhoujun had effortlessly received Xiao Yuanhui's punch. To withstand my punch, Yunju Mountain Master. Your reputation is indeed well-deserved, Xiao Yuanhui exclaimed, his excitement growing. He yearned for a worthy opponent among his peers, a rarity indeed. Today, he sought a thrilling battle. With that thought, Xiao Yuanhui unleashed several more punches, raining down upon Li Zhoujun like a torrential storm, all of which Li Zhoujun easily deflected. Their combat was truly evenly matched. However, it soon became apparent to Xiao Yuanhui that something was amiss, regardless of whether he exerted all his strength or held back. Li Zhoujun effortlessly countered each of Xiao Yuanhui's attacks, as though he had anticipated the force with which he would strike. This left Xiao Yuanhui feeling as though he had been completely seen through in the presence of Li Zhoujun. The Lord of Yunju Mountain had him entirely at his mercy. Indeed, it was evident that the Lord of Yunju Mountain was handling the situation with remarkable ease, effortlessly neutralizing Xiao Yuanhui's fierce onslaughts. The other mountain lords present were all smiling. At this moment, the disciples of Daotian's sect had also arrived to witness the spectacle. Lu Xingyang and Su Nan, upon seeing their master engaged in a fierce duel with a common youth, could not help but cheer from the sidelines. Go, master. Meanwhile, within the throng of disciples, Xianxiaua, who had joined the Luyanhuafeng mountain, spotted Su Nan. At this juncture, all of Xianxiao's previous arrogance had evaporated in the face of Su Nan. After all, the prowess of Li Zhoujun was now evident to all, a true formidable figure amidst the calamity. Even their own mountain lord, Lu Yan, was of a significantly lower realm compared to Li Zhoujun. How could he, Xianxiaua, afford to offend Su Nan? Simultaneously, Xiao Yuanhui, who was relentlessly using various divine abilities, was acutely aware of his waning stamina. Yet Li Zhoujun remained unfazed, engaging him in combat as if his strength were boundless. However, Li Zhoujun's combat experience was still not as extensive as Xiao Yuanhui's, a seasoned warrior. Soon, a slight opening appeared in Li Zhoujun's defense. As Xiao Yuanhui observed Li Zhoujun responding to his techniques, he noticed a lapse in his stance and seized the opportunity, channeling his energy to deliver a powerful strike to Li Zhoujun's chest. Li Zhoujun let out a muffled grunt, staggering back 3 steps. However, with the system's balanced abilities backing him, Li Zhoujun suffered no significant harm. In contrast, Xiao Yuanhui felt a sharp pain in his palm from the impact. Although the Lord of Yunju Mountain was exceptionally gifted, surpassing all others in Qizhou and beyond, he was still relatively young and lacked the combat experience that Xiao Yuanhui had accumulated through countless battles. A mountain lord from Daotian's sect provided a fair assessment, quickly echoed by others. Indeed, while Xiao Yuanhui is in the early phase of transcending tribulations, the Lord of Yunju Mountain's power clearly exceeds him by a minor realm. Moreover, the physical strength of the Lord is formidable. Even after enduring such a terrifying blow, he remains unperturbed. The Lord of Kanglan silently criticized in his heart. It is evident that while the Lord of Yunju Mountain has achieved true immortality, his combat experience is still lacking. It seems he is merely using Xiao Yuanhui for practice. Xiao Yuanhui was no fool. Each time he struck, Li Zhoujun effortlessly countered his attacks. And even when he finally managed to exploit a weakness and landed a blow, Li Zhoujun remained unscathed. It was clear that Li Zhoujun's cultivation level was above his own. He was being used as a sparring partner. If Li Zhoujun were to unleash his full power, relying solely on his cultivation, Xiao Yuanhui would have long been defeated. With this realization, a sense of defeat welled up within Xiao Yuanhui. Li Zhoujun, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of helplessness. It was the first time he had encountered such a demand, but he truly had given his all. Xiao Yuanhui's mindset crumbled after dominating his peers for so long. He was now reduced to being someone else's practice partner. Enough. I concede, Xiao Yuanhui declared, stepping back. Li Zhoujun was taken aback. Lord of Yunju Mountain, I admit your talent is exceptional, and I cannot compare to you. However, if we were of the same realm, I would undoubtedly defeat you, Xiao Yuanhui confidently asserted. Locking eyes with Li Zhoujun, I will not be disheartened by this defeat. I shall strive to cultivate to your level and challenge you once more. Li Zhoujun was dumbfounded. This fellow's unyielding spirit was rather impressive. It seemed this task would not be completed after all. I take my leave, Xiao Yuanhui said, casting one last glance at Li Zhoujun before departing without further ado. Wait, Li Zhoujun called out, feeling a tinge of reluctance as he had not obtained his reward. He felt it necessary to temper this fellow's inflated confidence. How old are you? Li Zhoujun inquired. Xiao Yuanhui. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and shattering Xiao Yuanhui's invincible mindset. Ding. System rewards granted. Perfected transformation realm cultivation. Ding. System rewards granted. Returning void pill. Ding. System rewards granted. Heaven blocking Dharma image. Returning void pill aids cultivators of the transformation realm, increasing the chances of breaking through to the virtual immortal realm by 5%. Heaven blocking Dharma image, a divine and demonic visage, vast and boundless, capable of concealing the sun, moon, and stars. Chapter 56. The abyss. These rewards were quite favorable, Li Zhoujun thought to himself as he examined the system's bestowed rewards. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanhui had already adjusted his mindset, As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. One wave dies upon the beach. Lord of Yunju Mountain, I look forward to our next battle. With that, Xiao Yuanhui hastily made his exit, fearing that staying any longer would further diminish his spirit. Truly, the Lord of Yunju Mountain has no humility whatsoever. The Lord of Yunju Mountain is magnificent. Someone shouted enthusiastically. Sunan clasped her hands over her heart, watching the scene with excitement. Indeed, choosing her master had been a perfect decision. Lu Xingyang also felt that being able to study under Li Zhoujun in this lifetime was worth it. The Lord of Yunju Mountain had accomplished a significant feat this time. Simultaneously, Mu Taiyu led the other mountain lords to Li Zhoujun. As a member of Daotian's sect, it is only right for me to undertake such tasks, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, cupping his fists. This statement drew nods of agreement from the various strong figures of Daotian's sect. As this matter concluded, 3 days swiftly passed. Li Zhoujun lay in the courtyard basking in the sun. For him, the best form of cultivation was to not cultivate at all. After all, he had discovered that his cultivation speed was half as slow as when he was idly engaged in practice. Ding! The system has detected unusual occurrences in the abyss 1,000 miles away. As a strong member of Daotian's sect, the host should investigate and will receive substantial rewards. At that moment, the system, perhaps sensing that Li Zhoujun was too comfortable, promptly issued a new task. Bored, Li Zhoujun readily accepted. After greeting Su Nan and Lu Xingyang, he mounted his flying sword and headed towards the abyss as indicated by the system. Here, under a canopy of dark clouds, 2 colossal mountains flanked a ravine. Li Zhoujun, with his exceptional skills, boldly stepped forward. Ah, young man, this place is not for the faint-hearted. Many cultivators have lost their lives here. A white-haired elder, accompanied by a young maiden, appeared before Li Zhoujun, astonished. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. If even you dare to come here, why should I be afraid? The elder was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. It seems my advice will fall on deaf ears. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun chose not to pursue the topic further and instead inquired with a grin. Might you know the mysteries of this abyss? The elder nodded. I do know a bit. Just 10 days ago, this place was serene and beautiful, but suddenly, dark clouds gathered, transforming it into a forbidden zone. My eldest disciple came here to investigate, but has since gone missing, prompting my visit. Ah, are you not concerned for your young disciple? Li Zhoujun asked, casting a curious glance at the maiden. One wonders if she has offended her master. Otherwise, why bring her to such a perilous location? The young girl stated. I insisted on coming myself. As she spoke, her delicate face appeared somewhat irked. The old man with white hair, upon hearing this, shook his head helplessly. Yet a persistent confidence lingered in his brow. Clearly, he held a high regard for himself, though his identity remained a mystery to Li Zhoujun, who was slightly taken aback. Meanwhile, as the trio conversed, they continued to advance, and soon before them lay a grotesque array of human and beast corpses, interspersed with peculiar, pitch-black stones in the middle of the path. These were no ordinary stones. The white-haired elder regarded them with curiosity, frowning at the sight. In the next moment, those stones began to stir. They transformed into large, black spiders, each adorned with human faces, exuding a ghastly aura. With a fierce roar, these human-faced spiders lunged at Li Zhoujun and his companions. You little pests dare to act out in my presence? Scoffed the elder, who, with a swift motion of his hands, summoned terrifying flames that enveloped the spiders, causing them to crackle and emit wretched cries as they burned. The spiders, ablaze, flailed about like headless flies, and one of them approached Li Zhoujun. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift slap, obliterating the mere golden core creature in an instant. The white-haired elder stared in astonishment at this display. I am Wei Huazhenren. May I ask for your esteemed name? He inquired, now regarding Li Zhoujun with newfound respect. Ah, so you are Wei Huazhenren, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, recognizing the name of this formidable figure, said to be a cultivator of the integration stage. It was no wonder he dared to venture into this dark abyss with his disciple. After all, a cultivator of the integration stage was undeniably a powerhouse across all of Qingshou and beyond. Li Zhoujun, not wishing to conceal his identity, introduced himself with a light chuckle. I am Li Zhoujun, the Mountain Lord of Yunju sect. You are the Mountain Lord of Yunju? Wei Huazhenren exclaimed, his eyes widening. Recalling how Li Zhoujun had recently defeated the formidable Xiao Yuanhui, who had triumphed over 3 top sects in a 100-year tribulation, this cemented Li Zhoujun's reputation as the youngest tribulation powerhouse of Qingshou. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment for having previously advised Li Zhoujun to leave due to the dangers of this place, Wei Huazhenren reddened. If the Mountain Lord himself faced peril here, then what hope did he have for survival? Meanwhile, the young girl looked at Li Zhoujun with awe. Having heard tales of his achievements, a tribulation powerhouse at just over 40, what a prodigy. With a wry smile, Wei Huajinren admitted, I am indeed blind to greatness. Please forgive me, Mountain Lord. There is no need for concern, Li Zhoujun replied warmly. Sighing with relief, Wei Huajinren acknowledged that despite Li Zhoujun's superior status, he bore none of the haughtiness typical of other tribulation cultivators whom he had encountered, who often carried themselves with an air of superiority. Chapter 57. The corpse of the Spirit Emperor with the Mountain Lord of Yunju present, this dark abyss seemed but a trivial matter, Wei Huajinren remarked. Never one to flatter, yet when he did, none could rival him. You jest, but there are always greater talents beyond the mountains, Li Zhoujun humbly responded, engaging in a playful exchange of compliments. As they traversed further, Li Zhoujun pondered the implications of the human-faced spiders, which were already of golden core strength. He feared even more formidable entities lay ahead. Indeed, as they continued, a heavy black iron coffin suddenly obstructed their path. The presence of this coffin was an ominous sign. And Wei Huajinren's expression grew serious. Please wait, Mountain Lord, while I break this black coffin. With that, flames erupted around him, reminiscent of a fire deity descending upon the earth. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, a cold feminine voice interrupted, if you wish to avoid death, do not provoke this coffin. At that moment, a woman in a black gown, embroidered with golden phoenixes, appeared before Li Zhoujun and his companions. Her ability to manifest silently suggested she was no ordinary individual. Who are you? Wei Huajinren asked, his brow furrowed at the unexpected interruption. Do you know what lies within the coffin? The woman scoffed. What could it be? Surely not the remains of an immortal? Wei Huajinren inquired, emboldened by Li Zhoujun's presence. Inside lies my husband, the Spirit Emperor, the woman replied solemnly. What? Wei Huajinren's face fell in surprise. Could you be the empress of the Ling dynasty? The Ling dynasty, a long-established empire in Qingzhou, had fallen into the hands of Wushu, the empress, following the demise of her husband, the Spirit Emperor, a century prior. Indeed, Wushu nodded. So it is the empress who stands here, Wei Huajinren bowed, internally lamenting the strange allure of this dark abyss, which had drawn so many powerful figures to its depths. What is the situation with this coffin? He inquired, glancing at the dark artifact. My husband's remains have been turned into a puppet, Wushu explained. This means that this place is a construct of human design. What kind of person could create such a disturbance? Wei Huajinren gasped. I do not know. Wushu shook her head, revealing her dual purpose for being there. Suddenly, amidst their discussion, the heavy iron coffin exploded, and a middle-aged man draped in a dragon robe, his complexion and skin a pale white with abyssal black pupils, emerged before them. Wushu's eyes turned red upon seeing him. This man was none other than the Spirit Emperor. With a primal roar, the Spirit Emperor lunged toward Wei Huajinren, unleashing a terrifying force aimed at his head, a strike capable of shattering mountains. Wei Huajinren dared not underestimate the attack. Fully aware that the Spirit Emperor, who had mastered the physical body and life, would remain formidable even as a reanimated corpse. Ready for battle, Wei Huajinren ignited intense flames in his hands, preparing to counter the Spirit Emperor's blow. A resounding crash echoed as the Spirit Emperor staggered back a few steps. While Wei Huajinren was hurled to the ground, Li Zhoujun watched in silence, bemused that a chi refinement practitioner would attempt to withstand a full-force strike from a body cultivator. Master. Meanwhile, Wei Huajinren's female disciple cried out in alarm, rushing to support her master. That was careless. The Spirit Emperor's body remains incredibly powerful. Wei Huajinren coughed, acknowledging the situation. At the same time, the Spirit Emperor surged toward Wushu at an alarming speed. Empress, be careful, Wei Huajinren warned urgently. Yet, in a moment of astonishment, the Spirit Emperor stood beside Wushu, behaving like a child, refraining from any attack. Even the foolish fire-real person began to sense something amiss. He exclaimed furiously, So it is you. You are the one who created this abyss, aren't you? Wushu frowned. It was not me. Not you? Are you jesting? If it were not you, why would the puppet of the Spirit Emperor not attack you? Do you take me for a fool? Tell me, what have you done to my eldest disciple? The fire-real person's expression was one of deep anger. Initially, he had felt sympathy for the Empress Wushu, who had lost her husband and been turned into a puppet, but he never anticipated that the mastermind was this very person. I have said it was not me, Wushu retorted coldly. At that moment, Li Zhoujun silently observed the unfolding scene, finding it rather mysterious. However, possessing great skill and courage, he remained unperturbed. Regardless of who the true mastermind was, he felt no fear. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the air. Empress, you should be grateful to me for resurrecting the Spirit Emperor, yet it seems you do not appear to be delighted. At that moment, a figure appeared before Wushu. An elder whose skin resembled withered wood, as if he were a decaying corpse. National Master, Wushu said in a somber tone, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. The fire real person was taken aback, realizing that the puppet truly did not originate from Wushu. Why have you turned the corpse of the spirit emperor into a puppet? Wushu's voice was icy. The national master of the spirit dynasty chuckled softly. Your husband killed my son, do you know that? Your son strayed from the path, slaughtering cities for cultivation. Was it not right for him to be killed? Wushu retorted. It was right to kill him, but what of it? I had but one son. Your husband extinguished my lineage. So I shall turn his corpse into a puppet to house my son, the national master said, his expression frenzied. Unredeemable. Wushu snorted coldly, raising her fair hand and striking towards the national master. Instantly, a golden phoenix soared through the air, launching an assault. However, at that moment, under the national master's control, the spirit emperor stood in defense. Wushu was startled and quickly adjusted her position, causing the phoenix to crash into a nearby mountain. The mountain erupted into a cacophony of destruction, stones flying in all directions as the earth trembled, the very heavens dimming in the presence of such formidable power. How curious. My empress, are you reluctant to strike at your husband's corpse? The national master observed the scene before him, emitting a chilling laughter. What have you done to my disciple? The fire real person inquired angrily. The national master glanced at him, revealing a toothy grin. To create a puppet is no simple task. It requires a significant amount of cultivator's blood. Seeking death, the fire real person was enraged, realizing that the national master had clearly killed his disciple. With that thought, the fire real person struck out, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the national master. Yet the national master remained unfazed, commanding the spirit emperor's corpse to counter with a punch, dissipating the flames effortlessly. The spirit emperor's corpse is truly powerful, even in death. It stands among the elite of the harmonization realm. The national master laughed heartily. Are you so pleased? The fire real person remained unshaken. The national master was taken aback. Aren't you afraid? Why should I fear? The fire real person chuckled. Indeed, a master begets a disciple. Your disciple revealed your name before dying. Unable to believe that I would truly take action, the national master replied with a smirk. Seeking death. The fire real person, provoked, ignited with blazing fury. Li Zhoujun silently criticized the durability of the fire real person's attire, still intact despite the flames. Old man, I implore the mountain master to intervene and eliminate this scourge. Restore the clarity of Qizhou. Suddenly, the fire real person bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun. At this moment, Wushu and the national master noticed Li Zhoujun, an apparent outsider. Mountain master? Could he be a powerful figure from Daotian's sect? Wushu pondered. Who are you? The national master furrowed his brow, questioning Li Zhoujun. He sensed that something was amiss, as this individual seemed to exist both within and outside the fray, undoubtedly extraordinary. Ah, this is the master of cloud residence, national master. Your fortunate days are at an end. The fire real person's face twisted with mockery. Master of cloud residence? Both the national master and Wushu were taken aback. This youth was the recently renowned master of cloud residence in Qizhou, the youngest to have crossed the tribulation. As this realization dawned, the national master's countenance darkened. If he were indeed a tribulation-crossing expert, his situation would be dire. The national master clasped his hands in greeting, Master of Cloud Residence. This matter is an old grudge between me and the Spirit Dynasty. I hope you will not interfere. Li Zhoujun smiled. This matter is not so simple, is it? I fear the true mastermind is not you. The system had not indicated the task's completion. Clearly, the truth had yet to surface. The national master stiffened at his words. Wushu's expression also shifted. Confess to the identity of your backer, and I, the mountain master, may consider granting you a swift death, Li Zhoujun declared. Upon hearing this, the national master's face darkened, his gaze subtly darting towards Wushu. In that moment, Li Zhoujun understood that the true mastermind was indeed Wushu. You orchestrated all of this, did you not? Li Zhoujun turned his gaze upon her. It is indeed I who prompted the national master to act in this manner. Wushu acknowledged, having been exposed. The fire real person was bewildered, watching as this woman danced between truths and falsehoods. I am curious. Since the spirit dynasty is already under your control, why resurrect your husband's corpse to turn it into a puppet? Li Zhoujun expressed his confusion. Because the system has yet to indicate task completion. This matter likely remains unresolved. Wushu squinted slightly. Oh, Li Zhoujun's interest was piqued. Are you not afraid that I, the mountain master, might grow enraged and strike you down? Mountain master, if I had no trump card, would I choose to lay the abyss at such a distance from Daotian's sect? Wushu chuckled lightly. Intriguing, Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes, realizing that Wushu indeed held a trump card. I shall see what your trump card truly is. With a cold snort, he summoned the Aoshue flying sword. Its aura of a 9th-grade celestial sword enveloping the area. The national master, Wushu, and the fire real person all stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. A ninth-grade celestial sword? You are a true immortal. Wu Shu gazed at Li Zhoujun in disbelief, for celestial swords could only be wielded by true immortals. Reveal your trump card, Li Zhoujun grinned. But at that moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the ground, flooding into the Spirit Emperor's body. Hail, Lord Demon Master! Wu Shu's expression turned ecstatic as she bowed to the Spirit Emperor's corpse. This Demon Master, by human standards, was undoubtedly a true immortal-level powerhouse, and fully transformed into immortal spiritual power. She had turned her husband into a puppet to summon this Demon Master as a rival. This body is quite satisfactory. The Spirit Emperor's corpse, now possessed by the Demon Master, rasped. Clearly, the Spirit Emperor's body had been seized by the Demon Master Wu Shu spoke of. True immortal? The Demon Master's gaze shifted to Li Zhoujun, licking his lips. What are you? Li Zhoujun responded with indifference. From the Demon Realm, I am the Ahe Demon Master. The Demon Master grinned widely. Demon Realm? Li Zhoujun's expression faltered. He once read in Qishou record that the world composed of Qishou and other continents is known as the Tianyuan Realm. Beyond the Tianyuan Realm, there exist another 3,000 realms. The term 3,000 realms does not literally denote only 3,000 realms, it is merely a general reference. The Demon Realm, as mentioned by the Demon Lord Ahe, is one among them. Meanwhile, the Immortal Realm stands as the grand world above the 3,000 realms, a place long yearned for by countless beings within them. At that moment, the Demon Lord Ahe remarked, I never expected that upon my arrival, I would encounter a true immortal of the human race. Allow me to witness your strength. With that, the Demon Lord made his move, and a towering three-headed, six-armed manifestation emerged behind him. Each of the 6 arms wielded a weapon, swords, spears, shields, and more. Bone-breaking blade, the Demon Lord bellowed, and the massive blade in his hand swung toward Li Zhoujun. Under the weight of the blade, Li Zhoujun appeared as insignificant as an ant. This was terrifying. The true fire-real man, witnessing the scene before him, turned pale. He truly did not anticipate that he would witness a battle of true immortals. Chapter 59. You are not alone gazing at the descending blade that resembled a small mountain. Li Zhoujun grinned. In the next moment, an immeasurable divine light erupted from his being. Simultaneously, a colossal manifestation, the embodiment he had previously acquired, ascended from behind him, soaring into the clouds like a massive peak. Its aura was no less formidable than that of the Demon Lord Ahe. At this moment, Li Zhoujun was also a true immortal in the face of the Demon Lord. As Li Zhoujun's manifestation emerged, the Demon Lord Ahe, along with his own manifestation, was forced to retreat several steps. Was this the clash of true immortals? The true fire-real man observed with excitement in his eyes. To witness a confrontation between true immortals was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and if he were fortunate enough to survive, he would undoubtedly gain insights unattainable otherwise. The Lord of Yunju Mountain was indeed a true immortal. Wu Shu and the national master of Ling Dynasty were equally astonished by this sight. It was said that the Lord of Yunju Mountain had undergone the tribulation at the age of 40. Yet at this moment, they truly wished to drag those who frivolously claimed that Li Zhoujun was merely undergoing tribulation out for a beating. Look at this. Is this something one undergoing tribulation can achieve? Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Ahe, with narrowed eyes, regarded Li Zhoujun with a glimmer of excitement. Within his own demon realm, he had already reached the pinnacle, having defeated all challengers. Even the neighboring demon realms had fallen under his dominion, including the Fire Demon Realm and the Water Demon Realm. Thus, he had set his sights on the Tianyuan Realm. At that instant, a voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of investigating the abyss. Beep. The system rewards you with the Bruce Lee Jeet Kune Do adapted version at a pinnacle level. As the system's voice faded, a wealth of combat techniques and their applications in conjunction with spiritual energy emerged in Li Zhoujun's mind. The system could operate in such a manner? Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. What he lacked most at present was rich practical experience. However, with this reward from the system, he felt elated. Thus, Li Zhoujun stood atop the shoulders of his manifestation, adjusting his stance with a flick of his thumb against his nose, then leaped in all directions. With each movement of his manifestation, the very ground trembled. The likes of Wu Shu and the true fire-real man were jolted up and down, struggling to maintain their balance. How could they withstand the might of Li Zhoujun, who possessed the strength of a true immortal? What kind of technique is this? They wondered. Yet, Li Zhoujun offered them no time to react, delivering a swift punch that struck the Demon Lord Ahe's manifestation squarely on the face. The unanticipated blow sent the Demon Lord staggering back several steps. Interesting. The Demon Lord Ahe mused, standing atop his manifestation's shoulder, his excitement intensifying. Since you wish to engage in close combat with me, I shall indulge you. As he spoke, The various weapons in his manifestation's hands vanished. With weapons, I need not rely. I merely wish to engage in the thrill of battle. Li Zhoujun, however, was not one to waste time on words. He swiftly aimed a kick at the knee of the demon lord's manifestation. This kick, if it struck flesh, would likely cripple my leg, thought the demon lord as he grinned. Yet, his combat experience was equally vast. He maneuvered his manifestation aside while unleashing a punch imbued with dark, demonic energy, aimed directly at Li Zhoujun's manifestation's chest. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun quickly retracted his attack, taking a step back to evade the punch, then shifted to the right, delivering another blow aimed at the throat of the demon lord's manifestation. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows as they controlled their manifestations, neither willing to yield. The onlookers, though shaken to their core, remained entranced by the spectacle. The clash of true immortals was so formidable that the mere collision of their manifestations sent tremors through the ground. The power of either combatant's manifestation was sufficient to sweep across Qingzhou and decimate countless beings in the Tianyuan realm. The true fire real man sighed in awe. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun and the demon lord Ahe, unable to grasp each other's movements, decided to forego all techniques and instead exchanged direct blows upon each other's manifestations, producing thunderous, ear-splitting sounds. How terrifying! The true fire real man observed, his complexion paling. He was a cultivator at the fusion stage, yet in the eyes of these two, he was inconsequential. He had no doubt that if either were to sit down upon him, he would be crushed without resistance, even without them lifting a finger. Despite the intensity of the battle between the demon lord and Li Zhoujun, it seemed that the events transpiring in the abyss went unnoticed by the outside world. Ah, what a delightful battle! The demon lord Ahe laughed heartily. It had been ages since he encountered someone of equal strength, let alone one with whom he could engage so freely. However, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to his words, landing yet another punch squarely on the demon lord's face. The demon lord was momentarily stunned. Wait, I must say, as a powerful true immortal, must you resort to such underhanded tactics? Can you not allow me to finish my words? Is it not proper to observe the martial code? Li Zhoujun scoffed. You intend to invade my Tianyuan realm. Why should I listen to your words? Why should I uphold the martial code with you? The demon lord's expression twitched. He genuinely questioned whether he was the true demon or if this man before him was the real menace, as he completely disregarded the conventions of combat. State your name. I must commend you, the demon lord Ahe said to Li Zhoujun. At this moment, Li Zhoujun was filled with questions. I invade various realms in search of a worthy opponent, and I have now found you, the demon lord declared, gazing at Li Zhoujun as if he had found a kindred spirit. Surely you, like me, feel lonely in your invincibility. But now, with me, you shall not be alone. Li Zhoujun's expression shifted. Why does this fellow speak in such a peculiar manner? If you truly believe yourself invincible, you may as well ascend to the immortal realm, where many strong beings reside, he replied. The demon lord Ahe chuckled. The immortal realm? I shall indeed go there one day, and I shall conquer it as well. But not just yet. Chapter 60. My name is Xianxiaaudiobooks. Very well. If you are reluctant to share your name with me, it matters not, for I shall remember you. The demon lord Ahe gazed at Li Zhoujun with a faint smile, remarking that a formidable being such as yourself is worthy of my respect. I hope to see your progress upon our next encounter. Wait a moment. Li Zhoujun suddenly had a realization and called out to the demon lord Ahe. Was there someone named Xianxiaaudiobooks who possessed an indomitable spirit and, like the demon lord, sought challengers everywhere? Moreover, didn't he mention wanting to duel with me next time? Therefore, I shall do a good deed and help him find a powerful opponent to hone his skills. At the same time, the demon lord Ahe was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. What is this? You can't bear to see me go? Fear not. I too am reluctant to part ways, for you are a rare opponent I have sought for quite some time. You wish to know my name, did you not? Li Zhoujun replied cheerfully. Oh, I am all ears, said the demon lord Ahe with a smile. Remember this well, my name is Xianxiaaudiobooks. Li Zhoujun declared with spirited enthusiasm. Xianxiaaudiobooks? The demon lord Ahe repeated the name softly, then laughed. Very well, Xianxiaaudiobooks, I shall remember you. The real person Mihua, Wushu, and the national master of Ling Chao all felt a shiver at this moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. The lord of Yunju Mountain was truly formidable, enough to bring tears to a panda's eyes. Meanwhile, back at the Taishu sect, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was in seclusion, suddenly shuddered. What was happening? His eyes widened, sensing that an incredibly powerful presence had taken notice of him. However, he soon scoffed, believing that unless a true immortal emerged in the next century, no one could contend with him. That fellow known as the Lord of Yunju Mountain was merely someone with whom he could spar. His indomitable spirit made him nothing more than a stepping stone. Upon learning that Li Zhoujun was named Xiao Yuanhui, the demon lord Ahe waved his hand, whisking away the national master of Ling Chao and the heavenly queen Wu Shu from the scene. With the departure of the demon lord, the entire dark abyss vanished from view. The once gloomy sky returned to a state of clarity. At this moment, Li Zhoujun also withdrew his. One could not deny that the power of a true immortal was indeed astonishing. The sensation of invincibility was truly marvelous. Master. The real person Miawa gazed at Li Zhoujun with newfound reverence. After all, this man was a genuine true immortal. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the life and death struggle of all of Qizhou. He believed that without the Lord of Yunju Mountain, Qizhou, and indeed the entire Tianyuan realm, could have easily fallen to the recent demon lord Ahe. This was his fate. It is a trial he must endure. We, as cultivators, have long since become indifferent to life and death, Miwa remarked with a bitter smile. He had once been a lowly cultivator himself. It is good that you have such a mindset. Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few words with the real person Mihua, Li Zhoujun set off on foot, watched by the two of them. Who would have thought that the Qingzhou continent was home to such hidden talents? The Lord of Yunju Mountain was indeed far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. If he truly was only in his 40s, it would be exceedingly frightening. Should he ascend to the celestial realm, he would undoubtedly become a prime target for various celestial powers. Master, why has the Lord of Yunju Mountain attained the true immortal level, yet not ascended to the celestial realm? At this moment, Mihua's female disciple questioned curiously. Mihua pondered for a moment and replied, "It is highly likely that the Lord of Yunju Mountain is accumulating spiritual energy, perhaps aiming to fully convert his spiritual power into celestial energy before attempting to break through to an even higher realm. This way, once he ascends, he would have a significant advantage over those who ascend alongside him. Although this path is fraught with difficulty, considering how young he is to have achieved true immortal status, it may not be insurmountable for him." "Ah, now I understand," the disciple exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Meanwhile, with no particular urgency, Li Zhoujun continued walking, sorting through the martial arts system rewards in his mind. One could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of the system. However, as he walked, darkness fell. Before him stood a dilapidated temple. Li Zhoujun suddenly recalled an amusing legend from his past life. It was said that when walking at night, one should prefer to sleep in a graveyard rather than enter a decrepit temple. Yet, Li Zhoujun felt no fear, for he was bold and skilled. Setting aside the system's abilities, even his current transformation level made him a formidable presence in Qizhou. Curiosity piqued, he stepped into the temple, recalling how he had once enjoyed watching horror films alone. During a summer break, he had been the only one in the entire dormitory, pulling out his notebook to relive the childhood trauma of the village of old corpses. Though fear gripped him, his desire to watch was insatiable. As soon as he entered the crumbling temple, a chilling wind swept through. The interior, neglected for years, had become dilapidated. The gold paint on the Buddha statues had flaked away, revealing the copper beneath, and spider webs adorned the crevices. The hollow, eerie eyes of the copper statues sent shivers down one's spine. Thrilling, Li Zhoujun grinned, finding a patch of ground and sweeping the dust aside with a flourish of his sleeve to reveal a clean spot. He then gathered some firewood within the decrepit temple and ignited it. Amidst his busy work, he noticed it had begun to rain outside, the sound of raindrops pattering on the roof filling the air. Li Zhoujun tilted his head to gaze out the window, where darkness enveloped everything, rendering visibility non-existent. He marveled at the atmosphere, thinking, strangely enough, this does have a certain charm. Had he been the same person he was before his crossing, he would have been trembling in fear. Yet, having experienced so much, he found himself unperturbed. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves, creaking wheels, and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside, suggesting a large number of people were approaching. "My lord, my lady, it has grown dark and rain is falling. If we continue on, the road may be slippery and hazardous. Let us take shelter in this dilapidated temple for the night, and wait until the rain passes before resuming our journey," a strong, resonant male voice suggested. "But it seems there are already occupants within," a clear, youthful voice interjected. The man continued with a chuckle, "Fear not, my lady. There exists an unwritten rule in the martial world. One may take shelter in a temple when traveling through the wilderness, provided that we do not disturb one another." Chapter 61. In the realm of immortals, are there no immortals? Very well, the owner of the youthful voice responded, relieved by the words of her family's guardian. Inside the temple, seated on the ground, Li Zhoujun observed as a young lady and a middle-aged man adorned in fine clothing entered, flanked by a towering middle-aged man and 5 family guards dressed in gray uniforms. Li Zhoujun easily deduced that the powerful voice he had heard belonged to the tall middle-aged man, while the lady referenced was undoubtedly the sole young woman among them. And the lord was the elegantly dressed middle-aged man. "Sir, we happened upon this place during the downpour and have interrupted your peace. We hope you will forgive us," the tall man said with a smile. "Not at all," Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh. It was evident that, although this tall man had not embarked on the path of cultivation, the calluses on his hands suggested he possessed some skills. Meanwhile, the young woman, surrounded by her guards, gazed at Li Zhoujun with a momentary look of distraction. The reason was simple. It was akin to a man encountering a beautiful woman. At this moment, the young girl could not help but acknowledge that the youth before her was strikingly ethereal, his demeanor exuding an air of distinction with every gesture. The tall middle-aged man smiled at Li Zhoujun and, after a brief exchange, began directing his subordinates to tidy up the surroundings. Once they completed their tasks, the tall man turned to Li Zhoujun and inquired, "What brings you, sir, to this desolate temple all alone? Are you not afraid of the legendary creatures said to roam these wild mountains?" Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, replying, "You jest, good sir. I would very much like to encounter the strange beings you speak of." The man, realizing that Li's surname was Li, insisted, "You mustn't dismiss my words. There truly are cultivators and supernatural beings in this world. 10 years ago, while traveling with my master, I met several immortal masters capable of manipulating objects from afar and conjuring fire out of thin air." The tall man, seeing Li Zhoujun's delicate frame, assumed he was merely a scholar devoted to his studies and said, "After all, many scholars do not believe in the existence of immortals or demons." Li Zhoujun found the middle-aged man amusing and smiled. "Oh, is that so? Indeed, I have seen it with my own eyes," the man affirmed, thumping his chest with confidence. As they conversed, Li Zhoujun learned that the man's name was Shi, the head of the Nalan family's guards, while the sole young woman in their company was named Nalan Yi, and her father, referred to by Shi as the master, was Nalan Kai. Xianxiang City was a large metropolis, yet it was situated in a region devoid of spiritual energy, resulting in few cultivators venturing there, including the entire Dakong kingdom. This scarcity contributed to the prevalent belief that the existence of cultivators and supernatural beings was merely a myth. Li Zhoujun found it rather amusing that in a world of cultivation, there were no immortals. At that moment, Shi glanced around at the Buddha statues, shivering slightly as he remarked, "For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that the eyes of these statues are watching us, which is quite unsettling." Li Zhoujun laughed. "What's the matter, brave Shi? With your calloused hands, you must possess some formidable skills. Are you truly afraid of these?" Shi's expression faltered as he retorted, "Sir, please do not jest. The meager skills I possess may suffice against ordinary warriors, but against those skilled immortal masters or enlightened creatures, I might not even realize how I perished." "You are too modest," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Shi's vitality surged like a torrent. Among mortals, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Even ordinary demons would not dare approach him. "I am not being modest," Shi replied with a wry smile. As their conversation continued, a rustling of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. "Nalan Kai, today marks your demise." A voice filled with excitement rang out. Shi's expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. The Wang family has arrived. Protect the master." Upon his command, several guards from the Nalan family drew their gleaming blades and secured the entrance. "Dad, there are so many footsteps outside. What should we do?" Nalan Yu asked her father anxiously. Nalan Kai sighed. "Since we are here, we must remain calm. Trust in Shi's abilities." Nalan Yi looked apologetically at Li Zhoujun, saying, "Sir, the Wang family has overlapping business interests with our Nalan family in Xianxiang City, and they wish to eliminate us swiftly. I did not expect to involve you in this." "Ah, I see," Li Zhoujun nodded. However, the guards waited at the entrance for quite some time without any sign of action, exchanging puzzled glances. Something is amiss. Given the Wang family's treachery, they should have made a move by now. Why is there no sound at all? One guard expressed his confusion. At that moment, Li Zhoujun's interest peaked, and a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. "You spineless curs outside, why are you hesitating? You're acting like a bunch of timid women. The Wang family has raised such a useless group. Your end is inevitable." Shi couldn't help but shout at the outside. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was still no response from outside. Shi was taken aback. Something was indeed amiss. Despite his humiliating taunts, the assailants remained silent, which felt rather strange. As the saying goes, abnormality indicates the presence of something uncanny. Could they have truly encountered a monster? But this was a temple, filled with numerous statues. Surely, a creature would not dare to act recklessly within. Thus, Shi uncorked the flask hanging from his waist and took a swig before declaring, "Damn it. I want to see what these scoundrels are up to outside." As he spoke, he retrieved a fire starter and strode boldly toward the door. "Boss, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale?" a concerned guard asked. "Don't go out. There are vile creatures outside, and the ground is littered with dismembered corpses." Shi's eyes widened in terror. At his words, the guard's expressions shifted dramatically. Sure, you must be joking. Nalan Kai asked Shi. In truth, Nalan Kai was an atheist in this world, having never encountered the immortal masters or the so-called demons and monsters. Chapter 62. Do not converse with it. Master, how could I joke about such a matter? Shuri replied, his complexion ashen. The Wang family members outside, none of their bodies are intact. It's as if something has torn them apart. At this, the other guards stared incredulously at Shuri, for they had never witnessed any of the legendary beings he spoke of. Only one guard with inverted triangular eyes changed expression, realizing that the Wang family must have bribed someone to learn of Nalan Kai's whereabouts, and if all the Wang family members were dead, they would surely not let him escape unscathed. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Shuri felt a surge of frustration. What? Do you think I, Shur, am deceiving you? Nalan Kai furrowed his brow. Shur, are you certain you are not mistaken? How could a group of living men perish in an instant? Shuri raised a hand, swearing with 3 fingers. I, Shuri, swear that what I just said is entirely true. Otherwise, may I meet a terrible end. Seeing Shuri's solemn vow, the others exchanged glances, for he did not appear to be lying. Master, are you in there? Suddenly, a woman's voice called from outside. Father. That mother's voice. Nalan Yi exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. Nalan Kai was equally astonished. His wife, Xiaoxia, had been gravely ill for many years, and yet now she was outside the temple. Something was decidedly off. Naturally, the guards of the Nalan family were also aware of this situation. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the temple. The woman's voice continued to call from outside. Shuri swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. I once read in an ancient tome that those who die in a foreign land may become spirits. If they encounter someone in a room with a door, the inhabitants must converse with them to allow entry. Do you think we have encountered such a being? At his words, the others felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun sat cross-legged by the fire, his expression as calm as ever. Sir, are you not afraid of these spirits? Shuri inquired with a hint of curiosity directed towards Li Zhoujun. To be honest, Li Zhoujun felt a thrill within. Indeed, Shuri nodded in agreement. Father. Suddenly, the voice of a woman outside transformed into a child's innocent tone. A square-faced guard's eyes widened in shock, for that voice belonged to his own son. Upon noticing this, Shuri promptly addressed the guard. The square-faced guard, his complexion paling, nodded in response. Father, it's so cold outside. May I come in and warm myself by the fire with you? The child's voice continued to plead from outside. Simultaneously, the others became aware of the howling wind, causing the already dilapidated windows of the temple to rattle ominously. Ghost! A ghost! A guard with a goat-like beard suddenly shrieked in terror. Fixated on the direction of the window, the others followed his gaze, only to find nothing amiss. Are you seeing things? A younger guard frowned at the bearded one. Clearly, there's nothing there. Impossible. The bearded guard retorted vehemently. I saw it clearly. There was a woman standing at that window, her face half-rotten, exposing her teeth and bones, even crawling with maggots, staring right at me. I cannot be mistaken. Could it be that the dead truly move? The younger guard swallowed hard. Bang. Darling, open the door. I want to be with you. Do you not want me anymore? The voice of Nalan Kai's wife echoed from the entrance. At that moment, Nalan Kai had fallen silent, overwhelmed by the surreal events of the night. He found it difficult to comprehend, yet he was certain that the person outside was far from his gentle, virtuous wife. Ajin. Suddenly, a youthful voice reminiscent of a jade bead falling onto a plate sounded from outside. Azu, did you not die? Is that you? The young guard who had previously engaged the bearded one now stared incredulously toward the door. Ha, it is I, Ajin. I am coming in to find you. A frenzied woman's voice rang out from beyond the door. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to the young guard, Ajin. Ajin seemed to realize something, his face paling as he recalled that he had inadvertently conversed with the person outside. Boom. Before anyone could react, the temple door shattered violently, splinters flying everywhere. Following that, a figure clad in white emerged from the darkness, standing at the entrance. A thunderous roar erupted as lightning illuminated the figure's face. The crowd seized the moment to glimpse the being outside. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they beheld a woman, her face grotesquely decayed, infested with writhing white maggots, even her body appearing emaciated. A strange smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. The guard with the inverted triangular eyes, perhaps unable to withstand the horror, turned and scrambled toward a nearby window, attempting to flee. However, before he could escape, the white-clad woman blocked his path. What followed was a scene of unimaginable terror. The fleeing guard was gruesomely split in half at the waist, intestines and blood spilling onto the ground in a grotesque display. The horrifying sight rendered the others momentarily paralyzed with shock. Shuri, regaining his composure, glared at Ajin in exasperation. You fool. Are you trying to get us killed? Ajin, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Captain, you must understand. Azu is dead. I thought it was her, and I got caught up in the moment." Chapter 63. The entity within the Buddha statue. Upon hearing Ajin's words, Shi sighed in resignation. Perhaps it was destined to be this way. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman, having dealt with the guard, turned her gaze toward the group and sighed, her maggot-covered tongue licking her exposed teeth, a sight that made everyone recoil in disgust. Even Li Zhoujun could not suppress a frown. It was utterly revolting. At that moment, the white-clad woman approached the door with a deliberate pace, seemingly intent on claiming her prey. Yet just as she prepared to step inside, a sudden change occurred. The tarnished bronze Buddha statue positioned in the center of the room emitted a brilliant golden light. "The true Buddha has manifested," Shi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He then scoffed at the white-clad woman. "You vile creature, do you not recognize where you are? How dare you act so recklessly before the true Buddha's likeness? Are you seeking death?" Upon witnessing this, the white-clad woman displayed a fleeting expression of trepidation. Ultimately, casting a resentful glance at the crowd, she vanished into the depths of the surrounding forest. "She has fled." Shi pointed at the retreating figure, laughing heartily. Simultaneously, he rallied the others to bow in gratitude before the radiating Buddha statue, exclaiming, "Thank you, true Buddha, for saving us." At this moment, Li Zhoujun remained seated on the clean patch of ground, exhibiting little reaction to the Buddha's manifestation, even less enthusiasm than for the white-clad woman. "Why do you not kneel before the true Buddha?" Shi asked, astonished at Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor. As if sensing Li Zhoujun's extraordinary nature, the Buddha statue's eyes rolled, gazing at the group. When its gaze fell upon Nailan Yi, a barely perceptible smile graced its rigid features. "Rise," the Buddha statue commanded. As the group stood in relief, it continued, "My intention is to liberate all beings. The construction of a 7-tiered pagoda is but a normal occurrence. You need not engage in any superfluous actions." Upon hearing the statue's proclamation, Nailan Kai bowed in reverence. The realm of the true Buddha is beyond the reach of mere mortals. "Huh." Nailan Yi, momentarily bewildered, processed the words. "Young lady, will you not respond?" Shi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If she were to be favored by the true Buddha and accepted as a disciple, he would weep tears of joy. "Would that not make me a nun?" Nailan Yi lamented, glancing at her lustrous black hair. Subsequently, she looked to her father for guidance. Nailan Kai understood that should his daughter become a disciple of the true Buddha, her future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. "However," he replied, "you are now grown. Any decision you make must be your own." Nailan Yi fell silent. From a young age, she had heard tales of beings beyond mortals, immortals capable of traversing the heavens, demons, and spirits. Yet as she matured, she had never encountered such legendary figures, leading her to dismiss these tales as mere fables. Now, however, it appeared that the stories spoken of by others were not without merit. Indeed, there existed wonders beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Meanwhile, the Buddha statue spoke gently. "Young girl, you possess innate wisdom. You are a true prodigy of cultivation. Do you truly wish to live an ordinary life, marrying and bearing children, only to grow old and return to dust?" Upon hearing the statue's words, Nailan Yi suddenly understood. Compared to aging, what was the harm in shaving her head? It would grow back, after all. With newfound determination, Nailan Yi declared, "True Buddha, I am willing." "Excellent. That is a wise decision." At this moment, the statue of the Buddha unexpectedly revealed a human-like smile. Had it not been for the prior salvation rendered by the statue, the onlookers would have been rendered speechless by its eerie grin. Nailan Yi comprehended the situation and nodded heavily. "All right, little cricket, have you become addicted?" At this juncture, Li Zhoujun finally spoke slowly. "Little cricket?" The crowd, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Li Zhoujun as if they were utterly perplexed. Only the Buddha statue's countenance shifted. "You see me standing, yet you do not kneel. I have already pardoned you, so do not be ungrateful." The statue spoke to Li Zhoujun with an air of menace. However, Li Zhoujun merely shrugged and addressed the crowd. "Pray tell, which true Buddha would deem it a transgression if others do not kneel before him? Does Buddhism not emphasize the equality of all beings? Is that not the truth?" "Impertinence!" The Buddha statue was enraged. "Sir, what are you doing?" Shi too stared at Li Zhoujun, suddenly alarmed. Is this fellow courting death, daring to confront a true Buddha? If you wish to risk your own life, that is one matter, but you cannot endanger everyone present. Crack, crack. At that moment, the statue lifted its hand and struck forward, unleashing a golden character that surged towards Li Zhoujun. Yet, Li Zhoujun stood calmly in place, unaffected. "Amit vile creature. I have finally found you." A compassionate voice echoed from outside the temple, causing the golden character aimed at Li Zhoujun to disintegrate. Demengzhen Fo? The statue emitted a sound of disbelief. The crowd was left in a state of confusion, realizing that the voice belonged to another true Buddha who had arrived from outside. Yet, why would a statue of the same stature express such fear? Li Zhoujun, upon hearing the voice, also displayed a change in expression, surprised to encounter a true Buddha. Just as the crowd was processing this revelation, the statue at the center of the temple suddenly shattered into pieces. From the broken statue emerged something that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Chapter 64. On the path of discourse from the fractured copper Buddha emerged a black cricket, the size of a calf, which horrified the crowd. They finally understood why Li Zhoujun had referred to it as a little cricket. Especially Xianxia, who, upon imagining herself alone here at night, felt an acute fear of becoming the cricket's next meal. Shuri gazed at Li Zhoujun in shock. Sir, you can see through the contents of this Buddha statue. You are no ordinary person. When did I claim to be an ordinary person? Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, leaving Shuri momentarily speechless. At that moment, the large cricket attempted to flee, but then everyone witnessed a massive bowl flying in from outside, swiftly enveloping the cricket. That one outside is the true Buddha, Shuri exclaimed as he came to his senses. An elderly monk, clad in a robe, with skin like dried bark yet possessing kind eyes, entered the room. Is this truly a genuine Buddha? The crowd questioned silently, for this old monk appeared no different from an ordinary temple abbot. However, the cricket had clearly identified him as Demengzhen Fo. They understood that legendary practitioners and monks could not be considered true Buddhas, as true Buddhas could stand alongside those who had genuinely attained immortality, a level beyond that of common practitioners. Meanwhile, Demengzhen Fo, upon seeing Li Zhoujun, was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, I did not expect to encounter a true practitioner in this realm. I pay my respects. A true practitioner refers to one who has successfully crossed tribulations but has not yet fully transcended to immortality. Although Shuri and the others did not understand this term, they immediately realized that the youth they had been with for so long was someone who commanded respect even from a true Buddha. To meet a revered one here is indeed surprising, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. Thank you, true practitioner, for sparing this vile creature. I shall ensure it is kept under strict supervision henceforth, Demengzhen Fo said, waving his hand as the bowl that had been turned upside down began to soar towards him, shrinking in size as it did. This miraculous sight left Shuri and the others in awe. By the way, true Buddha, the creature you held earlier mentioned that my lady possesses considerable wisdom. Is there any truth to that? Shuri suddenly recalled and respectfully inquired of Demengzhen Fo. To speak frankly, had Demengzhen Fo revealed a radiant golden form, Shuri would have been too frightened to breathe. Yet, the gentleness of this true Buddha's demeanor dispelled any fear. Demengzhen Fo, addressing a completely ordinary martial man, chuckled softly, Amitabha, indeed. This young lady possesses considerable wisdom. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot guide her into the realm of immortals. Li Zhoujun's expression shifted in surprise. In that brief statement, he grasped a crucial piece of information. Demengzhen Fo hailed from the realm of immortals. Simultaneously, upon hearing Demengzhen Fo's words, Xianxia's expression dimmed slightly. Seeing her reaction, Li Zhoujun cheerfully remarked, in truth, living as an ordinary person in this place is quite delightful. Marriage and raising children is one way of life, while cultivating immortality is another. Ordinary people only see the good in those who cultivate, unaware that embarking on that path leads to a life of competition. Resources must be fought for, opportunities must be seized. Everywhere is a struggle, and one misstep could result in eternal damnation. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Demengzhen Fo became intrigued and said, what the true practitioner speaks is indeed insightful. I have a question I wish to ask. Please, go ahead, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. There is a saying, to save a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If a child were to fall into the water and you could not swim, would you save him or not? Demengzhen Fo inquired. Is it better to let one drown or two? Li Zhoujun grinned. If I do not save him, does that not equate to saving myself, thereby fulfilling the saying? The true practitioner's words hold some truth, Demengzhen Fo remarked pensively. I too have a question I wish to pose to the revered one, Li Zhoujun then spoke. Please, go ahead, Demengzhen Fo encouraged. When you are a monk on the brink of starvation, and a delicious roasted chicken is placed before you, will you eat it, or not? At this moment, Li Zhoujun and Demengzhen Fo had unknowingly embarked on a philosophical discourse. As their dialogue unfolded, miraculous phenomena began to manifest around them. Golden lotus flowers emerged from the ground, and ethereal mist enveloped the temple within 100 miles, creating an ambience akin to a realm of immortals. Behind Demengzhen Fo, a towering golden Buddha sat upon a lotus, while behind Li Zhoujun loomed a white-robed figure of equal grandeur. Such terror, Shuri and the others gasped in astonishment at the sight of the two towering figures confronting each other. Especially when Shuri beheld the golden Buddha behind Demeng Zhenfo, he could hardly fathom the courage he had mustered to speak with such an entity. Surely, a mere flick of a finger or even a voice from such a being could spell his doom. Time passed without notice. Demeng Zhenfo and Li Zhoujun gradually retracted their visions. The phrase wine and meat passed through the intestines, but the Buddha's heart remains is profound and enlightening. I am grateful for your insight, true practitioner, Demeng Zhenfo expressed with sincere gratitude, his palms together in respect. There is no need for formalities, revered one. I too have gained insights from this exchange, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. The great dream true Buddha smiled and remarked, I look forward to the day when the true path can resonate throughout the celestial realm. A life of carefree ease is all one truly desires. Li Zhoujun laughed heartily in response. The great dream true Buddha smiled gently, acknowledging, this statement holds true. As cultivators, what we seek is nothing but liberation and transcendence. Is it not? Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. As their conversation concluded, the great dream true Buddha took his leave. At that moment, the gaze of Shuri and the others towards Li Zhoujun shifted significantly, their eyes now filled with reverence. Li Zhoujun, witnessing this change, felt helpless. He understood that this group had once again mistaken him for a formidable master. Of course, his cultivation at the divine transformation stage could be considered impressive in Qizhou, though not to the extent they imagined. Chapter 65. The illusory immortal. I was previously blind to the greatness before me. I hope the immortal can pardon my ignorance, said Nalan Kai, the head of the Nalan family, with utmost respect. There is no need for such formalities, Nalan family head. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was no great matter. Upon seeing this, the others exhaled in relief. At this moment, Shuri chuckled, realizing that he too had conversed with a legendary immortal. If this news were to spread, wouldn't he seem remarkably impressive? The thought filled him with delight. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, the light rain that had been falling outside had ceased. Nalan Kai and the others had rested well, reassured by the presence of an immortal, who would dare to act recklessly in such circumstances. As for why they placed such trust in Li Zhoujun, they reasoned that if this immortal wished to harm them, it would be futile to remain awake. As Li Zhoujun rose and walked outside, the crowd called out. The immortal walked slowly. Thus, Li Zhoujun gradually disappeared into the forest, as if the events of the previous night had been a dream, though the scattered remains of the bodies outside attested to the reality of what had transpired. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun strolled along a narrow path in the mountains, a trail typically taken by herbalists entering the hills. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, landing right before him. Li Zhoujun stood frozen in shock. What was this? He glanced up to see a cliff and sensed two rapidly retreating auras. Turning his gaze back to the fallen individual, he discovered it was a youth, ragged and barely breathing. Clearly, if left unattended, he would not survive much longer. Beep. Fortune's child detected. Triggering options. Option 1. Choose to rescue the Fortune's child and become his grandfather. The host will attain immortal level cultivation. Option 2. Choose to ignore the situation as if nothing occurred. No rewards will be granted. Faced with these choices, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but exclaim, of course. I will choose the first option. If I rely on my own cultivation, who knows how long it would take to reach immortal status. As the head of a mountain sect, rescuing a low-level cultivator was certainly within his capabilities, particularly since he had an abundance of elixirs. Upon inspecting the youth's injuries, he discerned that the boy was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, possessed a sacred fire root, but had suffered complete meridian damage. Li Zhoujun could already envision the boy's backstory. He likely hailed from a prominent family branch, with his remarkable talent making him a candidate for the main family's leadership. Naturally, the main family would not permit it, hence putting his life in jeopardy. Beep. Host, stop speculating. If you do not act soon, he will perish. With that, Li Zhoujun placed a healing pill, known as the bone regeneration pill, into the youth's mouth. This pill was reputed to restore muscle to bones, and restore the meridians as well. However, Li Zhoujun was uncertain of its true efficacy, as he had never witnessed bones consuming a pill before. Did bones even have the capacity to digest elixirs without scattering them? Nevertheless, after the youth ingested the pill, his previously feeble aura visibly strengthened. Li Zhoujun scanned the surroundings and moved the boy beneath a tree to shield him from the scorching sun. He then sat down under the tree and began to doze off. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing half of the task. You have rescued the Fortune's child. Continue your efforts to become his grandfather. Just as Li Zhoujun was about to drift off, the system's notification startled him awake. System, you are not human, but you are indeed a dog. Time passed, and the youth, whose upper body lay in the shade while his lower half was scorched by the sun, gradually regained consciousness. Am I dead? So this is what dying feels like. Only my lower half is burning. Even my sacred fire root feels the heat. The youth murmured to himself. Oh, you are awake. A jovial voice interjected. The youth's eyes widened in shock. I'm not dead. Encountering me, how could you possibly perish? The young man continued. The youth sprang up, looking at the speaker. Thank you, senior, for saving my life, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. Li Zhoujun was taken aback. The youth's sudden rise and fierce demeanor had led him to expect an attack, yet he had instead knelt in gratitude. Such an attitude certainly explained his status as the fortune's child. Please rise, Li Zhoujun said, clearing his throat. Yes, senior, the youth replied respectfully, aware that the young man before him was far from ordinary. His own meridians, once shattered, were now gradually healing, all thanks to this young man. Become my disciple, Li Zhoujun stated directly, eager to advance to immortal status. After all, should he perish before attaining such a level, what would be the point? Ah? The youth was momentarily stunned. What, do you refuse? Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow, unleashing a formidable pressure that filled the area. Creatures within a 100-mile radius trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. A clever mouse, lying low, indignantly questioned, who is this audacious figure, imposing their aura without regard for the common folk? Meanwhile, the youth, eyes wide, realized the truth. Indeed, a divine transformation expert. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. The youth, having just risen, once more knelt, bowing deeply. Li Zhoujun's disciple acceptance proceeded smoothly. The system promptly acknowledged his success. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Beep. System rewards granted. Immortal level cultivation attained. With the system's notifications, Li Zhoujun felt a surge of profound power within him. Now, tell me why you were thrown off the mountain, he inquired. The youth's eyes reddened as he spoke. Master, to be honest, I am the young master of the Jiang family in Dallas City. However, those treacherous members of the branch family, seeing my father severely injured, sought to ally with the Zhang family to usurp control of the main Jiang family, thereby monopolizing all the business resources in Dallas City. Li Zhoujun blinked in surprise, realizing he had misjudged the situation earlier. Chapter 66, Shall I intervene to aid your vengeance? Li Zhoujun grinned at Xianxiaobai. Shall I take action on your behalf to avenge you? Master, I wish to seek revenge on my own, Xianxiaobai replied solemnly. Li Zhoujun was taken aback, surprised by the youth's determination. It seemed that being the fortune's child indeed bestowed a certain fortitude. Had it been someone else, they would have likely rushed off in a fury seeking vengeance. And how do you intend to achieve this revenge? Li Zhoujun inquired, amused. Xianxiaobai fell silent upon hearing the words. It seemed that relying solely on his own strength to achieve revenge was utterly impossible. Do whatever you must. I shall stand behind you, fear not, Li Zhoujun said slowly. Thank you, master, Xianxiaobai replied, rising to bow respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Jiang family residence in Dallas City, a middle-aged man with inverted triangular eyes and a pair of mustaches spoke to the pale-faced Jiang Onlang, who was seated above. Patriarch, you are gravely ill, and the young master has been missing for several days. If the main branch of the Jiang family lacks a stabilizing force, it is likely that not only the main branch will fall into chaos, but the entire family will as well. Jiang Onlang, Xianxiabai's father, fixed a steely gaze upon the mustachioed man and muttered, What, Jiang Xuanjing, are you already impatient to claim my position? Patriarch, you jest. I speak only for the good of our Jiang family, Jiang Xuanjing replied with a faint smile, displaying no fear of the once formidable golden elixir cultivator before him. A month prior, a frenzied horde of beasts had attacked Dallas City. The three prominent patriarchs of the city had joined forces to quell the beast tide. Yet it was Jiang Onlang who sustained severe injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xuanjing, also a golden elixir cultivator, aspired to usurp Jiang Onlang's position within the main branch, thus positioning himself as the next patriarch and commandeering all resources of the Jiang family in Dallas City. Jiang Onlang's expression darkened at the implication. It was clear that Jiang Xuanjing was becoming restless. Meanwhile, several other branch family heads spoke up. Patriarch, the Jiang family is in turmoil. We cannot afford to be without a steadfast leader for even a day. The heads of the branch families felt helpless, as they did not wish for Jiang Xuanjing to ascend to the patriarchal seat, given his dubious character. They were all aware of the circumstances surrounding the young master. Xianxiaobai, however, none dared to voice their thoughts, for offending Jiang Xuanjing, who was now the sole golden elixir cultivator with fighting capability, was unwise. Thus, the future stability of the Jiang family lay in Jiang Xuanjing's hands. Previously, during Jiang Onlang's prime, he could easily suppress Jiang Xuanjing, but now, weakened and diminished, he was unable to maintain control. Moreover, Jiang Xuanjing had allied with the Zhang family, as his son, Jiang Xiaoyu, had wed Zhang Huilan, who had originally been betrothed to Jiang Xiaobai. This demonstrated that the Zhang family sought not just to ally with Jiang Xiaobai, but with the entire Jiang family. Suddenly, Jiang Onling burst into laughter. Jiang Xuanjing, I am curious, what price did you pay to secure the Zhang family's support? Despite my injuries, you still seek to exert pressure on me through them. Jiang Xuanjing's expression faltered. For the cost had indeed been considerable, a tenth of the Jiang family's income for the next decade. After all, Jiang Onlang had been renowned as the foremost expert in Dallas City. Jiang Xuanjing, relying solely on his own strength, felt somewhat vulnerable. Jiang Xuanjing, a youthful voice filled with rage, suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Young master. The heads of the branch families turned in disbelief to see Jiang Xiaobai stride in alone. They shook their heads, realizing that it would have been better for Jiang Xiaobai to remain dead, as it would have afforded him the chance to make a comeback. At the sight of Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Onlang was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly followed by resignation and pain. Jiang Xuanjing, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, wore an expression of incredulity. Hadn't his son assured him that the matter had been handled cleanly? Why was Jiang Xiaobai still alive? Surprised to see me still standing? Jiang Xiaobai grinned at Jiang Xuanjing. I don't quite comprehend what you're saying, young master. Jiang Xuanjing feigned ignorance, though he was inwardly perplexed. Logically, he had dispatched a foundational cultivator to assist his son in eliminating Jiang Xiaobai. There was no way he should still be alive. Yet here he was, not only alive, but seemingly vibrant. Had it not been for my sheer luck, I might have already met my demise as you wished, Jiang Xiaobai retorted coldly. Jiang Xuanjing narrowed his eyes. After all, anyone would find Jiang Xiaobai's brazen demeanor intolerable, especially Jiang Xuanjing, a golden elixir cultivator ranked among the top in Dallas City. You need not worry that I will plot against you should I ascend to the patriarchal position, Jiang Xuanjing huffed. The current patriarch is gravely injured and lacks the strength to lead our family against others. Your words are more pleasing than your actions, Jiang Xiaobai scoffed. Allow me to be more straightforward. Today, Jiang Onlang must yield the position of patriarch to me. If he refuses to grant it willingly, I shall take it by force. Jiang Xuanjing declared, no longer bothering to mask his intentions, knowing full well that everyone present was aware of his motives. Your calculations may very well fall short today. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly grinned. Jiang Xuanjing felt a chill run down his spine. His only trump card was his alliance with the Zhang family. Yet they had already reached an agreement. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai reached into his robe, retrieving a black pill and extending it toward his father. Father, take this stretch leg and gaze pill, and your injuries will surely improve. Jiang Onlang eyed his son with skepticism. Stretch leg and gaze pill? Are you certain this isn't just some dirt you've concocted? The name hardly sounds like a legitimate medicinal pill. Trust me, father, Jiang Xiaobai urged, sensing his father's disbelief. My master is a true transformation realm expert. When he provided me with this pill, he specifically instructed me to warm it in my hands for the best effect. Meanwhile, the heads of the branch families exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that the young master had indeed lost his mind. Surely, something capable of instantly healing a golden elixir cultivator's injuries was beyond the reach of a mere foundational cultivator. Jiang Xuanjing, however, wore a mocking expression, lamenting. The young master has clearly lost his senses. The main branch of the Jiang family is utterly doomed. If we do not swiftly elect a new patriarch, the Jiang family is in grave peril. Old dog, be silent. Jiang Xiaobai glared at Jiang Xuanjing. What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, a young man entered the hall, cradling a young woman in his arms, casually proclaiming, Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Huilan. At the sight of the young man and woman, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes turned crimson with rage. You are still alive. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai. He had personally beaten Jiang Xiaobai to near death and cast him off a cliff. How was it possible that he was still alive and seemingly unscathed? Zhang Huilan. Is this truly your idea of good conduct? Jiang Xiaobai glared at the girl in Jiang Xiaoyu's arms, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. However, Zhang Huilan merely cast a detached glance at Jiang Xiaobai and remarked, without your father's support, you are nothing. Well then, Jiang Xiaobai responded with a sudden smile. So you are that kind of person, driven solely by profit? We grew up together, but at least I can now discern your true nature. And what of it? What is your current status compared to mine? Zhang Huilan scoffed at Jiang Xiaobai's words. It is good that you are alive. It allows you, once a proud young master, to experience the thrill of death once more. I find great pleasure in that. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned at Jiang Xiaobai and said, by the way, Huilan is indeed quite innocent. I wonder why you can endure it, insisting on waiting until marriage to consummate. You wouldn't happen to be impotent, would you? He then shamelessly made a gesture toward Zhang Huilan's face. Disgusting. Zhang Huilan playfully punched Jiang Xiaoyu in the chest, her voice laced with a teasing tone. Jiang Xiaobai observed this interaction with a calm demeanor, feeling fortunate that he had not wed this woman. Yet, Jiang Onling's forehead was throbbing with veins. Recognizing the treachery of those around him, they had all revealed their true colors at this moment. Since that is the case, I shall take a gamble on the effectiveness of this leg-stretching, eye-staring pill in my son's possession. With that thought, Jiang Onling took the pill from Jiang Xiaobai and swallowed it. In the next instant, he felt his injuries visibly healing. Not only that, but his aura began to rise as well. This scene left the love-struck Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Huilan, the scheming branch family heads, and even Jiang Xuanjing in a state of shock. How is this possible? This leg-stretching, eye-staring pill can truly expedite the recovery of a golden core cultivator's injuries? The onlookers were rendered incredulous. Jiang Xuanjing, in a state of panic, tore a talisman, intending to summon help. What is this, Jiang Xuanjing? You're already calling for reinforcements? You can't even deal with a severely injured waist? At that moment, a man with a scarred face and a fierce gaze entered through the main door, exuding an overwhelming presence. The branch family heads of the Jiang clan instinctively parted to allow him passage. Father. Zhang Huilan's expression shifted to one of respect upon seeing him. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Duoqian, the current head of the Zhang family, a late-stage golden core cultivator. Upon noticing Jiang Onling's rising aura, Zhang Duoqian was taken aback, astonished to think, what the hell? How did this guy's injuries suddenly improve? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Jiang Xuanjing could hardly comprehend the situation. What is this? How can you be so deceitful, taking benefits and then running away? Is this how you demonstrate your courtesy? Meanwhile, above the Jiang family estate, Li Zhoujun stood on a cloud, his gaze piercing through the roof as he surveyed the scene below. What a remarkable fellow this Zhang is, he mused. Jiang Xuanjing, we must have a serious discussion about how to resolve this matter. Back in the hall, Jiang Onling paid no heed to Zhang Duoqian. After all, one must first stabilize internal affairs before addressing external ones, especially since Zhang Duoqian was no weakling. Instead, he turned his attention to Jiang Xuanjing and his son, letting out a cold snort. As his voice echoed, Jiang Onling stood up, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone present. Jiang Xuanjing and his son could not withstand the overwhelming force and fell to their knees. Patriarch, I did this for the good of our Jiang family. Jiang Xuanjing cried out, desperation in his voice. Patriarch, do not believe this scoundrel's lies. If you had not recovered, he would have taken your position and exploited us all. At this moment, the heads of the various branch families, witnessing the unfolding drama, angrily denounced Jiang Xuanjing. In truth, they had always respected Jiang Onling, as he had treated them fairly. Had Jiang Xuanjing taken charge, they would have been left destitute. They had initially sided with Jiang Xuanjing out of pressure. After all, they were mere foundation establishment cultivators and could hardly contend with him. For the good of the Jiang family? Jiang Onling scoffed. I believe you are merely looking out for your own interests. Jiang Xuanjing and his son turned pale at his words. Chapter 68. One misstep leads to total ruin. Father. Xianxiayu personally crippled my cultivation and threw me off the cliff. This is no falsehood. It was precisely because he cast me down that I encountered my master. Upon mentioning his master, Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. It was my master who saved me and bestowed upon me great fortune. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanjing shot a malevolent glare at his son, filled with disappointment and the impulse to punish him for his incompetence. Could you not have handled this more decisively? Just cut off his head and throw him into the oil pot. That would have ensured his demise. Look at the situation now. What was once certain victory has turned into total defeat. Jiang Xuanjing, did you hear that? Your son killed mine. Jiang Onling's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. Had it not been for his son's good fortune, he would already be a ghost. How could he possibly tolerate this? Jiang Xiaoyu must die. You will personally end his life and avenge yourself. Jiang Onling commanded Jiang Xiaobai. Very well. Jiang Xiaobai wasted no time and stepped before Jiang Xiaoyu, a smile breaking across his face. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. It is not that retribution does not come, but that the time has yet to arrive. As his words fell, Jiang Xiaobai raised his palm and pressed it down upon Jiang Xiaoyu's head, which had transformed from arrogance to sheer terror. No. Jiang Xiaoyu let out a wretched scream as his skull shattered, blood and brains splattering like tofu. Jiang Xuanjing stared in a daze at his son dying before his eyes. Yet he lacked the courage to intervene, as Jiang Onling in his prime was simply too powerful. The overwhelming strength left him no room for rebellion. Having dealt with your son, now it is your turn. Jiang Onling rose, advancing step by step toward Jiang Xuanjing, his aura continuously escalating. Jiang Xuanjing, witnessing the grim approach of Jiang Onling, suddenly slapped himself across the face, tears streaming down as he cried, "Patriarch, I was bewitched. Please, I beg you. Allow me to redeem myself with my contributions to the family. I swear, I will change my ways." Ha ha ha. Realizing he could not escape death, Xianxiaaudiobooks let out a cold laugh. "Jiang Onlang, save your breath for the dead. Do you truly think you will willingly relinquish your position as patriarch? By the time you consider it, your son will likely have already reached the golden core stage, and your words are nothing more than empty promises." Bang. Stubbornly defiant, Jiang Onlang raised his fist and smashed Xianxiaaudiobooks' head, following in the footsteps of his son. Though both were golden core cultivators, Xianxiaaudiobooks had only attained the early stage through the aid of medicinal forces, whereas Jiang Onlang had labored diligently to reach full mastery of the golden core. The disparity in their cultivation levels was clear, and even though Jiang Onlang had not fully recovered, Xianxiaaudiobooks was no match for him. At this moment, the heads of the branch families gazed at Jiang Onlang, whose ruthlessness was palpable, and they were filled with profound respect. "Yes, patriarch," they all said in unison. As the branch family heads departed, several servants entered to begin clearing the aftermath. As Li Zhoujun gazed down from the clouds, he marveled at the scene before him, commenting, "These audacious father and son are indeed formidable. However, in this world, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. Only those with enough ruthlessness can command respect from their subordinates." Meanwhile, in the hall, Jiang Onlang fixed his penetrating gaze upon his son, inquiring, "My boy, where is your master? He must be quite extraordinary to bestow such a precious elixir." "My master came with me, but he chose not to enter our abode," Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a grin. "I see," Jiang Onlang remarked, somewhat regretful, and then cautioned, "You must express your gratitude to your master in person. Without his aid, today would have marked the anniversary of our demise." "Rest assured, father, I understand," Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded confidently. Li Zhoujun had saved his life, and should he ascend to the heights of immortality in the future, he would certainly not forget to extend a helping hand to his master. After all, Xianxiaaudiobooks was certain that given 100 years, he could undoubtedly break through to the virtual immortal realm, and by then, his master might still be in the divine transformation stage. Little did he know how Li Zhoujun would feel if he were aware of Xianxiaaudiobooks' thoughts. At that moment, Li Zhoujun's figure entered the hall. "Master!" Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Li Zhoujun chuckled inwardly, appreciating Xianxiaaudiobooks' father's talent for flattery. Xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily taken aback, but then resolutely declared, "Disciple wishes to carve out his own path." Indeed, I was right in choosing you," Li Zhoujun replied, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. As the son of destiny, how could Xianxiaaudiobooks remain in one place? He was bound to roam and seek opportunities for growth. Thus, Li Zhoujun was not surprised by the outcome, and he continued, "I bestow upon you a volume of scripture, the Great Sun Golden Crow Canon. I hope you will diligently cultivate it." With that, Li Zhoujun tapped Xianxiaaudiobooks' brow, imparting a mark of his avatar, which would manifest should Xianxiaaudiobooks encounter danger. After a brief pause, Xianxiaaudiobooks, suppressing his excitement as he contemplated the profound scripture within his mind, expressed, "Thank you, master." Li Zhoujun smiled faintly as his figure gradually faded before the father and son. "Farewell, master." "Farewell, esteemed one." Both Xianxiaaudiobooks and Jiang Onlang bowed deeply. "Father, I am heading to the back mountain to cultivate," Xianxiaaudiobooks announced eagerly to his father. "Very well," Jiang Onlang replied with a smile, but inwardly criticized his son for not appreciating the privileged opportunity to cultivate alongside a great master. His eyes narrowed slightly as thoughts of the Zhang family crossed his mind. Unbeknownst to Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was now on his way to the back mountain, he suddenly spotted a figure lying by the roadside and halted in his tracks. Chapter 69. Yao Tao, how could a maiden end up in my family's back mountain? Xianxiaaudiobooks wondered, taken aback as he recognized the figure's appearance. Lying by the road was a young girl clad in a white dress. More than that, she possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her complexion as delicate as a peach blossom. Her stunning beauty momentarily left Xianxiaaudiobooks entranced. "Do not gaze inappropriately," Xianxiaaudiobooks admonished himself, taking a deep breath to quell any thoughts of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Simultaneously, though the girl appeared unconscious, her mind was alert. She was merely gravely injured and unable to move. Panic coursed through her as she recalled her visit to a renowned site in the immortal realm, where she had unexpectedly fallen victim to an assassination attempt. In a desperate bid, she had shattered the expensive escape talisman bestowed by her father, only to find herself in the mortal realm. Furthermore, during her traversal through the barriers between worlds, she had sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the protective qualities of the escape talisman, she would have been reduced to mere dust. In truth, it was not difficult for beings from the immortal realm to descend to the mortal world, but the cost was exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Moreover, The resources of the mortal realm paled in comparison to those of the immortal realm. A single trip could leave one impoverished. She was acutely aware of her own attractiveness, having been pursued by various powerful factions back home. Yet now, in her injured state, devoid of any means of defense, she could only submit to whatever intentions this young man might harbor. However, upon hearing Xianxia murmuring, "Do not gaze inappropriately," the girl breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had restrained himself. But in the next moment, she found herself being lifted by Xianxia, leading to a wave of despair. "Am I doomed?" she thought. But fortunately, Xianxia merely placed her upon the bed in a guest room and called for a maid to tend to her needs. Seeing this, the girl felt a flicker of fondness for Xianxiaobai. Certainly, it was not love, but if Li Zhoujun were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Ah, yes, the protagonist." This is how it begins. One must first cultivate a sense of affection to pave the way for the tribulations to come. In a swift passage of time, 3 months flew by. The girl's injuries gradually healed, and her rapport with Xianxiaobai deepened. She eventually revealed her name, Yao Tao. "Yao Tao, did you truly descend from the immortal realm?" Xianxiaobai inquired curiously while seated under a tree in the courtyard before the guest room in the Jiang residence. Yao Tao rolled her eyes. "Big brother, you've already asked this question 1,000 times over the past 3 months. Xianxiaobai chuckled. "It's just that your stories sound so real, yet I struggle to believe them. Did I not witness it with my own eyes and experience it firsthand? How can it not be real?" Yao Tao retorted, exasperated. As the 3 months unfolded, Yao Tao found herself growing fond of Xianxiaobai's straightforward nature and integrity, a refreshing contrast to the sycophants of the immortal realm who flattered her for their own gain. With Xianxiaobai, she felt a sense of joy and freedom. "I want to eat roasted rabbit," Yao Tao declared, tilting her head at Xianxiaobai. You've already had 3 today," Xianxiaobai replied, his lips twitching. This girl, though appearing delicate, certainly had a hefty appetite. "Don't worry, this time I won't take advantage of you. I'll lend a hand," Yao Tao said confidently, rubbing her hands together in excitement. "Please, no? The last time you tried to start a fire, you nearly burned my house down," Xianxiaobai exclaimed, alarmed. "Rest assured, this time I will be careful." Yao Tao waved her hand dismissively. But just as the two were engaged in their conversation, dark clouds suddenly gathered above the Jiang residence, and a vortex formed in the center of the ominous sky. "What is going on?" Xianxiaobai exclaimed, his expression turning grave. "It's Uncle Bei," Yao Tao murmured, her earlier excitement evaporating, leaving her as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant. The Uncle Bei she referred to as her family steward, Liu Bei, a being of power surpassing that of true immortals, overseeing all matters for the Yao family. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a brown robe emerged from the clouds, standing atop an enormous kunpeng that spanned miles. Such a sight was not only shocking to the Jiang family, the entire city of Dalu, and indeed all living beings within a 100-mile radius, were rendered silent and prostrated in fear before the overwhelming aura emanating from the figure above. The kunpeng was a legendary beast, said to exist only in myth. "Why has the esteemed elder descended upon my Jiang family?" Jiang Onlang asked, stepping into the open with an air of reverence. Feeling the weight of immense pressure from the figure on the kunpeng, it was as if the words were those of the heavens, leaving no room for doubt or contradiction. "Uncle Bei," Yao Tao spoke softly, her demeanor shifting to one of trepidation as she regarded the elder on the kunpeng. Xianxiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yao Tao, who seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Just moments ago, she was clamoring for roasted rabbit, and now she exuded an aura that felt utterly unattainable. Yet, a sense of unease welled up within Xianxiaobai. After 3 months of companionship, he had come to realize that he had developed feelings for this girl. However, to his dismay, she was indeed a celestial being. The notion of marrying her seemed implausible, as her family would never consent to such a union, viewing him merely as a lowly insect from the mortal realm. While she was a heavenly maiden, even his own formidable master paled in comparison to those from the celestial realm. At this moment, Xianxiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, unable even to keep the one he cherished by his side. Simultaneously, the elder Liu Bei, upon seeing Yao Tao, instantly descended from the back of the kunpeng, appearing before her in an instant. He clasped his fists and addressed her respectfully. "Miss, I have arrived late. I hope you will forgive me." "It's nothing," Yao Tao shook her head. "How is my father?" she inquired, biting her silver teeth. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to scrutinize Xianxiaobai, who stood beside Yao Tao. The astute elder could easily discern that his young mistress had developed feelings for this boy. In response, Xianxiaobai felt a twinge of anxiety under Liu Bei's penetrating gaze. Nevertheless, as the favored child of destiny, he could not be intimidated. Without hesitation, he locked eyes with Liu Bei, his expression fierce. Liu Bei was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a smile. "This little fellow has some spirit," You must be the one who saved my young mistress. Am I right? Rest assured, your reward shall not be meager. With that, Liu Bei produced a jade vial containing a pill. This elixir within is sufficient to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of this realm. Your kindness is appreciated, esteemed elder. However, the path of cultivation requires steady and deliberate steps. Only through grounded efforts can one ascend to greater heights. I believe that had it been anyone else, they would have saved Yao Tao as well. Xianxiaobai, being a favored child of fate, could not easily accept handouts. After all, would true cultivation be attained through merely consuming pills? That would render him akin to a mere ornamental vessel, devoid of genuine strength. Yao Tao, observing Jiang Xiaobai's unwavering posture, felt a smile bloom within her. It was no wonder she was drawn to him. He remained steadfast in the face of such great temptation. Others would likely have eagerly accepted the offer. You possess ambition, Liu Bei remarked with surprise, then chuckled softly. Given the thin spiritual energy in this realm, do you truly believe you can reach the transcendent stage? Do you wish to forego this opportunity to ascend? Do not underestimate the lowly insect. After all, those with great aspirations are extraordinary in their own right. Jiang Xiaobai grinned, revealing his white teeth. Very well, Liu Bei replied, stowing away the vial of rare elixirs. His eyes narrowing as he added, Young one, I admire your fortitude, yet you must understand that your current identity and status necessitate that certain thoughts remain unpursued. Otherwise, misfortune may ensue. Yao Tao's heart sank at Liu Bei's words. Did he truly perceive her feelings for Jiang Xiaobai? Yet it was not entirely unexpected. After all, Liu Bei was an existence beyond mere immortals, his vast experience informing his insights. As the saying goes, the older one grows, the more astute they become. However, Jiang Xiaobai, being the child of destiny, could not easily acquiesce. Esteemed elder, I must confess that I have indeed developed feelings for Yao Tao. Yao Tao's eyes widened in shock. He had boldly declared his feelings. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of joy and worry, for she knew her family would never approve of her association with someone from the mortal realm. They might even take measures against Jiang Xiaobai behind her back. Do you understand what it means to be associated with the Yu family? Liu Bei remarked incredulously. I am merely a servant, yet my cultivation exceeds that of true immortals. This young lad was brimming with youthful fervor and directness, yet his background rendered him incompatible with the young mistress. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. One day, I, Jiang Xiaobai, shall earn the Yao family's recognition and stand by Yao Tao's side, Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed, echoing the classic lines of Emperor Shao, displaying no hint of timidity even in the presence of Liu Bei. I await your arrival. Yao Tao longed to exclaim, yet she stifled the impulse, knowing that such words would only heighten Jiang Xiaobai's peril. Ha ha! Liu Bei erupted in laughter, both at the boy's youthful audacity and his lack of discernment. As he laughed to the point of tears, Jiang Xiaobai felt a flicker of apprehension. He feared the elder might laugh himself into a stupor. You? A mere fifth-layer chi practitioner? Standing beside my young mistress? Liu Bei paused, shaking his head with mirth. Do you realize that my young mistress was born with golden core cultivation, akin to the renowned prodigies of the celestial realm? Moreover, do you know how many celestial dynasties and sacred lands have sought to ally with the Yao family? The princes and saints amongst them are all exceptionally talented young individuals. How can a mere fifth-layer practitioner like you contend with them? Even if you possess a sacred fire spiritual root, it matters little, for the celestial realm is replete with geniuses. Astonished, Jiang Xiaobai felt the weight of pressure as he processed Liu Bei's words. He had not anticipated that the starting point for celestial beings was where many mortal cultivators considered their ultimate destination. He also had not realized that the seemingly harmless Yao Tao concealed such formidable power, all the while sharing meals and laughter with him. Give me time. I can prove myself, Jiang Xiaobai murmured resolutely. Liu Bei, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's stubbornness, felt a surge of anger. Young one, what is not yours will never be yours. One must recognize reality. My young mistress is an unattainable existence for you. Should you persist in this delusion, do not blame me for being unkind. Yao Tao, unable to tolerate Liu Bei's escalating severity, interjected. Even if you do not intervene, do you think the young prodigies of the celestial realm will remain unaware of my affection for this boy from the mortal realm? What fate do you think awaits him? There is no wall that does not let the wind through, Liu Bei retorted. Yao Tao's expression darkened. She understood the truth in Liu Bei's words. Yet, how could one so deeply enamored easily forget? I am not afraid, Jiang Xiaobai declared, taking a deep breath. Not afraid? Such words are easy to utter. Very well. I shall allow you to experience despair. Liu Bei, thoroughly incensed by Jiang Xiaobai's defiance, disregarded Yao Tao entirely. With a snort, he unleashed an aura akin to a colossal tidal wave, directed at Jiang Xiaobai. Under this overwhelming force, Xianxiabai found himself paralyzed. Realizing this was the might of an immortal, merely a breath of this aura made him feel like an ant gazing up at an insurmountable peak, one that was now crumbling before him. The sensation of insignificance could only be truly understood through personal experience. Just as Xianxiabai braced for the inevitable crushing blow, a voice as refreshing as springtime whispered in his ear, "It seems you have offended someone formidable during these past 3 months, young one." Suddenly, Xianxiabai distinctly felt the terrifying power of the celestial beings around him dissipate like mist in the wind, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. "Master." Xianxiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 71. What's up, Master? He gazed at the ethereal figure in a translucent green robe that had appeared before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. The visitor was none other than the spiritual imprint left on him by Li Zhoujun. It would activate whenever Xianxiaobai found himself in dire danger. Liu Bei, who had previously been enraged by repeated rebuffs from this mere chi-refining cultivator, was now surprisingly calm. It was evident that this was merely a projection. Although its cultivation level remained undetectable, the mere presence of this projection was sufficient to diffuse his formidable aura, indicating that it possessed at least equal strength to his own. Its true form must be even more powerful. "Are you the master of this young man?" Liu Bei inquired gravely of Li Zhoujun. Despite the possibility that the true form of the green-robed figure might surpass his own cultivation, Liu Bei felt no fear, for he too possessed a projection of a powerful elder. This elder was a genuine celestial lord. Even a projection of his would not be something a mere celestial being could withstand. The realms of true immortals and higher are categorized into true immortal, celestial immortal, and mysterious immortal, each further divided into 9 minor realms, from 1 to 9 ranks, with the first rank requiring one to transcend tribulations. Only those who reach the mysterious immortal realm can be called celestial lords. Liu Bei, being a 3rd-rank celestial immortal, considered Li Zhoujun to be at least a 4th-rank celestial immortal. How could he contend with a celestial lord? "I am but an unworthy master of this young lad." Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. At this moment, Yao Tao looked at Xianxiabai and blinked, as if to say, "Why didn't you mention that you have such a powerful master?" Xianxiabai was equally bewildered. Wasn't his master merely a deity of transformation? How could a mere projection dispel the might of a celestial being? Could it be that his master was also a celestial being? Realization struck Xianxiabai, and he gasped in astonishment. To be mentored by a celestial being? He must have stumbled upon incredible fortune. Liu Bei, taken aback, acknowledged Li Zhoujun with a respectful nod, but soon shifted his tone. "As a fellow celestial being, you must have heard of the Yao family in the celestial realm, right? My elder is a celestial lord." "I have not heard of it, but I am curious as to why you wish to harm my disciple. If he has erred, I, as his master, will not excuse him. However, if he has done no wrong, I will inevitably pay your Yao family a visit," Li Zhoujun replied, shaking his head. He was oblivious to the significance of the Yao family and even the true nature of celestial lords. At that moment, Xianxiaobai gazed at Li Zhoujun, who stood protectively before him, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion, and his respect for his beneficent master deepened. "It is quite simple. Your disciple is merely a chi-refining cultivator. How could he be worthy to wed my family's daughter? If word got out that the heiress of the Yu family married a chi-refining cultivator, how would we maintain our standing in the celestial realm? Do you truly believe that those who can be called celestial lords are toothless tigers?" "Ah, I see." Li Zhoujun realized, understanding the gravity of the situation. The protagonist encountered a woman of significant background, and her family looked down upon him as if he were an insignificant insect. Ultimately, the protagonist would rise through his endeavors, embarking on a path of impressive feats and retribution. "It seems you are quite supportive of your disciple's relationship with my lady." Liu Bei squinted. "I wonder if your strength can withstand the wrath of my family's celestial lord." "Young lady," Li Zhoujun turned towards Yao Tao. "Do you truly have feelings for my somewhat dull apprentice?" "Yes," Yao Tao replied, blushing as she nodded. Li Zhoujun smiled brightly, turning to Xianxiaobai. "You lucky rascal, to have captured her affection." With that, he addressed Liu Bei. "Did you hear that? This is mutual affection. Can you truly bear to disrupt this?" The ensuing clash was so powerful that it darkened the heavens, stirring the winds. Creatures within 1,000 miles trembled in fear merely from the aura of this confrontation. Xianxiabai felt a pang of concern for his master. If Li Zhoujun were to suffer because of him, he would feel immensely guilty. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun felt a twinge of unease. This old foe's strength was several levels above that of the true immortal demon lord he had previously encountered. This old man was undoubtedly above the true immortal realm. If Li Zhoujun's projection did not possess equal strength, merely standing before Liu Bei would be fatal without any action taken. Fortunately, Li Zhoujun had the strength to match. At that moment, Liu Bei's claw was nearly upon Li Zhoujun, the tumultuous wind swirling around, causing Li Zhoujun's green robe and dark hair to flutter wildly. Amidst this cataclysmic strike, Li Zhoujun appeared steadfast, but internally he felt a bit dazed. However, bolstered by his system, Li Zhoujun regained his composure. He raised his slender hand and pointed into the void, causing crystalline ice spikes to form and coalesce. "Go," he commanded. The ice spikes surged forth like torrential rain, aimed at Liu Bei. Seeing this, Liu Bei refrained from advancing recklessly towards Li Zhoujun. He clasped his hands to form a seal, shattering the incoming ice spikes. His eyes narrowed. It was evident that this projection of the green-robed youth was indeed on par with him. However, if the battle prolonged, he would be outmatched when the true form of the youth arrived. Contemplating this, Liu Bei flashed a grin at Li Zhoujun. "Do not let a prolonged stay in this lower realm deceive you into thinking you are untouchable. Today, you are out of luck." Li Zhoujun simply smiled at Liu Bei's words, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, "Who can truly touch me?" Chapter 72. Li Zhoujun only wishes to be a good person. Liu Bei was evidently infuriated by Li Zhoujun's indifferent demeanor. "We are both celestial immortals. Why must you maintain such an aloof attitude? You make me feel diminished." With that thought, Liu Bei once again formed seals with his hands. Shaking the very fabric of the void, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden seal imbued with unparalleled power towards Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun, recognizing the impending threat, contemplated invoking the Xianxia flying sword. Yet, even this true immortal weapon would likely shatter under such a terrifying attack. With no other option, Li Zhoujun wielded his finger like a sword and swung his arm. Instantly, a sword aura, as vast as a river, cleaved towards the golden seal. The clash of sword aura and seal resonated through the void, causing the entire Qizhou region to tremble violently. On Qizhou, both the powerful cultivators of Daotian sect and lurking ancient beings looked on with grave expressions, questioning the might of the combatants. What kind of powerful beings could cause the very ground to quake? Could it be celestial lords battling it out? It was highly likely. We must not speculate carelessly or use our spiritual senses to investigate, lest we provoke the celestial lords and face dire consequences. In that moment, countless powerful beings exchanged their spiritual thoughts in the void. Within Daotian sect, Matthew's expression grew solemn as he gazed upon the turbulent skies, murmuring to himself, "The prodigies are emerging, and celestial beings are clashing. The land of Qingzhou is far from tranquil. I wonder which two immortals have descended to the mortal realm to engage in battle. Truly, when celestial beings fight, it is the mortals who suffer." At that moment, the storm clouds dispersed. Li Zhoujun stood proudly and scathed. Although Liu Bei was in a similar state, he understood that the young man before him was merely an avatar. The fact that this avatar could unleash two terrifying bursts of power without dissipating suggested that this young man in the azure robe was not merely a fourth-grade celestial but perhaps a fifth-grade one. This realization weighed heavily on Liu Bei's mind. A fifth-grade celestial, even in the remote corners of the celestial realm, would be considered a formidable force. No wonder this young man exuded such confidence. Meanwhile, Xianxia observed that Li Zhoujun, despite being just an avatar, could contend evenly with the lofty immortal. What then was the true strength of his master? Xianxiaobai gulped, his imagination running wild. With such a master, could he not stride confidently through Qingzhou, or even the entire Tianyuan realm? This thought thrilled him. Yet he quickly recognized that growing up under his master's protection would not allow him to become a true powerhouse. Ultimately, he needed to rely on his own efforts. After all, no matter how powerful his master was, that strength belonged to his master alone. Only by becoming strong himself could he rightfully negotiate with those exalted immortals. He pondered, if he possessed his master's level of cultivation, would the Yao family still look down on him? Would they refuse his union with Taoa? The likelihood was high. After all, the Yao family, behind that old fellow, seemed incredibly formidable, and the celestial lord he spoke of was extraordinarily powerful. It was clear why he disregarded a master of such strength as his own. To gain the Yao family's consent for his union with Taoa, he would need to possess the cultivation level of a celestial lord. Liu Bei shook his head. "I cannot debate with you further. If you have anything to say, direct it to my master." With that, he produced a lamp, polishing it, and even breathing on it. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. One might think he was polishing Aladdin's lamp. Just as Li Zhoujun was rendered speechless, a young man donned in a green-gold robe, with hair tied up by a jade hairpin and imposing sword-like eyebrows, suddenly appeared before everyone. Despite not exuding any aura, his presence dimmed the very heavens, prompting those present to instinctively lower their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. "My lord," Liu Bei said, bowing his head in humility upon seeing the middle-aged man in green robes. "Dad," Yao Tao's voice trembled slightly at the sight of the middle-aged figure. This green-robed man was none other than the head of the Yao family, Yao Huangzuan, the celestial lord of the Yao clan. It was evident that Yao Tao was still quite fearful of her father, given his strict expectations of her. The old servant initially offered the qi refining practitioner a reward, but he declined. The servant kindly advised the practitioner against harboring unwarranted thoughts, yet the latter remained obstinate. Frustrated, the servant sought to teach him a lesson, only to discover that his master was a celestial being. Even as an avatar, the servant could only match him in strength. Had the master himself arrived, the servant would have been no match, and thus he had no choice but to summon his master's avatar, who was none other than Li Zhoujun. Upon hearing this, Yao Huangsuan followed Liu Bei's gesture and turned his gaze toward Li Zhoujun. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to perceive the young man's cultivation level. How could this be? Yao Huangsuan was bewildered, yet he trusted that Liu Bei had no reason to deceive him. Most likely, this young man had cultivated some extraordinary method that concealed his true realm, and since he was merely an avatar, Yao Huangsuan could not see through it. Moreover, if this young man were indeed a celestial lord, then even as an avatar, Liu Bei would be dead by now. Yao Huangsuan contemplated and spoke, "Esteemed one, your disciple is merely at the qi refining stage, while my daughter, at only 16, has already reached the nascent soul stage. Is there not a considerable gap between the two? If they truly love each other, why should such differences matter? Why must you interfere?" Li Zhoujun shook his head. "You do not understand. Xianxiaobai is the son of destiny. If your daughter is with him, you, as her future father-in-law, will undoubtedly reap substantial benefits." However, Li Zhoujun refrained from voicing this thought, knowing it would hardly be believed. Meanwhile, Yao Huangsuan slowly added, "Regardless, I shall not permit these two young ones to be together, for I will not allow my daughter to suffer alongside a qi refining practitioner. If you insist upon this, do not blame me for being unreasonable." As he spoke, Yao Huangsuan thought to himself, "If you truly are a celestial lord, I might consider your disciple's union with my daughter for the pupils of celestial lords. If they do not perish prematurely, are unlikely to be lacking. At the very least, they would not outlive my daughter, leaving her a widow. But if you are not a celestial level powerhouse, step aside, lest you face dire consequences." Chapter 73. On par ding. System task issued. Engage with Yu Huangsuan to experience the power of a celestial lord. The host will receive generous rewards. As the system's prompt echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind, he understood that today he would contend with this lofty celestial lord. Li Zhoujun regarded the imposing figure of Yao Huangsuan, who hovered through the void in his billowing green robes, casting a divine presence over all. He smiled lightly, "Since we are both merely avatars, I must apologize for any offense." Yao Huangsuan narrowed his eyes. Had he not been somewhat uncertain of the azure-robed young man's cultivation, he would not have spoken so much. As Yao Huangsuan's voice faded, an immense hand, formed by countless entwined vines, suddenly materialized behind him, descending toward Li Zhoujun's position. Before the hand landed, the very ground trembled, as if lamenting. Should this strike land, it would surely reduce the surrounding miles to rubble. Is this the power of a celestial lord? Jiang Xiaobai gazed up at the colossal hand, murmuring to himself. Beneath this strike, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai turned to his master. At that moment, Li Zhoujun, clad in azure robes, stood with his garments billowing in the wind, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Xiaobai's heart raced. Could it be that his master was indeed a celestial-level powerhouse? Liu Bei, witnessing Li Zhoujun's unwavering demeanor in the face of his master, the celestial lord, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The ignorant know no fear. This individual must have been in the mortal realm for too long, never having witnessed the battle between celestial-level beings. Such clashes could only be described as world-destroying. Yao Huangsuan, seeing Li Zhoujun's indifference to his formidable attack, felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Was this man simply dazed by fear, or was he truly bold enough to remain unshaken? Just as Yao Huangsuan pondered, Li Zhoujun made his move. Before him, streams of visible white frost coalesced in the air, eventually forming a crystalline ice sword that emanated a chilling aura. The moment the sword materialized, its overwhelming presence rivaled that of the colossal hand above. "This sword shall cleave the heavens," Li Zhoujun declared, and instantly, the ice sword transformed into a colossal blade of frost, exuding a powerful energy as it sliced through the air, aiming for the colossal vine hand. As the sword energy surged forth, it seemed to freeze time itself, causing the descent of the massive hand to slow dramatically. Boom. When the sword energy collided with the gigantic palm, it emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, bursting forth with an overwhelming brilliance. The onlookers instinctively shielded their eyes at that moment. Fortunately, both Li Zhoujun and Yao Huangsuan managed to control the residual force, sparing the crowd from any harm. Yet, even so, the spectators felt acutely their own vulnerability in the presence of such formidable celestial sovereigns. As the dazzling light faded, Li Zhoujun had already ascended into the air, hands clasped behind his back, standing opposite Yao Huangsuan. The momentum of the two was strikingly equal, neither yielding an inch. Liu Bei swallowed hard. Disbelief washing over him. This young man was indeed a celestial sovereign. The reality was undeniable, and he could not dismiss it. Li Zhoujun's avatar could match his own master's avatar in strength, indicating that his true self had undoubtedly attained the celestial sovereign level of cultivation. At the same time, Liu Bei understood that Li Zhoujun had previously shown him mercy. Otherwise, that majestic sword energy he had just unleashed could have annihilated him thousands of times over. Yao Tao's mouth hung slightly agape. She had never witnessed anyone who could contend with her father. Realizing this, she turned to Zhang Xiaobai and could not help but inquire, "Why did you not mention your master was so formidable?" Zhang Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "At first, I thought my master was merely a transformation realm cultivator." Yao Tao rolled her eyes at this. If Xianxiaobai's master were merely at the transformation realm, then the true immortals and celestial beings of the celestial realm might as well leap off a building. What was the point of their cultivation? At this moment, Zhang Xiaobai felt utterly bewildered yet exhilarated. His master was, in fact, a celestial sovereign. Having such a master to boast about was undeniably a source of pride. Of course, others might not readily believe it. After all, celestial sovereigns were prominent figures in the celestial realm. Why would they come to the mortal plane, where spiritual energy was feeble, especially for a celestial sovereign? It felt akin to falling from paradise into a cesspool. Meanwhile, Yao Huangxuan regarded the youth before him with a mix of astonishment. This fellow was indeed a celestial sovereign, and his strength was comparable to his own. No wonder he had initially failed to perceive the youth's true cultivation level. He was his equal. With this realization, Yao Huangxuan began to regard Li Zhoujun with newfound respect, tempering his earlier arrogance, and clasped his hands in greeting. "I never expected to encounter a fellow celestial sovereign in the mortal realm." Seeing this, Li Zhoujun grinned, clearly pleased that his ability to present himself as an equal had succeeded in convincing the other party. "It is indeed a pleasure." This scene appeared harmonious, yet in truth, had Li Zhoujun not possessed such equal prowess, he would have been reduced to ashes beneath that colossal palm. As the saying goes, only the strong earn the respect of the strong, and only those with formidable strength have the right to sit at the negotiation table. However, my friend, even as a celestial sovereign, it is not appropriate for you to allow your disciple to associate with my daughter, for your disciple is somewhat. Yao Huangxuan frowned, his unspoken words implying that, while he acknowledged the strength of Li Zhoujun, his disciple was, regrettably, lacking, thus tarnishing the reputation of his esteemed master. Simultaneously, Yao Huangxuan's address to Li Zhoujun had shifted from "Your Excellency" to "My friend." "I, too, can see that the two share mutual affection," Li Zhoujun responded lightly. "But I am not one who lacks understanding. I recognize your protective instincts as a father, wishing to spare your daughter from wasting her life with an unworthy partner. However, I trust you would not wish to separate your daughter from the one she loves, would you?" At this juncture, Li Zhoujun paused. Observing Yao Huangxuan's continued frown before continuing with a smile, "How about this? Let us make a wager?" "Please, go on," Yao Huangxuan replied. Chapter 74. I await you. Noting Yao Huangxuan's attentive demeanor, Li Zhoujun smiled and proposed, "If my disciple does not ascend to the celestial realm within 100 years, it would indeed prove he is unworthy of your daughter, the celestial sovereign's daughter. However, should he ascend within that time frame, then their union shall naturally follow. 100 years will reveal the sincerity of their affection, for if love is true, what need is there for constant proximity?" "Ah, what eloquence," Yao Huangxuan remarked, surprise lighting his eyes. He had a penchant for poetry, and seeing Li Zhoujun's literary flair, he felt an inexplicable kinship. "Do not jest, my friend. This verse is not of my own making," Li Zhoujun chuckled. "You are too modest," Yao Huangxuan replied with a smile, unconvinced that someone from the mortal realm could possess such literary prowess. Li Zhoujun found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Yao Huangxuan contemplated Li Zhoujun's words. 100 years, for celestial sovereigns, was but a fleeting moment. If this youth could indeed ascend in that time, it might be acceptable. After all, given the scarcity of spiritual energy in the mortal realm, even with the guidance of a celestial sovereign, achieving ascension within a century would be no small feat. Moreover, if his daughter remained fond of this young man after 100 years, it would reveal the depth of her feelings, and as a father, he could not bear to have her resent him for a lifetime. After a moment's consideration, Yao Huangxuan smiled at Li Zhoujun. "Very well, I shall accept this wager. Let us await the outcome." Li Zhoujun grinned internally, feeling rather pleased. After all, Zhang Xiaobai was the son of fortune, a being destined for greatness. 100 years might not even be necessary. He could ascend in a mere decade. Meanwhile, below, the crowd observed the two celestial sovereigns engaging in amiable discourse. Yao Tao leaned closer to Zhang Xiaobai and whispered, "Your master and my father seem to be getting along quite well." Do you think there's a chance for us? Xianxiaaudiobooks forced to smile. The likes of our fathers are not something we can presume to understand. At that moment, Li Zhoujun and Yao Huanxuan descended gracefully before the crowd. Without hesitation, Yao Huanxuan fixed his gaze on Xianxiaaudiobooks and declared, "Young man, on account of your master, I shall grant you an opportunity to be with my daughter." Xianxiaaudiobooks and Yao Tao's faces brightened instantly. Li Zhoujun, with a subtle smile, observed this scene while occasionally glancing at Liu Bei, who was left utterly flabbergasted. If you had disclosed your status as a celestial sovereign earlier, would I have dared to engage you in combat? Would I have dared to offend you? You were truly skilled at playing the fool. At that moment, Yao Huanxuan, seeing his daughter and Xianxiaaudiobooks' joy, could not help but smile broadly. But do not rejoice too soon. I shall give you 100 years. If you ascend to the celestial realm within that time, I will permit you to be with my daughter. Should you fail to ascend within a century, it would indicate that you and my daughter are not destined to be, and thus it shall not be forced. 100 years? Xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily stunned, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him in winter. Yao Tao's complexion also turned pallid. Did her father mean that she would have to be separated from Xiaobai for 100 years? Although 100 years might be insignificant for immortals, it was still an interminable duration for ordinary cultivators. However, fortune favored Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was no ordinary individual but rather a true child of fate. Thus, he quickly regained his composure and, with a fervent gaze, declared to Yao Huanxuan, "Rest assured, Immortal Lord, I shall undoubtedly earn your approval." "Indeed, such ambition is commendable," Yao Huanxuan remarked, taken aback by Xianxiaaudiobooks' determination. "Yes, father," Yao Tao said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But she soon fixed her resolute gaze upon Xianxiaaudiobooks. "I will await your return." "Very well. Ensure you diligently cultivate in the immortal realm. Do not let me surpass you." Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand, suppressing the turmoil within, and forced a smile. "Farewell, fellow cultivator," Yao Huanxuan said, offering a slight bow to Li Zhoujun. Nodding, Yao Huanxuan waved his grand sleeves, and alongside Yao Tao, they appeared upon the back of the nearly slumbering Kunping. Subsequently, the Kunping carried the trio away from the swirling clouds, departing from the heart of the storm. As the colossal figure of the Kunping vanished from sight, the once-dim sky regained its clarity. "Thank you, master," Xianxiaaudiobooks said, regarding Li Zhoujun with profound reverence as the Yao family departed. "Had it not been for your timely intervention, I and the entire Dallas city would have been reduced to ruins." Li Zhoujun smiled. "Persevere, for I have faith in you. In a century, barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall ascend to the immortal realm." Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' face displayed a wry smile. However, he promptly clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Rest assured, master, I shall exert every effort." "Excellent." As Li Zhoujun's words fell, his avatar began to gradually dissipate. Once Li Zhoujun's avatar completely vanished, the true Li Zhoujun, seated within the Daodian sect on Cloud Residence Mountain, slowly opened his eyes, excitement glimmering in his expression. The power of an immortal lord is indeed formidable. With but a gesture, it possesses the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Beep, congratulations, host. On completing the task, experience the might of the immortal lord. Beep, the system rewards you with the Aoshue flying sword, upgraded to a second-grade true immortal artifact. Immortal artifacts. These can be categorized into true immortal artifacts, celestial immortal artifacts, and profound immortal artifacts, with each level ranging from 1 to 9 grades. Is this it? What happened to the promised generous rewards? Li Zhoujun gazed blankly at the rewards issued by the system. Beep. Hosts should be aware of how challenging it is for a first-grade true immortal artifact to be upgraded to a second grade. This requires the artifact to endure the thunder tribulation alongside its master to have any chance of advancement. Well, that is rather unfortunate, Li Zhoujun replied with resignation. He had anticipated that the system would reward him with enhancements to his cultivation and miraculous elixirs. Beep. The system has detected that the host is somewhat impatient and thus has issued a new task, the mundane world. The mundane world, as the saying goes. The small recluse hides in the mountains, while the great recluse dwells in the city. The host must experience life among mortals for 6 months, with the specific location to be chosen by the host within 10 days. Li Zhoujun blinked at the task presented by the system. Goodness. Why does it feel like the system's tasks are not as straightforward as they seem? Then a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps an unexpected circumstance would arise, leading an immortal to emerge and rescue people from peril, shocking the world. It appeared he was not merely pretending to be impressive. He was, in fact, on the path of doing so. 3 days later, in the eastern region of Qingzhou, a young man clad in a green robe, with a countenance as refined as jade, strolled through a forest, hands clasped behind his back. This individual was none other than Li Zhoujun, who was selecting a location to experience mortal life as per the system's requirements. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun halted in his tracks as a hill came into view before him. The hill, though not tall, was picturesque and serene. Curiously, there was not a single trace of life to be found on this hill. Intrigued, Li Zhoujun's starry eyes flashed with a golden rune, revealing a vivid scene before him. In the once dense forest, an overwhelming presence of dark resentment and malevolence lingered. Any ordinary person who lingered here for even a short while would likely succumb to madness, losing all sense of kinship. "This place is exceptional," Li Zhoujun exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. The tranquility of the hill rendered it an ideal sanctuary. The system had requested an experience of mortal life. And just 3 miles away from this hill lay a village, seemingly fitting the system's criteria. However, feeling somewhat uneasy, Li Zhoujun inquired of the system, "Can this place suffice? Will there be rewards for completing the task?" Beep. First, this system does not appreciate being referred to as dog. Please refrain from insulting the system. Second, you may choose any location. The primary purpose of this task is to temper your disposition by observing and experiencing mortal life. There are no further requirements. Third, the rewards for this task are substantial. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that he would not be reduced to mere labor. Of course, most of that labor would be for his own benefit. Thus, Li Zhoujun clapped his hands and began to sing, "Listen to my gratitude." Beep. Host, please refrain from singing. If you continue, the system will take flight. The system's lack of musical talent was indeed unsettling, prompting Li Zhoujun to shake his head. He then turned his gaze upon the hill, filled with malevolent energy, murmuring, "This mountain harbors such potent resentment. It must have been sealed here by a powerful being." Since he was to reside here for 6 months, he decided to act as a good Samaritan and resolve this malevolent presence. With that thought, Li Zhoujun unleashed his formidable divine sense, akin to a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hill. Moments later, within the hill, an old woman with disheveled hair and tattered, filthy garments squatted within a distinct Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the woman was emaciated, her exposed skin resembling the rough bark of an ancient tree. It was unclear how long it had been since she had last bathed, as she exuded a foul stench. Moreover, her left hand was shackled by a dark iron chain, while 3 broken chains lay scattered on the ground, indicating they had once bound her right hand and feet. The old woman let out a furious howl, and an aura of terrifying black mist enveloped her, faintly forming the visage of a vengeful spirit. As the iron chain binding her left hand rattled ominously, the hill remained eerily silent, as though sound were suppressed. Despite the old woman's desperate cries, there was no response from the outside world. However, in the next moment, sensing something, the old woman's eyes widened in terror. "Oh no, Immortal Lord, spare my life." Before she could finish her plea, she was ensnared by a formidable divine sense, and with a resounding thud, she was crushed like a balloon by the overwhelming power. In the moments before her body exploded, despair washed over the old woman. After 200 years, she had but one chain left to break free. Yet, just as she was on the verge of liberation, an utterly bored virtual immortal appeared and dealt with her. This was indeed disheartening and utterly unjust. This bored virtual immortal, of course, was none other than Li Zhoujun. It turned out she was a soul cultivator specializing in malevolent spirits, which explained the intense resentment surrounding her. Having resolved the situation, Li Zhoujun murmured softly and strode toward the hill. Upon discovering a small stream halfway there, Li Zhoujun decided to pause and construct a modest abode. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away from the hill, at the Xian sect, there was a lively atmosphere. They were hosting a 5th-grade spiritual formation master of transformation, who had come to assist them in dealing with the sealed soul cultivator on the hill. The master of the Xian sect, known as Xianxiadrama, possesses merely the cultivation level of the late Yuanying stage, yet he stands as the founding ancestor of the sect and its most formidable warrior. Consequently, the entire Xian sect places immense importance on the arrival of a master of spiritual formations at the divine transformation stage. In fact, even Xianxiadrama, who has been in seclusion for many years, personally emerged to greet the visitor. At this moment, Xianxiadrama, accompanied by dozens of elders and hundreds of elite disciples from the sect, stood outside the mountain gate, their expressions filled with respect as they awaited the arrival of the master of formations. Eventually, the figures of an elder and a youth gradually appeared before the assembly. Xianxiadrama hurriedly approached and bowed deeply, saying, "I am the humble Xian, honored to meet Master Yu." The term master is a title of respect reserved for formation masters of the 5th rank and above. If Li Zhoujun were present, he would recognize that the elder and youth visiting the Xian sect were none other than Yu Ziyue and Xiao Shi. "No need for formalities, my friend," Yu Ziyue replied. "I have heard that you sealed away a female spirit cultivator 200 years ago?" Xianxiadrama sighed with a wry smile. "Indeed. 2 centuries ago. That spirit cultivator wreaked havoc, leaving devastation in her wake. I endeavored to eliminate the menace but was no match for her. In the end, I devised a strategy to confine her on a mountain peak. Calculating the time, she should be breaking free from her restraints now. Alas, I sustained severe injuries in that battle, and over the past 200 years, my cultivation has regressed. In desperation, I have sent out calls for assistance from fellow cultivators in the realm. Your actions are commendable, Jinren, Li Zhoujun remarked with a respectful gesture. There is no need for self-deprecation. Your actions merit this tribute. Jinren sighed repeatedly. As night falls, Master must be weary from travel. It would be prudent for you to rest at the sect tonight, and we can deal with that spirit cultivator tomorrow. My formation can hold for at least another 10 days to half a month, so there is no rush. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded. Please, lead the way. Jinren gestured for Li Zhoujun and his disciple to enter the mountain gate of the sect. That evening, after accommodating Li Zhoujun and his disciple, Jinren summoned an elder. This elder, a female cultivator named Huchini, possessed an oval face and enchanting peach blossom eyes, with hair cascading like black silk. Clad in a Taoist robe, her graceful figure could not be concealed, and though she was not stunningly beautiful, she was certainly a rare beauty. Who elder, at dawn tomorrow, please visit the Spirit Mountain to check for any mortals nearby. If any are found, instruct them to leave promptly, Jinren instructed. Understood, Sect Master, Huchini replied. The scene shifted to a starry night. Beside a babbling brook, Li Zhoujun had constructed a thatched cottage by hand. However, at this moment, he lay on the grassy bank, gazing up at the night sky, his eyes reflecting the sea of stars, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he turned his head to one side, noticing the grass rustling. A spirited boy of about 8 or 9 emerged from the underbrush. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, the boy froze in place, fear evident on his face. What brings you here at this late hour, little one? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. The boy gulped nervously and, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, Oh no. I've encountered a ghost. I'm doomed. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, glancing at himself. I seem quite normal, don't I? How could you think I resemble a ghost? The boy, wiping his nose, replied, My mother said that if you meet anyone on this mountain, they must be a ghost. Li Zhoujun burst into laughter. Do I look like a ghost to you? Well, sort of, not really, the boy said, hesitantly. After all, the ghosts his mother described were said to be hideous, with green faces and sharp teeth, and they attacked anyone they encountered. Yet, the youth before him was handsome and posed no threat. That settles it then, Li Zhoujun shrugged. But how did you come to this mountain? The boy, feeling more at ease, replied, I just moved here today, and I'll be living here from now on. Li Zhoujun pointed to the thatched cottage and smiled. You are braver than the boldest child in my village. They only dare to come here for a visit. But you actually dare to live here. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Not at all, Li Zhoujun shook his head, then asked. You must be from the village a couple of miles away, right? What brings you to this haunted mountain at such an hour? The boy looked at Li Zhoujun with surprise. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Of course I am, the boy admitted. Otherwise, why would I have been scared enough to cry just now? But more than ghosts, I fear my mother being bedridden. That would mean I can't play anymore. Li Zhoujun thought highly of the boy's filial piety, but couldn't help but chuckle at his reasoning. What affliction does your mother suffer from? The doctor in town said it's tetanus. She must have cut her hand while slicing vegetables. This illness is incurable unless a celestial being grants a miraculous remedy. Otherwise, she can only wait for death, the boy said, his expression darkening. Tetanus. Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback, recalling that it was a minor ailment that could be treated with a simple vaccine. However, he quickly realized that while tetanus might be trivial in his previous life, it was a terrifying affliction for the impoverished mortals in this world. Once the wound became infected, recovery would be nearly impossible. Yet, for Li Zhoujun, a cultivator, it posed no real challenge. May I ask your name, young one? Xianxiaaudiobooks, the boy replied without hesitation. Then I shall call you Xianxiaaudiobooks. I once came across a remedy in an ancient text that might treat tetanus. Tomorrow, I will gather herbs and concoct the medicine. You can come back the night after tomorrow to retrieve it. However, I must forewarn you, I cannot guarantee its success. Li Zhoujun smiled, not wishing to make any absolute promises, as one should always leave room for uncertainty. Really? Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Zhoujun. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? Absolutely, Li Zhoujun affirmed with a nod. In the decades when he lacked cultivation, Li Zhoujun had certainly not remained idle. He had diligently perused various texts, including those on alchemy. While he may not be able to produce high-grade elixirs, he felt confident in his ability to create a first-grade pill given his current cultivation level. Thank you, sir, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, ready to kneel before Li Zhoujun in gratitude. There's no need for such formality, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. My intention to assist your mother is merely based on your evident filial piety, and as I mentioned, I cannot predict the success of the remedy. Your kindness will be etched in my memory, sir. Even if it fails, I will never forget your generosity, Xianxiaaudiobooks vowed. His gaze resolute as he looked at Li Zhoujun. With a grin, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned to leave, a playful thought crossing his mind. If this remedy worked, it would mean his mother could move again, allowing him to frolic freely. Watching the small figure of Xianxiaaudiobooks retreat into the distance, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but be amused by the boy's whimsical perspective. The next morning arrived. Li Zhoujun emerged from the thatched cottage, clad in a simple blue robe. Upon his back rested a basket, within which lay a small hoe, both bestowed upon him as permanent task items by the system. According to the system's decree, to experience the life of a mortal, one must embody the appearance of a mortal and refrain from employing magical powers whenever possible. Thus, Li Zhoujun, burdened by the basket, made his way towards the creek. At the same moment, an elder from the Yin sect, Huchini, appeared above the mountain peak. As she gazed down, her eyes caught sight of a figure clad in blue, standing tall like a spear, with a basket slung over his back. She paused, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 77. This is not the place for capturing. Why would a mortal appear in this place? Huchini pondered, her expression one of confusion. Yet, as she extended her awareness to sense the surrounding malevolent energy, she was further bewildered. Why was there an absence of malevolence here? Instead, an abundance of spiritual energy flourished, rivaling that of her own Yin sect's domain. In an instant, Huchini found herself in disarray. A month prior, this very area had been rife with dark energy, and yet today it had transformed into a haven of spiritual vitality. Could it be that the female spirit cultivator had escaped her confinement, employing a veil of concealment to lure cultivators here to feast upon their souls and aid her own ascension? With this thought, Huchini's vigilance heightened. Without hesitation, she descended on a cloud, landing before the blue-robed figure. Upon her initial glance at the youth, even after years of cultivation and a steady Dao heart, Huchini could not help but acknowledge his striking appearance, akin to that of a jade statue, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Unexpectedly, the youth merely glanced at her, then down at her feet, and spoke calmly. "Miss, you are treading upon the herbs I intend to harvest." Huchini was taken aback. Was it not expected for a mortal to be astonished upon encountering a flying cultivator? Why did he remain so composed? "Miss, could you please step aside?" The youth continued. "Oh, of course," Huchini nodded, moving aside. However, she quickly realized that as a golden core practitioner, she should not be heeding the words of a mere mortal. At that moment, the youth knelt down, picking up the small hoe from his basket, and began to dig for herbs. Seeing this, Huchini sighed in exasperation. "Do you not know that a female demon is sealed within this mountain? Are you not afraid of danger in your herb gathering? While herbs may yield some wealth, they pale in comparison to one's life." "You speak wisely," the youth replied, a hint of interest flashing across his face as he continued to dig. "A demoness? Is she the spirit cultivator I crushed with my divine sense? Are you still digging? Is money worth risking your life?" Huchini's lips twitched, her intuition telling her something was amiss. Normally, a mortal would have prostrated in reverence upon witnessing her celestial presence, yet this youth seemed utterly unfazed. Could it be that he was also a cultivator? As Huchini contemplated launching a surprise attack on the youth to test his true nature, a Yin cultivator, accompanied by Yuziyue and his disciples, suddenly descended upon the scene. When Yuziyue spotted the youth digging for herbs, his expression froze. Wasn't he this Mr. Li? How could he be here? As Yuziyue's gaze shifted to Huchini, who stood behind Li Zhoujun with her hand raised, poised to strike, his eyes widened in alarm. "This is not the place for such actions," he exclaimed, knowing full well the potential consequences of offending a true immortal. "Stop!" Yuziyue bellowed. Huchini halted her movement. Upon seeing Yuziyue, she bowed respectfully. Huchini pays her respects to Master Yu and the sect leader. However, Yuziyue paid no heed to the two of them. Instead, he approached Li Zhoujun, who was engrossed in his herb gathering, and bowed with reverence. "You pay my respects to Mr. Li." Xiaoshi followed suit, cupping his fists in greeting. "Asher pays his respects to Mr. Li." This scene left both Huchini and Yuziyue wide-eyed. Yuziyue was a fifth-rank spiritual array master, a formidable figure in the transformation realm. Why would he show such deference to this youth, who appeared to be merely a mortal? Could it be that this young man's cultivation surpassed the transformation realm? At this thought, the Yin cultivator's expression grew grave. Li Zhoujun, hearing Yuziyue's voice, finally looked up and smiled. "Ah, it is Elder Yu. I did not expect to encounter you here." As they exchanged pleasantries, Li Zhoujun had already finished gathering the herbs and stood up. Yuziyue chuckled wryly. "With Mr. Li here, my visit seems superfluous. Surely, that spirit has been subdued by you." Li Zhoujun smiled lightly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Huchini, observing this, felt relieved. This esteemed senior seemed to have taken her earlier actions lightly. Yet, she still spoke with respect. I apologize for my earlier oversight, esteemed senior. I hope you can forgive my offense. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhoujun regarded her with a smile. No harm done. When you advised me to leave, I sensed your good intentions. Puccini felt a weight lift from her heart, though the term good person felt slightly odd. Yet, Li Zhoujun shifted the conversation. Might I inquire if you possess any skills in alchemy? Alas, I am but a third-rank alchemist, Puccini replied. Li Zhoujun's eyes brightened at this. In that case, might I trouble you for a small favor? Please, esteemed senior, speak freely, Puccini responded respectfully. Could you concoct a first-rank healing elixir for me? Li Zhoujun smiled. Puccini looked perplexed, unable to fathom why a being of such high cultivation would require a mere first-rank elixir. Nevertheless, she promptly agreed, if you are in urgent need. I happen to possess a first-rank healing elixir. Li Zhoujun beamed. That would be splendid. Thus, Puccini presented the elixir with both hands to Li Zhoujun. After receiving the elixir, Li Zhoujun turned to the others and smiled. Since you have traveled from afar, why not join me for a cup of tea at my residence? Mr. Li is engaged in quiet cultivation. It is best we do not intrude, Xianxia interjected. At times, when a figure of high standing invites you for tea, it may not be out of genuine hospitality, but rather a subtle indication for you to take your leave. Accepting such an invitation could be seen as a lack of discernment. Moreover, this true immortal was clearly immersed in his own cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun sighed. If that is the case, I shall not insist. As his words fell, he turned to Puccini. Her nerves tightened instantly. Esteemed senior, do you have any further requests? I cannot accept your elixir without offering something in return. Here, take this hoe as a gift, Li Zhoujun said, extending the hoe he held towards her. Upon seeing the hoe, Puccini's eyes widened in astonishment. Esteemed senior, are you truly gifting me such a treasure? Her surprise stemmed from the realization that while the hoe appeared ordinary, it was, in fact, a third-rank spiritual tool, imbued with intricate spiritual formations. Looking at the freshly dug earth, she noted it was infused with a hint of spiritual energy, though the quantity was modest. Just imagine the potential if one were to cultivate 1,000 acres with this hoe. As the saying goes, when quality is lacking, quantity must compensate. The value of this hoe far exceeded that of a mere third-rank spiritual tool. Chapter 78. I have finally endured to the end. Li Zhoujun observed Puccini's astonished expression and smiled gently. Of course, the intricacies of the formations within are rather profound. Yet, do not forget, I am a 9th-rank grandmaster of spiritual arrays. Replicating such a hoe is hardly a challenge for me. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed senior, Puccini exclaimed, exhilarated as she accepted the spiritual hoe from Li Zhoujun. As an alchemist, her greatest need was indeed for herbs. However, from where can we acquire high-quality herbs? Is it not derived from the soil? As long as the hoe is in hand, nothing is insurmountable. If it is lost, we shall dig again. After a brief exchange, Xianxia, the true man of Ian, along with Puccini and Xiaoshi, respectfully bid farewell to Li Zhoujun, who watched as they ascended into the clouds. Master, the place where Mr. Li resides seems to be imbued with a rich essence, entirely unlike a location once tainted by malevolent cultivators, remarked Xiaoshi on the way. Xianxia sighed. As the saying goes, a mountain need not be high. It is the presence of immortals that renders it sacred. Upon hearing this, the Ian true man and Puccini widened their eyes. To be referred to as an immortal by a formidable being in the transformation stage signifies that the young man is undoubtedly of the Su Xian level. At that moment, Xianxia looked enviously at Puccini and said, Elder Hu, the array concealed within your spiritual hoe is extraordinarily profound, one that even I cannot fathom. It is most likely crafted by Mr. Li himself. Puccini was taken aback, glancing at the hoe in her hand with reluctance. If Master Yu desires this item, I can bestow it upon you. Truth be told, Puccini was reluctant to part with it. Yet, she could discern Xianxia's keen interest in the hoe. Unexpectedly, Xianxia responded with a serious countenance. Elder Hu, this item was gifted to you by Mr. Li. It is your opportunity. To relinquish it to me would surely offend him, and that must not occur. Puccini was left speechless, surprised that Xianxia, a master of the transformation stage and a grandmaster of the 5th grade spiritual arrays, held such reverence for Mr. Li. Curiosity piqued within her regarding the true identity of Mr. Li. Meanwhile, Xianxia felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of Puccini offering the hoe to him. After all, opportunities bestowed by true immortals are not easily seized. He then advised Puccini, the hoe you possess is a rare treasure capable of revitalizing a declining sect. It enables the extensive cultivation of spiritual herbs, sufficient to support numerous low-ranking cultivators. Remember, a man without guilt may bear the weight of riches. Be cautious with your wealth, lest it attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Puccini nodded. I shall heed Master Yu's words. In the blink of an eye, it was the following evening. Xiaozuo, with a heart full of trepidation, arrived at Li Zhoujun's thatched cottage, only to find him sitting by the streamside fire, roasting fish. Although the area had been devoid of life before, ever since Li Zhoujun eliminated the female spirit and settled here, the spiritual energy had been accumulating, drawing various beings to this vibrant locale. Master, you are roasting fish at such a late hour? Xiaozuo, lured by the aroma, settled beside Li Zhoujun. In response, Li Zhoujun produced the elixir given to him by Huqini and handed it to Xiaozuo. The boy, eyes wide with joy, received the medicine and inquired, Master, can this elixir truly save my mother? Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. At last, I can venture out freely. Xiaozuo, cradling the elixir, shed tears of gratitude. Truly, your spirit is quite adventurous, Li Zhoujun observed. Yet he sensed that beneath the boy's playful demeanor lay a genuine sense of responsibility. After all, he had ventured out in the dead of night to seek herbs to cure his ailing mother. Perhaps his playful banter was merely a child's means of injecting hope into a bleak existence. Reflecting on this, Li Zhoujun recognized Xiaozuo as a promising talent. Regrettably, upon probing with his consciousness, he discovered that the boy was utterly devoid of spiritual roots, akin to his own past. Such a pity, Li Zhoujun sighed inwardly, lamenting the rarity of finding worthy talent. Would you care for some fish? He inquired. Please, enjoy, Li Zhoujun smiled warmly. I must take my leave, Master, Xiaozuo said, bowing deeply before departing. Xiaozuo's home was a modest structure, fashioned from stones with a thatched roof. The door was a crude wooden barrier, held together by simple mortise and tenon joints. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of his mother, pale and emaciated. His eyes welled with tears. When father was alive, mother was renowned as the village beauty. Yet since his passing, she bore the weight of every labor alone. And her health has deteriorated day by day. Within a few years, wrinkles have etched her face, and sun exposure has darkened her skin, erasing her former radiance. Azuo, do not venture out again at night. I am aware of my condition. I may not have long left. If something were to happen to you, how could I face your father in the afterlife? The woman's voice, laced with comfort yet tinged with sorrow, reflected her mixed emotions about her son's growth and her impending departure. Little did she know how her son would feel if he were aware of the words he spoke before Li Zhoujun. Mother, I met a gentleman the day before yesterday who claimed to possess a remedy for your tetanus. Tonight, I am going to retrieve it. Xiaozuo wiped his moist eyes and assured her. How could that be? The woman chuckled bitterly. You must have fallen victim to those deceitful souls again, promising to work for them regardless of whether the medicine is effective. It was evident that the Azuo family lacked financial means but could offer labor. Thus, they incurred debts for medicine, paying them off through hard work. The use of again in the mother's words suggested that Xiaozuo had been deceived multiple times. Mother, the gentleman is not like those you think. He did not ask for any compensation for this medicine, Xiaozuo insisted. The woman paused, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Is there truly such a kind-hearted person in this world? Mother, let us give it a try, Xiaozuo urged, presenting the elixir before her. The woman, sensing the fragrant essence emanating from the small hands of her son, immediately recognized its value. Very well, let us try, she nodded, resigned to her fate, for she had little time left. After all, the esteemed old doctor in town had declared that tetanus was beyond remedy, unless a celestial being intervened. She accepted the elixir from Xiaozuo, closed her eyes, and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, she felt her once bluish lips regain their color at a visible pace, and the inflamed wounds on her body began to itch, signaling the onset of healing. Years of experience told her that this was a positive sign. Moreover, her previously heavy head felt lighter after ingesting the elixir. Mother, how do you feel? Is the medicine effective? Xiaozuo, unable to contain his concern, inquired as she remained silent with her eyes closed. Azuo, where is that gentleman? After an indeterminate time, the woman slowly opened her eyes, filled with disbelief, and excitedly asked Xiaozuo. He resides in the haunted Soul Mountain. Xiaozuo scratched his head. Upon hearing this, her expression changed, and she grew solemn. To dwell safely on Soul Mountain while curing tetanus, could he be a living immortal? Surely not. Xiaozuo blinked innocently. That gentleman appears delicate. Aside from his handsome visage, he seems just an ordinary scholar. Foolish child, do you not know that tetanus is a terminal illness? Our village has lost countless lives to this affliction, yet after consuming this elixir, my condition has improved dramatically. The woman exclaimed to Xiaozuo. Was that gentleman truly a celestial being? Xiaozuo blinked in astonishment. Azuo, beneath your bed, I have hidden some copper coins for you, should you find yourself in need. Take them to the town and purchase some chicken. This evening, we shall pay our respects to that gentleman. Aside from the miraculous medicine bestowed by the Immortal, I cannot fathom who else could possess such divine remedy. The woman advised Xiaozuo. All right, mother, I understand. Xiaozuo replied earnestly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His mother preferred to conceal the money under his bed rather than use it for her own medicine. How foolish she was. That night, under a sky studded with stars, Xiaozuo and his mother, carrying an old hen, hurried toward the location of Li Zhoujun. At this moment, Li Zhoujun reclined leisurely beneath a tree, contemplating a visit to a nearby town the following day. After all, the system had instructed him to experience mortal life, which necessitated interaction with mortals. Ding! The host's identity has been suspected by Xiaozuo and his mother, triggering a quest. The host must leave an image of a reclusive master in Xiaozuo's heart. Reward: mid-level cultivation of the virtual immortal. Li Zhoujun blinked at the task issued by the system, with his consciousness extended. He soon noticed Xiaozuo and a woman approaching, both carrying an old hen. What a pity, Li Zhoujun sighed. He had recently become quite fond of accepting disciples and was tempted to take this quirky little fellow under his wing. Alas, he lacked spiritual roots. A fact even Li Zhoujun could not alter, unless the system granted him the ability to bestow spiritual roots, which it did not. With a resigned sigh, Li Zhoujun thought, in that case, I shall impart a piece of wisdom. He stepped outside and approached a large stone, inscribing upon it with his finger, without diligence in youth. Hardship in old age is inevitable. Those unwilling to toil will find comfort elusive in later years. After completing the inscription, he waved his hand, causing the thatched cottage behind him to vanish into thin air as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun concealed his presence beside the stone. When Xiaozuo and his mother arrived at the location, Xiaozuo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Pointing to the spot where the thatched cottage had once stood, he exclaimed, Mother, the cottage where that gentleman lived has vanished. It was there just last night. The woman gave a wry smile. It seems the immortal does not wish for us to disturb him. Hearing this, Xiaozuo became anxious. Clutching the hen as he rushed to the former side of the cottage, calling out loudly, Sir, are you there? Azuo has brought you a hen. If you do not come out, you will miss out. Li Zhoujun, standing less than 10 meters away with his hands behind his back, silently observed the scene, unable to suppress a chuckle at the antics of this spirited child. This made Xiaozuo's eyes glisten with tears, feeling a sense of discouragement. The gentleman always wore a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze, and though they had known each other for only a short time, his absence was keenly felt. At this moment, the woman spoke gently, Azuo, what is fated to come will come, and what is not meant for us cannot be forced. Though we are not destined to meet the immortal, we must remain grateful, for he has saved your mother. I understand, mother, Xiaozuo replied dejectedly. Meanwhile, he realized that the gentleman was likely the legendary immortal his mother spoke of. Hey, mother, look, there are words over there, Xiaozuo suddenly exclaimed. Spotting the inscription beside Li Zhoujun, he dashed to the stone, examining the characters closely, murmuring, could this be a message left specifically for me by the gentleman? Indeed, his calligraphy is exceptional. Just gazing upon it evokes a sense of profound mystery. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun smiled and nodded slowly, confident in his calligraphy skills. After all, during the 40 years he had spent without cultivation, he had practiced calligraphy to pass the time. But mother, what does it say? I do not recognize these characters. Xiaozuo suddenly scratched his head in frustration. Li Zhoujun's smile faltered at this remark. How careless of me. I failed to consider that few children in these impoverished villages can read. Without diligence in youth, hardship in old age is inevitable. Those unwilling to toil will find comfort elusive in later years. The immortal is imparting wisdom to you. You should express your gratitude. In the midst of Li Zhoujun's surprise, Xiaozuo's mother, a somewhat stooped rural woman, approached her son, reciting the words Li Zhoujun had inscribed on the stone. Chapter 80. The gaggle of splendid mountains. It was hard to imagine that a rural woman could read. Li Zhoujun couldn't help but scrutinize Xiaozuo's mother, noting the remnants of beauty that hinted at a once distinguished lineage. Madam, I am deeply grateful for the immortal's life-saving grace, she said, kneeling before the stone inscribed with Li Zhoujun's words in sincere reverence. Seeing this, Xiaozuo quickly followed suit, kneeling beside his mother and saying, Azuo is grateful for the gentleman's teachings. I promise to heed my mother's words and learn to read, but I will also make time for play. Li Zhoujun chuckled at this. The child's devotion to play was unwavering. As he watched the mother and son descend the mountain, he finally revealed himself. Glancing back at the inscription on the stone, he stretched and chuckled. I hope you comprehend the wisdom contained within. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding. The system awards the host with mid-level cultivation of the virtual immortal. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Li Zhoujun exclaimed, System, I adore you. Ding. Hee hee, I see you are enamored with my rewards. How shallow. Do not speak so bluntly. It will make our future interactions difficult, Li Zhoujun shrugged, waving his hand as the thatched cottage reappeared, and he stepped inside. Ding! The system is speechless. It has never encountered such shamelessness. As the sun rose high, a figure in a blue robe strolled leisurely through the forest. What seemed like a slow step transformed into an instant appearance 100 paces away. This person was none other than Li Zhoujun, who had planned to visit the nearby town of Soul Mountain. The journey to the town was long, and he was bound to encounter some strange creatures along the way. A rabbit, now a spirit, gnawed on grass near its burrow, oblivious as the blue-robed figure passed by, only to realize its presence when it was already 100 paces away, dropping the grass it held between its furry paws. Oh no, a cultivator. After a moment of realization, the rabbit panicked and hurriedly scurried into its burrow. It had heard other spirits say that some cultivators are merciless towards their kind. Of course, a newly awakened rabbit spirit was of little concern to Li Zhoujun, who soon arrived at the town's entrance. The town's gate was constructed of blue stone, adorned with moss, and above it, the words Evergreen Town were inscribed. Upon entering, Li Zhoujun felt the lively atmosphere of the town. The stone-paved streets were bustling with pedestrians, and merchants shouted their wares from either side, some performing monkey tricks, others selling cosmetics. The vibrant ambience reminded him of his childhood during the new year, accompanying family members to bustling markets. In contrast, in his later life, most people seemed to have unwittingly transformed into downward-glancing tribes, and the festive spirit had waned. Setting aside such thoughts, Li Zhoujun began to focus on the human warmth of this place, and as he continued walking forward, the changing surroundings brought an increasing sense of tranquility to his heart. However, soon a faint yet persistent odor compelled Li Zhouping to halt his steps. Glancing aside, he discovered an elderly woman, her hair flecked with gray and her figure stooped, operating a stall selling century eggs, commonly known as stinky eggs. Observing the scene, Li noted the meager business she was conducting. She did not hawk her wares, but sat quietly, reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting for those willing to take the bait. Beep. System has issued a task. Host must consume 10 stinky eggs to receive a reward of a 9th-grade formation scroll. Upon hearing this, Li Zhouping chuckled. System, are you avenging my words from yesterday? Beep. Host, be more confident. Remove the question mark. Li Zhouping laughed. System, you have miscalculated. Li once cherished 3 things above all: century eggs, river snails noodles, and stinky tofu. You are offering a buy one get one free deal. Beep. Get lost. Old lady. I would like 10 century eggs, Li Zhouping stated as he approached her stall, offering a string of copper coins. Keep the change. He feigned pulling coins from his sleeve and handed them to the elderly woman. Observing her reaction, he chose not to press further. At the same time, he found her words to carry a certain wisdom. After returning 900 coins to Li Zhouping, the elderly woman inquired, Sir, may I prepare the eggs for you while you take a seat at the table? Certainly, Li Zhouping replied, tucking the coins away and selecting a spot to sit. Once the elderly woman had sliced the eggs, Li Zhouping began to boast. Meanwhile, at Ian's sect, Huchini was energetically wielding the hoe gifted to her by Li Zhouping, turning over an abandoned mountain that had lain fallow for years. The entire mountain was transformed into a treasure trove of spiritual soil, rich with aura. Simultaneously, an elder from Ian appeared beside Huchini, gazing in astonishment at the mountain before him, exclaiming, the hoe bestowed upon elder who by that senior possesses such formidable power. Although the spiritual energy is scant, it is sufficient for cultivating numerous 1st and 2nd grade spirit herbs, ideal for our Ian sect's chi refining disciples. Who knows? Someone in the chi refining stage may even surprise us, and we could sell the surplus herbs to other sects. I never anticipated this hoe would hold such power. I wonder what level of cultivation that elder possesses to bestow such a treasure so freely, Huchini remarked, admiring the hoe in her hands. The elder, however, responded with grave seriousness. Regardless of that elder's cultivation level, we must keep the existence of this hoe a secret. I will summon several elders shortly to seal the aura of this mountain. We cannot allow outsiders to discover that Ian sect possesses such a treasure. Elder Hu, please remain vigilant here. Understood, Huchini affirmed solemnly. Meanwhile, at Ghost Extreme sect, 1,000 miles away, within a cavernous hall resembling a tomb, a gaunt old man clad in black knelt before a throne fashioned from skulls, addressing a shadowy figure shrouded in black mist, who exuded an aura reminiscent of a deity. Master, as I passed by Ian sect, I discovered that their long-abandoned mountain has transformed into a mountain of spiritual soil. If we could seize the secret, it would elevate our disciples' strength significantly. Is that so? The figure in the black robe responded in a raspy voice, astonished. Yes, indeed, the old man replied, filled with reverence. Then go and uncover Ian's sect's secret for me. The Ghost Lord commanded with a sinister grin. "I shall not fail to meet your expectations." The Black Snake Protector clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Moreover, it is said that this nascent soul elder had previously suffered grave injuries. How could such a sect obstruct the Black Snake Protector? He had no intention of leaving any survivors from Ian's sect. After all, the 10,000 Snakes banner in his possession required blood from cultivators for its refinement. In truth, his objective was never the spiritual soil. He sought the lives of Ian's sect's cultivators. As a transformation god cultivator, he was indifferent to the lives of his sect's weaker, chi-refining disciples. On occasions, he would even use his own disciples as sacrifices. However, the Ghost Lord had recently ordered him to exercise restraint. Yet, if he arrived at Ian's sect and they refused to divulge their secrets, resisting him, it would provide a legitimate excuse for him to annihilate the sect. Surely the master would say little in response. Thus, the Black Snake Protector took to the skies, making his way toward Ian's sect, unaware that danger loomed. Under the leadership of Ian's elder, several Golden Core elders, including Huchini, were fervently applying formations to the mountain that had just transformed into spiritual soil. However, midway through their efforts, the previously clear sky above Ian's sect darkened ominously with clouds. Huchini stared at the sudden change, momentarily taken aback. The elder's face grew serious. "An innocent man bears the burden of wealth. It seems our secret has been discovered." Just as he spoke, a massive, grotesque shadow of a black snake appeared, descending from the clouds. On top of the serpent's head stood a figure, and with their arrival, chaos engulfed Ian's sect. The oppressive aura sent many weaker disciples into a panic, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. "This is the manifestation of the Black Snake Protector from Ghost Extreme Sect." The elder gasped, his complexion paling. "What?" Huchini and several elders widened their eyes in shock, having heard the infamous reputation of the Black Snake Protector, a merciless killer. "Where's Ian's elder?" The Black Snake Protector's voice thundered from above like rolling thunder. "I have come to pay my respects, Protector." The elder managed to appear before the Black Snake Protector, bowing respectfully. "Poor Taoist." The Black Snake Protector smirked, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the elder. "Our Ian sect is willing to hand over our treasures. We beseech you to spare our sect." The elder spoke decisively, understanding that should the matter of the spiritual hoe be revealed, their sect would be powerless to protect it, leading to the needless sacrifice of their lives. "You are quite astute," the Black Snake Protector remarked, his expression shifting momentarily in surprise, before he sneered. "But do you truly believe I desire only your paltry treasure? What I covet is the blood of every member of Ian's sect." Upon hearing this, the elder clenched his fists, realizing that the Black Snake Protector had long harbored intentions against Ian's sect. Even without the Ho incident, the Protector would eventually strike. "Then I shall fight to the death against you," the elder declared resolutely, facing the Black Snake Protector with grave determination. "Do you think you are worthy?" The Black Snake Protector scoffed derisively. As he formed seals with his hands, a shadow of a colossal black serpent, thousands of feet long, lifted its massive tail and swept towards the one transformation real person. The one transformation real person was taken aback and summoned a fourth-grade spirit sword in an attempt to fend off the strike. However, with a resounding crash, he was sent flying, crashing into the summit of the mountain that had just transformed into spiritual soil, collapsing the entire peak. "Master." Huchini and several elders gasped in horror at the scene. The one transformation real person was a formidable figure in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet he was utterly powerless against the Black Serpent Guardian's overwhelming force. So weak, so weak. The Black Serpent Guardian erupted into maniacal laughter. Heaven and earth are boundless. The great formation of yin and yang. Suddenly, the one transformation real person's figure emerged from the rubble of the collapsed mountain, blood spewing from his mouth as he shouted the incantation to activate the protective formation of the sect. This formation had been reinforced just days prior by Yu Ziyue, a fifth-grade formation master, and was sufficient to withstand the Black Serpent Guardian for at least one incense stick's worth of time. As his words fell, a transparent barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped the entire One Transformation sect. After completing this feat, the One Transformation real person collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. It was evident that the Black Serpent Guardian's strike had inflicted significant injuries upon him. He feared that should the Black Serpent Shadow exert even a fraction more of its strength, he would be obliterated into a mist of blood. "Master." The elders Huchini and others hurried over to assess the injuries of the One Transformation real person, the Black Serpent Guardian. Observing the protective formation of the One Transformation sect, revealed a hint of surprise. "I did not expect that your sect still possesses a fifth-grade spiritual formation as a protective barrier." As the words fell, the Black Guardian sneered. "But for you, it merely signifies a difference between dying sooner or later." The members of the One Transformation sect turned pale at his words, unable to muster a rebuttal. To the current One Transformation sect, the term transformation of God was synonymous with insurmountable power, even if it referred to the weakest of that realm. Chapter 82, The Howang Mountain Boom. 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 With each strike of the Black Serpent Guardian, the formation of the One Transformation sect trembled violently. The ground shook, and the members of the sect felt as if they were facing a death knell. Puccini, glancing at the spirit hoe in her hand, wondered if the senior would appear at this critical moment. Would the Black Serpent Guardian still be so arrogant? Meanwhile, in Chongqing town, Li Zhoujun felt a surge of celestial energy within his being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! The system rewards you with a 9th grade locking celestial formation. Observing the profound array in his mind, Li Zhoujun chuckled. System. You have certainly suffered a significant loss this time. Ding! The host's gift of a spirit hoe has attracted the attention of the One Transformation sect, which is now facing annihilation. Ding! The system issues a task. If the host saves the One Transformation sect, a golden spirit pill will be awarded. Could such a simple hoe incite such interest? Li Zhoujun felt helpless. Ding! The system's products are always of the highest quality. Fine. Li Zhoujun was too fatigued to argue with the system. If the One Transformation sect were indeed to perish due to his gift, he would feel a twinge of guilt. He remained seated, but his fingertip pointed into the air. The proud snow-flying sword surged forth, propelled by a fragment of Li Zhoujun's soul, soaring towards the heavens. This speed was beyond the grasp of any cultivator below the immortal level, let alone mere mortals. The second-grade immortal weapon, the proud snow-flying sword, traversed 2,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Upon its arrival at the One Transformation sect, Li Zhoujun, viewing through the sword's perspective, saw the Black Serpent Guardian relentlessly assaulting the sect's protective formation. The Guardian remained completely oblivious to the arrival of the proud snow-flying sword. Flash! Li Zhoujun commanded the proud snow-flying sword directly, his voice imbued with overwhelming authority. Clang! At his command, the sword's might pierced the skies, exploding with boundless divine light. A beam of sword energy surged forth, and before it, even 1,000 years of cultivation and the status of a transformation of God were rendered futile, leaving him as powerless as an ant, unable to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the sword energy cleaved through his body and the heavenly manifestation, bathing the air in a torrential downpour of blood. The scene stunned the members of the protective formation. The sword suspended in midair was an immortal sword. The One Transformation real person, ignoring his injuries, gazed in awe at the proud snow-flying sword, inhaling sharply. That imposing voice earlier must belong to the senior residing in Soul Mountain. Puccini, unable to believe her ears, recalled Li Zhoujun's voice, which she could never forget. If that senior commanded an immortal sword, his identity was unmistakable. He was undoubtedly a true immortal. No wonder, Master, you held such profound respect for that figure. The One Transformation real person forced a bitter smile, feeling as if he were standing before the very embodiment of the Tao. The sensation was akin to an ant gazing up at a towering mountain, an infinite expanse above. We thank the immortal and the celestial sword for coming to our aid. At that moment, led by the One Transformation real person, the members of the One Transformation sect bowed respectfully to the celestial sword, recognizing its intelligence and spirit. Clang! As the proud snow-flying sword departed, the burdens weighing upon the hearts of the One Transformation sect dissipated suddenly, alleviating their pressure. The might of the celestial sword was simply too immense. Even without targeting them directly, they could still feel the unmatched sharpness of its intent. Meanwhile, within the Ghost Extreme sect, the Ghost Lord, shrouded in a black robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent as he gazed at the shattered soul plate of the Black Serpent Guardian. The terrifying sword intent had reached him even from thousands of miles away. This was certainly not the sword intent of a cultivator beneath the Great Ascension realm. As the sword intent rose and fell, the soul plate of the Black Serpent Guardian shattered with a thunderous crash. In other words, a true immortal had intervened to assist the One Transformation sect. Perhaps the secret behind their sudden gain of a spiritual soil mountain was intricately linked to this true immortal. At this thought, a chill crept into the Ghost Lord's heart. If possible, he truly wished to deliver a blow to the corpse of the Black Serpent Guardian. The winds of change were stirring in Qingzhou, and it seemed the Ghost Extreme sect would soon need to relocate once more. Taking a deep breath, the Ghost Lord recalled that just months ago, an immortal-level power had clashed in Qingzhou. This was also the reason he had ordered his subordinates to be more discreet recently. The Ghost Extreme sect, notorious for its malevolence, managed to survive in Qingzhou simply by continuously relocating. As long as there was even the slightest hint of danger, he would promptly pack up the entire sect and flee. He adhered to one principle: as long as I run fast enough, you will never catch me. The strike of the proud snow-flying sword did not only alarm the Ghost Lord. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, atop a mountain that pierced the clouds, an elderly man clad in splendid robes suddenly appeared at the summit, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the direction from which the sword intent had soared. I did not expect to be awakened from my slumber by a mere sword energy after so many years. It seems that during my rest, Qingzhou has birthed quite a few rising talents. The elder mused. In the distance, an old man and a young disciple were passing through, having just departed from the one transformation sect and traversed several teleportation arrays. These were Li Zhoujun and his apprentice. On the heights of Qingzhou, certain grand cities of cultivation have constructed teleportation arrays. With sufficient spirit stones, traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in a single day is utterly feasible. Xiaoshi gazed into the distance at the towering peak and mused. Master, is that the legendary Haowang mountain? Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded in affirmation. In ancient times, a mountain deity named Haowang resided here, and it is said that he had already ascended to the true immortal realm. Why has he not yet ascended to the immortal realm, then? Xiaoshi inquired, perplexed. This is the intricacy of celestial duties, Li Zhoujun explained with a smile. As a mountain deity sanctioned by heaven and earth, even upon reaching the true immortal stage, he could choose to forego ascension. He continued, however, by opting to remain in the Tianyuan realm, his cultivation would stagnate. I see now, Xiaoshi exclaimed in sudden clarity, but then curiosity peaked within him. Master, you mentioned Mr. Li residing on Soul Mountain. How does he compare to this mountain deity? Do not speak recklessly, Li Zhoujun interrupted solemnly. Both Haowang and Mr. Li are beings beyond our reach. We have no right to judge them, lest we display great disrespect. Understood, Master, Xiaoshi replied, his face paling, yet internally astonished. From what his master implied, Mr. Li seemed to be on par with the ancient mountain deity Haowang. Could it be that Mr. Li is also a true immortal? Unbeknownst to the master and disciple, their conversation had already reached the ears of the elderly man in splendid attire atop Haowang mountain. He glanced toward the direction where the sword energy had soared into the heavens and smiled faintly. Soul Mountain, Mr. Li, is it? Meanwhile, well done, Li Zhoujun complimented. As the Xianxiaaudiobooks flying sword emitted a crisp sound, seemingly expressing its joy. Shall I reward you with 2 preserved eggs? Li Zhoujun jested. Upon hearing this, the Xianxiaaudiobooks flying sword drooped as if stricken by frost, its once indomitable form now curving downwards. Clearly, the sword had no fondness for preserved eggs. What a pity. Such a delicacy, and yet you do not appreciate it, Li Zhoujun sighed, preparing to depart. At that moment, several burly men approached. Led by a bald giant clad in tiger skin, his face marred by a centipede-like scar. As they appeared, passers-by fled as if confronted by a malevolent spirit. The bald man, known as Jiahu, was infamous in Chaqing town as a ruffian, nicknamed Fake Tiger. The gentleman who had caught Fake Tiger's attention was likely to face misfortune. They probably thought him a wealthy young master, and as the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted, which now made him a target for Fake Tiger. Onlookers whispered among themselves as Jiahu and his henchmen approached Li Zhoujun menacingly. However, Li Zhoujun merely chuckled inwardly at the ill intentions of the approaching figures. Brother, we haven't eaten meat in 2 days. How about you part with some cash to treat us? Jiahu boldly sat at Li Zhoujun's table, grinning. At that moment, 3 women donned in white robes and conical hats emerged from the crowd. They were none other than the Nangong sisters, who had parted ways with Li Zhoujun after the blood-baptized mountain encounter. Eldest sister, look, isn't that the master of Daodian sect, the lord of Yunju mountain? The youngest, Nangong Yuran, exclaimed, pointing at Li Zhoujun. Indeed, it's him. The second sister, Nangong Xinyan, who had been infatuated with Li Zhoujun since their last meeting, declared without hesitation. Yes. The eldest, Nangong Anren, nodded. This is indeed the lord of Yunju mountain. But why would he be in such a remote place? It seems the lord of Yunju mountain is in trouble, Nangong Yuran remarked. Should we? Enough. Before Nangong Yuran could finish, Nangong Xinyan rushed to Li Zhoujun's side, confronting Jiahu and his gang with righteous fury. Nangong Anren watched her impulsive sister with an urge to cover her face. This sister is wonderful, but her impatience often leads her into trouble, she thought. Both Nangong Anren and Nangong Yuran had met the Lord before and soon joined Nangong Xinyan. Bowing respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun, slightly taken aback by their sudden appearance, quickly recollected that these 3 were indeed the Nangong sisters he had not seen in ages. No need for such courtesies, Li Zhoujun smiled, gesturing amicably. Ah, where did these 3 ladies come from? Why wear conical hats to hide your faces? But your figures are splendid, even in the shadows. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. Today is truly a fortunate day. Not only has a fool come to offer money, but now we have beauties arriving as well, huh? Jiahu guffawed at the sight of the Nangong sisters. Seek death, Nangong Xinyan retorted coldly, her fingers snapping as spiritual energy transformed into needles, swiftly piercing Jiahu and his henchmen. sealing their meridians and rendering them immobile. "Boss, I can't move." One of Jiahu's men cried out in terror. "Boss, we've bitten off more than we can chew." Another shouted in panic. Jiahu, realizing the dire situation, found himself paralyzed, save for his mouth. He comprehended that he had provoked someone beyond his means. "Spare me, my lady," he wailed, his bravado evaporating as he wept before Nangong Xinyan. Onlookers were aghast, unable to fathom how a seemingly delicate woman could immobilize several burly men in an instant. Meanwhile, several towering figures in the crowd rolled up their sleeves, preparing to play the hero. Yet, it became clear that their actions were unnecessary. "Master, how shall we deal with these ruffians?" Nangong Xinyan respectfully inquired of Li Zhoujun, unfazed by the gazes of the common folk. Nangong Xinyan regarded them as an eagle soaring above the ants below. "Feel free to handle it as you wish," Li Zhoujun shrugged, disinterested in the petty thugs. "All right." Nangong Xinyan grinned, surveying her surroundings before focusing on Jiahu and his men. She concentrated her spiritual energy into needles, targeting their kidneys. Li Zhoujun felt a cold sweat break out. This girl is ruthless. She could incapacitate them for life. If they realized their predicament, their suffering would be worse than death. But there was more to come. "Now, you shall buy every preserved egg from that old lady and consume them as a good deed," she announced to Jiahu and his gang. "Do you have any objections? If not, I will release your meridians." "Is that all?" Jiahu stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his fortune after fearing for his life moments ago. "Yes, just that simple," Nangong Xinyan replied with a peculiar smile, envisioning the terror on their faces when they could no longer perform their nefarious deeds. "Yes, ma'am. We'll eat." Jiahu and his henchmen quickly acquiesced. Thus, they were released from their paralysis and, under Nangong Xinyan's watchful eye, they retched and devoured the preserved eggs from the old woman's stall. "How does it taste?" Nangong Xinyan inquired with a grin. "Delicious." Jiahu forced the words out, suppressing the urge to vomit. "Delicious is sufficient, remember. If you engage in misdeeds again and I encounter you, it will not merely be a matter of consuming century eggs. Depart." Nangong Xinran spoke ominously. "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing her words, Jiahu and his companions were overjoyed, scuttling away as if granted a pardon. Chapter 84. The arrival of the Emperor Jiahu and his entourage made their way through a narrow alley. To reassure his men, Jiahu remarked to his subordinates, "Damn it, I didn't check the calendar before leaving today and stumbled upon a hard situation. Tonight, I'll take the brothers to a brothel for some revelry. Boss is magnificent." The burly men cheered in delight. That evening, outside the brothel, Jiahu and his companions were unceremoniously expelled by several women, led by the madam, who scolded and kicked them out. "Damn it, I didn't take your money before, because I feared you little ruffians. I didn't expect you to be this useless. Hurry up and get lost." After sending Jiahu and his gang away, Nangong Xinran turned to Li Zhoujun with a bright smile and said, "Xinran has arrived late and has startled the mountain master." Even from beneath her hat, Li Zhoujun could feel the intensity of Nangong Xinran's gaze lingering on him. He responded with a touch of helplessness, "No harm done, and I must thank you, miss, for your assistance." Before she could reply, Li Zhoujun turned directly to Nangong Anren and inquired, "How did the three of you come to be in this place?" "Guanhai Mountain?" Li Zhoujun paused, pondering the information regarding Guanhai Mountain. It was said to be an ancient sect located on the border of Qishou, very close to the sea. "I see," Li Zhoujun nodded. "Then I wish you three great success." "Thanks to the mountain master for your good wishes," Nangong Anren replied respectfully with a bow. "Indeed," Li Zhoujun smiled in acknowledgement, and his figure began to dissipate in place. "Farewell, mountain master." The three Nangong sisters echoed in unison. Nangong Xinran sighed. "Is this what a sword immortal is like? Coming and going without a trace." Upon hearing her words, and with Li Zhoujun's departure, the three Nangong sisters had no reason to linger in such an ordinary town and tore through the void, leaving this place. Were these individuals truly celestial beings? The elderly woman selling century eggs stared in disbelief at the figures that had vanished before her eyes, her copper coins slipping from her grasp, oblivious to what had transpired. The passers-by, too, were startled awake from a dream, unable to articulate their shock. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and saving a lineage from peril. Ding! The system rewards you with a golden spirit pill. System, it's been half a day since I completed this task. And you only just now dispensed the reward?" Li Zhoujun teased the system. "Ding! I forgot. Do you believe it?" "I do. For there are indeed times when you are quite unreliable," Li Zhoujun chuckled, jesting. Ding! Subsequently, the man and the system engaged in friendly exchanges until nightfall. It was only when Li Zhoujun conceded that the system finally ceased its chatter. Li Zhoujun then approached the stream, contemplating matters regarding Guanhai Mountain. With such a vast secret realm filled with opportunities opening, his wandering disciple, Xianxiaobai, would undoubtedly not let it slip by. However, Li Zhoujun was not concerned about xianxia by encountering trouble. After all, as the child of fortune, how could he easily come to harm? Abandoning further thoughts, Li Zhoujun began to visualize the celestial locking array that had been rewarded by the system. This formation was of the 9th rank, capable of ensnaring true immortals. However, inscribing this array was no simple task. Li Zhoujun decided to practice, using his finger as a pin to leave a profound pattern shimmering with blue spiritual light in the void. Meanwhile, an elderly man in splendid attire had appeared behind Li Zhoujun unbeknownst to him. This man was the mountain deity of Haowang Mountain. Upon witnessing the array being drawn by Li Zhoujun, he felt a significant twitch in his eyelids. It was the long-lost 9th rank celestial locking array. Haowang exclaimed silently. Although the spiritual energy used by the young man to inscribe the array did not seem potent, merely akin to that of a virtual immortal, Haowang was certain that this youth was undoubtedly a true immortal. To inscribe a 9th rank formation, one must be a master of 9th rank spiritual arrays. The prerequisite for becoming such a master is to attain the realm of true immortality. Only after undergoing the tribulation of lightning and reaching the realm of true immortals can one comprehend the profound mysteries within the 9th rank spiritual arrays, which are imperceptible to cultivators below this level. Thus, while the young man appeared to be merely a virtual immortal, he was, in fact, merely honing his skills. Haowang was resolute in his thoughts and chose not to disturb Li Zhoujun, understanding that interrupting someone's cultivation was highly impolite. Moreover, for someone of their caliber, seeking enlightenment and further progress was akin to a mortal trying to ascend to the heavens. If interrupted at a critical moment, it could lead to disastrous consequences, perhaps even self-destruction, and that would be the end of their training. While he could not speak for others, Haowang was certain that he would react this way. Finally, Li Zhoujun slowly withdrew his hand, and the array before him erupted with boundless divine light, emanating a pressure that caused all living beings within 1,000 miles to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. Fellow Taoist, to have inscribed this array places you among the upper echelons of 9th rank spiritual array masters. Haowang could no longer contain his admiration upon witnessing Li Zhoujun's success. However, Li Zhoujun, being merely a virtual immortal, was oblivious to Haowang's silent arrival. With a wave of his hand, Li Zhoujun dispelled the celestial locking array and, regaining his composure, smiled. Might I inquire who you are, and why you visit this humble abode at night? Li Zhoujun was not flustered by the old man's sudden appearance, for with his abilities, he could contend even against celestial emperors if necessary. Furthermore, the elder had not intervened while he was inscribing the array, suggesting no ill intent. The elderly man chuckled. I am the mountain deity of Haowang Mountain. You must be the master of the 2nd grade immortal sword whose sword Qi soared to the heavens yesterday? Although this young man before him might only be a 2nd grade true immortal, the mere fact that he could draw the celestial locking array led Haowang to regard Li Zhoujun as a peer-level powerhouse. After all, a top-tier 9th rank spiritual array master would be highly sought after even in the immortal realm, coveted by many factions. Indeed, I am. It is an honor to meet the mountain deity of Haowang. Li Zhoujun responded with a slight bow. As the head of the mountain deities of Qingzhou, Haowang possessed true immortal cultivation, knowledge that Li Zhoujun had previously gleaned from records of Qingzhou. Chapter 85. Why not learn something good? After exchanging pleasantries, Haowang chuckled. May I inquire why, given your current cultivation, you have yet to ascend to the immortal realm? Surely remaining in the Tianyuan realm hinders your progress. This question posed a challenge for Li Zhoujun. After all, he was quite eager to ascend to the immortal realm, but his strength did not permit it. I was born in this land, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. This implied a deep affection for his homeland, indicating a reluctance to ascend prematurely. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Haowang's eyes. Cultivators are typically driven by self-interest, and it is rare to find someone like this young man, who possesses both loyalty and integrity. Many cultivators would go so far as to harm their own kin in pursuit of breakthroughs. For true immortals, the Tianyuan realm had become useless, aptly described as a desolate land. Remaining here could only obstruct their progress, and they might find themselves stagnant. Thus, it is common for many cultivators to transform their spiritual energy into immortal spiritual energy after overcoming the tribulation and ascend directly to the immortal realm. Although true immortals who ascend become low-tier cultivators, those who reach the great completion stage are often proud individuals. They firmly believe that even after ascending, they can still shine brightly and reach new pinnacles. As for the true immortals who have completely transformed their celestial power and wish to remain in the lower realm, it is not without its challenges. First, they must evade the golden light of guidance from the celestial realm. Second, they must endure the exclusion imposed by the heavenly laws of this realm. Lastly, they face the arduous struggle of cultivation, since all of their spiritual energy has been converted into celestial energy. Continuing their training in the lower realm requires an immense investment of time to refine the abundant external spiritual energy into a trace of celestial energy for personal use. A process that is excruciatingly slow. Even if a first-grade true immortal accumulates time in the lower realm and is on the verge of breaking through to second grade, the heavenly tribulation they face here is far more terrifying and perilous than that encountered in the celestial realm. A single misstep could result in death. The Emperor of the Heavens, due to his divinely bestowed position, does not suffer the same exclusion from the heavenly laws, yet he endures the other two challenges. This golden light of guidance can be likened to a novice gift package bestowed upon newly ascended true immortals by the celestial realm. Those practitioners who break through the barriers to reach the celestial realm without experiencing the golden light must refine their celestial bodies for thousands of years to withstand the baptism of this golden light. Thus, most great transcendents who have overcome the heavenly tribulation retain the last vestiges of their spiritual power. Refusing to convert it into celestial energy to avoid missing out on the golden light of guidance for refining the celestial body is an arduous endeavor. Mr. Li, lacking divine rank, still chooses to remain in this realm and is capable of breaking through to the second-grade true immortal. His spirit and talent command my admiration. The Emperor of the Heavens respectfully bows to Li Zhoujun, and even should Li Zhoujun choose to ascend to the celestial realm in the future, he would only offer his blessings. Given Li Zhoujun's displayed talent, even in the celestial realm, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Yet, Li Zhoujun finds himself somewhat bewildered by the Emperor's sudden admiration, for he is unaware of the immense difficulties faced by true immortals who choose to remain in the lower realm for cultivation. To choose to stay and cultivate in the lower realm, one must not be foolish. Rather, such individuals possess profound emotional ties. In the Emperor's understanding, Li Zhoujun clearly belongs to the latter category, a person worthy of friendship. The Emperor, in his politeness, is met with Li Zhoujun's gesture to assist him. The Emperor then smiles and states, "You are a master of the 9th grade spiritual formations. You must be familiar with the game of Go, right? I find myself yearning to test my skills against you. Go." Li Zhoujun's expression falters. He does not know how to play. Ding, why panic? You can easily match him evenly. The system's voice resonates in Li Zhoujun's mind. Are you certain? Li Zhoujun blinks. Ding, of course. You can match evenly with all things in the world. Can I match you evenly? Li Zhoujun asks with curiosity. Ding, yes. But I can punish you by making you sing conquer until I conquer you. That's excessive. Li Zhoujun's lips twitch. However, with the system's assurance, he feels at ease and smiles at the Emperor, saying, I am unworthy of your instruction, but I have a modest understanding of Go. You are too modest, please. The Emperor laughs heartily, and with a wave of his hand, a stone table, 2 stone chairs, and a Go board materialize before them. Please. Li Zhoujun smiles. The two take their seats. Noticing that Li Zhoujun shows no intent to play the white stones first and seize the initiative, the Emperor chuckles. Then I shall not hold back. With the Emperor's first stone placed, the game officially begins. Halfway through the match, the Emperor furrows his brow. At this rate, the game will only conclude in a draw. In this realm's Go, there exists an unspoken rule. A draw favors the black stones. The white stones, having seized the initiative, fail to overcome the black stones that follow. Seeing this, the Emperor laughs heartily. I concede. I admire your Go skills. Li Zhoujun smiles gently. Having lived for an indeterminate number of years, I find that those who can engage in conversation are but a handful, and those who share similar aspirations are even rarer. Meeting you today is indeed a stroke of fortune, the Emperor enthusiastically states. Li Zhoujun replies, You are too kind, Your Majesty. After a pause, Li Zhoujun continues. May I ask if you have heard of Guanhai Mountain? Guanhai Mountain. The Emperor pauses slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. I have indeed heard of this mountain before my slumber. It seems to be a sect of cultivation, though there are no true immortals within. I presume that after such a long passage of time, this sect has vanished into the annals of history. What of it, Mr. Li? Are you interested in this mountain? Not particularly. I merely heard that a secret realm is set to open there. Li Zhoujun replies with a wry smile. After all, Guanhai Mountain was once a revered sanctuary for cultivation. Who would have imagined it would fail to capture even the Emperor's attention? A mere secret realm. Why should you concern yourself with it? When you next visit the Emperor's mountain, I shall treat you to the finest wine in this realm. The Emperor smiles slightly, adding, I shall not disturb you further today. Farewell. The Emperor departs leisurely, and Li Zhoujun respectfully sees him off. This evening, to have made the acquaintance of a true immortal-level mountain deity is indeed an unexpected delight. With the Emperor's departure, Li Zhoujun's life returns to tranquility once more. In the following days, Li Zhoujun epitomizes what it means to be lazy, lying in bed for 3 days, utterly unmoving. Ding! I called you here to experience mortal life and cultivate your temperament, not to lie around like a pig. System, you are thinking too small. Isn't sleeping also part of experiencing mortal life? Besides, one can also traverse the world in dreams, can't they? Li Zhoujun chuckles. Ding. How did you learn to be so shameless? Do you think you can sleep and leech off my rewards? One becomes like the company one keeps. Li Zhoujun contemplates for a moment and replies. Ding. Why not learn something good from me instead? Chapter 86, The Red Lotus Sect. However, during the days that Li Zhoujun lies in a state of inertia, a storm brews secretly in Qingzhou. Within the Daotian sect, Mu Taiyu convenes with numerous mountain lords, all wearing grim expressions. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the recently emerged Red Lotus sect? Mu Taiyu speaks in a grave tone. A mountain lord snorts coldly. The Red Lotus sect harbors grand ambitions. Do they truly believe they can conquer the vast sword sect of Jiangzhou and our Daotian sect of Qingzhou? The foundation of our Daotian sect is not something the vast sword sect can compare to. As the saying goes, below the great transcendence, all are but ants. No matter how many perfected tribulation realm cultivators there are, they are of no use before a great transcendence, for this is not a battle won by numbers. Another mountain lord adds, the leader of the Red Lotus sect, Li Ru, is said to have reached the true transcendent stage and is on the verge of ascending to the celestial realm. I wonder if there are any remaining true transcendents among our elders in the Daotian sect, as the Supreme Hall has been silent for so long. A mountain lord sighs, if all the true transcendents of the Daotian sect have indeed ascended, we might truly find ourselves in dire straits this time. When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall block. Our Daotian sect has dominated Qingzhou for so long. How could we fear a mere Red Lotus sect? The leisurely mountain lord strokes his beard. Murong Shui, seated among the mountain lords, remains largely unchanged in expression. After all, she knows that as long as Li Zhoujun is present, the Daotian sect remains the sovereign of Qizhou. Unless Li Zhoujun also ascends, then it would indeed be precarious. At this moment, the lord of the Tai Ling Palace inquires with Mu Taiyu, for Li Zhoujun, as a tribulation realm powerhouse, is capable of influencing certain battle situations. Why not seek assistance from the celestial realm? Suggests a mountain lord. Upon hearing this, all the mountain lords turn their gazes to Mu Taiyu. In a solemn tone, Mu Taiyu declares, today, I shall visit the Supreme Hall. Upon hearing this, the mountain lords finally steady themselves. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere pervading the Daotian sect, at the border of Qizhou, tens of thousands of red-robed individuals gather. These people wear white masks, resembling emotionless puppets. It is only when a woman dressed in a red gown, her face partially veiled, gracefully descends from the sky that their eyes blaze with fervor. Under the guidance of an elder, they all kneel on one knee and shout in unison, Red Lotus sect, disciples of Qizhou Hall, we welcome our leader. The woman in the red dress, though partially veiled by crimson gauze, revealed a visage of unparalleled beauty that could only be described as a celestial marvel. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes held a breathtaking allure. This striking figure was none other than Li Ru, the leader of the Red Lotus sect, who instilled trepidation among the disciples of the Daotian sect. Please rise, Li Ru said with a light laugh. Thank you, sect leader. The multitude of followers from the Red Lotus sect stood respectfully. Hall Master, what is the situation in Qingzhou? Li Ru inquired, addressing the elderly man beside her. This elderly gentleman, named Chen Wuchang, was the hall master of the Red Lotus sect in Qingzhou and possessed formidable power, being just a step away from ascendance. Chen Wuchang replied respectfully, the foremost sect in Qingzhou, the Daotian sect, remains as discreet as ever, detached from worldly affairs. However, they have given rise to a prodigy, a powerful being who has achieved the tribulation realm at the tender age of 40. Oh, who might that be? Li Ru's interest was piqued. A 40-year-old in the tribulation realm indeed qualified as a prodigy. If she could win him over, it would be advantageous. If not, eliminating him would be preferable. He is the master of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect, known as Li Zhoujun, Chen Wuchang replied. Is there a portrait of him? Li Ru inquired. Certainly. Even within the formidable Daotian sect, we have our spies, Chen Wuchang said with a proud smile, gesturing for his subordinates to present Li Zhoujun's portrait. Upon viewing the image of Li Zhoujun, Li Ru smiled slightly. He is indeed a handsome young man. I hope he is wise enough to recognize the situation. I have no desire to crush a budding flower. Find out where he is currently, and if possible, bring him before me. Yes, but sect leader, there have been numerous encounters among powerful beings in Qingzhou. It is a place where hidden talents abound, Chen Wuchang remarked, his expression suddenly serious. That matters not. Would a true celestial being concern themselves with the lives of mere ants? Besides, I am also at the great ascension level now. Why should I fear them? Li Ru dismissed his concerns, her confidence palpable as she tucked the portrait away. Sect leader is truly formidable. Shen Wuchang exclaimed. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had been resting for 3 days and was now ready to ascend the mountain with a basket on his back and a hoe in hand. What are you planning to do? Dig a hole and bury you, Li Zhoujun replied without hesitation. What do you mean? I am now one with you. Are you certain? Then I shall bury myself, Li Zhoujun declared. After all, Li Zhoujun never neglected his appetite. Just as he bent down to pick a vibrant wild scallion by the roadside, a melodious voice pierced the air behind him. Are you Mr. Li? I am Xianxian, and my master has prepared fine wine. Please join us at Haohuang Mountain. The young girl smiled gracefully, though the youth before her appeared to be merely foraging for wild vegetables. Xianxian understood that anyone capable of having fine wine prepared for them in the Tianyuan realm was extraordinary, either a celestial being or a revered scholar. Is your master the Haohuang? Li Zhoujun inquired softly. Indeed, Xianxian nodded. Please wait a moment, since Haohuang has prepared wine. It would be remiss of me to arrive empty-handed. I shall bring a fish I am preparing as a side dish, Li Zhoujun said with a light smile. Very well, Xianxian nodded. Do you require my assistance? How could I impose? Li Zhoujun replied, removing the basket from his back and handing it to Xianxian. Please keep an eye on this for me. Certainly, Xianxian agreed with a smile. However, at that moment, her expression suddenly shifted, and she shouted with a voice that echoed like a tiger's roar, which scoundrel dares to show themselves? With her furious outcry, Li Zhoujun maintained his calm demeanor, yet the scallion he had just plucked almost slipped from his grasp. How could this seemingly gentle girl suddenly turn so fierce? As her words faded, several figures clad in red robes and wearing white masks emerged from the forest. Young lady, I am the Qi Lianxiang master of the Red Lotus sect. My intentions do not concern you. I advise you to leave at once, the leader spoke indifferently. Li Zhoujun was taken aback. If they were not after Xianxian, then they were surely targeting him. Yet, he could not fathom how he had offended such a group. Mr. Li is a distinguished guest of my master. Anyone who wishes to harm him must step over my dead body, Xianxian declared coldly, her aura suddenly surging. A white tiger manifestation appeared behind her, exuding a fearsome energy that swept through the air. A perfected tribulation tiger spirit? The Qi Lianxiang master was momentarily surprised, but soon scoffed. You are courting disaster. I shall take the Yunju mountain master today. As his voice fell, he too unleashed the full power of the tribulation realm, summoning a vibrant red lotus flame between his palms. The flame was dazzling, its power terrifying enough to annihilate towering mountains. Go, the Qi Lianxiang master commanded, hurling the red lotus forward. With a roar, the white tiger behind Xianxian opened its massive jaws, unleashing a fearsome howl that sent shockwaves through the air. The Qi Lianxiang master's subordinates staggered back, unable to withstand the force. Simultaneously, Xianxian's face transformed, her pupils turning into golden slits. And the tiger manifestation behind her emitted a powerful pull, seemingly intent on devouring the celestial red lotus. The Qi Lianxiang master was taken aback, anger flaring within him. How could this tiger spirit be so disdainful? Yet, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded as the red lotus was consumed by Xianxian's white tiger. And she simply belched contentedly. This was unbelievable. The Qi Lianxiang master gaped in astonishment. Realizing he was no match for her, he resolved to retreat with his subordinates. But Xianxian would not allow those who threatened her master to escape easily. With a thunderous roar, the tiger manifestation unleashed a deafening sound wave that struck the fleeing Qi Lianxiang master and his followers. Except for the Qi Lianxiang master, the Red Lotus sect disciples were obliterated by the sound wave. Though the Qi Lianxiang master coughed blood, he continued to flee, disappearing from Xianxian's sight in mere moments. Once the threat had departed, Xianxian retracted her manifestation and returned to a calm demeanor. Turning to Li Zhoujun, who appeared tranquil yet was internally unsettled, she slightly bowed. I apologize for alarming you. Although the Qi Lianxiang master has escaped, his primordial spirit is now wounded and will soon fall into a permanent slumber. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of guilt for not eliminating all those who had dared to offend him. If this gentleman had intervened, likely those intruders would have perished 100 times over within the blink of an eye. Yet the young man before her seemed utterly unfazed, likely dismissing those ruffians entirely. Not at all, Li Zhoujun replied, regaining his composure with a light chuckle. However, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the girl named Xianxian. She was indeed formidable, a worthy companion of the Haohuang. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun, accompanied by the helpful Xianxian, continued to gather wild vegetables in preparation for cooking fish soup. As he foraged, thoughts of the Honglian sect began to surface in his mind. Yet he found himself devoid of any clear recollection. The Honglian sect, the Qingzhou Hall, was nestled within the depths of a remote mountain range in Qingzhou. Despite being merely a hall, its scale rivaled that of a major city. A quarter of an hour later, within the grand hall of the Honglian sect, Li Zhoujun sat regally. Upon hearing a report, she hesitated momentarily before praising, truly the favored of heaven. Following her words, Li Zhoujun continued. According to the sect's regulations, we must spare no effort to rescue the master of the Red Lotus. As for the sacrificed disciples, let us ascertain their families' needs and strive to fulfill them. If any possess children with commendable talents, they shall be brought into the Honglian sect for cultivation, provided with the finest resources and the most suitable mentors. Yes, sect master. Chen Wuchang's eyes sparkled with fervent respect as he bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun. In other dark sects, ineffective disciples might have faced dire consequences at the hands of their leaders, but Li Zhoujun was different. She understood that this was the opportune moment to win the hearts of her followers, allowing them to witness the benevolence of the Honglian sect. As long as they exerted themselves, even in failure, they would still be regarded as contributors to the sect. However, should it be discovered that one had shirked their duties, they would face a fate far more terrifying than death. Under the dual application of grace and authority, the disciples of the Honglian sect held a profound sense of belonging. Go forth, Li Zhoujun finally nodded. Your subordinate takes leave. After Chen Wuchang departed, Li Zhoujun's expression darkened. Were it not for maintaining her image among the disciples, she would have been unable to restrain her desire to execute the master of the Red Lotus, especially given the generous benefits she had offered. Yet her subordinates, incompetent as they were, could not even manage a 40-year-old tribulation, which incensed her. After all, even a highly talented individual at that age could not possess battle experience to rival that of a being who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Yet this ancient being had indeed faltered. Was it not a testament to their incompetence? If the master of the Red Lotus were to regain consciousness now, he would likely cry out in protest, for it was not Li Zhoujun who had bested him, but a remarkably powerful tribulation tiger spirit. It seemed the time to launch an offensive against the Daotian sect was drawing near. Li Zhoujun's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling gleam. Meanwhile, Mu Taiyu arrived at a towering gate, shrouded in clouds and marked by the scars of time. This was the very foundation of the Daotian sect. Standing before the gate, Mu Taiyu took a deep breath and pushed it open. Upon entering, he found the hall to be like a small world, vast and boundless. The air was thick with spiritual energy, resembling a fairyland. Although the environment could not compare to the celestial realm, it was still passable for true immortals. Presenting the current sect master, Mu Taiyu, to the esteemed elders, Mu Taiyu spoke with profound respect. What troubles has our Daotian sect encountered? A voice rang out. Yet the speaker remained unseen. Mu Taiyu sighed in resignation. Oh, a mere true ascendant dares to offend our Daotian sect? Have we fallen to such depths? An elderly voice expressed irritation. Mu Taiyu could only chuckle ruefully. A true ascendant was indeed an immortal who had transcended the tribulation and could ascend. Ahem, nonetheless. Our Daotian sect has produced an extraordinary talent. Pray, enlighten me, the elder replied with keen interest. It is the current lord of Yunju Mountain. A tribulation talent at merely 40 years of age. Mu Taiyu declared confidently. Indeed, it is from our Yunju lineage. The elder's voice brimmed with satisfaction. Mu Taiyu was taken aback. Could it be that this elder was the legendary True Yunzi, the former lord of Yunju Mountain? It was said that this elder had attained true ascendant cultivation when he retired from his position and entered seclusion in the Hall of Elders. He must be even more formidable now. With this thought, Mu Taiyu felt a weight lift from his heart. Where is that young one now? True Yunzi inquired. Taiyu shall take his leave now. Mu Taiyu replied with utmost respect, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, the lord of Yunju Mountain was now over 40. And being referred to as a young one by this elder felt peculiar. Once Mu Taiyu had departed, a voice of immense authority echoed through the hall. A mere true ascendant does not require the personal intervention of True Yunzi, does it? Indeed. Such a trivial true ascendant could be extinguished with a mere flick of my fingers. There is no need to trouble True Yunzi, another powerful voice chimed in. There is no need for contention. I shall take action myself. It has been too long since I have moved. Do these young ones truly believe that the elders of our Daotian sect have vanished from the world? True Yunzi chuckled. As these words resonated, the Hall of Elders fell into silence once again. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yunju Mountain was engaged in culinary pursuits with a tiger spirit, crouched before a pot, preparing fish soup. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Xianxian to twitch her delicate nose. My goodness, this gentleman is quite the chef, she thought. I must resist. Li Zhoujun glanced at the smiling Xianxian beside him and remarked, there is plenty of fish in there. It's perfectly fine for you to indulge a little. Oh no. Xianxian shook her head in refusal. Li Zhoujun smiled silently, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and served her some succulent fish and soup, urging, just a taste. See how it is. All right. Then, Xianxian swallowed hard, no longer being polite, and swiftly finished the contents of her bowl. Her speed was astonishing. The key was that she had no semblance of grace while eating, yet after she finished, she elegantly set down her utensils and daintily wiped her mouth. Was it delicious? Li Zhoujun inquired. Yes, it was delightful, Xianxian replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded. Very well, let us set forth, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, waving his hand to stow away the entire pot of soup and extinguishing the fire. He then stood upon the cloud ridden by Xianxian and made his way towards Haohuang Mountain. However, at that very moment, Li Yuru was leading tens of thousands of elite disciples from the Holian sect's Qizhou Hall towards the Daotian sect. As this sea of red-robed figures advanced through a canyon, Chen Wuchang, the hall master, could not help but voice his concerns to Li Yuru, sect master, logically. The Daotian sect must have received word of our impending assault. Yet, our journey has been so remarkably smooth. Could they be laying an ambush ahead? Li Yuru merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Wuchang, her enchanting eyes revealing little emotion. Beneath the true ascendant, they would merely be offering themselves as sacrifices. If I were in their position, I too would hunker down within the protective mountain formation. At least it would grant them a few more days of survival. Chen Wuchang could only smile wryly at her response. This sect master had only been in her position for 2 years, rumored to have descended from the celestial realm for training, and thus looked down upon the first major sect of this lower realm. It was not surprising. Aside from her occasional condescension, in all other aspects, this young sect master surpassed her predecessor in both capability and prowess. Not long ago, she had led the brothers of the Jiangzhou Hall to conquer the vast Jian sect of Jiangzhou, establishing the Holian sect as the foremost power in Jiangzhou. This had further elevated Li Yuru's prestige among the disciples, earning Chen Wuchang's genuine respect. However, compared to Jiangzhou, Qingzhou was vast and abundant, filled with formidable beings. Despite the Daotian sect not having produced a major ascendant in nearly a century, it had once been a realm where ascensions to the celestial realm occurred with regularity. Thus, Chen Wuchang could only silently pray that the elders of the Daotian sect had all ascended by now. As he pondered these thoughts, Li Yuanzhu led the disciples of the Red Lotus sect into the canyon with great momentum. Along the way, they encountered no dangers, which relieved Chen Wuchang's anxious heart. However, just as the weight lifted from his chest, an elderly man dressed in gray, sitting cross-legged on a stone by the roadside, appeared at the end of the canyon, dozing with closed eyes. Though his attire was simple, he was impeccably clean, and his white eyebrows fluttered gracefully, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. The sudden appearance of this old man caused Li Yuanzhu to furrow her brow, and with a wave of her hand, she signaled the Red Lotus disciples to halt. "Who are you?" Li Yuanzhu inquired coldly, directing her gaze at the old man. Upon hearing her words, the old man slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Li Yuanzhu, then turned to survey the sea of crimson-clad disciples behind her. With a chuckle and a stroke of his beard, he replied, "Little girl, it is not wise to have such a temper at your young age. By the way, I am Xianyunzi of the Daotian sect, and you have already been surrounded by me." Chapter 89. Can't defeat the old, yet can't defeat the young? You old Taoist, how audacious you are. Li Yuanzhu retorted coldly upon hearing Xianyunzi's words. I do not boast like you, little girl. With your mere true ascendant rank, do you dare to fantasize about subduing my Daotian sect? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Xianyunzi snorted, ceasing further banter. He raised his hand, transforming his finger into a sword, unleashing a brilliant divine light that morphed into a sword aura spanning the heavens. Third grade true immortal. How is that possible? As Li Yuanzhu sensed the formidable power of the sword aura, disbelief filled her once defiant peach blossom eyes. How could such a being exist in this lower realm? Run, was her first instinct. Without delay, she produced a jade slip and shattered it. In the next moment, just as the towering sword aura was about to descend, Li Yuanzhu vanished from her spot. Chen Wuchang and the other Red Lotus disciples stood dumbfounded, watching as Li Yuanzhu abandoned them. What did you say on the way here? Why do you turn tail and flee at the first sign of trouble? The realization of their predicament left them disheartened. Life felt utterly valueless. Before they could ponder further, the sword aura had already descended. Boom. As the sword aura struck, it stirred up a cloud of dust, and Chen Wuchang and the Red Lotus disciples were obliterated before they could react, their souls extinguished. When the dust settled, a chasm spanning dozens of mountain peaks lay before them. Xianyunzi stood at its edge, his expression grave as he gazed in the direction Li Yuanzhu had fled. Murmuring to himself, could it be that she possesses a celestial treasure of the heavenly extreme space? Is there a celestial behind her? Humph. What of a celestial? There are still people in the immortal realm. With a light snort, Xianyunzi turned and departed. At the far end of the chasm stood a figure cloaked in black robes. It was none other than the Ghost Lord. At that moment, the Ghost Lord looked down at the chasm, mere centimeters away from him, and a cold sweat broke out. His mind raced with one thought. To move, to move. To move far away. He had thought that relocating near the Dao Tian sect would allow him to enjoy a quiet life, but it seemed he had underestimated the dangers. One day, his painstakingly established Ghost Extreme sect could be destroyed by the aftermath of a celestial clash. This time, he vowed to move far away. Meanwhile, in a remote area of Qishou, a phantom clad in red stumbled out of the void, landing awkwardly on the ground. Upon seeing the half-covered face behind the red veil, it was revealed to be Li Zhoujun, who had escaped from Xinyunzi. Her expression was one of extreme embarrassment. She never expected that in such a small lower realm, she would have to resort to the heavenly treasure given to her by her master. This was indeed a significant loss. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. Her eyes darkened. If I cannot defeat the old of your Dao Tian sect, can I not defeat the young? The Lord of Yunju Mountain. You wait for me. At this very moment, Li Zhoujun was reveling in drinks with Emperor Hao. The two shared hearty laughter, appearing as if they were long-lost friends. As the night deepened and the wine ran dry, Li Zhoujun felt slightly tipsy, sensing a surge of spiritual energy within him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Emperor Hao, observing Li Zhoujun with admiration, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Mr. Li has a remarkable capacity for alcohol, but you must not be too modest. Your fish soup is a delicacy unmatched on earth. I fear I may struggle to enjoy others' fish soups after this." As their eyes met, both erupted into laughter, embodying the spirit of friendship across generations. Meanwhile, the attendant Xianxian smiled subtly, recognizing that this Mr. Li was indeed exceptional. After all, her master's personally brewed wine was something even true immortals could scarcely consume thrice. Yet this seemingly ordinary young man had shared several jugs with him until the night grew late. "Xianxian, see Mr. Li off on my behalf," Emperor Hao said with a gentle smile, though a tremor ran through his hand behind his back. He thought to himself, this Mr. Li has an even greater capacity for alcohol than I do. If this continues, I might find myself toppled by my own brew. Could he truly be only a second-grade true immortal? "Yes, my lord," Xianxian replied. Li Zhoujun accepted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable himself. Had he not managed to balance the wine, he would have long since collapsed. Thus, moderation in drinking is essential. One must not be greedy. As Emperor Hao bade them farewell, Li Zhoujun stepped onto the cloud conjured by Xianxian, bowing with a smile. After they had departed, Emperor Hao wasted no time, inserting his finger into his throat and turning his head aside to vomit. Moments later, Li Zhoujun and Xianxian had only covered half the distance to the Soul Mountain when an unexpected phenomenon occurred. In the void before them, a gigantic red lotus appeared, blocking their path. The lotus was resplendent, blood red like a blood moon hanging in the night sky. Upon this red lotus stood a woman in a flowing red dress. Her face veiled yet her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes upon Li Zhoujun and Xianxian. "Who goes there?" Xianxian stepped protectively in front of Li Zhoujun, her voice icy as she regarded the woman on the blood lotus. The aura emanating from the woman clearly indicated she was no ordinary cultivator. "Li Zhoujun?" The woman in the red dress disregarded Xianxian and turned her attention to Li Zhoujun. "Indeed, I am Li. May I ask why you block my path?" Li Zhoujun inquired, perplexed. "It is you, then. Remember the one who seeks to kill you today, Li Yuanju," the woman in red declared coldly. Chapter 90. Is this truly the lower realm? Li Yuanju? Li Zhoujun's expression momentarily faltered. He could not recall when he had offended such a woman. Was this truly the legendary adage? One sits at home while calamity descends from the heavens? However, before Li Zhoujun could continue his contemplation, the woman named Li Yuru had already begun to take action. Beneath her feet, a colossal blood lotus began to spin, its petals transforming into fiery flames that rained down upon Li Zhoujun, ending Xianxian like a torrential downpour of fire. Witnessing the overwhelming inferno before her, Xianxian felt a chill run down her spine. The woman in the red dress was indeed a genuine master of the true essence. Just as the fiery rain drew near her gaze, she feared she would soon be reduced to a charred carcass. A gust of cool wind swept through, dispelling the scorching waves. At the same time, a figure clad in a green robe appeared, shielding her from harm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds echoed. The fiery rain struck the young man before them, yet he remained unscathed. Seeing this, Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to her face. She had nearly forgotten that this Mr. Li was someone her master treated with utmost respect, a true essence master. What kind of storm could he stir before such a figure? As Li Zhoujun withstood the barrage of fire, annoyance began to brew within him. He cast a frosty gaze at the woman in red, Li Yuru, and declared, "This is excessive." However, Li Yuru, upon witnessing her prowess met with such resistance, found herself momentarily stunned. Was this truly the lower realm? It was one thing for the ancient monster of the Dao Tian sect to remain unascended, But how could a disciple in his 40s also be a transcendent of the tribulation? Doubts crept into her mind, leading her to wonder if her master had not sent her to the lower realm for training, but rather to face humiliation. A transcendent at 40 years of age would be regarded as a prodigy even within the celestial realm, one whom all factions would vie to recruit. Yet the more she pondered, the angrier she became. If the ancient monster was one thing, she refused to believe that she, a being born and raised in the celestial realm, would be bested by a counterpart from the lower realm. Today, she must sever Li Zhoujun's head and present it as a gift to the Daotian sect. With this determination, Li Zhoujun ceased to conceal her intentions. She spread her palm, and suddenly a figure clad in golden armor appeared, though the armor was battered, hinting at numerous battles endured. Golden, armored deity. Go and seize this man's head. A hint of pain flickered across Li Zhoujun's face. The golden armored deity was a protective treasure bestowed upon her by her master, used multiple times since her days in the celestial realm. This time, using it again would likely lead to its destruction. After all, she had refrained from deploying it even against True Yunzi. Yet in her current state, she was beyond reason. As she contemplated this, her eyes, sharp as blades, fixated on Li Zhoujun. The golden armored deity transformed into a blinding beam of light, ultimately materializing into a towering giant behind her, radiating golden divine light, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Though the giant bore cracks, it exuded an aura of battle-hardened ferocity, imposing an even greater sense of pressure. How terrifying! Xianxian gazed at the towering figure, her complexion paling. Mr. Li, that golden armored deity has undoubtedly reached the mid-tier 5th grade true immortal realm. A being not of our Tianyuan realm, and this woman in red is likely from the celestial realm. Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. Such creations are indeed beyond the capabilities of the Tianyuan realm. Die. At that moment, Li Zhoujun bellowed. The golden armored deity, towering above, raised its colossal hand, descending upon Li Zhoujun, ending Xianxian with overwhelming force. Xianxian's face turned pale at the sight of the descending palm, yet she retained faith that Mr. Li possessed the ability to withstand it. After all, her master had been a 7th grade true immortal before his slumber, and Mr. Li, being a close friend of her master, must not be far behind in strength. As Xianxian pondered, Li Zhoujun made his move, extending his finger as a sword, raising his arm high, and unleashing boundless divine light to counter the giant hand of the golden armored deity. Crack, crack, crack. The backlash from the golden armored deity intensified the cracks upon its form. What? Li Zhoujun's expression shifted to one of sheer shock. A 5th grade true immortal weapon, equivalent to a 5th grade true immortal's golden armored deity, had been thwarted by this being from the lower realm. Was Li Zhoujun not merely a true essence master, but a 5th grade true immortal? At this realization, Li Zhoujun felt an urge to curse. Jiangzhou seemed reasonable, but was Qingzhou truly just the lower realm? Master, did you not deceive me? Moreover, while the golden armored deity appeared to be evenly matched with the youth from the lower realm, the cracks on its body indicated that it could not endure much longer. The irreversible cracks signified that once struck by a peer-level opponent, they would only deepen. With this thought, Li Zhoujun dared not linger in the lower realm any longer. It was far too perilous. With that, she disregarded the golden armored deity, producing a priceless broken realm jade slip and shattering it. In the next moment, a vortex appeared before her, drawing her in. Mr. Li, Li Zhoujun has fled, Xianxian exclaimed anxiously. However, Li Zhoujun was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the golden armored deity, reluctant to part ways. Boom. At that instant, a colossal mountain shadow traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, descending upon the golden armored deity. Li Zhoujun swiftly evaded. Boom. A thunderous noise rang out, accompanied by the tremors of the earth. The once towering golden armored deity was crushed into the ground, its body fracturing along the cracks into metallic shards, revealing intricate gears and profound formations within. Li Zhoujun, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. This must be the legendary mechanism arts. Thank you, Emperor Hao, for your assistance, he said, offering a slight bow to the mountain shadow. The shadow then transformed into the figure of Emperor Hao, who chuckled and remarked, "You are too modest, sir. If you had employed the locking immortal great formation, I dare say the golden armored deity would have been ensnared in an instant. However, I have not acted for many years, and could not resist the urge." Li Zhoujun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although the locking immortal great formation could indeed trap the golden armored deity when he was evenly matched, he was not yet capable of manifesting a 9th grade formation at will. Meanwhile, Xianxian gazed at Li Zhoujun in astonishment, realizing that Mr. Li could inscribe the locking immortal great formation. This was a legendary spiritual formation long thought lost. Moreover, It was said that only those with exceptional spiritual formation talent could master it, which explained its disappearance, as the threshold was exceedingly high. At the same time, Emperor Hao smiled at Li Zhoujun. However, you have concealed your status as a 5th-grade true immortal from me. That simply cannot be overlooked. You shall owe me 3 cups of fine wine next time. Of course, Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle, then turned his gaze toward the direction of Liu Ru's escape, his eyes narrowing slightly. Celestial Realm, Golden Armored Sect? Chapter 91. Late stage of the virtual immortal realm. The first order of business was to enter seclusion. 3 days later, with the assistance of a golden spirit pill awarded by the system, Li Zhoujun successfully broke through to the late stage of the virtual immortal realm. At the same time, at the border of Qingzhou, at Guanhai Mountain, countless cultivators had gathered. Among them were the Nangong sisters, who had arrived early. Amidst the crowd, there was another figure, barely at the foundational stage, whose presence was unmistakable, Xianxiaobai. Since his rapid advancement beyond the 5th layer of qi refinement to establish his foundation, he had hastened to this location upon learning of the imminent opening of a grand secret realm at the border of Qizhou. Even if he encountered no significant fortune, a mere chance find would be sufficient for him, a foundation-level cultivator, to absorb and cultivate. Suddenly, a voice rang out among the crowd. A cultivator exclaimed in awe that the formidable beings of the Daotian sect had arrived. 3 ethereal figures were seen striding across the void from the horizon. It was rumored that the master of Tianqian Mountain had achieved perfection in the fusion stage a century ago during his seclusion, and now, upon his return, he was likely to be a formidable being at the early or even mid-stage of transcendence. Such was the might of the Daotian sect. These 3 mountain masters could effortlessly sweep aside numerous forces in Qizhou. The cultivators on Guanhai Mountain gazed up at the trio hovering above, their expressions filled with profound reverence. Xianxiaobai, amidst the throng, could not help but admire the trio. A twinge of envy stirred within him as he pondered when he might ascend to such heights of power. Yet, merely reaching the transcendent stage would not suffice. Only by attaining the great ascension and soaring into the celestial realm could he hope to reunite with Yao Tao. Do you think the master of Yunju Mountain will come here as well? South Palace Shinran inquired, her gaze fixed on the 3 mountain masters soaring through the air. South Palace Anran sighed in exasperation. You, my dear girl, seem to have nothing but thoughts of the Yunju Mountain master all day long. Morong Shui, having overheard the conversation of the 3 sisters, swiftly appeared before them. I have met the Lingxua Mountain master. The South Palace sisters greeted her with respect. Morong Shui waved her hand, using her magical power to suspend their bows, saying, no need for such formalities. Ah, I see now. The opening of the Guanhai Mountain secret realm is not as straightforward as it appears. Exercise caution, she warned the sisters before turning to depart. Sister, it seems you have a formidable rival. The Lingxua Mountain Master is clearly interested in the Yunju Mountain Master, South Palace Yuran remarked with a teasing smile. South Palace Shinran's expression turned serious. Indeed, but I assure you, I shall not yield so easily. At that moment, upon Morong Shui's return, Lu Yin frowned and said, we are here to investigate whether that transcendence-level sea creature is alive or dead. Why concern ourselves with the lives of these insignificant beings? Silence. Morong Shui shot him a cold glance. Lu Yin, recognizing her formidable presence, fell silent, knowing he could not provoke her, even having recently broken through to the early fusion stage. Remember our mission here, gentlemen. Let us not engage in infighting before we have even accomplished our task. The Master of Tianqian spoke up. With the Master of Tianqian present, even if the sea creature is alive, it shall not escape, Lu Yin chuckled. Duan Tianqian smiled slightly at his remark. The so-called sea creatures are, in fact, myriad strange beings of the ocean. According to the records of the Daotian sect, the downfall of Guanhai Mountain was due to an assault by sea creatures, and the fate of the Guanhai Patriarch, who battled a transcendence-level sea creature, remains unknown. The battlefield was none other than the remnants of the Guanhai sect, now situated within the secret realm. If that sea creature at the transcendence level were still alive, eliminating it would be no simple task for Morong Shui and Lu Yin, even if they were to accompany him. However, Mu Taiyu had nonetheless sent them along, for their presence would allow them to observe and glean insights from the clash of transcendence-level beings. After all, mere cultivation alone would not suffice. Suddenly, the entire Guanhai Mountain trembled violently. A white luminescent barrier appeared before the gathered crowd. The secret realm has opened, exclaimed a cultivator, his voice brimming with excitement. Let us proceed, Duan Tianqian said with a smile, followed closely by Morong Shui and Lu Yin. None of the cultivators dared to rush ahead. The reputation of the Daotian sect loomed large, and with one transcendence-level master and 2 fusion-stage cultivators leading the way, their safety was significantly assured. Only after the 3 mountain masters of the Daotian sect had fully entered the secret realm did the other cultivators rush in. eager not to miss out on any celestial opportunities. The three sisters of the South Palace also entered the secret realm at this moment. Xianxia remained unhurried. He was well aware that with his current cultivation, he could not compete with others. It was wiser to enter later and scavenge for remnants on the periphery. Once the cultivators had stepped into the secret realm, they found themselves stunned by the sight before them. A rancid aura assaulted their senses. Scattered about them were remnants of crumbled structures and desiccated corpses, devoid of moisture. Among these corpses were those of ordinary humans, as well as peculiar beings with fish tails, clearly the legendary merfolk. It was said that the scales of these merfolk were worth a fortune, and the deceased cultivators were likely to possess storage treasures, potentially containing high-grade spiritual pills and powerful techniques. In this light, it became evident that the cultivators had come not merely to seek fortune, but rather to partake in a grand act of grave robbing. Yet, the cultivation world often operates under such brutal realities. Resources are scarce, mostly monopolized by the great sections. As long as the lower-tier cultivators could obtain cultivation resources, they cared not from whence they came, for those of lower cultivation might not see another day. Duan Tianqian, Morong Shui, and Lu Yin found little interest in the treasures upon the corpses of the cultivators. Thus, they hovered in midair, poised to seek out the transcendence-level sea creature within this secret realm. Yet, without the aid of magical artifacts, their task would be far from easy. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The passageway through which the cultivators had entered the secret realm flickered ominously before going dark, sealing shut. The entire realm began to quake violently. The passage has closed. The abrupt change threw the cultivators into disarray. The three sisters of the South Palace wore grave expressions. However, Xianxia remained unfazed, continuing his search for treasures among the corpses, embodying the adage that fortune favors the bold while the timid starve. Should he perish, then perish he would, if he survived. Gathering more treasures would bring him closer to Yao Tao, waiting for him in the celestial realm. Xianxiaobai was acutely aware that his heart was wholly occupied by Yao Tao, and no other beauty in the world could capture his interest. Yet, his actions caught the attention of a young man clad in opulent attire nearby. Observing Xianxia industriously collecting treasures like a diligent bee, the young man sneered. "Slowly gather your spoils, boy. Leave the heavy lifting to me."